War II, which is, of course, the expression of two of Hitler's most closely cherished ideals. According to the great historian Eberhard Diego, Hitler really had two central driving concepts in his life. One was anti-Semitism. It was not an incidental thing that he used as a glue to bring German citizens together. He was not an opportunistic anti-Semite, like, let's say, the Viennese mayor Karl Lueger, who said, who was a big anti-Semite whenever he spoke publicly, but he always made sure to hire Jewish, ministers of finance. And when people asked him, hey, how can you do this? You're a big anti-Semite. You bring Jews into your government. He used to say in German, "Wer ein Jude ist, bestimme ich." Meaning, I'll decide who's a Jew. Don't tell me who's Jewish. This guy, he's not really Jewish. I like him, so he's not Jewish. Hitler was not like that. Hitler was not an opportunist about anti-Semitism. He was really hardcore, in his bones. He was a Verbrenner anti-Semite. The other big concept was living space. Hitler really wanted to expand German territory, ideally to the east, because he wanted to move in the same direction that Germany had been focused for so many centuries towards Poland. And he had his opportunity with World War II, but he had to approach it in stages, and he did so very cynically and very effectively. What Germany learned time and time again is they cannot win a two-front war. Because they're located in the middle of the continent, Germany cannot fight the Russians in the east and the French in the west at the same time. The logistics are too difficult. They don't have the population base. They have to fight one side at a time. So Hitler's plan was pacify his eastern front. Pacify his eastern front by making a deal with Stalin, and that way he knows for sure he doesn't have to fight to the east, and then he'll attack France to the west. So this is a Norwegian cartoon showing the deal he made with Stalin. And you recall, of course, that Hitler and Stalin are on opposite ends of the political spectrum. It's such a disgusting travesty of political machinations during the deal, but we should figure it out. Stalin here is the groom, and Mr. Stalin, we both want Poland. Why don't we both simply divide Poland up between us, and we'll have a non-aggression pact where we won't attack each other? Stalin foolishly said, that sounds great. In fact, that's exactly what they did. I'll show you the map in a second. Hitler would hang on to it for 2 years. You're shaking your head. Are you shaking your head in amazement, or are you shaking your head? How can you say something? So interpretations. There are many interpretations. There are other historians that Stalin caught totally off guard in 1941, but I don't want to go there because this will get to a seminar. And then once they had taken over Western Europe, France and Spain was neutral, and all of Western Europe with the exception of England was taken over, then he could go back and attack Hitler, which is in fact what he did. So this is the partition of Poland, hapless Poland, which had just been resurrected as a state in 1918. You recall that it was cynically divided up in the 18th century by Germany, Austria, and Russia, and wiped off the face of the earth for almost 150 years. What happens is Germany invades from the west, and they took over the Poznan region. This blue area belongs to Germany. And then the Soviet Union invades from the east, and they take over Belarus, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, the Baltic states, and part of southern Poland, eastern Galicia in particular. And then this green area is very important for the history of the Holocaust. Hitler renames it. It belongs to Germany. He calls it the general government. For some reason, they use the French term, General Gouvernement, and it's not clear to anyone what exactly Hitler has in mind. This blue area had a lot of ethnic Germans in it, Volksdeutsche, and so he expelled Jews from here to the general government, and then eventually he would ghettoize them in cities in this region, and later build the concentration camps there. But for the time being, in 1939, it was just set aside as some kind of general administrative territory. During this time, the Jews are concentrated in ghettos, and there's obviously a lot to say about the nature of ghetto life. I'll just point out a few kind of interesting historical perspectives. Um, it's a myth that the ghettos were all closed with walls. In fact, most were not. Most had some open streets like we have here in America. You could straight out of the ghetto on one of 20, 30 streets at any point. However, there was a much more effective border around most of the ghettos, and that was the so-called schmaltzovniki, or the greasy ones, as they were known. And these are the non-Jews who made a living out of denouncing Jews trying to escape the ghetto. If a Jew tried to walk out, they would shake them down for a bribe, and if they refused, then they would simply turn them over to one of the Germans or one of the so-called volunteers who assisted them in their nefarious tasks. So most of the ghettos were not actually sealed. They were places of tremendous privation. Emmanuel Ringelblum, who was a historian active in the Warsaw Ghetto, he established an organization called Oneg Shabbat, which was, devoted to the task of chronicling in a historical and in a sophisticated scientific manner what was life in the ghetto like. He estimated that in the fall of 1941, there were 14 people for every square meter of residential space in the ghetto of Warsaw. A square meter is about the size of this table here, and that meant that you had theoretically people sleeping on bunks on top of each other, and how many people sleeping outdoors. He also estimated in May of that year 150 people a day were dying of typhus. Bodies were simply left in the street. The Chaver Kadisha could not keep up with it by far. They were simply burying Jews in open pits, an absolutely horrific time. There were two different kinds of ghetto mentality, and this is something that I wish we had more time to go into it. The Nazis had, ironically, a very chaotic bureaucracy. When you look at their internal documentation, they're great at keeping track of things and record keeping, but they did not have clear directives from Hitler on many key ideas as to what exactly they were supposed to do. Hitler preferred to encourage people to take radical steps, and he rarely issued guidelines. He simply encouraged individuals, and that created a ratchet effect where if you wanted to rise in status, you propose and enact something that was incredibly brutal, and Hitler would give you the nod, and you would get more status within the regime. So what was left unclear is what exactly are Jews supposed to do in the ghetto. There were two philosophies that eventually developed. One was the so-called attritionist school, which is exemplified by Warsaw, where the people who were in charge of the ghetto, the Nazis in charge, believed that the ghetto was simply a holding place to allow Jews to starve. Jews were given rations in the ghetto. An adult male Jew in the ghetto could get 150 calories a day in ration cards. That's absolutely ridiculous. That's like a soda is something like that. Poles were given 750 calories a day, but they, of course, had the advantage that they had freedom of movement, relative freedom of movement. They could go to the farms, they could buy food on their own, and so on. Jews resorted to all kinds of smuggling, particularly through children and so on, just to get even the most elemental scraps of food. The other kind of ghetto, which we see in Łódź in particular, were so-called productionist ghettos, where those who were in charge felt that, well, no, that doesn't make sense that they're to die. They are a resource. So the Jews in those ghettos were primarily used as slave laborers. And they set up an entirely different culture than Warsaw, where everything revolved around the valuable work permit. If you had a work permit, then you and your family had some protection, at least temporarily. Ultimately, of course, the end of all the ghettos was the gas chamber. And that's something that we'll get to in a moment. The big change happened in June of 1941, June 22nd to be precise. It's perhaps the most important date in the entire history of the Holocaust. Not September 1st, 1939, the start of the war, not even 1933 when Hitler came to power. Did I say something wrong? Okay, make it quick, please. Yes. I don't think they made distinctions in terms of who was religious or who was not. The ghettos were just geographic, like Yellowstone. And religious Jews, non-religious Jews, all lumped in together. Hitler had no concern whatsoever for religion as a determinant of Jewish identity. It was entirely racial. If you had three Jewish parents who were full Jews, or three Jewish parents, sounds like today, three Jewish grandparents who were full Jew, if you had three Jewish grandparents who were a full Jew. Didn't matter whether it was maternal or not, of course. If you had two Jewish grandparents, you were a Mischling of the Erste Grade, right? Mischling, first degree, like a mixed race. If you had one Jewish grandparent, you were a mixed race, second degree. And if you were mixed race, second degree, you were killed in the camps. And it had nothing to do with if you were converted, whether you were married or non-Jew, all relevant. Mischling, yes, mixed race. So Operation Barbarossa, that was the name that Hitler used for his double crossing of Stalin. And what he did was, in a surprise attack that was extremely successful, Hitler marched into the Soviet Union. This entire orange area is former Soviet territory, where Hitler simply rode right over these borders, and Stalin was caught totally off guard. He had no troops in place, and Hitler got right to the very borders of St. Petersburg, Leningrad. It was put under siege. He got within a reasonable distance of Moscow, and he held that territory quite late until finally, in 1943, the battle was turned Stalingrad, and then that will be relevant for Hannah Sanish, which we'll get to in a moment. Why Barbarossa is so crucial for the Holocaust, as distinct from World War II, is because Hitler set out 4 mobile police battalions called Einsatzgruppen. Soldiers who were not fit for frontline duty, a little bit older, a little bit overweight, eyeglasses, flat-footed, whatever it is. Their job was not to Red Army. They were not Wehrmacht. Their job was to go to all the Städtlach, the little Jewish towns, to round up all of the Jews, and as well communists, homosexuals, Jehovah's, anyone who was on that blacklist, march them out to ravines and then kill them by machine gun fire. 1.5 to 2.5 million killed in this manner, including my own family, and I'm sure the family of many of yours who came from East Europe. And the Einsatzgruppen lasted from the summer of 1941 through the summer of 1942. However, otherwise successful murder plan to something even more deep. So here's some picture of the Einsatzgruppen murder. It's actually a stage shot, but I'm going to. Right, I can only mention so many things. Einsatzgruppen, or these special commando squads, although they were efficient, it was very costly psychologically. They were constantly getting drunk. They were getting triple rations of vodka. They were what's the word? Outsourcing the work to native Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Latvians to do it for them. And they were constantly being turned over. I mean, it's hard, if you can imagine, murdering people day in and day out and watching the murder process. Reading in the archives about one, Christopher Browning actually quotes this in his book, about, this one Einsatzgruppen member said he found it very hard to kill mothers and children at the same time. He felt that was really cruel. So what he did was he would always kill the children first so that the mothers wouldn't see their children die. And that was his idea of ordinary people, ordinary men. Ordinary men. Sure, that's very good. So Hitler moves on. I'm going to skip past this. This is very important. Well, yeah, not enough time. I'll have to talk about this. So what happens is, in January of 1942, Hitler convenes an extremely important conference. Eichmann took the minutes, so we have a detailed record of it. It was at the resort town of Wannsee, north of Berlin, so it's called the Wannsee Conference. And at this conference, the shortcomings of the Einsatzgruppen murders are discussed, and the Nazis decide to adopt a new experimental method of murder that had been pioneered in late 1941 at an experimental camp called Treblinka, where instead of bringing the murderers to the Jews and then machine gunning them, they would instead collect the Jews in these factory-like, death establishments. The German term was Vernichtungslager, or destruction camps. Vernichtung means to make into nothing. And they were distinct from the so-called Konzentrationslager, or concentration camps, in that the concentration camps, which had existed since the 1930s, were designed for political prisoners, people who Hitler didn't like, mainly non-Jews, and although the conditions there were incredibly brutal, people died of malnutrition, of abuse, they were not designed specifically to kill people. They were designed like prisons. Brutal, awful ones, but prisons. Yes, exactly. All kinds of people lived in Vernichtungslager, however, were quite different. They were designed to process death. They were designed to collect living people and turn them into dead people as fast as possible. Which is one of the most chilling aspects of the Holocaust that makes it qualitatively different from any other genocide that had happened heretofore. Most other genocides are opportunistic. They don't use modern technology. They don't put kind of like Prussian thinking into designing it in the most efficient way. There's a certain element of passion involved. This was basically, BMW drawn electronics kind of thinking applied to the murder process, and that's what made it so devastating. 6 of these camps were set up ultimately: Auschwitz, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and and they were all designed for this purpose. As the war went on, several of the concentration camps were retrofitted to use their methodology of murder by gas in particular. Dachau, for example, had crematoria installed that were designed to get rid of the bodies as fast as possible. Bergen-Belsen and others followed. Here are the 6 death camps with these sort of squares around them. And these black squares are ordinary concentration camps, which, as I mentioned, sort of morphed towards the end of the war in the model of the concentration, the death camps. And what happens from the spring of 1942 is that Hitler starts teeing out the ghettos and processing them. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 3.5 million Jews are killed in this method. I don't have to go through the details of it. I'm broadly familiar with it. The pesticide called Silicon Bay, which is shown here, the delousing quote unquote, where Jews were gassed and killed. The Jews were unfortunately diabolically used in their own condo, who would go in and collect bodies, transport them for burial, or for cremation, and so on. Also, at the same time, I'm not going to. One last thing. The death camps all featured Jewish labor. Small proportion of Jews deemed, especially for various industrial activities that took place around the camps. All of the camps had little satellites that did various things. Germans wanted to do. For example, Auschwitz had the satellite camp called Buna, which produced tone, and so many Jews simply taken over to work in that factory. And ironically, even though it was only a few kilometers from Auschwitz itself, it was bombed by the Allies. Auschwitz itself was not bombed by the Allies. Very controversial non-decision. And also Jews set aside for horrendous medical experimentation as well, particularly twins, because you can have one twin and then compare the changes to the other. Jews experimented on to, well, you can go on and on. It's a very dark chapter in Jewish history. Before I get back to Hannah Senesh, then, let me ask you 30 quick questions. Well, that's an excellent question. Hitler himself did not like to give orders. He used to get up very late in the day, especially when he was outside of Berlin. He would wake up like 11, 12 o'clock in the morning, in the daytime. He would have a leisurely kind of afternoon, and then he would gather together his people for a long, rambling dinner that would go often to 2, 3 in the morning every night. And at these dinner conversations, where only his close associates, Himmler, Goering, Goebbels, and so on, would be invited, they would have these talks over cigars and brandies. And someone would say, you know what? We should build camps just for the Jews. And Hitler would say, that's a good idea. And that would be his order. That's one of the things that is very difficult in a lot of the Holocaust revisionist trials. We don't have a paper trail from Hitler, like writing a memo from Chancellor Hitler to Himmler, do this. Just would allow people to sort of move on these things. The creation of the camps, certainly we can tie to his underlings, to Himmler in particular, head of the SS, even Goering, though, the Wehrmacht, also very much involved. So it's a complicated, chaotic kind of structure that is due in large part to his personality. In some regard, he had different aims in the Wehrmacht. Okay, Mr. Lax, last question. Let me go back. Yeah, they're impractical, and it's not. Yeah, he clearly wanted them to be expelled first of all. He wanted them to go somewhere like there was no easy place to learn. Just think about it for a second. So we're talking about about 60 people. How do you move 16 million people? You have to first identify them. That's not easy. Just think about, we live in a time where, we have a social security number, and the president can type it in the computer and knows how dental fillings are at. How would you even locate them? And then let alone find the trains to move them. How do you just send them? You can't just say everybody go. How do you enforce them? You have to have a social. It's a very difficult thing. I gotta move on, or else we won't save our agenda. So back to Hannah Senesh, our heroine. She's in Israel now. She has a dream one night that she goes back to Hungary. She's very worried about the situation with her family there, about the situation with her country. And so the next day she goes and makes inquiries. Is there any way that she can perhaps participate in the war effort? Ironically, as it happened, the British were putting together an elite troop of paratroopers where they wanted to get extremely fit, linguistically talented, brave young people to fly into Yugoslavia and then make their way across the enemy lines. Hannah Senesh volunteers. She is examined and trained, and she's accepted for the 47 candidates. And in fact, she makes the flight to Yugoslavia, and she successfully lands. And as I mentioned earlier, she joined the anti-Nazi partisan group where she fought alongside Joseph Tito. Before crossing into the border, she pens one of her most famous poems, the so-called "Blessed is the Match" poem. She writes it and presses it into the hand of one colleague who's not going across the border and asks him to hold on to it. This is the poem in the English translation that's sort of been canonized. I'll read it out loud. Blessed is the match consumed in kindling flame. Blessed is the flame that burns in the heart's secret places. Blessed is the heart that knows, for honor's sake, to stop its beating. Blessed is the match consumed in kindling flame. A powerful metaphor. It's even more powerful in the original Hebrew. For example, one of my students today pointed out it's for honor's sake. The phrase here is "bakaba," in the honor, as not for honor's sake, but the heart, as it were, knowing its honor, says, "I'm going to stop." Like a match. And I'm not a literary specialist, but my reading of this poem is that the flame is Hannah Senesh. The flame is she herself. Who knows the tremendous risk that she's exposing herself to, that she's going into the belly of the beast to fight the Nazis herself. and she is fully willing to stop her own beating for the sake of the honor itself. It's very ironic that it should be recorded. It's now we have a security guard on campus. Of course, if you're a reasonable, if you're a good Jewish institution, you have Israeli security guards, and of course our security guard, kind of finished this poem. Anyways, what was happening in Hungary was a little bit different. Hungary, as I mentioned earlier, was of course an ally of Nazi Germany, but like many of Hitler's allies, they were somewhat reluctant to all aspects of Hitler's program. Most of Hitler's allied countries, for example, were not completely on board with the anti-Semitic program. Italy is a good example, and Hungary as well, Romania, Bulgaria, and specifically what they're prepared to do is these countries are prepared to go along with murdering Jews who are non-citizens. So, for example, Polish Jews who fled to France. Vichy France says, "Hey, take them." Vichy France actually volunteered Jews before Hitler even asked. But they're talking about the Polish Jews. Same thing with Hungary, where the Romanian Jews who were in refuge in Hungary, they were easily expendable, and they were given citizens right away. But the Magyar Jews, the ones who were so well assimilated to culture in Hungary, who spoke Hungarian fluently, created Hungarian culture, Admiral Horthy and others were not so thrilled with the idea that Hitler wanted to murder them as well. And so most of these allied countries tried to hold on to their own Jews as long as possible while having no qualms about refugee Jewish populations. So that meant that the Jews in Budapest in particular existed right up until, tragically, the very last few months of the war, because they were generally protecting the Horthy regime. However, the Horthy regime realized, like most of Hitler's other allies, after Stalingrad in April 1943, days were numbered. It was clear that once the Red Army got its momentum, the Red Army would push towards the West, and eventually the Americans were getting into the war because America was also involved in hostilities. It was just a matter of time before America entered on the beaches of Normandy, happened in June of 1944, and they would push from the West. Hitler would have the classic two-front war, and all over within months. So Hungary starts thinking, we have to get this train now. We have to find a way to sort of carve our own identity so we can Hitler's ship the way we did. Hitler was not blind to the 44. Right near the end of the war, Hitler sends in his own troops and he takes over Hungary directly. Hungary stops being an ally of Hitler and is now a puppet state of Hitler, which is tragically the worst possible thing that could have happened to the Jews. Because, and here you see really the elemental level of anti-Semitism of this period, that Hitler was more concerned about murdering the Jews of Budapest than he was with delaying the advance of the Red Army. And he diverted resources. Troop trains were emptied out, and the empty boxes were sent to Budapest to try and murder more Jews, even though that meant that the Red Army would be coming in. I can't think of a better example of the thought of Amalek than this one particular gesture that Hitler demonstrated at the end of the war. Hannah Senesh made her way across the border, and she, with a few of the other paratroopers who were French of origin, were making their way through the villages when there were some patrols. And after the patrols had gone, one of the French paratroopers was so distraught that he would be captured that even though they were safe for the moment, he took out his revolver and he shot himself. This attracted the attention of the peasants, who certainly didn't want to be involved with a dead infiltrating paratrooper, and they informed the Nazis, and ultimately Hannah Senesh was captured by this one active cowardice by her colleague. She was arrested to a prison in Budapest where she was mercilessly tortured. Teeth were removed. She was beaten black and blue. Imagine what other suffering she endured. Specifically, what the Nazis wanted from her was her code for the radio, because she had a code name and she knew other codes, and they wanted to be able to get on the radio and interfere with the movement of the other partisans. She refused consistently to give them any support in this regard. They knew who she was. They arrested her mother, and they threw her mother in prison with her, beating her mother as well, and insisting to Spanish that her own mother would be killed before her eyes if she refused to give over the codes. Anna begged forgiveness from her mother, but she still refused to divulge that information to the very end. Ultimately, she was put on trial. She was offered the possibility of asking for clemency. She said that she would be happy to appeal to a higher court, but she would never reduce herself to begging for clemency from murderers, and she was ultimately shot by firing squad. Later, after the war was over, and again, the war was over just a few weeks after she was killed. 8 weeks after she was killed, the war ended so tragically close to the end. The Israeli government successfully petitioned to have her body and those of several other paratroopers restored to the land of Israel, where she was reinterred, and her grave is the site of pilgrimage for many Jews today because of this example of sacrifice and self-sufficiency that she envisioned. May her memory be a blessing for others. Thank you very much for your attention this whole semester, and look forward. But we can see how these shared words different parts of each tree. Or take the song about physical, one-eyed, one-horned, flying birds. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we get started. We are right on time. Aliza, please stop greeting people. We're going to start now. Okay. So, tonight's lecture, I'm a little nervous actually. The attendance was beginning to kind of fade off towards the summer, which that's the way it is in this part of the world. But I'm surprised there's a good number of you here tonight. Actually, I'm a little bit disappointed, not because I'm not happy to see all of you, especially the few of you I haven't seen in a while, because tonight's lecture is very difficult for me. I've never given this lecture before, and I got in a little bit over my head. Okay, Joe's leaving. But I'll start with a joke, and then I will try to explain why this lecture got me in a little bit over my head, and it's difficult material, but I hope we get through it. So this is a joke I heard many years ago, and I don't know why, but everyone I tell it to thinks it's funny. And I don't understand why it's funny, what makes it funny, but it's an enjoyable joke, I think. I enjoy it. It goes like this. There's an audition for a production of Hamlet in Manhattan, in the Upper West Side, the off-Broadway theaters. And, they're auditioning all kinds of people who come up and give their soliloquies and give their monologues and things like that. They're trying to find just the right person to play the lead role of the Prince of Denmark. And so many people come up, and then finally, the director and the assistant director are sitting there in the audience, and they say, well, I think we've heard enough now. Thank you very much. Everyone else who was here, please go ahead. We're going to make our decision, and we'll let you know in the next week or so. And one little old man from the back row, I can't imitate a Brooklyn accent, maybe you can do it for me, but he sticks his hand up. What do you mean, imitate it? So he sticks up his hand and he says, no, what about me? I've been waiting all day for my turn. You're not even going to let me come up? He said, well, we have heard quite a few actors present this material. We really don't need another one. And he says, no, look, it's not Menschlich. I've been waiting here for 6 hours for my turn. So the assistant director says, why don't you let him go up? It'll be worth a laugh. So he gets up there, an elderly gentleman, a little bit stooped over, a long capote, right? And he's like wringing his hands a little bit. And they say, go ahead. And they're ready for a laugh. And he sort of, as soon as he assumes the role, his shoulders straighten up, and lifts his chin up, and is bearing completely changes, and he begins with famous soliloquy to be or not to be, and his whole demeanor changes, and people suddenly lose themselves in his words, and they're absolutely transported. They're taken to the depths of Hamlet's dilemma, whether existence is better than non-existence, and they're truly exploring like they never have before the tremendous philosophical conundrum that he poses in that soliloquy. And by the time he ends, everyone has to kind of shake themselves to realize, wait, and they don't know what to say. And then finally, the director gets up and he says, that was astounding. We don't need to hear anyone. We don't need to think, you have the part. That's amazing. But before you come and sign the papers, you have to tell me, how did you do that? And he said, you were dead set thing. I don't know why that joke was funny. You don't think so either? It's good. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. So maybe this is a bad sign for tonight. I tell you, this is not a good sign. Okay. So why is this topic so difficult for me tonight? So when I set out to teach this course, basically this is the History 153, the Jewish People 2 course that we offer at Touro College South every spring. And because I decided to do it in this venue and make it open to the public, I decided to popularize the theme of it by choosing biography. That was the hook, rather than just give you a standard description of larger social trend or movement. I chose individuals, and by studying their lives, it's a hook to understand the larger social movements and trends in process. And I figured, okay, I'll talk a little bit about a few themes in late 19th, early 20th century history tonight, and I need to find some kind of, actor. So I looked into a little bit of the encyclopedias, and I said, oh, of course, Sarah Bernhardt, I've heard of her, famous actress. I'll talk about her life. Was ist schlecht? How bad can it be? Then I read a biography of Sarah Bernhardt, and boy, I can't even tell you half the things I read there. And so I'm going to try very hard to give you a carefully edited and moderated version of her really quite amazing, fantastic life, such that I can feel okay putting it on the internet for people to watch in the future. And Hamedin Yavin, if you want to really know about Sarah Bernhardt's life, I urge you to look at Robert Gottlieb's masterful biography, very well written, engaging text published by the Yale series of Jewish Lives. It's entitled simply Sarah Bernhardt. And I'm very much indebted to his biography for this lecture. Anything that I say that is worthwhile belongs to me. Anything that I say is wrong is all mine. Okay, so. No, that was not a real name. That's right. Oh, by the way, because it's a difficult class, I want you to ask as many distracting questions as possible. But let's understand, who is she? Okay, so she was born sometime around 1844. We're not exactly sure when she was born. It was during the Franco-Prussian War in 1871 that burned down the records that were stored in a hotel at that time. And so there's no official record of her birth. She herself really enjoyed playing with her birthday, and she would give different dates, different ages at frequent points. It's reasonable to imagine she was born sometime around 1844, and she died in 1923 of a urinary infection that was related to a horrible accident that she had in 1905. I'll tell you about when we get towards the end of the class. She's known as the Divine Sarah. She was without a doubt the most prominent actress of the entire 19th century, and her shadow cast large and long into the 20th century. And I would like to argue in tonight's class that in many ways, Sarah Bernhardt's life really created a new type in Western culture. She created the concept of the celebrity. Her life, her talent, but her extracurricular affairs, which she made sure that everyone was aware of, was a way of generating a type of fame that you really see prior to the mid-19th century. This is especially true because she is a borderline figure who begins to transit from the immediate media of the stage, which of course only happens once. You can only see a play one time, every time it's portrayed, and she transits into the media film. And although unfortunately there are no surviving films of her, she nevertheless was on that borderline, begin to make her foray into a medium that really could exist over many, many years. So I'm going to focus on, we're going to look at her, we're going to look at the elements of her in 19th century, early 20th century life, and I will try very hard to begin. Yes, thank you.
So when you say she was the greatest actress, that's in the world?
Certainly in the Western world. In the Western world, she was French, and so the continent was very well aware of her, and she made several tours to America as well, Russia, Cuba even. She was certainly the most prominent actress of her day. I can't speak for Asia. I imagine they must have some famous actresses there too. But surely in the Western world, she was the most famous. Yes, thank you.
To understand what the sentence means, we have to know what the sentence is short. And predicate purpose helps us find the meaning.
Yeah, there was a lot of books written about her, and several she wrote herself as well. So I definitely cast widely and did, a little bit of research in different places. Encyclopedia, very useful. But Gottlieb is my major source. It's the most up-to-date, published in 2010. It's the most scholarly. It has a lot of resources that the other tech do not present, including some rather questionable photos of a woman déshabillée with a fan about her face that he believes is in fact Sarah Bernhardt making a few dollars on the side. And you won't find that in any of the other books. In fact, I'm not even sure I should have it in my house. But okay, let's go on. I'm in trouble now. I really am in trouble. Okay. So one of the aspects that I want to discuss tonight in the context of her life is the idea of Jews and the underworld. Now, in this audience, I don't think when I tell you that there is always, historically and particularly in the modern era, a criminal element in the Jewish population. I give this lecture to a group of female undergraduates at the college in the afternoon, and for them it's like an eye-opener. What? Jewish criminals? Are you serious? But in fact, as you all know, we're a little bit more jaded. Jewish criminality is an unfortunate aspect of our modernization of the 18th century and onwards. To a large degree, and we'll explore this a little bit later when I get to people like Marx and Freud, to a large degree, this is an expression of the emergence from being unemancipated. Because the times were actively considered, legally considered second-class citizens with diminished rights, diminished privileges, and so it was natural to view the outside state as fundamentally toxic, as antithetical to Jewish aims and goals and aspirations. And so criminal activity was a way for Jews to kind of even the odds, particularly in white-collar crime. With my students, I actually have to explain to them what white-collar crime is. So maybe we can have a volunteer. I do have a few students in the audience tonight. I don't want to, I'm not sure I want to go there. Is white-collar. Mr. Carlo. The first one that the girls chose to. Yes, but why do we call it white-collar? Because no one got killed. Good.
Other things like embezzlement and fraud, because the suit and culture and tie.
Exactly.
That's what you think of the people stacking people.
We had a good laugh today about the image of a Jewish mugger. There's no such. It's hard to imagine a Jewish mugger because that's just like a crime of petty violence that's really not associated typically. That's like a failure of a Jewish criminal, right? Your mother's saying, "Would you stop and graduate to something? Go to college, learn how to commit a real crime." Yes.
I think Ariel Pinto summed it up succinctly when he said, "The way of the youth is to steal the other with high domestic machine guns."
That's fascinating. I think that's exactly right. So when Jews go for crime, we tend to lean towards white-collar crime, embezzlement, tax evasion, and fraud, insider trading, things like that. We also engage in exploitative speculation from time to time. Again, it's a lot of fun. I don't know if I can keep this. A lot of priests do white collar. A lot of priests do white collar. I don't know. Kohanim don't hear those things. But here's the thing. It is fun. Someday I should take that class and let you watch that class because it's fun with 19-year-old, 20-year-old women learning these things for the first time. So I explain to them how speculation works. That you find things that are on sale cheap, and then you go and you sell them expensively. And they're looking at us. That's business, right? That's what we're supposed to do. Of course, we talked about price gouging and things like that. That's also an activity that's less desirable that Jews historically have been involved in. Other things like smuggling, big-time smuggling. Again, these are all crimes which typically people don't get hurt. There's no violence involved in these crimes. There's no physical crime. Well, you get hurt financially, to be sure, but there's no one gets bludgeoned. Smuggling, of course, the huge Jewish industry during the Prohibition era. So many Jews were involved in bringing spirits down here into this country. But less well known Jewish involvement in prostitution, which was especially significant at the turn of the 20th century here in America. As it is a crime that is associated very much with powerlessness, because women coming to this country in particular is involved a very large number of Jewish prostitutes in Lower East Side, for example, because they're coming down to America. Sometimes they're abandoned by their husbands. Sometimes they come over here to try to find their husbands who are abandoned them. And it's a world in which women have very little recourse to higher education, to higher paying jobs, and so on. Not like today when women get paid at least 75 cents on the dollar. And that was kind of a. Oh, I just got it. And I say it's not fair. And that's the way it is. And that's why they are in college and they change the world. But Elisa is going to change the world, right? Yeah, absolutely. You're going to change the world. Your daughters will not have to live through the things you do. But anyway, returning to the Baha'u'llah prostitution, Jews were involved in this crime as well. Again, it's a kind of a white-collar crime because no one gets, well, you know, I don't follow that argument. I'm going to edit that out. It's not nice, but it leads us specifically to our heroine, Sarah Bernhardt, whose mother was a courtesan. Her name is Julie. She was known popularly as Yule. She was from a lower middle-class Jewish background. I believe her father, that is Sarah's grandfather, was a pharmacist, but she turned to the night. And I was explaining to my students today, the courtesan is not a simple streeter. It's not someone who meets total strangers in the street and sells herself at a very low cost. The courtesan is like a high-class service, a certain number of male clients that would have specific appointments with her, and they would, reimburse her for her service, typically with a monthly stipend that would support, an apartment and all kinds of cost of living sort of things. So it was something considerably higher level. Someone's texting you? I'm texting you in the middle of the class. I don't know where you put your The most fun thing is when we're driving, and she's just got her permit now, so I have to sit in the shotgun seat when she drives. And whenever her phone rings with a text, I like to answer it. I write back to her friends, never text me again. I hate you. Okay, so her mother was a courtesan who made her living her entire life from these kinds of relationships. And it's quite likely that Sarah's unknown father was one of her clients who came to her on a on a regular basis. Yes.
I'm not even telling you information. I'm not even asking you to subscribe.
There's no way to tell. They don't look very similar.
It's really saying, please subscribe. That's overtly saying, please
Her
subscribe.
Sarah was the eldest, shown here. His middle sister Jean was the favored daughter by far, and Sarah's mother was not shy of sharing that with her daughters at all. She often wished that Sarah and the youngest daughter, Regine, would simply go away and she and Jean would live alone together. And in fact, that's precisely what she did with them. Sarah was hacked off to various homes. She ended up living with a governess, which was also paid for by one of her mother's clients, and then to a boarding school. And her youngest daughter, Regine, unfortunately they all went into at one degree or another the same line of work as their mother, but Regine had a very hard time of it, contracted some venereal diseases and ultimately died, possibly related to a morphine overdose at the age of 23. She was Sarah's favorite, and Sarah was well known for protecting Regine from all kinds of abuses. There was one famous scene when Sarah was a junior actress, I believe it was in the Comédie Française, and one of the senior actresses said something insulting to Regine in her typical way, slapped the older actress across the face and called her a stupid cow. And in French, I think it was une vache du pays, which has even greater ring to it. That just added to Sarah's fame, and we'll talk about that in a second. Her childhood, though, was very unhappy. Her mother was constantly dumping her on distant relatives or a governess, which was one of the closest she was ever to in her entire life. And she would come by every few months or so just for a very short visit, might only last a few days. The young Sarah's reaction to her mother's frequent and short visits, kind of hysterical demonstrate abandonment, where, for example, on one occasion she dove out a second-story window after her mother was departing. On another occasion, she threw herself as if to hold her back, but her mother apparently had very little pity for her and wished to remain primarily with the second daughter, Jean, and Sarah was left to fend for herself. One might, engage in some armchair psychoanalysis to imagine what kind of effect this had on her as an adult. Okay, so her at one point, and she was a troublesome child. She was very argumentative, a bit like Trotsky that we talked about last week, prone to get physical with other kids, very unlikely to accept authority simply for the sake of its being authority. And so one of her mother's lovers suggested that they pack her off to a convent. And by the way, I should mention, of course, that everyone knew that Eula was Jewish, and of course Sarah was Jewish. They referred to themselves as, well, in the press later, Sarah was always referred to as the Jewess. I think, not really sure, but the impression I get is that this added a certain level of exoticism to their trade. That they could say they weren't simply, good Catholic girls. They came from some sort of Oriental stock, and that perhaps drove up the price some. At any rate, this didn't matter at all. They shipped her off to a convent called Grandchamp, 16, just shortly after she left the convent. And she turns out she liked it a lot. She fell in love with the Mother Superior, who first met her, gave her a small garden of her own, and that was something that gave Sarah a level of rudeness and a level of domesticity that she had never enjoyed in her life before. And she determined that she would in fact become a nun herself. With tremendous irony considering the trajectory of her later career. One must bear in mind, by the way, that convents then, and perhaps now I'm not really familiar with them, but convents were not necessarily places where young Catholic nuns were trained. They were boarding schools where upper middle class girls from all backgrounds could come and get an all girls education, so on. So she took it very seriously. obviously, and she ended to become a nun. However, she was later to Paris, and where she was exposed for the first time to a theatrical production, and she was amazing. She to become a nun, where Restream from der Fenster gave up on them, and she decided she wanted to become an actress. Again, one of her mother's loyal clients offered to pay the tuition and pulled a few strings to get her a place in La Comédie Française, which was the best acting school in Paris at the time. Questions or distractions, anything like that? Yes, Mr. Kahlo.
Recording how they started. As technology evolved, they also started using telephone calls and internet surveys and social media data. They found that generally speaking, the longer a group of people has been living somewhere and speaking, the more dense the linguistic variation.
That's very charitable, and you see what fine person you are, Mr. Kahlo, to view this with somebody. But if I treated my kids with half that degree of neglect, I couldn't live with myself. No, she didn't. She didn't grow up in the street. She grew up. She went to a private school. All those kind of things. Yes, Mr. This was in a suburb of Paris. I'm not sure what the name was, but it was something like, I imagine, about 25 side of Paris. She was a young girl spending all her time in the convent. Yes, so hard.
Those assets challenge videos you may have watched usually use a list of words from a study from 2003. I've experienced variations.
Her mother's support system was quite
Wisconsin, my own and that's when I moved to where the people here didn't know about, and I had to learn to call it water. When I'm on the phone with my family in Wisconsin, I switch right back to bubbler and bay instead of.
There were lots of aunts that were involved at one point or another, but maybe I'm less charitable because if you read the kind of things she said to Sarah, and making it very clear that Sarah was some kind of mistake, that she regretted, and this went on in all of Sarah's life, no matter what kind of level of success she achieved. She would like have a big theatrical performance, her mother would show up late and leave in the middle of the first act, and Sarah would be like terrified because it's so bad, she would constant refrain for it. She's got, I guess, what they call mommy issues. It could be. I can't say anything else. I'm going to go back to the lecture though, because I'm not sure how to. I didn't read enough on it. So her career in her early stages was not auspicious. She did get leading roles right away, of course, and her performances were by her reviewers. And let's also bear in mind that the period we're talking about now, which is the 1870s, there's no entertainment besides the stage. There's no radio, there's no television, there's no movies. And so the life of the theater was really the major venue of entertainment for urban dwellers of Europe at the time. And the shows that we put on, sometimes 2 or 3 matinees a day, and 1 or 2 evening shows, this would be mass entertainment for at least the middle ground class and up. So it was central to the life of the Parisian world at the time. During this time, she was making a lot of money. She was able to add to her income through plying the trade that her mother had pioneered for her. She had several associates who were willing to support her in her endeavors, paying her expenses and so on. And it was at this time that she bore a child, her only child, a son named Maurice, who was born when she was 20 years old. And just to look ahead a little bit to what kind of character she was fascinating. She never, even though when she was extremely famous and had all kinds of, like, everyone was sort of just wink and understand what happened, but she never resorted to any kind of artifice. She referred to herself always as, when she was introduced, as Mademoiselle Effie. Mademoiselle, of course, like señorita, means unmarried younger woman. And this is my son. And she was perfect. She never tried to say madame. I don't know if twice she said madame, and it'll be fine. But she said, no, mademoiselle, I've never married. By the way, this is my son. So here she is with her son Maurice, who depended on him on her all his life. That I didn't know. Now I'm in trouble. Look, no Wikipedia during media class. That will get me in so much trouble with Wikipedia facts. I should confiscate also. Okay, so that's so far we're telling the story of a inconsequential actor with a somewhat shady nightlife and a troubled childhood. Things changed dramatically for her during the Franco-Prussian War. And it turned out that Sarah Bernhardt earned a tremendous and deserved reputation as a staunch French patriot. She convinced the owner of the theater, it was the Odeon at that point that she was signed to, which was closed because of the hostilities. She convinced him to open it up for wounded soldiers. He agreed, and she had posters made up, plastered them all over town with her name on it, saying that any wounded soldiers or even civilians, because Paris itself was bombed during that war, shelled during that war, they could come for treatment at the Odeon Theater. And it was well used, unfortunately, and she was personally attending to the wounded and going around town collecting supplies, enrolling people to give over supplies to feed the wounded and so on. And she got a reputation really as a social worker of types, and in a very patriotic sense.
This study found a way out of the
Yes, you're right. She also was very much involved in creating an early ambulance service. Obviously, it was horse-drawn and so on, but yeah. So she gained a tremendous amount of reputation for all of this activity. And when the war was ultimately over, she emerged as one of the local heroines of the movement. To tie her French patriotism with her acting career and her talent, and that's when her career really begins to take off. Tell you a little bit about her acting style. Her voice was called silvery, which was actually not a it was considered a weak and early, and had a treble to it that was not appreciated, but she had tremendous depth of emotion in her expression. Her diction was excellent, and one of the things that she broke away from was that the acting styles of the day were extremely rigid and formulaic. So, for example, as Anton Chekhov, who remarked on the theater at the same time, he remarked with disdain that if there was a drawing room scene, he could tell you exactly where the two sofas would be placed and how often they would cross their legs and how often someone would put his hat down and then would get up and walk around, how they would express surprise by putting their hands to their forehead, all kinds of rigid, almost Asian style acting with all these specific gestures to convey emotion and so on. And Sarah simply rejected all of that. She was an early, almost a kind of a method actor, simply making up as she went along, deeply investing herself in the part and not resorting to any of these kind of tricks of the trade. She was famous especially for extremely long, drawn-out, dramatic death scenes, which involved a lot of wailing and crawling about, and strange contortions. So that, I think, if we were to see those nowadays, you can only read them in description. You can imagine that they would be overblown. But in Sarah's day, it was something that was really quite novel and unique, and people felt the drama of her action. She was considered almost anorexic in how thin she was, and I couldn't find it on the web, although Gottlieb has a few examples in his book of caricatures of her from the day, and she appears stick thin in the caricatures. Although we can see from the photograph she's certainly thin, but she does not appear, amazingly thin. This is something, by the way, we're speaking about with students today, that over the last 50 years, I'm sure you're familiar with this, but the measurements of leading ladies are thinner and thinner every 5-10 years. We have kind of a highly distorted idea of what is the body type today. She also questioned.
Started looking at it deeply. We could do a whole series about hundreds of varieties.
That's that yes. She's quite happy in the 80s. And that was extremely uncomfortable. She's playing a man. You occasionally see men playing women, already from Shakespearean time and onwards, but for her to play a man's role, and such a major role, Hamlet is the actor's role, it was really quite astounding. She often liked to dress in men's clothing. We'll talk about her fashion sense shortly. And I got a question all the way from the back, Mr. Alexander.
And to use language as a way of being more compassionate and respectful with each other. Next time, we'll continue learning about the way people talk by looking at the study of speech sounds and the way linguists write them down.
He says in Shakespeare's time, there were no female actors. Absolutely true. Well said, Mr. Abramson. That's brilliant. You must be related to your sister over there, Elise Abramson. Actually, there's a fascinating study that's in the New York Review of Books a few weeks ago that calculates how many young men were in the Globe Theater at any one time, because Shakespeare often wrote his plays specifically for the actors that he had to work with. And so if he couldn't have, let's say, one male younger actor with female parts, they would never be in the same scene, and they have to separate the scenes by enough time so they can do costume changes. And you can analyze all these. But let's go back. She had several idiosyncrasies. One of the things that she did was she had a custom of forming a romantic relationship with every male lead that she played opposite. And it was like, some people collect postage stamps, collected leading men. And this even included, it included even fathers and sons. Sometimes if you had a multi-generation family and acting, and this was just something about her, and I can give you a lot more salacious details, but I know I'm going to put this on the web, so you'll have to read copies for some of the details. But of all her idiosyncrasies, perhaps the most well-known is her coffin, which she used to carry around with her whenever she went on tour, and she would sleep in a coffin at night. There are a lot of questions one can ask about it. This particular photograph got legal points that she kept the coffin as sort of a keepsake. She didn't actually sleep in it, but at one point, a maidservant sometime came into the room when she happened to be lying down in it because she had given her bed to someone else, and the maidservant was shocked, and Bernhardt got the idea, so she called in a photographer, and she posed for this photograph and allowed it to circulate to specifically generate even more buzz about her own personal proclivities and so on. And it worked. I mean, people talk about such things because they're fascinated with this amazing actress who sleeps in a coffin every night. And this gets to a theme that I really wanted to develop a little bit in a few minutes, the idea of celebrity. Like nowadays, when we have, what exactly is, and I ask the students today, I'll ask you as well, what exactly is a celebrity?
Describing all these systems in detail.
Very good, excellent, very good. Who is famous for being famous? We follow them, right? Like the Twitter followers. Emulate, maybe, I'm not sure I want to do it, but when you think about it, before people like Sarah Bernhardt, I don't believe you had celebrities. It's a phenomenon of the new media, phenomenon of mass culture. Before you had people who were famous, but they're typically famous for doing something. A Nobel Prize for that later, but being a great doctor or a great lawyer or anything. Nowadays, we have many examples. I won't mention them on name because they have very expensive lawyers working for them. But we have one in our contemporary culture who are famous just for being famous. They don't actually contribute anything to the quality of our lives except by their very existence, and we're fascinated with what they do. No, I think, really definable reason. And they will go on and they will do outrageous things like have romantic dance and make sure that the videotape gets onto the web, or get married for brief periods of time, or say totally outrageous, offensive things, or, burst on stage and steal awards away from other singers who win because they think another singer would be better. You can use your imagination. What did those people actually do? What did they give to us? How did they benefit our lives? Nothing. Garnished. Yet, we follow them because they are celebrities. And I think Sarah is one of the major factors in starting this trend of creating, the fame through notoriety. Okay. Yes, please.
It's not most varieties of English, but it's the sound of the Scottish clock or the Spanish jalapeno. Now try this one. Put your hand on your neck and make the sound and then turn it into a z.
I think that's
Not belonging for
Stay in the same position.
it could be. I don't recall ever reading anything about her participation in a salon. Like you remember the lecture on Rachel Van Happen, we talked about the role of the salon. I'm sure, however, she was the topic of discussion at hundreds, thousands of salons. And maybe by keeping herself separate, that's another way to generate more heat and light. She had a favorite photographer, Felix Nadar. I had one photograph from her earlier. There's only one painting that I'm really familiar with, and I can't remember the artist, so I can't really answer that question effectively. But I have a great picture of the famous Bat hat over here. And you look at the sense of fashion was amazing. Like, this is actually a hat with a stuffed bat on top of it. And this is typical of her fashion sense. Like, extreme. You think we have extreme celebrities today. Lady Gaga, right? Dressing in meat, right? She was something like that, right? So this is the Lady Gaga of the 19th century. She was known for completely rejecting all sensibilities of fashion of the day. She never followed fashion. She literally created fashion. And she would wear outrageous. I don't know if this really took off at the time, but she, for example, she had no interest in horizontal belts. She used to wear things with horizontal belts. She felt that was an absurd piece of clothing, and so she preferred lots of dangling beads and things like that. Often headdresses with shoulder beads and things like that. And in this kind of mode of, the world really revolves around me and the things that I want, which I think was very calculated. Not so much as she was an egocentrist, but very much calculated to generate more of that celebrity. More of that kind of thing by showing just how outrageous she was prone to having tantrums, resigning on the spot, disappearing from theaters, very, very unpredictable in terms of her work ethic. That all redounded really to her fame. When she went to London on one of her world tours, she was unhappy with some of the arrangements that were made for her, and so she skipped off. She simply ditched a lot of the performances. And then after the tour was over, she calculated the gross 3 months that she had not appeared in every performance, and she was able to calculate exactly how many more pounds she was worth to the theater by showing that when she performed, she made the theater a lot more money. It's kind of calculated unpredictability that she maximized to market her brand. A diva. I think she is the ultimate diva of business. So let's pause a little bit and think about this idea of celebrity-ness and Jews in the 19th century. This is a picture of her, once again, challenging the norms of the day, wearing a somewhat male pantsuit to shock. It was definitely very shocking in the 1890s. So there's to think about it structurally for a minute. If you imagine that the Jews, in France, they achieved emancipation outright. One fell swoop, very closely related. The revolution was in 1789, where they proclaimed equality for all. The Jews, the Sephardi Jews of Bordeaux, because they were very assimilated and acculturated to French norms, They were given equal rights confirmed in 1790, and then after much debate, the Ashkenazi Jews, much more Germanic, Yiddish-speaking, traditionally pious, were given emancipation in 1791. And that was it. There was really no more debate. A little bit of frustration during the period of Napoleon that I think we discussed in the previous class, but basically Jews were emancipated firmly by 1791 in France. Germany, much more difficult. There was a back and forth, a couple of moments where emancipation was given. The upheavals of 1848 meant it away, given once again, and so on. But when the Jews were finally emancipated throughout Europe, by the last quarter of the 19th century, you see, in my humble opinion, two distinct phenomena emerging. One phenomenon is, and this is the dominant trend, that Jews strove for compliance with general social norms. They sought to acculturate and even to assimilate. Meaning, with the outright gift of emancipation, most Jews tried to fit in. Most Jews tried to become deserving of what was given to them in these legal rights. And then a small minority said, well, you know, if we are equal citizens, if we can do whatever we want, then there was no reason for us to try and pass. There's no reason for us not to be, so to speak, out of the closet and behave however we want. I think Sarah Bernhardt, belongs to Slider Kelly. Let me give you one metaphor that seems to work pretty well with my students this afternoon. I have two of my kids in the audience, so I have to be careful what I say here. But let's say, for example, I'm not going to put you on the spot, you don't have to answer. But let's say, for example, my wife and I were just to say to our kids, you guys are on your own, no more rules. You can do whatever you want. Would they do everything? They get in trouble. But what would they do with it? I mean, thank God we have an 8-year-old, a 10-year-old, 13-year-old, 6-year-old at home. We also got a 19 and 20-year-old out of the house. So what would the younger kids do with that freedom? I would give them the same stuff I give them now. They got a board. Chances are, we argued that for the first little while, they would stay up a little later, maybe. They would skip school or something. But after a certain period of time, no, I'm not giving you any ideas, Alex. What did you say? All the world, yeah. No, you're going to be in the Sarah Bernhardt category. But after a little while, they would realize it's no fun ditching school every day. They'd rather go back and learn something with their friends. And their bedtimes would kind of settle down to something more or less what it is now. They would sort of look at my wife and I as models of how we're supposed to behave, sort of fit in with most of them. But there are a couple of them, Alexander is certainly one of them, it might be in this rebellion. We'd say, okay, Dad, I can really want, I'm taking the car keys, okay? Little Mazda took it up on me. And the Jews in the 19th century, when they realized that it was real, most strove to kind of fit and not stand out. Small minority took it back much more so than the Jews and said, well, I'm going to push the envelope and I'm going to try the most extreme. Okay, I got Joe and then a couple of She was never ashamed of her Jewish background. She refers to herself as the Jewess, but she called herself a Catholic. She also called it an atheist, but she insisted on Catholic last rites. Yeah. I don't think she took it seriously one way or the other. Sorry. Maybe I should refine that. Yeah, let me refine that. What I mean is, like, we really have, traditionalist Jews who are, observant of the halacha and the way that was kind of that day. And I'm not talking about those who remain traditionalists. I think that most Jews try to conform to larger society's norms of that ideal class. So in other words, they might not, immediately convert to Lutheranism, but they would say, our non-Jewish neighbors up the street, they have, they wear white gloves on Saturday and Sunday, so I guess we should wear white gloves as well. They're like, they would try to, nowadays what the Joneses have, they would try to model themselves after non-Jewish society and not necessarily look inward to Jewish society for their values. That's what I'm trying to argue.
Between them is how close your tongue is to the root mouth. For the E, the tongue is very high, close to the root mouth. And the jaw is closed. While for A,
I'm not sure. I think you have the development of a liberal bourgeoisie in the Jewish world that is really the majority trend. I don't have data to prove this. It's just my accumulated anecdotal sense. No, that's for sure. Everybody's rebelling. But there's like a quiet rebellion where you're just ignoring it. I don't know. That's definitely not true. They're leaving. Just that some of them are leaving faster than others. I don't think I expressed that very well at all. I'll keep it in the tape anyway, so you get the historical reality. Her son is basically following her around. He tries various careers, not with too much success, and he ends up basically financially dependent on him all her life. So he's hanging around. He's always in the rings with her. Okay. Now, I want to sort of summarize up her life in one way with her personal motto, as Dolly puts it. The phrase calm, which is difficult to translate well to English. Difficult to translate calm means like when, and then means same. So when the same. If I were to translate this in my children's lexicon, then it would probably be the word whatever. Yeah, that term, right? Whatever. Combat means like, nevertheless, I don't care. It's all the same. I'll do what I want. All that kind of emotion wrapped into one. It's like tant pis is a similar kind of phrase that she used often. Combat is the way she lives her life. She has no regard for societal convention and no regard for what people thought of her. She did exactly what she wanted to do in life and lived in that sense a very actualized life where she followed her own distinct path. She would often revise her own autobiography to conform to whatever particular model of her self-image pertained at the time. She never married except for later in life when she became infatuated with a Greek actor who really didn't care for her very much. And she forced him into marriage for reasons that are not clear, but she just developed a kind of a shigayon for this particular individual. And they had a very unhappy marriage where he cheated on her regularly and was very vocal and open about it. As part of the whole celebrity building image, I don't know. But in the result, he died of premature death. He was about 36 years old of a morphine overdose as well. Morphine was obviously a very popular drug in those days.
What's she doing, Ben? What's she doing, Ben?
The contortion and the emotion conveyed in these kinds of movies. In 1900, she continued to play the stage to the very end of her life, well into her 70s, including a long period of time after 1905 when she fell and had a terrible accident injuring her leg. The leg became gangrenous and had to be amputated, but she continued to perform first with a prosthetic limb, and then later simply without the prosthetic limb at all. And people who saw her perform were actually amazed to hear that she was not even wearing the prosthesis. And she somehow managed to move around adequately and relied on her other talents as an actress and a singer to carry across the world. She ended her life with many tours into the States and throughout Europe, and her fame was certainly undiminished even in her age when she was to transition into the new film medium. So, I think this is the penultimate slide. Yes, the penultimate slide, which is important for us. And I just want to remark on one more idea. This is a thesis that was pioneered by a sociologist named Thomas Cudahy in a work called The Ordeal of Civility, if I remember correctly. And the question is, why is it? And why is it? Okay. The question is, why that so many Jews during this time achieve such amazing levels of fame in their respective fields? Why is it that you have, most of Jewish history, you have Jews who contribute very actively and deeply to eternal Jewish culture. So you got Rashi, you go on, you can find hundreds of Jews who contribute to Jewish culture. And you find only a very, very small minority of Jews contribute to Jewish culture and non-Jewish culture, like the Shmuel HaNagid, the Rambam. We talked about several of those in the first time. But in the 19th century, you have this new phenomenon of Jews who abandon their traditional Jewish identity and make incredible contributions, centuries-lasting contributions to outside society. People like Freud, Marx, Einstein, Levi-Strauss, on with dozens of people. It's amazing. It's like they're aliens from another planet who are dropped into European society and make contributions far beyond their numbers. So why is this so? What creates this pattern? So Cudahy argued that it had a lot to do with the political dynamics of emancipation specifically. And he argued for, in Germany in particular, for the 19th century, as Jews are always struggling and not succeeding to get emancipation, they're always like on the outside of society looking in. They're almost not quite. If you want, it's kind of like if you're at a cocktail party and there's a group of people there that you'd like to be friendly with, but you don't really have an entree to the group, so you sort of stand on the outside and you're not quite included, but you're listening to their conversation. So because you have this feeling of being without, you are not invested in the conversation, you are a unattached observer, and you're therefore able to actually make a more well-balanced assessment of what it is they're actually saying. A social critic of that conversation. So Cudahy argued that people like Freud, Marx, and so on, because they are held out, or even if they only imagine that they were held from the benefits of membership in Europeans, they were able to be much more acute observers that society meant. This, ironically, this energy of trying to escape Judaism and trying to get into a thing that they're not quite admitted to, creates that kind of dynamic tension that ultimately results in phenomenal creative triumphs. It's kind of like you can imagine that you've got a spring, if you imagine Jewish culture, it's kind of like a spring-loaded jack-in-the-box, and they're just waiting and waiting to release. Finally, when someone hits the top, the spring jumps out, and the trajectory of that spring presents their contribution to outside, but it also means that they're leaving the box at the same time. It's very rare to have someone stay and still make that representation of the outside world. So in conclusion, I'm really grateful that we're at the end of this class. It's a hard one for me. Next week's going to be a little bit easier about Sarah Schneemer, which is a totally different topic that we'll be speaking more about women and education in the Jewish world in particular. But when we reflect on the life of Sarah Bernhardt, we see the creation of, I would like to argue, of a grand type. The celebrity that we, of course, are dating with today in our country, and a lot of it owing to the unique life and times of Sarah Bernhardt, the divine Sarah. Thank you for your attention and indulgence.
I'm Taylor, and welcome to Crash Course Linguistics. Could you get me a glass of water? What if I asked you for water? Like some people, but certainly not me, pronounce it. For other people, that T in the middle of the word can become
Okay. I'm already on the camera now. Great. Opening joke. Sorry, I had to step outside because I forgot to download it from the cloud onto my computer. So I was standing outside using the Wi-Fi from the mall next door too. And I had a joke in my head. Got it. Oh yes, I remember that. So it's a joke I told last semester, and I hope that you've all forgotten it. But it has to do with the theme of tonight's lecture, which is we'll see about the assimilation that occurred in early 19th century Germany, a very, very important element, disturbing element in the history of Jews in Europe. As you can see, the crowd is kind of withering because a lot of people have gone up north for the season, but we still have a massive internet audience. So to all of you who've gone up north, and to all of you all around the world, in the Philippines and Turkey and everywhere else, but people watch us. I'm not joking. There are actually people in Turkey who watch my lectures. Hello. Okay, so anyways, here's a joke. There's a guy who joined a restricted country club. Do you remember this joke? I did tell it last semester. I'll tell it again. Just laugh really loud because a few people in here are changes. He wants to get in, but when he goes to line to get into the club, the owner says, or the general manager says, listen, I'm sorry, Mr. Goldstein, I hope you realize that we are a restricted country club. We have a very special clientele. I just don't think you fit in here. And he says, well, you know, what does it take to get in? I certainly have the wherewithal, the membership dues, things like that. I can show you my portfolio. This is aggressive, but you know, we cater to a certain type of person, and I don't think you'd really be comfortable here. So he says, well, what does it take? He says, well, first of all, you have to have a sponsor. Someone who is currently a member has to sponsor you. So he says, well, people who are members here? I said, sure. And he brings out the membership list, looks down the list, Abercrombie and Barclay and Cohen. Oh, perfect. So he says, I'm going to go over to Rep Paul and I'm going to say, listen, can you sponsor me to enter this country club? So he leaves the office and he drives over to Cohen's house, knocks on the door, big mansion. Cohen opens the door and says, Shalom Aleichem, Red Youth. My name is Goldstein, and I'd like to join Flaming Crosses Country Club. And I was hoping that you would sponsor me. And Cohen says, this is very careful, Mr. Goldstein. I am a Presbyterian. And my father was a Presbyterian. And even my grandfather, Oliver Shalom, was also a Presbyterian. The laughter is really much louder. Okay, here we go. Let's tonight's lecture is about Raphael Wagner, a very significant character as an emblem, really, of some profound and sometimes also disturbing social trends in 19th century Europe. You'll get a sense from the lecture that, in fact, this is not a Saturday morning sermon. In many ways, this is going to be difficult and problematic. Maybe that's why we have a thinner audience today. But it nevertheless addresses issues that first seriously arose at the beginning of the 19th century and continue to play the Jewish world today. Thank Mr. Eliezer Hermes for sponsoring today's lecture. We really appreciate the support. Being here is sponsorship enough. We love it. But for those of you who are up in New York and New Jersey enjoying the fair weather there, we certainly encourage you to sponsor. I think we have 3 or maybe 4 of the most lectures left that are not sponsored. And otherwise, we're great. Okay. Her dates are 1771 to 1833. She lived the entirety of her life in Berlin, with the exception of some traveling in the region of North Germany. Her most important claim to fame, and this is on a global level, and she's much better known perhaps in German history than she is in Jewish history, is that she maintained one of the 19th century most significant salons. I'll spend some time in the lecture talking about what a salon actually is and what it meant to German culture, but that is primarily her most significant contribution to world culture. But at the same time, although she was of Jewish origin, she ultimately converted to Christianity, like many of her peers, and in fact, she could not wait to shed the burden of Judaism and join generic culture in a Christian mold. So we have to explore exactly what was and why that trend continues to today, and what perhaps are the answers and the challenges to meeting that difficulty. what I'd like to say at the outset is that, if we were to be parachuted into early 19th century Germany, and we would go into a large city like Berlin, and you would see young Jewish people who were thinking about conversion to Christianity, the correct question not be why would they do it. The correct question would be why not? Why should they not? The pressure to convert to Christianity was overwhelming. It was not a coercive pressure, but some kind of it was a vacuum that was sucking into the outside world because there was very little in the Jewish world to hold them back to their traditional ancient values and beliefs. The rabbinic establishment has by and large failed the youth of that period to invest in them a sense of the value of Jewish culture and tradition. They found it desiccated and without meaning, and when into the outside world they saw only opportunity and possibility, and it was merely a small meaningless ritual of baptism that kept them from joining the larger stream, the larger current, shall we say, of world culture and participating in all of the exciting things that were happening out there. We, sitting here in a synagogue in the late 21st century, are the survivors of that phenomenon. And for us, because of our perspective, it looks so alien. In fact, it says, why would you want to do that? Such a betrayal of thousands of years of Jewish history, so many generations of Jews. But in reality, if we were to put ourselves properly in that historical context, the choice would have been clear, and it was clear for many Jews at the time. We represent what many sociologists call the heart of the core, as the periphery becomes much more diffuse, as the outsides of the population become less entrenched in core values, they tend to fritter away, and the people who remain towards the center, kind of centrifugal force, centripetal force, are drawn in closer. So we're kind of in close to the core. We feel the gravity of the Torah. We feel the gravity of the Torah, and we circle. Okay, I can't get to that. But the idea is we stay here, and it's hard for us to understand what's happening on the periphery, but nevertheless, that is really the phenomenon we're going to be looking at. All those Jews at the periphery, and as we shall see, they were the largest part. To put it in historical context, this is an era, which is Western Europe, was exploring the possibility of emancipating Jews. Emancipation essentially referred to the transference of transient status of the Jews, which they enjoyed or endured, to citizenship status. Like, for example, I happen to be a Canadian citizen. I hold a green card, so I have certain rights and privileges to live in this country, and I can travel relatively freely in and out of the country, things like that. But, nevertheless, I am still an immigrant, and I could lose those rights, lose those privileges under all kinds of circumstances. I can stay here for a very long time. I have like a year on my card, and I have to renew it and things like that. But that's basically the status of Jews in Europe for 800 years. They were transients, subject to the whim of the ruler. That's an excellent question. I'm going to have some slides on it in about 40 minutes. And they're good slides, and they're things we can do right now. And that's the way the Jews were. So a lot of the states in Europe were exploring ways of perhaps not emancipating the Jews. There were arguments for and against Jews. We look very quickly at each of the countries that were really important. France, the zeitgeist of the revolutionary era, and although when they first proclaimed liberté, égalité, fraternité, liberty, equality, and brotherhood, they didn't think of including the Jews. In fact, they didn't think of including women, and when they were specifically asked by Marie Bouge to include women in that statement, they said, no, that's ridiculous. We're only dealing with men's emancipation. The women's take quite a bit longer to solve. So the Jews put up their hand and said, what about us? And the French Revolution said, wait a second. No, we weren't thinking of you either. But all 2 months, in the year 1709, France emancipated the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne, Sephardic Jews who were really much more acculturated to French society. They were francophones. They dressed like French people. They did not live in such tight little discreet knots like they did in the German border in Alsace-Lorraine. And so they received emancipation in 1790. And 1 year later, in 1791, they extended as well to the much more indigestible mass of Ashkenazi Jews living on the border with Germany with their distinct Yiddish language, not French, with their high concentration in certain areas of the economy, with their distinctive dress and so on. They too were considered French citizens. And ultimately, they confirmed that. 20 years later, there was a challenge to it. Many people in France felt that the Jews were taking advantage of their emancipated status to economically dominate the rest of the population. Their residence rights were limited at this point. They had no discriminatory legislation keeping them within certain economic activities. And as a result, they petitioned Napoleon, who was at that time, I believe he had already claimed himself emperor, or perhaps there for shortly. They said, wait a minute, it was a mistake to emancipate the Jews. So Napoleon, in a very bold move, that the Jews was a symbol, an authoritative body that could answer on behalf of the world. And sometimes it happens, it makes people feel better. Sometimes when, as Rabbi Darrell Weinley never confused Jews with Judaism. Judaism is great, Jews sometimes. So every now and then when a Jew does something wrong, like behaves badly in line or something like that, I feel compelled to go up to the person's defense and say, listen, on behalf of world Jewry, I want to apologize. It makes you feel better. Apologize. We'll edit that part out. So what Napoleon does, he brings together the Great Sanhedrin, and he asks them some very basic questions. The Great Sanhedrin, I should tell you, it was an amazing achievement to bring together this body that had not met since the ancient world. And it was met with some suspicion, but a great deal of enthusiasm in Western Europe as well. It was headed by the great commentator on the Mishnah, David Sinsheim. But the majority of the people who were in the Sanhedrin were actually non-observant. They really wanted emancipation to be confirmed by Napoleon. So he asked them several pointed questions that were designed to try and measure their degree of attachment to the French homeland. He said, for example, do the Jews regard themselves as Frenchmen or something else? And of course he said, well, we regard ourselves as Frenchmen. And then he said, so if we were to get into a war, let's say Germany, the Jews of France would fight for France, right? And they all, as the minutes record, stood at once and they shouted, "Jusqu'à la mort." We'll fight for France to death. Well, it doesn't matter. We will certainly defend France. And then he asked them a couple more questions that are sort of like, a little more ambiguous answers. He asked them, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? And the Sanhedrin says, don't answer. They said yes. They said yes. They sort of said, well, technically, could you repeat the question? They said yes. They said it with a great deal of kind of like padding, saying that we don't recommend it. Yeah, cross your hands from the back. It's not acknowledged and not encouraged, but if a French man marries a French woman, then we not have the power to dissolve that relationship. Why would they say yes to such an obvious no answer? Exactly. They knew what Napoleon wanted to hear. They knew that Napoleon wanted to hear. Exactly. We knew what answer Napoleon wanted, and I said, yes, no, it can't, yeah, okay, and we gave it away to him. And Napoleon said, fine, so you guys, I'm not going to listen to the critics, and your emancipation is confirmed. Put in place some anti-Semitic legislation at that point, which is larger than our discussion for now, but nevertheless, that confirmed emancipation, and in many ways, the faithful answers of the Assembly of Notables, later known as Sanhedrin, charged the way in which Jews would carve out their existence to mix them. Charted the way the Jews would sail their existence through modern states. Here's a picture. Here, kind of Suzanne garb and kind of a ground of ancient Israel with the menorah and the Judean hills in the background. And he is, like Caesar, lift a smaller woman who represents him from the ground. She's holding the 10 tablets. She's looking longingly complexion, where the critics here of the church and other movements are all telling Napoleon, no, you can't do that. You can't do Judaism. Allow Judaism to fade away into the distant past. Napoleon, on the other hand, views himself as very heroic and as a coin minted for this occasion, which is, I could not find a copy of it on the internet to show you, but it has Napoleon literally as Moses giving the 10 Commandments to his, No, well, the Catholics are entirely different situation because France is dominantly Catholic, and he has his own Catholic Church. He wants to control it. But the Jews were the most against the non-Christian minority. This week, after his trip to Egypt, I believe it's not possible. He definitely had a lot of respect for. Okay, Austria, a little different. This happens to be I couldn't think of a good picture to put here. This is from an Austrian anti-Semitic cartoon from 1918. Totally out of context, but it shows like kind of the real Jewish conspiracy here. Austria goes another route. Austria will not confer citizenship on its Jewish citizens. They don't really have citizenship for anybody. They only have subject status. However, the Austrians confirm the permanency of Jewish residence by promoting something called the Edict of Toleration. And that was 10 years before, sorry, it was about 10 years before the Jews were emancipated fully in France. The Jews in Austria were given the right to dwell permanently and basically equal treatment under the law, which was a huge thing for Austrian Jews. They did not enjoy that in Russia. But that's essentially what we want. I mean, here again, I'm a Canadian, I have a green card, but if someone takes a baseball bat and smashes up my car, if I go to the court system, I will have, at least in theory, the same protections as if I were a citizen, because I'm legally in this country and therefore I should have the same protections of law. That's essentially what the state used in Austria. So it was a little bit easier. Russia had a terrible time with it. Jews equal status until 1917, and that was only because the Romanov Empire fell and a new government took its place. They abolished the Pale of Settlement and so on, but Russia basically tried to hold the line with a very medieval attitude right up until the 20th century. With all kinds of absurdities like a state prosecution of the blood libel in the Bayless trial of 1911. So this was really the last holdup of Europe. But what we have to concentrate on is Germany. Germany is one of the most problematic states vis-a-vis emancipation. They neither held their ground like Russia and tried to introduce the medieval world, nor did they Russia head into emancipation like France, nor did they find an easy compromise like Austria did. Germany wrestled with the idea of emancipation for 100 years, going back and forth, heavily affected by the French invasions during the Napoleonic era, also during the Revolution of 1848, and they could not determine, as a larger society against the country at this point, could not come to terms with what to do with their significant Jewish population who were concentrated in the cities. In some of the larger cities, Jews were as much as 30% of the population. That's a very significant element, and we didn't have to deal with it. We spoke in the class on Rabbi Hirsch about the Jewish response attempting to slavishly imitate German values and German norms in order to demonstrate to the Germans that Jews were deserving of emancipation. But that's not the story that we're going to explore today. On this is a 1920 anti-Semitic book cover. The title reads "The Sin Against the Blood a novel of the times by Dr. Arthur Dinto, and it shows the Aryan man, Pierre Fuller, and so on, and the Jewish vulture who's weighing him down and will eventually feed on his carcass. So it's a novel that speaks about, or not really a novel, even though he calls it a roman. It's a book that speaks to the German fears of eventual Jewish domination. It's something that we'll explore in a later class when we talk about Hannah Shemesh. So let's get past this for a second. How did Jews relate to it? The Haskalah, which we touched on briefly in the lecture on Rav Hirsch, there's a significant difference between how the Haskalah was implemented in Western Europe as opposed to Eastern Europe. Haskalah, you recall, is the modernizing movement within Judaism, of trying to take Judaism and make it more adaptable to the modern world. How that was expressed in Western Europe, it was openly assimilationist. Many Maskilim themselves took the final step of converting to Christianity and urging their followers to do so, whereas in Eastern Europe, meaning basically Poland and to a certain degree parts of Hungary, they did not become assimilationists. They generally, some exceptions maybe with Poland, they would try to change Jewish culture in either a Zionist or a socialist direction. Very different kind of approach. In Western Europe, they advocated linguistic vernacular, German in our context. In Eastern Europe, they really pressed the use of Russian or Polish. Again, Polish is a little bit different. They did not push Russian for sure. They advocated Jews becoming proficient in modern Hebrew or the standardization of a literary Yiddish. We will talk about these. We'll have to face that with the Shalom Aleichem. In Western Europe, there are many leading non-Jewish intellectuals like Christian Wilhelm von Bohm, one of the most important of this period, who advocated for the Jews and argued that Jews should be granted equal status. In Eastern Europe, none of that was happening. There were not similar figures who were supporting the Jews. We're concentrating on Western Europe for today. Yes?
Did the Western European Jews assimilate, but at the same token try to keep their Jewish or Jewishness of themselves?
There's a spectrum. There's really a spectrum here. There are some who abandoned Judaism entirely and wanted to totally bury any kind of memory of the Jewish background. Others wanted to keep a Yiddish account to things, and others really tried to keep Judaism in its integral form, as we discussed in the lecture on Rav Hirsch, but adapt the externalities. You don't have a significant ultra-Orthodox population in Germany where they're trying to deny modernity, but those are basically the ranges. The opposition to emancipation comes from the outside. Fears that the Jews, if they were emancipated, would constitute an état dans l'état, a state within a state, because they are such a well-organized people. They could network so effectively and economically, could form monopolies and eventually fix prices and things like that. This early idea, the early form of racism called Völkism, which is basically a proto-racism where the Germans believed that there was a certain natural quality to the quote-unquote German soul, and Jews did not participate in that, and they wanted to exclude them from those sort of things. And general fears of Jewish domination, particularly in the culture, where Jews were very active in literature, the arts, and so on. This is an interesting joke postcard, and to submit it from, and it shows a relational difference between German Jewish father and mother, whose children are of an age where they're just beginning to learn courtly dancing. And this is something that father and mother never did, but they dressed their children up in the latest non-Jewish fashion. You can see his sisters are still hanging out over here, but they look quite awkward trying to dance. That's the joke of this picture. They don't look graceful. They look rather simian in appearance and form, all angled, the heavy nose, the ragged hair, and things like that. And the message of this kind of postcard, of which there are hundreds of examples, are the Jews may look like they're trying to fit in, but there's no way they'll fit in. They're always going to be maladroit. They're always going to be, inept at things that are truly German because they don't have it in their blood. They can't do it. Okay, last contextual slide. We come to the aspect of gender emancipation. I've already discussed how, in general, franchised from these movements of the period, even in France, which had the most radical emancipation movement for non-Jews. But Jewish women were quite anxious to find ways to build status in this environment. And one of the ways that's created, and Dr. Varnhagen was extremely important in this, was the establishment of this thing called the salon. The word salon is French for living room, and simply is a sort of a monthly open house that the upper middle class Jewish women, sometimes converted, sometimes on the verge of converting, would have, and they would open their homes to two basic classes of people. They would open their homes to wealthy people in whose society they would like to mix. So it was kind of a social climbing sort of thing. You throw a party and you invite people who had a little more status than you, in the hope you will be included in their circle. And they would also invite up-and-coming young intellectuals, often who had no connection to the intellectual establishment of the era. Meaning they often did not hold university positions, they did not have any established exhibitions of their artwork, things like this. And they were kind of like the entertainment. So you would invite, cutting-edge new poets and artists and literati and journalists, and you bring them to your home, and you also invite these wealthy people whose circle you like to bring together. And there was entertainment for the wealthy and hopefully patronage for the intellectuals at the same time. And they created this environment which is completely separate and really a novum, completely from the established venues of status seeking that are existing today. This was not a university lecture open to the public. This was someone's private home. There was status associated with it. And if you could get the right people, any home would do. So these salons, which were really designed by Jewish women who were seeking status and were blocked other more conventional ways of gaining status, really became the cultural sensation of the first half of the 19th century. And it gave many young intellectuals a start in their careers. Speaking of Varnhagen in particular, if you're familiar with 19th century German history, it's like she has a whole cavalcade of stars to her doors. I think the two most famous, one earlier in her career and one much later in her career, are the great poet and writer Goethe, who was a member of her salon, and much later, the Jewish poet Heinrich Heine, who was also one of the people who crossed her threshold. So that's where she made her major impact in world history. Women and men, absolutely. Yeah, not so full. It's just like okay. So let's talk about Varnhagen in particular. She came from a wealthy background. Her father was a jewel merchant. He afforded his children not too much in the way of a Jewish education. Part of the failure of the Jewish establishment at that time was that people tended to rest on the simple inertia of thousands of years of Jewish culture. They just figured that since I do it, and my father did it, and my grandfather did it, you'll do it too. They'll just keep going because it's always been going, with very little investment in new energy to create education for their children. The sons got a very rudimentary education in what was necessary to maintain real status, how to get an aliyah at shul, that kind of thing, and the daughters got nothing. What made this a little bit worse was that this patriarchal attitude affected Rahel Varnhagen very seriously when her father died. Because according to traditional Jewish practice, the sons inherit, daughters do not inherit when there are sons. I gotta speak carefully because I have my daughter Aliza in the audience right now. But your brothers inherit, not you. Wait a second, it gets worse. And then, if God forbid your mother and I were to pass on, and your 13-year-old brother Alexander becomes, primogenitor, is the first boy, then you would have to ask him for money for your daily upkeep. How do you like that? Is that hand raised in opposition there? Yeah, go ahead. Well, who's even earn the money?
Babies are raised with access to sign language from a young age. They follow the same developmental stages as their hearing cues.
As we are.
From that solid foundation of language they have complete access to,
Okay.
they can learn further languages, including spoken or written language. But because of prejudice against deaf people, some babies are raised without a sign language.
You don't. But if married, there's a separate rule. I'll tell you about that rule later. So before or after the wedding? Yeah, that's right. My ciudadano. Okay, so anyways, what you can do, and what your mother and I have done, by the way, is we can create these things called matana mechayim, a gift while alive, such that our will is set up so that you don't have to rely on Alexander to give you money. Okay? So, God willing, it's 120 years, it's a wonder concept, but this is not the way they set it up. It's really a system that works very well in the ancient world and in the early modern period, well, maybe in the medieval period, where you have women always living within the shadow of men, either a father or a husband, and under rare circumstances, a brother. But as you're merging into the modern economy and things like that, there are a lot of stressors involved. So what ended up happening is the brothers took over the business, and they just could not wait to marry her older sister. Because the idea was once we get married, then the brothers are responsible for their upkeep, and so they're really trying to push on the house. It worked very well with her younger sister got married first, but they could not marry Rachel off right away. In fact, it took quite, she was not married until she was in her 40s. Part of the reason one might think was because she had a very poor self-image in a couple of different ways. One of them was that she had an extremely negative view of her own physical appearance. Let me return to that when I just tell you the slide that we just skipped over. One of the reasons we know so much about her and about her circle and her activity was because she wrote literally thousands of letters, which her devoted husband later published posthumously. And so through her, we have a tremendous source text, a database of what it was like to be a Jewish woman of this class at that time in Germany. She is kind of like the Clipper of Hamelin, but inside of the assimilationist divide 100-odd years later. This is a German postage stamp that ironically alludes to this aspect of her activity as a letter writer. So, as a youth, she was very conflicted with her personal appearance. She went on and on for pages about how she found her face was so unremarkable. I mean, she looks pretty good in these pictures, but she's especially disappointed with her chin. I spent a lot of time talking about her chin. And perhaps out of this kind of frustration with her difficulty getting a shidduch, that she was openly quite rebellious as well. She flaunted the local mores by openly violating the Sabbath. And violating the Sabbath was the kind of thing that people would regularly do at home in private, but she would go riding in a carriage on the Sabbath. A public violation, which is somehow only of what even acculturated or assimilating Jews would do at the time. A friend of the family remarked on her position when she was a young person that her suffering is greater than its cause. Meaning, what has she got to complain about? I mean, she comes from a wealthy background, she has a healthy family, so her chin is a little bit weak. That's something to be upset about. That's the kind of youth that she led. With regards to her Judaism, she had a very ambivalent and perhaps I would say even negative attitude. Look at this quote, which I'll read out loud. She writes in one of her letters to a Jewish young man named David White, who she had about 3 or 4 years of correspondence with, never ended up in a romantic relationship, but she wrote, I have a strange fancy. It is as if some supra-mundane being, God, just as I was thrust into this world, plunged these words with a dagger into my heart. Quote, yes, have sensibility. See the world as you see it. Be great and noble. But I had one thing more, be a Jewess. And now my life is a slow bleeding to death. Every evil, every misfortune, every vexation is from God. She describes her Judaism as a slow bleeding to death. Meaning her attachment to the Jewish people is just in her way, left and right, constantly. She can't move in the right circles, She attends university. She's constantly blocked with things that she can never really express herself. She's an intellectual, but she does not find satisfaction in tradition nor in her Jewish circle of friends, leading to a tremendous degree of frustration that we see today. Her social aspirations were grand, like many women at the time. Henrietta Hertz is shown here. And she's like at that class in society where her family has attained a certain degree of wealth, but they cannot translate that wealth into social status. So she's always on the fringes and outside of society, wanting to get in. And this is a constant refrain on her part that she feels that it is her Jewish background, which is her from really mixing with true society. I know she's a very admirable character up to this point, but again, I think I told you, it's not a Saturday morning question. But like many people of her generation basically converted, and that was a ticket, as Heinrich Heine put it, to really convert into Christianity, and then it was all over. And then you could mix with everyone. And the degree of antipathy placed on Jews at the time was really quite negligible once they had converted. Many, like Henrietta Hertz, simply waited till late, and within days of her death, she simply converted, and then she was off again. Rachel Barnhagen would ultimately convert on the day of her marriage, as we shall see shortly. She was engaged twice to rather interesting people, but the engagement slept on for several years and ended up being invalidated in the end, including Don Rafael, who was, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, who was the Spanish consul delegate to Berlin. She was engaged to him. How do you pronounce that? That sounds so good. And they broke it off after 2 years of engagement. She was not ultimately married until quite a bit later. Somebody had a question? The society they lived in became so severe that the level of acceptance was definitely a little bit lower in the socioeconomic run. Then there's a lot of seething mistrust that will eventually bubble to the surface when we get to the 1870s. And we'll talk perhaps in another class about Heinrich and his Napoleon invades in 1806, and this spells the beginning of the end for von Hagen in many ways. Her salon is broken up because Berlin has been taken over by the French. Many of her close associates flee the town, and you're not able to gather in the same way we had before. The family business falls apart. The brother sending as much money to her mother, and they ultimately afford the home that they're living. So the mother and Rahel falling out, and she moves to a small apartment, which is more in line with the very modest means that her brothers are planning. In 1808, she meets Barnhagen. I don't want to go into his biography in great detail. It takes quite a while, but by 1814, she ultimately settles decides to marry him at age 43. They do not have children. Her salon basically is all over, and that takes us basically to the end of her life. This is a picture, by the way, of Barnhagen's salon, a period picture. So if we look at her legacy, and I have lots more slides. Usually I use the legacy as the last slide, but I promised you some upbeat notice, so we're going to move to America briefly. She is, even though I've given you really the highlights of her biography, it's not a heroic biography in Jewish terms. However, to the outside world, she is viewed as a cultural icon. Many times by Jewish women who identify with her and with her frustrations. The most prominent of which is, of course, her biography. The great philosopher Hannah Arendt also has a problematic biography on her own. She had some very close relationships with professors when she was in Germany, and those professors ended up, she was a Jewess who eventually moved to the United States. And she wrote perhaps the most important biography of Barnhagen translated to English as well. So for some women, she represents kind of like the heroism of someone who is constantly held down by societies that will recognize their potential because of their religious background and their gender. and somehow she rises above it to create something much greater than herself through the general culture. Her literary efforts are not resulting in a book or something like that. The letters, nevertheless, are extremely powerful. She was a very effective writer, and it makes for really quite exciting reading, even in the 21st century. But from a Jewish perspective, you know, what's foreign made of? What kind of a young woman is this, and why are we looking at her so much? So contend, we're looking at her specifically because the kind of problems that Rachel Varnhagen experienced 200 years ago are precisely the ones that we are still dealing with today. To that end, I would like to share with you some statistics from the National Jewish Population Survey, and I will conclude with the famous Heilman thesis. So before I take you to these statistics, did I say a question? Yeah.
You say that kind of simulation that is going on in Germany at that time would be comparable to what we have today in the United States.
Yes. Yes. There are different futures. In many ways, the assimilation in America is far worse. At least Varnhagen knew what a Passover Seder was like. At least she knew something about what it meant to observe Shabbos. You know, as my Rebbe used to teach, we're coming up to Pesach, the story of the four sons. So my Rebbe, the hypothetical Rafa, always used to say, it's not four brothers, it's four sons. The Zeta is the Chacham. He's the one who actually practiced Judaism as it was in the old country. Then there's the father, who is the Russia, who, you know, abandons Judaism and so on, and he says, what is all this for? I don't need this. The Tan is the grandson who sees his grandfather have some kind of conflict, and he just goes along with things, but at least he has some consciousness of what Zadie does on Pesach. But the fourth son, the great-grandson, is Eno Yodea Lishol, the one who does not know how to ask. He doesn't even have a concept of what Pesach is like. So we're living, as he used to say, like orphans at a Shiva house, where, you know, we have all these people coming in to visit us, and it seems exciting, and we're very, you know, like we see little children at a Shiva house. They think it's fun because, you know, look, all these relatives, all these people, and they don't realize the reason why these people are coming is something very tragic and sad. That's really our generation. The good son doesn't show up. Okay, so let me take you to the National Jewish Population Survey. This is a major survey that is conducted every 10 years by Federation. It's controversial. I'm showing you the 2000 results. There are 2010 results which are slowly being released and are problematic. And 1990 results were just shocked the Jewish world. The Federation movement really changed dramatically when those results came out. So there's a little bit of debate over the specific numbers. Demographers will quibble about them, but let's just look at the general patterns. First of all, intermarriage in America, as the caption here says, have increased in 1970, but the rate of increase has slowed since 1980. So I think that caption is trying to put a positive spin on a really negative graph. Because ultimately, in the last decade of the 20th century, 47% of Jews had married a non-Jew. That's almost half, and according to some estimates, it was actually over half. So just think of it, there are 100 Jews getting married, 47 of them are marrying a non-Jewish partner. That's terrifying. And that's only from the 1980s. It's been like that for about 30 years. There's no reason to think it will be any less in the last decade. Okay, let me get back on the market. I don't know what's the second there, but actually, I think I have some statistics. Intermarriage is far more likely in second marriage. So, you know, the divorce rate may be up for intra-Jewish marriages, but the chances of those people then marrying another Jew are even less. So that's a really scary statistic, and perhaps this is like the play call for all of us. So intermarriage is perhaps the litmus test of what constitutes Jewish identity. But the truth is that, and this is something we should all know obviously, but the statistics really bear it out, that education at childhood level is the best antidote to intermarriage. Like, for example, intermarried Jews, did you have any Jewish education? 43% said no. So looking at the causality problem the other way, the high degree of low Jewish education is positively correlated with intermarriage. Send your kids to day school, God forbid, they have a much higher chance of them intermarrying. And it drops. 29% were Jews who went to multiple days a week Jewish school. Like I did myself, I went to a public school during the daytime, and then for 3 years I went for a couple of hours to the local Jewish school for, learn a little bit about people and things like that. The story might, it's a great story really about how my parents went through so much sacrifice to give me that education. I'm scared to put it on the internet so many people can see it, but I will appreciate it. When my father was inquiring from his cousins and his brothers and sisters, what school should I send Henry to? And the parents said, well, send him to this school. They said, send him to this school, that school, but whatever you do, don't school because they're crazy over there. So my father kind of got ideas. He said that's exactly what he sent me. I ended up going to school, but it was just like teasing. This 23% were Jews who attend once a week. In other words, if children who go to, let's say, Sunday school, it's still a significant decrease in the risk of intermarriage, but it's really only half of Jewish education. And in Jewish day school, the yeshiva experience, 50% of kids who went to a Jewish day school will intermarry. That's an alarming statistic. Certainly far less alarming than no Jewish education whatsoever. So the best way to deal with this problem, is to make sure that your kids get a good education in yeshiva when they're young. And this is the good news. Also, is that the trend is moving in that direction. This is another example of the core of the periphery, maybe a similar way, but the Jews who retain a closer connection to Judaism definitely more Jewish than they used to be. I have a slide about that as well. So, following adult children who are what kind of education they get? So adults say 20% say they got no Jewish. About 1 day a week, adults said Jewish children 5%. And when we go to Jewish day school, the situation is actually reversed. 12% of adults can say they had a Jewish education at day school level, but 29% of kids, 1 out of 3 kids, have a Jewish day school education. That's pretty impressive. Dade County actually has especially high they're doing pretty well. Last slide, I think. Yeah, well, this one here. Let's go straight to the last slide, but I'll take questions before I do the analysis. Any arguments or discussions so far? I'm going to show the percentage. That's the big story. The big story is all the people who are missing, who are not in this. We're measuring smaller and smaller numbers of people. Again, the hardening of the core. It may look nice if you're looking at the core, but if you look at the whole picture, it's really terrifying. Okay, I'm going to share with you now the Heilman thesis. This is basically the work of Samuel Heilman. He's very important, probably the most important Jewish sociologist alive today. He's written many important books. This is taken from his seminal work, Portrait of the Jews in the latter half of the 20th century. And he didn't put it in a graphic form like maybe Dr. Heilman, if you ever see this, you'll put it in one of your books, something like this, maybe with a professional. But basically, he contrasts two groups of people. He contrasts the Jewish community in America at the midpoint of the last century, about 1960, let's say, or 1950, with the Jews at the end of the 20th century, let's say 2012 or 2000. And if you were to roughly graph Jews in terms of their level of Jewish identification, you get two very different. I explain the chart. I'm going to do my part. Stretches. Yeah. So this chart here shows roughly what it looked like if you were to take a picture of American Jews around 1950 or 1960. you would have a significant number of Jews fully assimilated, with very little attachment to their Judaism whatsoever, no Jewish practices at all, perhaps a consciousness that became with Jewish background, but really no connection to it was meaningful in any way. You would have a very large proportion of Jews who had some Jewish identity. And you can measure this identification either in terms of religious practice or in, let's say, Zionism or in some form of Judaism. Like, for example, a big proponent of Yiddishism, or if you're a big theater goer or something like that. So there's a large number of Jews who have some Jewish identity. And you also have a large number that have, let's say, moderate Jewish identity, which would include things like, let's say, keeping kosher, but not being full about keeping kosher out of the house. Keep a kosher home, a lot of effort. Out of the house, maybe not so much. You go to shul on Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, the rest of the year not. But you are very careful. You fast on Yom Kippur, let's say. Or maybe you light Shabbos candles and then you watch the news. So there's or again, not only in religious terms, high Jewish identification might be something like, or moderate Jewish identity might be something like, you visited Israel once. You give every year to the Federation, and you went to Israel once. You don't go to Israel every 4 or 5 years, but you did go to Israel once. That was a big trip. So that will be over here. And the bulk of American Jews will be in this section. Then you have down here at the bottom a small number of American Jews who are highly identified. These are the Jews who are living completely within the yeshiva world, or completely within the Zionist world, or within the Jewish socialist world, but their whole life is about being Jewish. The vast majority of their friends are Jewish. They do Jewish things, read Jewish books, practice Jewish rituals, things like that. Essentially, Orthodox Jews pretty much are all in the identified section. So to sum up, 1950, you have kind of a camel hump, where most American Jews are in the moderately affiliated. Now, if you look at American Jews, says Heilman, 50 or 60 years later, it's the opposite. You have a much higher proportion of highly assimilated Jews, just the way we're talking about initially. This is the periphery. Jews who have very little or no connection to their Jewish background, observe no rituals, never visited Israel, never given to a Jewish charity. Even the UJA doesn't exist. And that's really saying something, because if you get on the UJA mailing list, the only way to get off is through the FBI witness protection. So, very high proportion of Jews in this category. But, to be moderate identity, this population of Jews with some or with moderate Jewish identity virtually disappears. Among my generation, I don't know anyone who keeps kosher at home and trade out of the house. Maybe they have, milk inflation in China, Chinese, but no, everybody, they either keep kosher all over, or they don't keep kosher at all. What's the point of halfway? Those Jews are gone. Those Jews are basically bottomed out, moderately affiliated. And here on the far end, the highly identified, there's clearly an uptick in the highly identified Jewish population. The Orthodox population, for sure, has grown significantly, and there's, more day schools, more daf yomis, all kinds of things like that. So, Heilman cautions us to say, don't be happy about this uptick in the highly identified, because he says that we cannot sustain this population. The reason is because of the Abramson rule in history. Relax. The Abraham rule, money. It's all about money. But listen to this, and he demonstrated this with startling clarity. In 1950, when these Jews here in the moderately affiliated, when they gave their charitable donations, they always gave their money to the right. They always gave their money to Jews who were more affiliated than they and their institutions. They always gave money to, they didn't send their kid to a Beis Yaakov, but if a Meshulach came, they wrote a check for Yaakov. They didn't go to Israel maybe more than once, but they would always give a donation to Israel. They gave their money charitably towards Jewish institutions, which made it possible for these Jews on the high end of the identification spectrum, with the incredibly onerous burden of day school tuition, these Jews made it possible financially, which was a tremendous difference and made it possible for this population to actually grow. However, when you get to our time, these Jews are now gone. There are very few of them. They are much, much wealthier. Jewish per capita wealth has soared, but when they give their money charitably, they give it out to more assimilated causes or even totally non-Jewish causes, like the art gallery. They may be very valuable institutions like, the March of Dimes and things like that, but they're not Jewish institutions by any means. And so all of the money to fund this lifestyle over here has been disappearing dramatically, which makes it, according to Heilman, untenable for Jews to remain in this population. He ends his book on a very dark note by saying that if a solution is not reached to this scissors crisis, where the expenses go up and the resources go down, then he says American Jewry is in for a disaster. It's completely gut its situation. And he argued the solution is to immigrate to Israel. It's only in Israel with state-sponsored tuition and things like that can the highest of Jewish identification be made. Now, whether or not the American Jews are going to take Alman up on that offer, no one yet has really refuted his economics, and it's one of the more scary aspects of American Jewish culture. I will formally end now, and I'll take questions, but I want to mention the upside of all this. We're talking about Raphael Bonhoeffer, and in many ways, her drive to assimilate to Western society is endemic of a regional crisis where Jews fail to educate their youth appropriately. We see statistically it's incredibly important that we provide for Jewish education at all levels, but particularly for those sensitive childhood and adolescent years. And I urge you to think of that carefully when you decide your own charitable donations to the country. Thank you very much for your attention and your indulgence, and turn off the camera to all take questions.
It's no wonder there's no widely agreed upon total number of languages in the world. We can make that number more accurate by supporting the rights of children to access education in their language, fighting for the visibility of smaller languages, not discriminating against people for the way they speak, and dismantling the assumption that there's
Joe
always
White,
one
and he's always got 25 jokes for me. Usually 24 of them are not something I can repeat in this class. So I'll try this one, and I'll see if this is the first time I'm telling this joke, so I don't know if we'll go over, but enough apologies. So there's this university in Oxford. I had the privilege of spending 2 postdoctoral fellowships in Oxford. Oxford is a beautiful town, and they have this British carillon there. But it's a very carillon to play. It's got all these big bells in it, and you have to have tremendous upper body strength to pull the clappers and things like that to make the bells ring. So they've been trying forever and ever to get just the right guy. Yeah, but I'm just going to change it a little bit, Joe. Finally, they have these auditions and all kinds of people come. No one can really manage the huge weights of these bells. So finally, one guy comes, this little Jewish guy. He weighs about 98 pounds. And they look at him and they say, "How are you trying out for this place?" "Yeah, I'm trying." He says, "Well, okay, go ahead." And so instead of grabbing onto the claps with his arms, he takes a few steps back, and then he races at the bell, and he dives into it face first. Beautiful ringing sound. It just resonates throughout the entire town. Everyone's amazed. And then, they say, "Well, can you read music?" Sure, they give him the music. And he's running around, banging his head right into each one of the bells. Perfect timing, and everyone is amazed. So they hire him, and he's doing really well, and he's having a great time there. And several weeks later, it's Purim, and he just overindulges a little bit, and he goes racing up to one of these bells, and he just misses his footing, and he falls out of the carillon, down several tens of feet to the ground, where he's lying on the ground stunned. And everyone gathers around and looks at him on the ground there while he's trying to wake up, and they say, "Who is this guy? Do you know him? Does anyone know who this guy is?" And someone comes up and says, "Well, I don't know who he is, but his face rings a bell." Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. If you wanted the jokes, you have to give me material. Okay. Tonight's class is truly amazing. I have to say, I spent a lot of time preparing this class, much more than I usually do, because it required a lot of thought to figure out how I'm going to just get this material over. And as you know, I teach a college level class on Wednesday afternoons with undergraduate women, Orthodox women. And we went over this material today, and it was so amazing to see the range of responses. Some of the women were positively energized by the figure of Ludmilla that I'm going to describe to you. Others were distinctly uncomfortable and were squirming in their seats saying, oh, can we get off this topic to something else that's fascinating? I think we'll probably have a similar range of responses to Kara Rachel Webermacher and her rather amazing life. Tonight's class is generally sponsored by Eva Zach-Deviser, who is in our community right now. There she is. Thank you very much for the generous sponsorship. And also by my daughter, Aliza, who she has a part-time job, and she is regularly giving her meister to the shul so that she can sponsor this lecture. By the way, I'd like to mention that I did an analytics study of who watches my videos of these lectures, and it's amazing. I have like 7 people in Brazil, 19 Filipinos who are watching, living in the Philippines, people in Sweden and Turkey, and it's crazy. All over the place. It's really quite exciting, and people are sponsoring from outside of people who've never set foot in Bell Harbor. Forget about the shul. So it's really exciting to see it kind of go global, and I encourage you all to forward the links when you get them to friends or former friends, and we'll make it a little more popular. The website is listed here, jewishhistorylectures.org. We're going to do some search engine optimization, so if you type in the word Jewish History Lectures, it should come up on page 1 of Google very soon, because there's not a lot of doing this kind of thing, and I'm really very excited about it. Anyway, let me tell you about this amazing woman, the Maiden of Ludmilla. She is known popularly as Habetullah Ludmilla in Hebrew, the Virgin of Ludmilla, or in Yiddish, the Ludmilla Moy. Ludmilla being a small town in Ukraine, not sure where it is. The virgin epithet is a little bit of an exaggeration. You can't be a little bit exaggerated about those things, but as Nathaniel Deutsch, her biographer, wrote, she is arguably the second most famous virgin in Jewish history. Right? Okay, so it's fascinating how the problem with studying her life is primarily related to the sources. She's a 19th century woman living in a fairly backward part of Eastern Europe, and we have very, very few written sources. The first scholarly source that appeared about her life was only published in Yevreiski Starina in 1909, and that was fully, let's say, about 30 years after she died, and based primarily on very kind of sources. Hagiography, meaning like stories written, wonder stories about rabbis and things like that, which have sometimes dubious credibility, and folk tales and legends handed down from mother to daughter and mother to daughter about the amazing feats of the Ludmilla Moy. And those sources aren't problematic enough. Her fascinating, and it was picked up by many different playwrights, novelists, and so on. And so they used poetic license to fictionalize her life, and then more difficult to tease out what's actually true and what's not true. She's been the subject of 4 novels, 2 plays, and she was also an important character in a novel by Isaac Bashevis Singer. His Sosha is in part based on the life of the Maid of Ludmilla, and also Ansky's famous play, The Dibbo, has a lot in depth to the Maiden of Ludmilla. So let's try and understand exactly. Oh, and one last really thing. Nathaniel Deutsch, a few years ago, published the first really scholarly biography of her, and his research is head and shoulders above anything that is in the 20th century, actually the 21st century, but it appeared in the last 60 years. So I am completely indebted to his research for this lecture. I'll have to put the link on the website so you can find the book. But this is essentially going to be a long, extended book review because I'm relying completely on his analysis. Now, what do we know about Gidon Moy? First of all, we know her name, sort of, Kana Rocco, although in some censuses she actually appears as Rocco Kana. We're positive it's the same person, but her name is sometimes transposed. We know her father's name, Monesh, and her family name is most likely Weberman. Okay, that doesn't tell us too much. We know that she was born in approximately the year 1806. Some sources put it a little bit later, but approximately 1806, and that she is most likely deceased in 1880 in Israel, buried in the Mount. We know that she led a life which was legendary for scholarship, and she exercised a leadership role in a small Hasidic community in Ukraine, and much of her associated with miracles, particularly with healing. The proverb was, someone was sick, after she has left Ukraine, and after she had died, people would wail, who is the bitter boy? Where is the maid of Rudir now? We need her now. And what's perhaps most fascinating about her life is that on a functional, anthropological level, she really was a Hasidic. And if you look at what she did with her time, she had her own base medrash. She had followers who came to her to listen to her Hasidic discourses, which she typically delivered, male and female, Jewish and non-Jewish as well, which she typically delivered from outside an open door, like in one room of the house, everyone else would sit and listen through the open door. On occasion, she actually delivered lectures in the men's section of the shul while the men sat in the gallery and the women on the bottom floor. And she accepted kitla, she accepted, like little written petitions. She did the kinds of things that a typical 19th century Hasidic Rebbe would do. And in fact, there's a novel for young adults about her life, which is entitled, They Called Her Rebbe. Now, this is at the point where some of the girls in my class are starting to squirm and saying, wait a second, what kind of school is this we're going to? And how can she be a rabbi? And then I'm saying, well, what makes a rabbi? And they're saying, no, it's very difficult. So hard. Let's find out. How did she get started? So, what happened with her? Okay, so here's where she comes from. Volodymyr Volynskiy. Here's a map of Eastern Europe in general. The Black Sea and the Baltic up here, and you'll recognize this is a contemporary map. So the Russian Federation, formerly USSR, which also for a time included these states here: Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania, Latvia, and so on. The majority of the Jews in Eastern Europe, and actually in the world until the Holocaust, lived in this range of countries here. In terms of the Hasidic world, the bulk of the Hasidim were concentrated here in Western Ukraine, Southern Poland. And if you look at a map of Ukraine itself, these are the various gubernias or provinces of the region. Actually, this might be a so map, so we don't use the same term, gubernia. And here it is, just north of the city of Lutsk. That's where she comes from, this small town of Volodymyr Volynskiy. It's a small town in the 19th century. The estimated population is less than 10,000 people, of which about 7,000 were Jews, which is a fairly typical profile for mid-sized villages of the era. Yes, Joe. Let's find out. And how she got paid is really important. But just patience, sablonas. We got to go just a little bit further. You know what? I have people complaining I take too many questions during the lectures. Yeah. So there we go. Any questions? No. Okay. So here we go. First of all, let's understand the historical setting of her life. I want to talk a little bit about the religious setting after that, which is very important, especially when we come to the Abramson rule of history. Very, very important element in understanding how history works. And then we're going to concentrate on her life per se. So the historical setting for Jews happens to be a very, very dark period in Jewish history. It's the nadir of Jewish life in the Russian Empire at this time, particularly when Nicholas I comes to power. Here is shown somewhat about a decade of coronation. Sorry?
Is there a real picture?
That is a real portrait. It is actually. Exactly. There's too many inside jokes. Come on. This is serious. What do you think? This is a game? So first, very military men, very much inclined to use the military whenever possible to quash rebellion and so on. In fact, he came to power after the descent killed his father, and he suddenly came to power. He was not an anti-Semite in, let's say, the Hitlerian sense. He didn't want to eradicate the Jews, but he did take the Jewish problem very seriously. And what they mean, 19th century Jewish problem means, what do we do with all these Jews? We're trying to develop a society, we're trying to shape it in a certain mold, send it in a certain direction, and the Jews aren't cooperating. Specifically in Russia, Nicholas I had 3 core values about Russia. He wanted it to be, to believe in narodnost, which means peoplehood. Everyone had to have the same ethnicity. Orthodoxy, which means Russian Orthodoxy, that everyone really should be Russian Orthodox. And finally, belief in the autocracy, belief in the value of having a single leader, a Tsar, running the whole thing. So the Jews would go along with autocracy, and they would go along with Orthodoxy, sort of. I mean, the Jewish Orthodoxy at any rate. But the narodnost, the peoplehood, is a very difficult thing for the Jews to accept. So Nicholas I's strategy was to use the military. The Jews, historically, in the vast majority of European nations, were exempt from military service. This was primarily because the Jews really didn't consider themselves and were not considered citizens of the country. They were, in fact, legally called transients. They had like permanent residence, but they were not considered full citizens of the Russian Empire right up until 1917, the 20th century. But what they would do is Jews pay a double tax to exempt themselves from military service. This was fine. The government was good with it. The Jews were with it, and it's a way that we maintain our group integrity. Nicholas I felt that the only way that he can assimilate the Jews and get them to start behaving more like Russians with, Christianity and so on, is if he forces Jews to accept conscription like all other peoples now. Second, we should realize what conscription meant, though, in the Russian Empire. Modern states, Germany, Israel, France, whatever, if they have conscription, it's typically 2 or 3 years of military service. Sometimes, as in Israel, followed up with reserve duty afterwards, Miluim. But, you take it when you're 18 years old, and you get it over with, and then you go on with your life. Military service in the Russian Empire was 25 years. So if you went in, that's all. I don't know. So when you went into the army, that was it. You were a soldier for 25 years. It was not quite as bad as I'm describing, because in reality, it was a career choice for many young men. If they were, let's say, the second or third son and they didn't expect to get a big inheritance of land from their father, and they didn't want to become a priest, so, the army is a reasonable career. See the world, things like that. But Jews never opted for it. Nicholas I said from now on, Jews must serve like everyone else. It wasn't universal. It was only a proportion of the male population. But if a Jew is chosen, he's got to spend 25 years. Now, if that isn't bad enough, realize that by the time a Jew is 18 years old, he's already committed to his Yiddishkeit. Halavai should be that way today. Back then, by the time you're 18, you've had your bar mitzvah, you may be married, you certainly had Chinese food a few times. You're not leaving this culture. So he lowered the age of conscription, and then he added the 6 years of military reform school called the cantons, is the name of the schools. And so they could legally take a 12-year-old boy, put him in 6 years of military education. They were called cantonisten for this reason. And then afterwards, they'd serve their 25-year stint with the army, which is absolutely devastating. As you can imagine, huge conversionary pressures on the Jews when they were placed in these schools, and a lot of pressure to assimilate to Russian values. And in fact, most Jews who became soldiers simply were lost to the Jewish people. There's some fascinating footnotes about what happened to some of them later, but I don't want to go into it at this point.
influences the way it looks.
One more, and it just gets worse and worse. Another horrible thing that Nicholas I imposed, which has a lot of connection to the Lemuel Moy in her story, is that he placed the local Jewish communities in charge of deciding who would be the army. It was not, a lottery. It was not a democratic decision. It was a decision that was made by the Parnasim, the leaders of the community. And as you can imagine, once again, the age of Mir's ugly head, the children of widows, orphans, the poor, travelers, those are the children that tended to be chosen first. And it generated a tremendous amount of internal dissent in the Jewish community as the working populations, the masses, began to say, what kind of leadership do we have up there? You know that poor Sarah, who lost her husband 4 years ago, her kid's going to go not, rich Kayan. It's someone who doesn't have power in the community who will be offered up to this modern mold. But there was one possible out, which also had a lot of significance. Nicholas I did allow children who were enrolled in the Crown School from the draft. Crown schools were Russian Jewish schools that had a very transparent aim of converting the children to Christianity anyways. So the choice was, if you were a Jewish mother, you could send your little boy to the Crown School, where there would be priests who would be teaching about Judaism, or you could keep your kid in faith and hope that he would not be chosen for the army. A terrible, terrible decision that really was extremely corrosive to the Jewish community as a whole. By 1844, the organized Jewish community, the Kahal, was officially disbanded by Nicholas I because it had ceased to function in any meaningful way. So this is the kind of environment with the socioeconomic pressures that are happening at the time of Lemuel Moy. Let me, I do have to pause for questions. A quick question. Yes. Correct. All of the Jews, except for very exceptional people, doctors, and very wealthy merchants and so on. It's interesting, and in fact, Catherine the Great, his predecessor by some 50 years, had hoped that if you gave the Jews more freedom, then they would in fact assimilate more rapidly to Russian norms. But it was not to be, and his approach to it was take a big stick and try to beat it into place. Mr. Kahlo. Oh, the Jews tried all kinds of unusual things. Yeah, there was an exemption, for example, to only sons. So all of a sudden, childless couples suddenly were adopting sons from all over the place. They were only sons. Jews changed their names to try to affect that. Jews shot their trigger fingers off, an example, naming themselves and trying to avoid toes as well, anything to try and avoid being conscripted. My own Zaidi, Oliver Shullin, when he ran from the Tsar in 1904, he was slated to be conscripted to serve in the Russo-Japanese War, and he felt that even though it was much more proximate to high-quality Chinese, he'd rather be. I had supper. Why am I talking about this? Okay, you know what? I got to pause. I'm going to go on with the lecture because this is so good. Now, that's what's going on historically. The most important thing is really this oppressive measure that lasts right up until 1917, but the intensity of it is 1825 to 1855. Now, religiously, what's going on is Hasidism goes into a new stage of development, which is not necessarily its highest stage. In fact, it's considered a period of decline and desiccation of the Hasidic movement. If you look at this brief chart, you'll see that we're now into the fourth and fifth generation of Hasidic leaders by the time we get to these stories we're going to tell tonight. The Baal Shem Tov, or abbreviated as the Besh, we spoke about him a few weeks ago. His dates are roughly 1700 to 1760. He has several students, the most prominent of which is Dov Ber, known as the Maggid of Mezrich, who dies in 1772. The third generation are Dov Ber of Mezrich's students, three of whom established Hasidic dynasties in Ukraine and Poland, and two of which concentrate in Lithuania. In Lithuania, we have Shneur Zalman of the Adi, the founder of the Lubavitch movement, known as the Alter Rebbe, and Aaron of Karlin, the founder of the Karlin-Stolen dynasty. But over in the area where we have Elimelech against, who is considered the ultimate in, again, the anthropological sense. What does a tzaddik do? His yard site is tonight. Oh my gosh. Say something nice about it. His yard site is tonight. Oh my gosh. The Noam Elimelech. Do you know any words about the Noam Elimelech? Something he said? That's that. But they're Rebbe Elimelech, right? I'll see if I can think of something. I have a spooky story about him, but maybe I'll tell after lecture's over. Levi Yitzchak Berdichev. Tremendous stories about him, and I don't want to go into detail on it. And finally, Menachem of Chernobyl, whose dynasty is where the Ludmir lived. Now, what happens when you get to the fourth and fifth dynasty? It used to be, particularly in the first two generations, who got to be a Chashevi? Someone who was charismatic, someone who was an Ohed Yisrael, who loved the Jewish people. In fact, the Abder Rav was known as the Ohed Yisrael. Someone who could, lead people and be a great teacher and sometimes a miracle worker, things like that. That's what you had to do to be a Hasidic Rebbe. By the time you get to the fourth and fifth generation, the qualifications are quite narrowed. Basically, you have to be a son of a Hasidic Rebbe. So it becomes dynastic in rule rather than meritocracy in form. And this leads, as many critics have said, to a desiccation, a reification of the Hasidic movement, in which many of the Rebbe's, in some cases even of their authority, they certainly, several of them, establish massive courts where there's quite literally a tax on members of the Hasidic population, where they have to pay for the upkeep of the court. And in fact, they hosted literally hundreds of people twice a year, where husbands would circus and Pesach and go and spend sometimes months at the Hasidic court, where they'd be fed, or they would have to be entertained, and so on. And it was really a big institution. It went from being in the 18th century, small, charismatic, the people who were like really turned on and fired up by a particular Rebbe. By the time you get to the early 19th century, some of these Hasidic dynasties, I won't say all of them, and I won't say which ones either, are noted for their bureaucracy more than their inspiration, shall we say. Okay, enough said. Now we should talk about the Ludmir Moed. I'll remind you, our sources are very complex and difficult to work with. Lots of oral traditions, lots of hearsay, very little objective, verified data. So when I tell you some things, I have to say some say it was because of this, some say it was because of that, and we just have to tolerate the reality. What we know about her is that when she was 12 years old, she visited the cemetery where her late mother was buried. And she passed, according to some stories, simple as tripping and hitting her head on a rock. According to others, it was she was overwhelmed with emotion because she was engaged to be married. Not at all atypical for a 12-year-old girl in approximately, let's see, 1806, about 1818. She was either hopelessly attracted to her husband, and according to some versions, she could not handle the separation, the enforced separation before the wedding that she had to endure to stay away from her intended. But at any rate, she was most likely in the graveyard inviting her late mother to the upcoming khutbah, which was a very common tradition when she passed out. When she came to, some while later, some stories she actually spent the night there, she was a completely different person. She, according to some versions, suddenly began to recite pages and pages of Talmud that she had never studied. According to others, she had decided to call off the wedding, which she did, and she just wanted to live alone and simply study and pray. And she wanted nothing else out of life. She just wanted to devote herself, as it were, in a unique and solitary manner to God. Her critics later on in life argued that she was the victim of a possession. The term in Hebrew is a devekut. It has a double meaning. The word divuk means something that sticks. In modern Hebrew, devek means glue, so that means to cleave, like cleave unto your wife, leave with the other, cleave unto your wife. So that a malignant, wandering spirit that was unable to go into the next world had somehow seized on this young woman and had invaded her body. A possession, in other words. This is, by the way, the model that Ansky used for his famous play of the same name, Dybbuk, and you see one scene from a reenactment of it. However, in Jewish thought, usually these Dybbuks make a person behave badly, very antinomian behavior, very challenging to authority, and so on. She didn't do any of these things. In fact, she just sat and she prayed with tremendous intensity, and she was like really a very special young maiden, just focusing on her studies and growing. Some of her opponents had said it was not a Dybbuk, but perhaps it was Ibur. An Ibur is a lesser well-known idea in Jewish mysticism, whereas a Dybbuk is like a malignant, negative spirit, perhaps an unsatisfied spirit. An Ibur is a higher spirit, and in fact, she referred to receiving a higher soul at that moment. It's like a higher spirit, like Rebbe Akiva or someone who comes and infuses his or her greatness into a person, inspires them to do still great things. The word Ibur is the same root as meaning added, value added, so to speak. It's a positive aspect of the Dybbuk. Now, we don't know, all this is kind of in the realm of mysticism. We don't know what actually happened, but for sure, she was a changed person, and from the ages of 12 to 19, she lived a highly solitary existence. It could be, by the way, in terms of her marriage, that there's a lot more going on here. There are several that say that before she was engaged, her father was specifically warned by one of the Chernobyl Rebbe's that he should not marry her off to anyone that she does not consent to, which is halakhically problematic anyways. But, as was common, there's a lot of parental coercion, certainly back then in the 19th century, where if father chose a chassid, a groom, and she doesn't comply, there would be a lot of pressure brought to bear on her. But the Chernobyl Rebbe said, with your daughter in particular, don't even try. It's not a good idea. Another version says that on her deathbed, her mother had husband, whatever you do, don't pick a chassid for Chanaracho unless she specifically approves it. So she certainly had a mind of her own and an idea about who she wanted to marry. There are various versions of who that first potential chassid was. Some say he was an adolescent friend that she became infatuated with. Others say that he was her childhood chavrusa. They went to Cheder and studied together. You recognize the picture there? You can't see it in the slide, but that's Yentov on the left and her chavrusa there. Others say, and perhaps it was someone that her family used to have over for Essen, which is in the shtetl, the first yeshiva dormitory was the Yeshiva's Chachmei Lublin, which I believe was established in 1920, if I'm not mistaken. Before that, there were no dormitories. People had to, if they went to a yeshiva, they had to find a place to sleep, and they had to find a place to eat. So the custom was that many families would say, okay, Tuesdays we'll take one boy. And there would be kind of a depressing thing where you had to schlep yourself to this family, to that family, you didn't know what you were eating, and so on. And it was kind of a tzedakah, but perhaps intended was one of these yeshivas who came from this. And a third version, which I think is unlikely based on the dates involved, it was a runaway Cantonist that she had somehow fallen in love with. At any rate, she didn't marry this guy, and she went on to spend all her time totally devoted to being secluded with her books and so on. According to multiple accounts, she wore a tallis and tefillin, and not only wearing tefillin, she wore Rashi's tefillin and Rabbeinu Tam's tefillin, meaning she wore two sets of tefillin, not simultaneously. But in order to fulfill every single opinion of how a person should wear tefillin, maximally, that's what she did. It is consistent with a Russian tradition that there were these women called chenichki, like black. So these are women who, in their life, they did not want to, and they certainly didn't want to become regular housewives. So they just told their fathers, that's it, not getting married. And the fathers were duty bound to build like a little hut for them on the outskirts of the village, and these women dress in black and lead solitary lives, self-identified solitary lives. It's not entirely unknown in the Jewish tradition as well, although we don't have the concept of a nunnery, a daughter of Yach. You remember the story in Show. The judge, Yiftach, he says, things went so well, I swear to God, whatever walks out of my home, I'll offer as a sacrifice. And he's thinking it's going to be a cow or a chicken, and it's his daughter who walks out, and he says, oh my gosh, I already made an oath that I was going to, bring that thing as a sacrifice. What do I do with my daughter? And essentially, she ends up becoming one of these recluse young women. You may wonder why I have a picture of Rosie the Riveter up there, famous war propaganda. Women can't do it. It's because I really like the second picture. Right? Okay. Now, this is where it gets really weird. Didn't think it was weird to us. When she's 19 years old, her father passes away. Now, one thing that I've neglected to mention so far is that she comes from a fairly wealthy background. Joe, all about the Abrams. She comes from a fairly wealthy background. So as soon as her father passes away, her mother died many years earlier, she gets the entire inheritance, and she says, okay, I'm opening up a base medrash. And she opened up a little shul. It was on the second floor of a building in this little town. It was called Dorich people, the upper story little house. And she just spent her days studying Torah, teaching Torah, and davening. What she did was entirely within the boundaries of halacha. It's true there are many poskim who say that women should not wear tefillin, but it's certainly an element of debate. There are rabbis who go back and forth about exactly those things. But she never, tried to daven in the men's section. There are some interesting stories that say that on Simchas Torah, what she would do is she would chase all the men out of the shul, and the women would take out the Sefer Torah, and they would all take turns kissing the Sefer Torah. Of course, properly covered in the mantle and so on. But she was really empowering women in a very unusual way for the beginning of the 19th century. Definitely in a way that challenges societal norms, but not directly contradicting any halakhic definitions of behavior. She maintained a tish. Basically, everything you think a Hasidic Rebbe should be doing with his day, that's what she was doing. It's kind of like the joke. The president of the shul comes on over to meet the rabbi, and the president says, Rabbi, I'd like to meet my Shmuel, this is Rabbi. Yeah, and when the rabbi says to him, Shmuel, it's really nice to meet you. Tell me, do you have any questions? And the boy says, yes, Rabbi, I'd like to know, what do you do all day? And the rabbi says, you're just like your father. But what exactly does a rabbi do all day? The things that Hasidic rabbis did, she did. She maintained a tish, which is a table, and she would gather people around, and she would just teach Torah. Men and women seated separately, everything, that's within. And she would teach Torah. Sometimes, if she gave proper lectures, as I mentioned, it would be on the other side of the door. She would read kittles. People would bring her petitions that she would read. She would give blessings to them. She would have audiences with women. She never had audiences with men alone. And in fact, many Hasidic rabbis came to meet her, see why they want to meet her soon. She refused to meet with important people. She said, what do you want to meet with me? She would send them away. It was kind of a strange humility, with one exception, as we shall see. In every case, she maintained a strict adherence to the laws of modesty, always covered up and she dressed in white, and unusual character with a lot of this sort of rabbinic activity. Here's a few of her teachings. We only have, this is it. This is it for her 4 recorded teachings. She wrote nothing about herself. Now let's just look here. One, a person whose holy thoughts accompany him on his life's journey is not alone and wretched, for the noble thoughts shelter I think framed within the parameters of life, that's an unusually profound statement. Two, every pure thought that flows from the desires of the heart, the intellect is unable to grasp at all. Just these very quickly, I think that's quite a profound thought myself. It reminds me of something that Peter Nietzsche once wrote. And she came first. Three, although I doubt Nietzsche read. Every moment of existence, yesh, is for itself. All that is in the present is no longer in the past, and if it was, it is renewed. I don't understand that. Four, a person who does not see the Holy One, blessed be He, in every place, does not see Him at all. Interesting kind of, very interesting kind of thoughts. Okay, now let's go to his critics. Unfortunately, I have only the English translation. I presume she spoke entirely in Yiddish. When she moved to Israel, she'll see, she may have had a following in Hebrew. No, it's probably in Hebrew then, because it's still early 19th century. Yeah, it's most likely all in Yiddish, but again, I don't have the original languages. Well, I don't have the text in the original. Now, as you might be presuming, not every Hasidic rabbi was thrilled with what she was doing at this time. And there was a lot of traditionalist opposition, but it was never head-on opposition because it's very hard to actually find anything that she did that really transgressed the Jewish law. Definitely Jewish custom, Jewish practice. Perhaps the most significant opposition was the fact that she refused to marry. What is she doing? She's still quite young. This is basically a decade of her 20s. From 19 to about 28 or 29, that's when she's doing this. And she refuses to marry during the entire period. But if we look at it a little bit deeper, we see that she is really exercising a kind of leadership that has the engine of traditional Beshtian charisma rather than dynastic authority behind it. She is gathering followers because of who she is and what she's doing. She's not asking anyone for money. She's not asking anyone to even come. She's just offering Torah to anyone who wants to hear it. She's offering blessings. If you come, don't come, it's up to you. This is quite different from the institutionalized Hasidus that was happening, particularly in the region that she lived. And it was destabilizing to the status quo because and her following was overwhelmingly, by the way, working class, Balei Malacha, simple, humble Jews who were working primarily with their backs and very simple menial jobs. That's all of the commentators emphasize that she did not have like an erudite professional following. She had common Jews as her following. There also was a challenge to the revenue stream because if you wanted to be a chassid of one of the major groups, there was an enrollment fee, and there was a regular kind of, you were expected to give your pidyonos, what they call ma'amados, which is the term used for the upkeep of the regular sacrifices in the temple. You have to pay your mados every month, and now here, she's not asking for anything because she's independently wealthy. She has the wherewithal to simply do what she wants. Want to join her, fine, if not, also fine. And there's no doubt that there is a certain element of misogyny to this. That it's right that a woman should have so much popularity and power when there are men doing the same thing. In fact, I think one of Nathaniel Deutsch's very prescient observations is that there are a lot of Hasidic holy women, but every single one of them is somehow attached to a Hasidic holy man. And she's the only one who doesn't want to be attached to a man. Like the saying goes, a woman without a man is like a fish without a bicycle. She doesn't need it. She's disgusting. So at any rate, in her late 20s, she is finally pressured upon by the current Chernobyl Rebbe to marry. Showing Ganu, enough already, it's time for you to settle down and get normal. According to the legends that we have, he debated with her, always with another man present, so they would not have the problem of need, but debated with her for 3 days, convincing her that she must marry. That's not right. She ultimately consented, and they set a date for the marriage, and she chose as her husband her own gabbai. I mean, the gabbai of the shul that she owned, the guy who took care of who got the aliyahs and so on, he was to be her husband. And in fact, there was a big celebration, and she got married for approximately 24 hours, after which she sued for divorce. Now, there's a lot of different questions. Why did she marry only for one night? I'll try and sort out the various opinions and various legends that have been handed down. One of my favorites is that her gabbai was too intimidated by his wife that he did not want to consummate the marriage. I mean, he was the holy Ludmir Roy, right? She was the maid of Ludmir, and so he refused to consummate it. Another theory is that no, in fact, she followed through. She did not want to be so antinomian that she disagreed with the great Chernobyl Rebbe. So, you want me to marry? Fine, I'll marry. Look, I did it. I married. Now leave. And she said, now I want my gift. And I want a ketubah. You don't have to pay me for the divorce, but just leave me alone because now you have no more tightness on me. I'm married, all right? Another opinion is that in fact she did not ask for a get. She chose to remain an aguna, forbidden to other men. Because in that state, which is normally considered a very terrible, awful state for a woman to be in, she said, this way, no one would bother me. Finally, I will have no pressures whatsoever. At any rate, her marriage dissolved. She also completely abandoned her public role as a Jewish leader. According to many of the authorities, she felt that she had lost her purpose as a result of the wedding. Some say, one of my favorite aspects of it, that as the Hasidic custom was at the time when a woman was married, she cut off all of her hair. And when she lost her beautiful red hair, along with it, like Simpson, she lost her powers of prophecy and so on. I didn't even know many of the amazing legendary stories of what she could do with it, but she apparently had powers. For certain, however, she simply ceased acting as a rabbinic type figure for 3 decades, and she sort of disappears from the stage of world history. She's going to come back. But maybe I can take a couple of questions before I do. There's going to be a lot of stuff. Oh, we'll get to where she died yet. She's still living. But we don't know what the Gabbai did. Well, the Shtibel eventually went to the Chernobyl. It fell apart, and the very movement that was pressuring her to marry, they ended up inheriting the Shtibel. And she stopped, having a tish. She stopped speaking in public. Etc. Unfortunately, most of the data that we've recorded are written by people who heard it from people who heard it from her, and sometimes even more than one generation spread out. Again, the earliest we have is 1909. She died in about 1888, and the period of activity in Berlin ended about 1835 or so. So it's really quite distant. Now it's spread out. There are all kinds of stories that go all over in Europe, and there's consistency between them, so there's a kernel of truth to them. But we just can't get closer to the reality of the Illinois than the sources that we have. She left no written record. Not at all. Yes, last question.
In reference to the Nicholas first, and super Jews went into the army, do you have any information, Professor, you can reach a higher officer level, to be a Jew, or they have to for the Jewish?
Now, that's an excellent question, which I'll repeat in case the microphone didn't pick it up. Could a Jew advance in the army without officially converting to Orthodox? I'm not sure. I think, though, that there was significant upward mobility. So with the famous captain who served in Israel at Tel Chai, Trumpeldor, yeah. Wasn't he a captain? Yeah, so that's quite a high rank. Now that was late. That's already 20th century. But I would say so. I can tell you two quick Cantonese stories, and then we got to get back. What is fascinating about the Cantonese is most of them simply disappeared. They converted and they were lost to the Jewish people whatsoever. I did meet a colleague of mine at Columbia University, a conference once, and he's Ukrainian, and he has this really Jewish last name. It was something like Goldstein, something like that. And I said to him, how come you have this Jewish last name when you're so Ukrainian? And he said, well, it's believed that my great-great-grandfather was in fact a Cantonese, and we don't know for sure. I mean, the Goldstein is, I think, a giveaway. But the fact is, the legend is, he walked into the village one day and he knew how to read. And the fact that he knew how to read made it more likely that he was possibly Jewish. That's kind of interesting. Last thing about Cantonese, and we'll go back to the Meter Boyd. The most fascinating Cantonese community, I think, are the Jews who ended up in Estonia. Because when you finished your term of duty for the army, even though you were Jewish, if you remained Jewish, you were exempt from discriminatory laws that applied to Jews because you were a veteran. So a lot of Jews who had served in the army, these Kanisten, moved up to Estonia, which is way up in the northern section on the Baltic Sea, which is almost considered like a resort type community for many Russians. And they set up these really interesting Jewish communities there, made up of people who had lost almost all their Yiddishkeit. They hardly knew anything, but they had hung on to their Jewish identity enough to create these amazing communities. And they lasted as Jewish communities right up until the Holocaust. Okay, so let's go to the latter period of life when Lieutenant Moyne has a fascinating message. At the age of 53, she decides she's going to move to Israel. And in fact, when the Chernobyl Rebbe told her that she has to marry, he said either marry or move to Israel, one or the other. I don't know what. Move to Israel, I guess, means get out of here, but move to Israel. So at the age 53, she in fact does it, which is quite, impressive in the late 19th century to schlep to Israel with all the difficulties. We're talking about the 1850s, late 1850s, and she moved to Israel where she shows up in some of these census records of Moses Montefiore's community. And there she apparently gathered quite a following once again. She started wearing talis and tefillin again, living in Mea Sharim, not an easy thing to do. And she is referred to in the Montefiore census records as Harabanit Atzadeket Mishpachat Ram, which means Rabbanit is ambiguous. It could be Rebbitzin, but it distinctly recorded in the census records that she does not have a husband, so that's unusual. Tzadeket, the righteous one, which is not usually a term used in this context. Mishpachat Ram, from an elevated family, from a wealthy family. So once again, she took her wealth and she set herself up in Israel, and she once again went into the rabbinic tishma. In this case, she gathered principally women, and she was especially for taking several groups of women several times a year to Rachel, the grave of Rachel, where she organized these rather unusual kind of prayer circumstances at the grave, and then on the road specifically, as in reference to the famous passage about Rachel crying. And she's even noted at that time, followers of that even Arab women went to her for blessings for ill children and things like that. She once again kind of reached her deep within, and she found her inner rabbi and gave it over to the population as a whole. We have a record of a Rachel Chana, daughter of Monesh, from the correct region, who died in 1888. Her name is transposed, but it's most likely our Chana Rachel. She was buried on the Mount of Olives in the late 19th century, bringing her rather amazing life to a close. So when we contemplate her life, and I want to remind you, this morning or this afternoon I had 5 19-year-old women, and the reaction to her were all totally different. Some were just energized and said, I never knew a woman could do things like this. And other women were saying, oh my gosh, this is terrible. How could they allow this kind of thing to happen? At the same time, what were the rabbis at this time? It's fascinating that she is a rather complex role model for 21st century women, even for 21st century observant Jewish women, because she's really so unique. She was a leader of women. She was not simply secondary to a male figure, and she did in a highly idiosyncratic way, which was certainly facilitated by the fact that she had the economic means to pursue her unique path. She was a Wolfian kind of character in that she had a room of her own, quite literally, do whatever she wanted. And in that space, despite the pressures of society, she elected to essentially act as a rebel. She defied those social norms, but she remained really within the boundaries of piety. And I think in many ways she's an inspirational character for us looking at women in the 19th century. With that, I want to thank you as always for your great patience, and hope you have an excellent week. Hang around if you have any questions. We'll turn off the video.
This topic grammar is not physical too. Even if you've never heard either sentence before, you can probably tell that colorless green ideas sleep furiously is a grammatical sentence, but furiously sleep ideas green colorless is ungrammatical. Something about an ungrammatical sentence just feels weird. Even though it's the same words, it's not something anyone would say. Two, grammaticality is also not about whether a sentence meets the approval of teachers, editors, or other authorities. For example, don't nobody know nothing is perfectly grammatical. In fact, someone's probably saying it right now.
The next stop is Avenue J.
It's not the way anyone would combine these words. It's amazing that speakers of a language can have such similar grammatical expressions without ever being formally taught them. That said, our mental grammars are all slightly different from each other based on our vocabulary, personal version of language, also known as our mini language. So you may sometimes.
Anyways, we're going to be speaking about Sarah Sophia Solon. She spelled her name various ways at various points in her career, literary and otherwise. This is the one that's recorded on her famous manifesto of the 1620s that we'll discuss in some detail. In brief, this is a woman who lived at the turn of the century in Venice, from a fairly wealthy Jewish family, very involved in literary circles, and something of a socialite. Perhaps one might think, if I could speak disparagingly, God forbid, perhaps kind of an intellectual lightweight in some ways, kind of dabbling in literary circles, but all of a sudden, when push came to shove, and she was called on in a public forum to renounce her Judaism, these various Christian prelates who attacked her had not realized that they had woken the tiger, and she came back with claws and teeth that made them regret even the suggestion. It's really quite a fascinating story, and it says a lot, I think, about gender, faith, and the voice of the Jew with the advent of modern printing technology that suddenly represented a shift in the powerlessness of this minority as expressed through the activity of this one rather remarkable young woman. Her life as we know it is based on 7 years of literary activity, everything that we have related to her career, but nevertheless from those brief 7 years we can garner a tremendous amount of information regarding what it must have been like to be a woman moving in upper middle class circles in the Venetian ghetto around the same time as Shakespeare was composing his Merchant of Venice, which of course was also about the Jews of this region. So why don't we go straight into the story and learn a little bit about this remarkable woman. We don't have a clear and confirmed portrait of her. Many were made, but they were lost over the course of the last few centuries. Several of them have been described, however, including that she described herself, which was later connected to a painting found in a collection and connected to Sarah Sophia Solon. This could in fact be a legitimate representation of her. There are some discrepancies For example, she is often referred to as blonde. Dresses are praised by many of her literary companions, but it's quite likely that it was dyed, so she would not always been a blonde. Blondes are not that common in Venice to begin with, among Jewish women, perhaps of Spanish extraction, less so. So it's unlikely that she was a natural blonde. So it could be that this picture, which presents her as being a brunette, may be accurate. She refers in her description of her portrait to holding the weapons of love in her right hand, and it seems that she's holding something like laurel twigs, which were a gift that she had sent to one of her literary companions at one point. And in her right hand, she describes pointing to the region where she was wounded. And of course, her hand is pointing to her heart here, indicating that she has, become love struck. This love struck aspect of her career, by the way, was in a highly ethereal, intellectual way. It's kind of weird. I have to say that if she were my daughter, and she was a young woman when most of this was happening, probably in her early 20s, I would have shut it down immediately. Like, I would be taking away the iPhone, no texting whatsoever, because this is really inappropriate discourse. But nevertheless, we have this discourse, so we see that she's engaged in a rather chaste manner, but nevertheless, just on the surface reading, quite titillating. But anyway, this may be an accurate rendition of what she looked like. I'm going to rely very heavily on the research of Don Haran, shown here, who is an Israeli historian who published a rather remarkable work which detailed the life and work of this young woman and translating them into this book, Jewish Poet and Intellectual in 17th Century Venice. It's all about the works of Sarah Capiasola. Okay, so this is a highly derivative presentation, no original research whatsoever, and please forgive the errors, no hard questions, please. Okay, so let's talk about her life. First of all, we have to situate it within the turn of the 17th century in Venice. Venice was one of the early European cities to have a ghetto. Jews were crowded into a fairly small region with living in apartment buildings as high as 9 stories, which was quite impressive for the era. Although they were regulated heavily in this European city, they nevertheless were quite active in commerce. This is a period of time when a lot of things are changing economically, socially, religiously, and so on. We spent quite a bit of time talking about the scientific revolution last week when we discussed David Gans. Also at this time, we have some unusual economic revolutions as the law of Gratian is beginning to fade. The law of Gratian is a church canon law which refers to the prohibition of money lending between Christians. It was taken obviously from the book of Deuteronomy, from the Devarim, in which Jews are forbidden to lend money and charge interest from other Jews, but the phrase used there is from your brother. So Christians also interpreted that law the same way, and Christians were forbidden to charge interest to each other. So therefore, Jews, really from the 11th century onward, had a monopoly on money lending. This is not the place to go into a long history of the economics of money lending and how Jews occupied that niche, but it definitely was a saving grace. Maybe not saving grace. It was definitely an element of the Jewish community because they were the only people in Europe who really allowed to charge interest. It was absolutely essential for any kind of developing economy to be able to borrow money on credit. If you have no credit, the economy grinds to a halt. And so therefore, for several centuries, the Jews were really well positioned to make a profit with this sometimes risky occupation. If you're interested in learning more about that, I have an entire lecture on the web on Jews and medieval economy. However, by the 14th century, many Italian banking houses began to say, this is really not such a great arrangement. We are missing out on a huge economic opportunity. And beginning in the 14th century onward, the Jewish share in money lending began to shrink and shrink, and began to move from being major money lenders to kings and outfitting armies and things like this, to more and more a much more smaller scale kind of venture, and money lending was slowly really on the way out as a monopoly for the Jews. Ironically, at the time when Shakespeare was writing about Shylock, this is when Jewish money lending was definitely on the wane. But nevertheless, that was the backbone of the Jewish community of Venice. Sophia Solom's father was a moneylender. Her husband also a very successful merchant and moneylender. And so she moved in those circles. So it's kind of an interesting sort of situation where you have a woman in a family with a considerable amount of capital, a large amount of wealth, a significant amount of disposable income on her hands. So she could be dedicated to literary pursuits and to education as a whole. But nevertheless, she's trapped in this ghetto, kind of like a bird in a gilded cage, because of her faith. And as we shall see, there are many that wish to free her from that ghetto if only she would accept the waters of baptism. So her family, as I mentioned earlier, her father Simon, who died in 1606, was a wealthy moneylender. Her mother's name was Rita. There's a certain amount of debate as to when exactly she was born. This date is not recorded. Most likely she was born sometime around the year 1590, which would make her about 16 at time of her father's passing. She records in some of the few letters of hers that have survived that her father encouraged her to pursue her literary interests, and in fact to maintain a kind of early salon. I'll spend a little bit of time talking about that in a minute, which makes sense. If she was born in 1590, she would be about 16. That would be about the right time. Scholars have suggested perhaps she was born in 1600, which would make sense with some of the other developments in her life, but that would not make sense that her father would be encouraging her six-year-old daughter to establish a literary salon. She has sisters, Rachel, known as Diana, and Esther, known as Stare. Perhaps you can see, even in the fact that they have dual names, that this is something that's reflective of the nature of Jews living in a society where they would have, their Jewish identity, and they would have also a secular identity. There was no hiding the fact that they were Jewish, but they could nevertheless have commerce with outside society. The ghetto was only closed at night. Jews would travel outside of the ghetto for business. The ghetto was open for others to come into the region as well. But so it was certainly not a closed and an impermeable barrier between Jews and non-Jews in the society. I myself, I go by my Henry, which I like to call my slave name, but I have a Hebrew name as well, Hillel. I will pause and take questions shortly. Just please wait till I get to it. Thank you. I will take questions later. I'm going to pause and get to those questions shortly. Okay. Her husband, Jacob Selim, was married they were married sometime in 1610. Again, that's another indication she probably was born earlier than 1600. Marriage at 10 was not unheard of, but it would have been somewhat early for them. Her middle name is somewhat, or her maiden name, Capio, is rather interesting. At one point, she was spelling it with two P's, and all of a sudden, she abruptly dropped one of the P's. Why is that? So, as we shall see in a moment, one of the major affairs that she was involved with, literary affairs, was with a much older monk, a Catholic monk, who said that his love for her was so intense that he feels like he is one of the P's in her name and she the other, meaning that they were destined to be always together like the two P's in the word Capio, and so therefore she immediately dropped one of the P's. So she spelled her name with one P afterwards. Her Selim probably is spelled in different ways. She herself spelled it different ways. It could have come from Shulam or Shalem, meaning complete. But more likely, it comes from the word Sulam, which means ladder. As you can see in her, not her gravestone, but it is from her family. Quite often, you have the emblem of the ladder portrayed there. Sulam means like a Sulam art, so a ladder from the ground to the heavens. She went into heraldry. You can get a feeling for the kind of class that she moved in, because she often sent letters with personal signs, have things like scorpions on them from her name Sarah Copia, Scorpio, and the latter is also figured very prominently various. Okay, so a bit about her name. Her activity, one of the small things, her Solom is her last name. I will pause and take questions at a few points during the lecture, so if you hang on, I will be very happy to address them. Why don't I pause for questions right now? Yes. Any other questions? Okay, let's go on then. She was moving in, as I mentioned, very high-level circles. Perhaps the most famous Jew in Venice at the time was Leon de Modena, pictured here, who was also very prolific, writing on a wide variety of subjects. He knew Sarah Copia Solom very personally, wrote many letters to her that have survived and so on. And in fact, he may have counseled her through some of the crises that she experienced early on in her life. But now let's return to this idea of the salon that I mentioned earlier. This is a fascinating kind of activity that Jewish women in particular were famous for. Primarily a little bit later, in the period of the Enlightenment, like the 18th century is when you see it being really prominent. But a salon is basically something that typically for middle-class Jewish women would invite literati to come to their homes just for open-ended discussions. Sometimes these salons really inspired tremendous intellectual creativity, artistic creativity, gave the opportunity for young, principally non-Jewish artists, poets, and so on, to meet patrons, often Jewish, who would support their work, give them the wherewithal to continue their publications or their artistic endeavors and things like this. And this continued well into the early 20th century. Perhaps the most famous of them is Rachel Varnhagen, very German Jewish woman. But typically the salon activity was something that Jewish women engaged in because there were no other venues for them to achieve status in the outside world. They could not, for example, belong to the same opera-loving societies. They could not necessarily move in the horse racing crowds. I don't know if there were horse racing crowds in Kentucky or something like that. But they didn't have the right to gain social entree into those circles where Christian women of the same class would gain status. And so therefore, they established their own. They created their own venue, these salons, which ended up being like kind of the hot places to be. And if you were, intellectually inclined and you wanted to go hear someone speak on art or a new poet or a new novelist or something like that, then you would go typically to the ghetto and you would hang out in one of these Jewish women's homes, where they would put on a great spread, and they would fame through hosting these kinds of events. She instituted the first of these salons in Europe. This is quite early, already in the early 1600s, and it became really a phenomenon that existed right up into the 20th century and into America. She may have inspired the Accademia degli Incogniti, which is a very famous one that started immediately after her passing, with many of the principal poets that had already been attending her own salon. Unfortunately, her genius in this area is what got her into trouble. So I'm going to start with 3 major scandals that she was involved in. I don't want to explore these for the sake of their kind of what's the right word? Kind of like National Enquirer sort of feel. They are scandalous in reality. But they really say a lot about the emerging role of Jewish women, specifically in early modern society. Quite fascinating, I think. Okay, so I'll pause now. If there are any other questions before we go to the first of the 3 scandals. Okay. Everybody wants to go straight to the scandals. Here we go. The first one is the so-called Seba affair, named after this man, Ansaldo Seba. So this is what happened, and this is the kind of thing that when I read it, my eyes just expanded, and I thought, oh my God, this was my daughter. Oh my God. I have to check with my own daughter, see if they'd ever done anything quite so crazy. I talked about it at the Shabbos table. Basically, imagine this young woman. We're not exactly sure how old she was when this started. She was married, possibly in her early 20s, therefore, also possibly in her late teens. But she loved poetry, and she reads into this long epic poem called Esther, which is about Queen Esther of the Bible, written by this early monk, who, as he's born in 1565, he is at least 30 years her senior. And she is so moved by it that she decides to write Ansaldo a letter praising his literary work. So far, not so bad. In fact, I asked my eldest daughter, who was one particular modern novelist that she found on his website all the books that influenced him, and she read through the whole list. And then after she read all the books that influenced him, then she sent him an email, and they had an email correspondence, and that's as far as it went. At any rate, she sent him a letter describing how, just gushing over how much she loved his book, so much so that she used to put it on her pillow every night, so she would wake up to it every morning. I think that's a little too much, right? That's like an overshare, as it were. But Ansaldo picked up this letter, and he responded. And by the way, at this point, he's living in a monastery and is kind of retired from literary activity, but he gets this fresh, enthusiastic letter from this young Jewish woman, and he is like just inspired. So he writes back to her, and they start an extremely intense correspondence that involves, they never meet in person. The tone of their correspondence is incredibly intense. Now, when I was reading it, I was sort of, imagining to myself an Italian accent, because they're constantly talking about how much they love each other and how they have pictures of themselves drawn and sent to each other, and they imagine, what it would be like to actually be speaking with each other. It's kind of weird. He also writes to her husband with her permission. But I guess that's what people did in 17th century Italy. You could write letters like that. But what's really interesting to Ansaldo, and by the way, I'll tell you what's interesting to Ansaldo is the fact that she is Jewish. And he declares that he's going to make his last life project the conversion of this young Jewish Jew to Christianity. And so he bends his literary efforts completely to the task of convincing her to become Christian. And over years of correspondence, she steadfastly refuses. Let me read to you one example of his writing to her. By the way, as the reason we have all this is because he decided, even though he was never successful, he loved his own writing so much that he published the book of his letters to Sulla, letters of Ansaldo Seba written to Sara Coppia, and published in Genoa, I think in 1625 or something like that. And unfortunately, he published all of his letters to her. He didn't publish any of her letters to him. So they are largely lost. A few have shown up in a few times, but generally we have to sort of piece together what she said from what he said. Okay, so here's one letter. He's writing to her. You could also object, if it seems to you so, that I have overstepped the limit of caring for you. Command me also, if you like, to refrain from my prayers, because your insults are favors for me, and your prohibitions stimuli. I must confess that you did not succeed in sweetening your rejection of my prayers by your promises that you would approve some of my virtues. I claim no other virtue which you have to approve than that which makes me wish your salvation. Believe me, Lady Sarah, your salvation will be lost if you will not awaken. And the grounds for this awakening have been set forth so clearly and distinctly by him that there is no need for a repetition by me. Beg you, read carefully the last part of the book I've sent you. Search there for other reasons which are not lacking. Read it aloud if you doubt, and pray to God that he may grant you illumination. That illumination which you, as you think, do not need, but which you need so urgently. As to myself, you can preach whatever you find opportune, but do not take great pains to make me love the Jews, because I have freed you from such effort long ago. Was she not a Jewess, that mother of God, my gracious patroness in heaven? Was she not a Jewess whom I chose as the heroine of my poem? And you yourself, whom I made the mistress of my desire, are a Jewess. Thus, without my being obligated to cease to be a Christian, you may with good reason regard me as the most ardent Jew. And they have the Italian, Ibraissimo. The most Hebrew. But do not get excited if the love which I cherish towards you cannot remain inactive, when a terrible danger that surrounds you stirs compassion in the depths of my soul. So this is just like one of the lighter passages. Sometimes he gets super heavy, talking about how she's going to fire and damnation, and that only if you remove the blindness from your soul. And this goes on for years and years and years. Now, if you can imagine, just put yourself in her shoes. Here she is. She's in the ghetto, a beleaguered minority. She heard to this big author. Go back! Oh my gosh! And then for years he keeps writing these like stalker type letters, trying to convert to Christianity. And she politely but firmly rebuffs him for years and years. And it goes on, and she becomes, so to speak, a project for the Italian literary community and also for the educated Christian community as well. Genug showing. Enough already, right? But nevertheless, she keeps writing to him. And moreover, again, we're only basing this on what he says in his letters, but it appears that although she rebuffed his efforts to convert him, she continued to enjoy the association. And she continued in many ways, I think inappropriately, in my humble opinion, to encourage this relationship. For example, sending him gifts and, having her portrait painted, asking for a portrait of him to be sent to her. And to give you a sense of sometimes we have this image of Jews in the past as being uniformly Orthodox. Like my kids, when they went to school and they got those little drawings of the Parsha, like Moshe Rabbeinu and Avraham Avinu, they all wore black hats, things like that. It's not necessarily the case. But so, he describes how he sent a small gift with one of his servants to her, and she was so delighted to meet his servant that she insisted on treating him like a king and serving him food, and she sang to him a sonnet that she had prepared. I mean, it's definitely not base Yaakov style behavior. It was not fly, but nevertheless, it gives you a sense, just a feel of the realities of what Jewish life was like for this class of women in time. We don't have, at this point, any non-Orthodox Jews. There's no such thing. In fact, the word Orthodox doesn't exist yet. It hasn't been coined because we don't have anything against which to use the word Orthodox. So she was like an upstanding member of the community, and this is kind of like the range of behaviors that were obviously tolerated within the community. Today, in America, in a very stratified religious sort of, certain things, get you under the writ of a fatwa or something, and other things are completely accepted. But, so this is just giving you a sense of the realities of what it was like for a woman living at this time. Definitely not Pasha Yasha behavior, but, she nevertheless maintained steadfast in her refusal to convert. And that was actually quite an accomplishment. And maybe I can paraphrase the question. Is there any indication that we would think that either of these parties wanted to make this relationship more concrete. Is that what you're suggesting? It's also a brilliant question. And, I wish I was more of a literary scholar to be able to read these things properly. Because I read these letters in a 20th century context, I would say, call the police. This is pedophilia. This is all kinds of terrible things. But they just go on and on with each other in this tone that makes me think that maybe this is sort of the range of acceptable discourse in literary circles at the turn of the 17th century. That's all I can guess from it. Also, the literary scholarship that I've read indicates that this is just like we kind of stereotype Italian effervescence, and what do they say? They turn both cheeks and they say bella, bella, right? And that kind of thing. You get that they just like way too much tomato sauce and talked up, just very flowery language, but it's an intellectual love affair. I mean, her husband is involved in this. She writes to her husband reading the letter. She's married, and the whole debate is you have to come to love Jesus as I do. That's what we have to do. Okay, let's go on to the second one. One thing we should not miss here is that this is very serious. This is, in fact, deadly serious. Because the next scandal that she was involved in involved another member of the literary circle of her salon, a man named Baldassare Bonifacio, who was a priest who later actually became an archbishop. And he was a friend of Seba's, a friend of Solomorli's, an admirer who came regularly to her salon, and he came out with this devastating attack on his erstwhile patron, which was called On the Immortality of the Soul, a discourse by Baldassare Bonifacio to Signora Sara Copia. This one she dropped the P. And this was an open and very clear attack on her, claiming she doubted the immortality of the soul. She doubted that perhaps the soul was immortal. Now, this all of a sudden becomes very serious because the Inquisition is still quite active. We're talking now about the year 1600. The Inquisition was founded in Venice in 1454. We have a lot of Moranos who are still in the region, although there are some free cities like Ferrara. There are Moranos who are posing as Christians who are burnt by the Inquisition and in many ways persecuted right up until the 19th century. And the Inquisition also was very interested in Jews who wandered away from key tenets of the faith. That is, what was the Inquisition concerned with? They were concerned with Christians who were Judaizing, meaning slipping away from Christian doctrines and absorbing Jewish ones. In particular, you would think that would include Christians who were originally Jewish or distant from Jews, the so-called converts. But they were also concerned with Jews who were not necessarily hewing to the straight and narrow path of Judaism. That was also something that was not tolerated by the Catholic faith, and therefore the accusation that a Jew did not believe in something central like monotheism, or the immortality of the soul, that could be literally a death sentence for her. And so all of a sudden this priest comes out with this really nasty attack saying that, hey, I've talked to this woman and I don't think she believes in life after death. And so what happened was quite fascinating. Even before it went into print, she heard that he was publishing this attack, and so she went into a frenzy of writing, and within 2 days, she produced this work, which she published before his work could even actually hit the stands, the Manifesto of Sara Copia Solom, Hebrea, the Jewish woman, which is a statement that she explicitly denies the charges of Baldassare Bonifacio and that she believed in the immortality of the soul. So, using actually rather aggressive and perceptive political literary skills, she outflanks her literary opponent and produces this remarkable work. Now, let me read you just a couple of pieces from this. And this is fascinating because, okay, the other part was kind of funny in a strange sort of way. But this is all of a sudden, this is when she takes it to another. Everything that was going on with Ansaldo before was, criticism of her, why don't you convert and so on. But all of a sudden, by not believing in the central tenet of Judaism, he has woken the tiger. All of a sudden, you see exactly what she's capable of. So the first thing she does, and this is actually I found really funny, the very first thing she does in this book, remember, she's being accused of not believing in the immortality of the soul. So the first thing she does is she dedicates the book, it's a small book, it's a pamphlet really, to her late father. And she writes to him in the second person at the beginning of the book, saying, to Signor Copio, my most beloved creator, this little but necessary work could not properly be dedicated to anybody else than to him who has passed the threshold of this transient life, because it confirms the peace I prove in this work, namely, that I undoubtedly believed in the immortality of the soul. Right? The point here is, if you're saying I don't believe in the immortality of the soul, well, I'll point out to you, I'm dedicating this book to my dead father, because I believe he can still read it. I believe in the immortality of the soul. To thee, therefore, most beloved soul, who hast incorporated thyself into that body which brought me into this world, to thee, my father, my most beloved friend, although spoiled of the earthly, dwellest and wilt dwell among the blessed souls forever, I want to offer this small gift. Firstly, because if divine goodness allows thee to participate in the happenings of this world, I should like to contribute to the increase of thy heavenly pleasures by the modest fame I was able to acquire, which I trust will not be less dear to thee, because it was produced by a woman most desirous but unable to do as much for the perpetuation of thy name as this would have done. Kind of an interesting sort of aside there. She's saying, I want to make you feel bad. I want to make you feel better, Tati, that you didn't have a son. Because look, I'm a woman, it's true, but at least I wrote this book. And then, in order to give thee a small sign of the everlasting memory which I keep of the boundless thou hast always shown to me, accept therefore this humble token of the unlimited devotion of thy daughter, whom thou lovest so much, and who it will be allowed to me to enjoy life and health, as a certain amount of creative ability has already been bestowed upon me, will live for the honor of thy name no less than for her own. Now, this work, the manifesto, is not really significant, in my humble opinion, on a literary or philosophical level. Bonifacio's arguments that were very ad hominem, that were directed at Sarah, are also not breaking new ground philosophically. And her response, defense, it's not Plato, it's not Aristotle, it's not high-level philosophy. But the fact that a young woman, she's maybe at this point, would have the gumption, she obviously had the economic wherewithal, to stand up for herself in this very hostile environment and publish a manifesto. The word itself is quite large. You know, this is my statement of purpose, boldly saying what I have to say. That in itself is remarkable. It could only have happened in an environment where women had access to printing technology, had access to a voice, kind of like blogging in contemporary terms, but she refused to allow herself cowed into submission, something which she could easily have avoided by giving in and converting to Christianity and confessing her faith. But she maintained her identity as a Jewess, and she maintained her faith in the face of such a direct charge. Moreover, when you actually read the manifesto, there's really pretty harsh words for Bonifacio. Let me give you another example of this. Tell me then, for God's sake, Signor Baldassare, what has induced you to write and print this tract and to involve my name in it? You say in Virgilian verses that God has chosen you for this purpose. This is ignorance indeed. So the Lord had his disposal for such a sublime and important purpose no other more illuminated spirit and no more learned servant than just you? Of the host of all scholars, he has chosen nobody but you to deal with such a worthy manner. If the belief in the immortality of the soul were not implanted in the human spirit by other means than rational grounds, it would be served badly if there were not other than yours, which, although they emanate from learned authors, have been misunderstood and reproduced so badly by you. You want to deal with the soul, with immortality, with the most difficult and arduous question in all philosophy, which perhaps has been obscure to you in various aspects, if theology had not come to your aid? You are certainly aware of the fact that you are neither a philosopher, theologian, and, if I am not mistaken, I have heard from your own mouth that the sciences do not belong to your profession. And in spite of this, you have dared to touch with your fingers such a sublime matter. Pretty nasty, fighting words that she's not embarrassed whatsoever to speak. Now, one last quotation to give you a sense of her literary voice. I repeat what I have said already. This is not an answer to your challenge, but a simple manifesto to excuse my not making my appearance. There is no reason for a combat where no resistance exists, neither in words nor deeds. As far as I'm concerned, you may remove your armor, but even if you provoke me again with insults, I have no more intention of answering you, first because I do not want to waste my time, and then because I have no desire whatever to attract the attention of the public by my writings as you have shown yourself so ambitious to do. Live happy. You will attain the immortality which you preach so eloquently if you observe your Christian teachings as well as I observe the law of leave me alone because you're not getting away with this kind of activity. It's a really impressive thing. Again, place it within the time and circumstance. Really, for her to come out with things like this says a lot about who she was as a person. Now, before I go on to the last scandal, I will pause for questions or observations. Yes, good question. So, unlike the Ansaldo affair, these were publicly produced. These were like in the bookstores. So these were books which were public letters for everybody to read. They were not private ones which were later published. What other people react to them? We do have some letters of the affair. There was certainly a lot of sniggering at Bonifacio's expense because here he had a serious smackdown from the Jewish woman. We only have a handful of these kinds of reactions. There's no question they left her alone after this point. Oh, I wish we knew more about what the Jewish community had to say. We do not have a lot. We do have a few expressions from Leon de Modena, who is well published, and he definitely supported her. There are some intimations, perhaps he helped her write the manifesto, because among other things, she had some learning. She had some classical Latin and Greek and so on, and she had some Hebrew. But it's not clear exactly how much of a scholar she was. But this manifesto is deeply scholarly, and it sounds rabbinic. So you feel like maybe she had a little bit of help. And given the family relationship, it's not surprising that she should ask Lita Modena, please help me formulate my response. But the voice is clearly hers. It's her, telling Mr. Bonifacio where he's going. I think that's a very valid observation. And I think the part that's fascinating is that, like the internet, the availability of reasonably priced, mass-produced publications gives a lot of people a voice that had never had the possibility of speaking out before. I don't, as wealthy as her family probably was, she probably would never have recorded 10 words if it were not for the availability of the printing press. So now we begin to get a glimpse into the realities of life for women in the turn of the 17th century as a result of this developing technology. Fascinating. And of course, the ramifications for today are huge because we're living in a society that makes the Gutenberg Revolution look like a little ripple. The internet has totally changed everything. Okay. Okay, let's go on to the third and final crisis. And this is an extremely sad one in many ways. It's so policy up there. So we had a teacher, Nancy, who was one of these Jewish individuals who were in literary circles. And at some point, Paluzzi decided to defraud his sponsor. She found that he was actually stealing from her, pilfering her goods, and so she fired him. She came back highly apologetic, and she accepted him back. And then we don't have a lot of the details about these things. We have a lot of secondhand accounts. Apparently, he colluded with two of her friends to create an imaginary French literary admirer, just like the Ansaldo affair. And they kind of mimicked that, and she, as it were, fell for it again. At least as we're piecing together the story. Paluzzi arranged for a series of letters to arrive, telling Sarah he loved her work, that her frescoes fascinated, things like that, and developing a relationship with her. Imagine admirer money. She had another portrait of herself sent out to him, and the whole thing went on for quite a while until it was eventually discovered that Paluzzi was in charge of the affair. She charged him. He was apparently convicted. We're not clear what the punishment was, but she suffered a great deal of humiliation towards the end of her life. That in many ways that was simply the same scam that she fell for with Ansaldo, but just this time for money. A very sad kind of end to her literary career. That's basically all we know in the context of 7 years activity. But occasions a lot of sort of reflections on what it means to be a Jewish woman at the turn of this 17th century. And I'd like to just pause for a second and think about that. So how important was she in the scope of Jewish history? On one level, she's important because she is a data point. Just the fact that we know her name, we know what she did, we know what she thought based on her writings. We would love this kind of data for any women at the turn of the 17th century because there's so few bits of information that we can use to recreate the social history of Jews at this time. But I think there's a lot more that we can say about her personally and the kind of position that she took with regards to her interlocutors. She was assailed publicly for her Judaism. She was put on the spot and she was humiliated publicly in an attempt to get her to convert to Christianity, which would have solved her problems and would have simply taken her off the storyboard of Jewish history altogether, but she refused to give in to not inconsiderable pressures. We know a little bit about her own personal history, something I haven't shared with you very much. We know, for example, that although her marriage to Jacob was apparently happy, you have to wonder about the nature of their relationship if she's engaging in these kinds of very intense correspondences with others. She was a mother, but her only daughter died in infancy. She had a bad miscarriage later, and she refers to several bouts with very serious illnesses that makes one think that perhaps the miscarriage resulted in her later inability to have more children because she never did. So she certainly endured a lot of personal sadness in her own life that we can only get as hints, for example, through Ansaldo's correspondence with her. Nevertheless, the picture that emerges of this very human young woman is of a brave person who is striving to create a bridge for her own personal identity within both the Jewish world and within the secular world at the same time. Even though there are elements which we consider fundamentally compatible, nevertheless, it is her passion to read this poetry. She loves being engaged with thinkers and with poets, regardless of their background. She is tolerant to an incredible degree to hear their description of what is important to them, and at the same time, she maintains her own boundaries, she maintains her own faith and position within the church. And in that regard, it's hard to call her a feminist. That, to use that anachronistically to the 17th century, I think would be an abuse of the term. But nevertheless, she is certainly a proud Jewish woman. She is someone whose stance for her faith is something that we can give to our own daughters as a role model, at least in part. And I myself take a lot of personal meaning from her life story. Well, I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I certainly did. It was fascinating doing the research on this young woman, and I literally laughed out loud at some passages in her manifesto, and was fascinated with the correspondence she had with Salvador Seva. And I want to take this moment to express my gratitude to all of you for watching these videos. I especially appreciate it when some of you actually come and show up in person. We have a few guests over the last couple of weeks that have seen these videos in various fine formats and then have actually come in to see that it happens in real life. I think that's fantastic. I also want to put in a plug here for the fact that, here at the college, 2/3 of our students are women. We spend a tremendous amount of energy educating future female Jewish leaders. We take great pride in it. We regard it as a very important aspect of our mission. And I want to share this mission with you and invite you to participate in it with us. You'll see on the bottom of your screen or on the top a little letter I, an opportunity if you'd like to support the mission by donating to scholarships to our students. I think that would be a fantastic thing. And I tell you what, if you have that little letter I at the top of your screen, please click on it. Even if you just want to appreciate the video and you enjoyed the lecture, just click on it because I see how many people click on it. I don't see your actual personal ID, but I do see that people click on it. It makes me feel good to know that people out there believe in what we're doing and want to share in the mission. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video and look forward to speaking with you in further lectures. Thank you very much.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Speech sounds don't include coughing, sneezing, or belching. They're the sounds that spoken languages combine with each other to make words. While there are a finite number of speech sounds, we can use them to make an infinite number of words. How the human body produces them. We start with the lungs, which push air up through the vocal folds, also known as vocal cords. Your vocal folds are thin membranes that sit across your throat and
Hello, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the first lecture. I got some really great feedback, and it was really helpful for me to get a sense of how to design these classes better. So today we're going to go into the first real historical lecture. The lecture that you just listened to was a little bit more theoretical about geography as opposed to history per se, and now we're going to get into the nitty-gritty. My goal for today is to really go over two things. First of all, to give you kind of a lightning review of Jewish history from the beginnings of time all the way up until the first millennium, the year zero. And then we're going to go from there. We're going to look a little bit at Jewish sectarianism. I want to give you a sense of the diversity of Jewish thought at the beginning of the first millennium. So that's our goal for today. Those two things. Let's get started. So here you see in the cover image a really interesting kind of thing. It's a mural from the Europos synagogue, which is a 3rd century synagogue that was unearthed in rather remarkably good condition. And as you can see, it's a great example of Hellenistic Judaism. It's a great example looking at the influence of Hellenism on Jewish thought and practice. This is a scene in the synagogue, depicts the rescue of Moses from the Nile River by Bat Paro, the daughter of Pharaoh. You can see her there at the bottom of the screen, tastefully edited by my little block there. But in the background, you can, so obviously they had no problem with nudity and things like this in the walls of synagogues. But if you look at the style of representation, they all essentially look like
Middle Eastern, really Greek women with the almond-shaped eyes and things like that. And the sort of two-dimensional framing, the expressions, all this sort of stylistic devices are a clear influence of Greek culture, which is normal. I mean, after all, we're living in a very Greek culture at the time. And that's going to be the underlying theme of today's class. So first of all, let's talk a little bit about our sources for Jewish history. I mean, what exactly are our sources for Jewish history? First of all, we have the Bible, the Torah, perhaps better phrase, the Tanakh, which refers to the three sections of the Hebrew Scriptures. That is the first 5 books of Moses, followed by the Nevi'im, or the prophets, and then finally by the Ketuvim, or writings, which cover things like Proverbs and things like that. And it's a fantastic source with all kinds of amazing information, and it really is the first go-to source for any of the information we're going to look at in the ancient period. Unfortunately, it is not intended by its authors as a historical source. I mean, the prophets and so on, when they recorded those things, they were not necessarily intending to give us a modern, critical historical account of what happened in the ancient period. The primary goal of the works of Nach in particular are spiritual edification, to teach us spiritual lessons and to try to, advance the cause of Jewish values and so on. So it's great for gathering information, but it should not be considered a history book per se. Secondly, we have the so-called pseudographa and apocrypha. These are works which are ancient, usually of Jewish authorship, but they didn't make it into the Tanakh. For various reasons, sometimes discussed in the Talmud, for example, these books were debated. Do they have sufficient spiritual content? Are they in line with mainstream thinking on Judaism? In fact, some books like Shir HaShirim, the Song of Songs, were actually debated and made it into the Tanakh. Others were debated and did not into the Tanakh. For example, Ben Sira. And these books are sometimes included in other Bibles, like, for example, the Catholic Bible has some really interesting books that the Jewish Bible does not include. And I'm not talking here about the so-called New Testament, which is the Christian scriptures per se. There are books like Judith and Tobit and First and Second Maccabees, which were considered Sifrei Chitzoniyim, external books or exterior books by the Jews. They were considered, integral to other traditions, and they were in fact incorporated into non-Jewish Bibles. But these kinds of texts, like the biblical texts, were intended primarily to, impart an edifying message, cannot be considered appropriately as historical sources, but they do have historical data that we can use. Finally, we have scattered sources in various non-Jewish documents and old finds and things like that. And these are of somewhat dubious value. First of all, there are not so many of them. There's clearly the first source to go to are intrinsic Jewish sources, but there are occasional references in ancient Egyptian literature, later Greek literature, and Roman literature, which can shed valuable light on Jewish history. Obviously, they're highly tendentious, often trying to cast the Jews in a particular light. This is the stele of the pharaoh Merneptah.
Welcome. How are you?
The earliest reference found to Jews in a non-Jewish source, and it dates from...
That's good, son. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo, dog, we're just watching... There you go. I didn't want to talk with you anyway.
From the 13th century before the Common Era, and there's this phrase, Israel is wasted, it exists no more. Rather nasty kind.
Welcome. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hello.
How you living,
Yeah, I
Tim?
can hear you.
Excellent. How are things in your neck of the woods?
It's going pretty good. Can't complain.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
So I was actually in your other server, like the public server 1, whatever it's called. And clicked your profile and I clicked the link and then it brought me here.
Very well. Well, welcome. How are things going for you today?
It's going good. It's going good.
Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My stream back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to The Economist magazine. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big?
I heard of it, but I never actually seen it.
Okay, that's all right. Well, essentially, you can watch my life from like 22 different angles on YouTube, and basically everything that I do. And I basically do everything online of interest, and I have more data than any person in global history. How's that sound?
Okay, that sounds good. That sounds good.
Excellent. Well, we have my friend Audie here. We're about to play a game. I'm going to use the restroom first, but yeah, I'm always online, always live, so feel free to make yourself at home, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, my friend.
Okay.
Kind of a statement. But if we look over here, okay, so this is what Israel's seed looks like today. Okay, interesting, nice, happy children. It's a Yom Ha'atzmaut, Israeli Independence Day celebration there, and this is what this is what Pharaoh Merempta looks like. Not so good. Let's have a look at it again. Here's Israel's seed. According to the Pharaoh, is wasted and no more. And let's look at the Pharaoh. I mean, I'm just saying. Okay, let's go on. So, let's go quickly through the fertile period, and this is going to be a lightning through quite a few centuries history. We begin with the conquest of Canaan, which is described in the last section of the Torah and the first few books of Nach, specifically Joshua and then Judges, and then we move from there rather rapidly into the monarchy. The establishment of the first Jewish king, known as King Saul, which then is handed over to his son-in-law, King David. In fact, that takes up most of the description of the book of Samuel. And then it's handed over to David's son, Solomon, Shlomo, and that's into the book of Kings and so on. After the monarchy is established, then we have its dissolution into two states, two divided kingdoms, Judah in the south and Israel in the north. I'm going to show you a map of that shortly. Then in the late 8th century, a terrible tragedy strikes as the northern kingdom is conquered by the Assyrians, and the 10 northern tribes are taken away into captivity and lost forever. This is the source of the famous 10 lost tribes of Judaism. And it's interesting, if you follow the history of the idea of the 10 lost tribes, there are all kinds of peoples, including, for example, the British people, American Indians, African tribes who have claimed to be descended from the 10 lost tribes. Might be some interesting things actually coming out of DNA research right now. But moving on from there, the most important event afterwards is the 6th century destruction of all of Israel by the Babylonians, and then the carting away of a good chunk of the population to Babylon in particular. They are there for about 70 years before they are allowed to return and rebuild the temple. Most Jews stayed in Babylon, but quite a few returned and created a second temple, and there was a Jewish Renaissance. So if you have a look at the maps here, here's a map of the divided kingdoms of Judah and Israel. You can see that Judean desert and southward towards the Negev. Kingdom of Israel is further north in the region of today's Shomron, the Galil, and even across the Jordan into contemporary Jordan. Here's a map of the Babylonian Empire, the period in which the Jews were carted off there. And they're leaving from places like Judah, you see towards the left, moving over into the Mesopotamian region. The word Mesopotamia means between the rivers, and refers to the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, not shown here, but they sort of go diagonally down from the center of the map into the Persian Gulf, what would be today contemporary Iraq ending in Kuwait. And the Jews set up several cities or several villages, which later grow into cities along these two rivers, and this becomes the heartland of Judaism for the next few hundred years, as we shall discuss in later lectures. This is kind of an interesting little thing. This is a pottery that was discovered in Israel around this time of the Renaissance of Jews after the return under Ezra in the 6th century. And it's written in the Old Hebrew script, and the text reads, belonging to Yehoyishma, daughter of Shamash Shar Usur. So the Yehoyishma is a Jewish name, meaning God will listen in Hebrew. And Shamash Shar Usur is a man's name that refers explicitly to a Babylonian god. So it's kind of an interesting document because it shows that the daughter who owned this signet had a Hebrew name that with a clear reference to the Jewish God, but her father, who was not so from, had a Babylonian name. And I think this is a little bit like, if you could imagine like a t-shirt or something, and you looked at the collar in the back and it said, this belongs to Yehudis, the daughter of Marvin, as kind of a comparison today, where a girl has a Hebrew name and her father has an English name. I myself, I go by my slave name, Henry, in public, I guess, but all of my kids have Hebrew names, so it's kind of a funny thing. And if you go back a couple of generations in my family, Hebrew names again. So there's kind of this cycle of Hebrew and then more assimilationist, then Hebrew, and so on. But let's move on. Okay. So concluding with the first part of this lecture, the next big chapter is the introduction of Greek culture, known as Hellenism. Hellas is the Greek word for Greece, and it really starts with Alexander the Great. If you have a look at this map here, Alexander comes from Macedon, which is towards the top left of the map, and he embarks on this massive crusade in the 4th century before the Common Era that conquers the entire eastern half of the Mediterranean basin and then extends through Mesopotamia and makes its way all the way over to Afghanistan and what would be today parts of Pakistan. And this area is suddenly included within one overarching culture, Greek culture. And this creates essentially a Hellenism that stretches over many boundaries that prior to this point had never experienced a significant contact with Greek culture. And it really makes a huge difference. In fact, the Jews loved it. The Jews just found Hellenism so fascinating. One may say that Western culture, meaning European culture and by extension American, North American culture, South American culture as well, really derives from the cultures that come from two cities, Athens, which is one of the most important Greek cities, and Jerusalem, of course. And this refers to the melding of Hellenistic culture or Greek culture with Jewish culture. The Greeks contribute philosophy, art, literature, science, a lot of the ways that we think about the world, the way that we understand beauty, for example, really are based on Greek forms. But on the other hand, the Jews contributed a lot of our religious knowledge. A lot of our morality came from the concept of Jewish monotheism, the idea of a personal deity, meaning a God that actually knows each of us personally and will communicate with us individually, and that we can communicate with individually through prayer, a God that worships a God that values justice and will punish the wicked and reward the one who does right, and so on. And of course, the extensive idea of life after death, which really flows from the idea of schar or punishment and reward. But the difficulty is, and was especially for Hellenistic Jews, where to draw the line. I mean, it's all fine and good to have Greek science, Greek literature, Greek art, things like that. But when you get to Greek mythology, Greek gods, things like that, where do you say stop here and no more culture, because then it affects our own culture? So in fact, this is one of the major fights that was battled by the Jews in the second and first centuries, particularly in the Hashmonaim revolt of the second century, where, as I'm sure you're familiar from your Hanukkah stories, that several Jews began to protest against other Jews who were so-called mityavnim, or self-Greekers, those who make themselves Greek. And they felt that they were tossing away too much that was essential to Jewish tradition in open slavish emulation of Greek norms, which got to the point of even desecrating the temple with idols and things like that. A national revolt ensued, led by the Maccabees, and surprisingly, the Jews were victorious, and they succeeded in establishing a Jewish kingdom for a brief period of time, separating from Alexander's reign and an independent state. Now, by the time we get to the year 0, the Hashmonaim had unfortunately declined, and ultimately the Romans began to take over the region. By the year 0, the Romans were firmly in power, and now we're moving into the second part of today's lecture, which really has to do with Jewish sectarianism. I'd like to take kind of a quick cross-section at Jewish opinion about how to deal with the Roman reality, and we'll place that into a larger historical context. So, the first group that we should look are the so-called Sadducees, or in Hebrew, the Tzedukim, who took their name from Tzadok, who was one of the early Kohanim. So-called because they were associated quite profoundly with the temple and its rituals. The Romans, having taken over political power, essentially gave the temple to people who would bow to their wishes, bow to their wishes. And as a result, the Sadducees gained power in exchange for ultimately capitulation to the Roman demands. The Romans would demand things which went far beyond really what was acceptable under traditional Jewish practice. But
What did you say?
1 year from today, we're going to play.
No, we'll play right now.
Did you just say 1 day?
No, we'll play right now. JMO, if you want to play, we play a game called... We play a bunch of games, but we play on an app called Plato. Plato, like the philosopher. To download it, it's available on the App Store and Google Play. And it's free. And it has all kinds of games on it, like soccer and mini golf, darts, chess, checkers. Basically, any mini game, you name it, it's got it. And if you want to play with us, let me know. If not, you just chill and watch history lectures.
Okay, I appreciate it. What's the name of it? What's the name of the game again?
Plato, Plato.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll look into it, but I'm not gonna play. I'll just watch the history.
Absolutely. Artie, you have an invitation.
the Sadducees felt that the Romans were, invincible, and the only way to really preserve Jewish practice would be to simply go along with what they were thinking. Similarly, the Sadducees were highly Hellenized. They rejected core elements of what had become Jewish standard thought, for example, the belief in the oral Torah, life after death, things like that. And they were excoriated by other groups of Jews, as we shall see. Here's a piece of art from another religious tradition, and there's a Sadducee here, known as Caiaphas, and you can see that he's portrayed even by another religious tradition, not necessarily in a complimentary light. So the first group are the Sadducees. Then we move on to the Pharisees, and these are the so-called good guys. The term Pharisee in English derives from the Hebrew parushim, which means to separate, those who separate, lifrosh, and their strategy was to essentially separate from the political institutions of Jewish power. They believed in kind of a tactical retreat, meaning if they could not control the temple without giving in to Roman demands, it would be better if they retreated from the temple, if they abandoned the temple, but they retreated to a position where they could safely define the core elements of Judaism and ensure that their followers were towing the line. Things like tithes became very important to scholars, study of the oral Torah. These things became prominent to the Parushim. They are essentially the main progenitors of what we would call today Rabbinic Judaism. The first were the rabbis, and most of the heroes that we have in the Jewish tradition derive from this group. The next group that's really important are the Zealots, and we're going to spend a lot more time talking about them next week when we look at the Roman-Jewish wars. But their strategy was one of attack, meaning they did not believe at all in capitulating to the Romans like the Sadducees. They also did not believe in a tactical retreat like the Pharisees. They believed that the only way to defend the Jewish polity would be to forcibly throw the Romans out of the country. An amazingly quixotic and fanciful kind of desire, given the overwhelming power of the Romans, but emboldened by the example of the Hashmonim, the Hasmoneans. The Zealots felt that this was a viable alternative, and thus they were prepared to undertake it, even to the extent of fighting with other Jewish groups. We'll return to those groups. We'll return to the Zealots next week. Finally, you have the Essenes, which one of several highly separatist Jewish groups whose strategy was radical retreat, meaning the end of time near, the Messiah was about to arrive. By the way, a belief that cascaded through all of these Jewish groups in one way or another, and that the correct way to deal with the Romans, totally distance themselves from everything and focus completely on spiritual activities. Many of these Essenes practice rather bizarre antinomian behavior, not necessarily traditional in Jewish practice at all. They tended to live in caves like these in the Judea. In 1952, a young Arab boy was looking for a lost sheep. He wandered into one of these caves and he found one of the most amazing treasure troves discovered in modern history, the so-called Dead Sea Scrolls. Called the Dead Sea because Qumran, where they were found, is very close to the Dead Sea. And if we look at those scrolls, like we go into one of these caves here, watch this really cool effect. Here we go into the caves. He found these clay pots and he opened them up and he brought them into Jerusalem, and they were found to have all these amazing scrolls, samples of the entire Hebrew Bible, and lots of other documents as well, which were collected by groups like the Essenes and sheltered away in these caves. So we know a lot about the tenor of Jewish life at the turn of the year zero through documents like the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are now housed, by the way, in an architecturally amazing shrine in Israel, in Jerusalem, called the Shrine of the Book. You walk into this amazingly shaped device, which is supposed to be evocative of the original container discovered, and you find the various scrolls laid out for public viewing. So those are the major groups. Let's plot them on a Venn diagram very quickly so it's easy to remember. First of all, you have the Sadducees, whose goal was to capitulate. They said the only way that we can manage our relationship with the Romans is if we give in to them and essentially let them have what they want. They were opposed by the Zealots, who felt that we should be at war with the Romans. We should forcibly evict them from the land of Israel. And also at odds with the Essenes, who felt that, politics, nicht für uns, not for us. We're going to go live in caves and separate completely from society. The sweet spot, which really evoked elements of all of these groups in one form or another, were the Pharisees, whose primary strategy was one of tactical retreat, meaning temporary, in order to be able to maintain a much more defensible ideological boundary with the outside society. And those are the progenitors of Rabbinic Judaism today. Okay, so that's the second. I hope you enjoyed it. And I look forward to speaking with you in person, virtually, and in the next lecture. also pronounced Septuagint, which is basically the translation of Torah into Koine Greek. So let's have a quick look at this unusual phenomenon. The legend associated with the translation is really quite fascinating. It dates back to the 3rd or possibly 2nd century of the Common Era, and it is recorded in classical Greek sources as well as rabbinic sources. And the legend basically goes, there are some variations, that King Ptolemy of Egypt wanted to produce a translation of the Torah, a great work of Jewish literature, for his library and for the Jewish population of Alexandria, who may not have had a working knowledge of Hebrew. He commissioned from the high priest in Israel, again according to the legend, to have a number of scholars sent down to Alexandria where they would work on the translation. He received 72 scholars, representatives from each of the 12 tribes, and to ensure that the translation would be honest, he placed all of them in separate rooms and gave them a copy of the Torah and had them record their own translation. Amazingly, as the legend goes, a miracle occurred, and when they all came out of their separate rooms and compared their translations, they were all identical. There's a small comment on this by Rabbi Yitzchak Hutner, who is reputed to have once said that you call that a miracle? That's not a miracle at all. You take 70 rabbis, put them all in one room, and see if they come out with the same translation. Now that's a miracle. Back to Septuagint, it was received very positively by the ancient Jewish community in Egypt, particularly by pronounced Philo Judae, who was perhaps the most important proponent of Jewish thought in the Greek language and had a huge influence on Christian understandings of Judaism in the early, the ancient and in the medieval world, who viewed it very positively initially as a wonderful achievement of scholarship, the Torah available in a vernacular of approximately the 1st century before the Common Era. Christian reception of the book was extremely important because, of course, the early Christians, particularly once you get past the first few generations who were born in Israel, had very little facility with the Hebrew original. And as it became into greater use, and of course it was expanded upon not only from the 5 books of the Torah, but into the other books of the Bible, there were many very important elements in the translation which formed Christian theology. For example, translations of passages in the book of Isaiah rendered the figure of Mary as a virgin, whereas the original text in the Hebrew uses the word Alma, which is generally meant to be young woman, which is quite a very different translation. Later on, a few centuries later, Jerome performed a service for the scholarly world and for the clergy by translating the Bible into Latin. He had much more significant Hebrew skills, and as a result, he relied only partially on the Septuagint and, in fact, went back to the Hebrew translation, the Hebrew original, I should say, which resulted in much more fidelity to the original. He was heavily criticized by St. Augustine's father, who felt that the Septuagint, even though it was ultimately a translation, nevertheless represented a Christological version of the Torah. Jewish reception is somewhat muted when you move outside of Philo's philosophical circles and Egypt in particular. The legends that are recorded in the Talmud speak of 13 distinct changes which the translators of the Septuagint, translators of the Torah into the Greek vernacular, enacted, primarily for various political and theological items on their agenda in order to make sure the Torah would be received by its Greek readers. And as a result, the Septuagint has largely dropped out of the rabbinic tradition, even though it was performed under some level of duress. It is not considered one of the most authoritative renderings of the Torah, and as a result, it barely appears in most rabbinic literature, especially when you compare it to Aramaic translations like that of Onkelos. And in fact, as Professor Moshe Simon Shoshan wrote in a very useful article, I've given you the title of it here, and it is available on the web, the rabbis generally don't even use the word targum, which means translation, when they refer to the Septuagint. They prefer to use the term katav, which means writing, meaning the Septuagint was written as an original work of religious scholarship, as opposed to being a faithful translation of the Torah. This all fits within the scope of the discussion of the controversies over Bible and Talmud translations as a whole, which are beyond the scope of our discussion today. But I thank you very much for listening, and I hope you have an excellent week. Oh, I'm on. Okay, all right. Welcome, everyone. We have a controversial and difficult lecture tonight, so I hope no one's going to ask any very hard questions. I want to give I'm really pleased. I was surprised at how well received the Philo lecture was, because I thought it was pitched very high, and it was a complicated topic and not necessarily a tasteful topic, but everyone seemed to enjoy it, so I decided I would dig a little deeper today. We're also going to talk about a difficult and controversial topic, one that I don't think is typically discussed in young Israels around this country, but I think you might find it interesting nevertheless. I want to give a shout out to the West Coast, to Dr. David Lemberg and Laura, who contacted me this week over the internet because they enjoyed some of the lectures, and they're watching it not live, but in spirit. And I've decided I can't hold back. I will start with a joke, because I heard a great joke on Shabbos from Rabbi Eli Smith. The only problem is I've told this joke over now. Rabbi Smith told it amazingly well, and I've told it over 4 times, and I have stumbled over the punchline every time. So I still have not got the punchline exactly right. I'm sure that after the lecture you'll help me out with it. So the joke goes like this. It's set in Chelm, which is a small village in Polish Lithuania, that is in Jewish parlance, it's kind of like the place where all Jews of less than average intelligence dwell. And there's so many jokes about Chelmer Yidden. Just like in Canada, people would say these jokes about the people from Newfoundland. They call them Newfies and so on. So anyways, the joke goes like this. There's a horse thief in Chelm, and he goes into the barn late one night. The horse is there, so he steals one, takes it out of the barn, and goes out into the forest, ties it up to a tree, goes back into the barn to steal the second horse. While he's in there, however, he trips over a barrel and makes a bit of a commotion. This wakes up the farmer, and the farmer comes out into the barn to see what's going on. The thief doesn't have anywhere to run. He can't get away, so he goes into the empty stall, and he gets down on his hands and knees. The farmer goes into the barn. He's looking around. He looks in the stall, and he sees the thief there. And he says, "Who are you?" And the thief, thinking fast, says, "I'm your horse. I'm your horse, yes. Many, many years ago, I was a human being, and I did a terrible, terrible Aveira. I did a horrible sin, and I was transformed into a horse. And to pay off my debt, I had to go through this kind of Gilgul at a horse for many years, and I guess I've paid off my debt, and I'm human again. And my name is Yankel, and I can't wait to start my life again." So the farmer is really impressed. He thinks that's amazing, and he invites him into his house, and he gives him something to eat, and he realizes he has some money, so he gives him a few rubles, and he says, "Whoops, what happened here? We lost the screen." Mr. Rodriguez, that's your fault, right? Okay, let's see if we can get this back on. Thank you, Eliza, for noting that. Okay, we got it back. So back to the joke. Gives him a few rubles, sets him on his way. The next day, the farmer realizes he has to go replace his horse, so he goes into the horse market. And he's walking around looking at the various horses, and he sees one that looks suspiciously familiar. And he looks in its eyes, and he looks at its teeth, and he looks under the left ear where there was a little scratch, and in fact, there it is. And he looks at the horse, and he says, "Yanko, it was only a few hours. Did you do it again?" Okay, all right. So it's only been a few days since our last class, and I hope that we'll be able to get back to it. Tonight's lecture is on Paul of Tarsus, also known as Saint Paul, certainly the most important of the apostles, and of course Jewish by origin and Jewish by complexity and by complexion during his lifetime. He dealt with all things Jewish. But he was, I should say, probably one of the 10 most influential Jews in world history. Clearly, highly responsible for the spread of Christianity. One might argue even more than Jesus himself. Paul was responsible for Christianity becoming as popular as it was. So it's a little bit of a controversial topic to discuss in a history class like this in Young Israel, but I think that we're all very broad-minded people, and I think it's an important thing for us to understand this strange, if aberrant part of the Jewish history that we all celebrate. Let me mention, first of all, thanks to Aaron and Susan Weinberg, who are sponsoring tonight's lecture. Give a big hand for our sponsors. Just having your presence here is a tremendous sponsorship. I'm very grateful to have all of you here, but it is really nice to acknowledge the Young Israel that does so much for this class, pays a small stipend to our wonderful greeter and for our technical help, and makes it possible to put these things on the web, light and heat and so on, and the cookies, of course. So we invite sponsorships, the $200 for a lecture, and it goes directly to the synagogue, particularly towards the we're hoping to build a new facility just across the street, so that involves a lot of costs. And hopefully we'll have a wonderful lecture hall with great lighting and stuff like that in the future. So please contact the Young Israel of Bell Harbor if you want to give online. And let's go straight to the lecture then. Okay. So speaking about Paul, as I mentioned, he is a hugely influential Jewish apostle, meaning he was one of the principal followers of Jesus in his lifetime and shortly thereafter. The most important of all the apostles, certainly within the arguments that were held between the various apostles, Paul's position on the future of Christianity was regnant, and it was ultimately a decision on how to portray Christianity that made it so popular with the non-Jewish world, and took it from being a small sect involving an obscure group of Jews in Jerusalem, a very provincial place, and made it part of the world stage. When we look at the sheer volume of work that he's responsible for, about 14 of 27 books of the Christian New Testament are attributed to Paul. Likely 7 of them are authentic, and others may have been attributed later in his life. Still a very significant proportion of them. And during his entire life, well, I won't go into that joke now. During his life, although he was and completely occupied with the spread of Christianity, he was also engaged in a very difficult internal dialogue that he was quite open about in the texts of his various writings with the Torah, trying to understand what is the role of the Torah in this new movement following Jesus. And we're going to spend a lot of time in the next 45 odd minutes exploring various aspects of this, but maybe I'll say it in one sentence now before we return to it. There was a huge debate among the apostles as to whether Jesus wanted his thought to be interpreted as a variety of Judaism, meaning that all Christians should be following the Torah just as regular Jews were, that the Torah retains its validity, and that all of the commandments are completely binding on every follower of Jesus, or, as Paul argued, that there was a new covenant that somehow replaced the old covenant, at least for non-Jews. Meaning, if your typical Greek or Roman wanted to come within the realm of Christian teaching, did they have to also adopt all kinds of Jewish behaviors, such as circumcision and kashrut, or were they free to ignore those commandments and somehow create a different kind of faith, to articulate some different sort of religion? And so he was occupied all the time with this question of what is the meaning of Torah for the Christian world. It's also important to note that the term used for Torah in itself says something about his relationship with it, and also had a huge impact on the way the world as a whole views the Torah, and it's somewhat limiting in its scope. The word used in Paul's writings, at least as we have them today in Greek, is nomos, which means basically law, standard, rule, decree, these kinds of things. It means like these are the rules of behavior. The word Torah, of course, is much larger than that. It comes from the root word hora'ah, which means instruction, teaching, direction, guidance, which is far more wide and broad than the idea of a narrow law. There's like a moral world, a moral kind of scope to things, which cannot be bounded in a single, specific do this or don't do that. But nevertheless, the use of the word nomos, translated as law, says something about how people viewed the Torah through the lens of the Greek language. And of course, flowing from that is the fact that if Paul had a difficult time with the Torah, he certainly had a difficult time dealing with his Jewish origins. What was himself supposed to be? What kind of identity as a Christian was he supposed to adopt? How was he supposed to portray that? How was he especially supposed to portray it to non-Jews? He is known as the apostle to the Gentiles because, unlike the other apostles who basically wanted to keep it in the family, that Christianity was a Jewish affair, only for Unzera, only for us, Paul argued that, in fact, Jesus' message was much larger and should be taken outside of the family to the larger world. Okay, so that's the quick introduction of Paul. Let's go on to the next slide here. He was born in Tarsus. We can see over here is roughly in modern-day Turkey in Asia Minor. Fairly wealthy family. He received a very strong classical Hellenistic education, fluent in Greek and most likely in Koine, the vernacular, as well as in Hebrew. He went by his Hebrew name Shaul, or Saul, and in fact, it appears that he did not change his name from Shaul to Paul. He used these simultaneously. There are several references in the Christian Bible, things like Paul, Saul, or the terms seem to be fairly interchangeable, although on the whole, the name Paul is prominent. So I think it's like what it is today. For example, my Hillel and my what I like to call my slave name is Henry, right? And I use both of those interchangeably depending on the context, who I'm talking to, and like that. And it appears that Paul of Tarsus, also known as Saul or Shaul of Tarsus, used these identities simultaneously and could flit between the two of them. His family, as I mentioned, were wealthy, and he held Roman citizenship birth, but he never disavowed his Jewish origins. He never, like, for example, Jewish socialists of the early 20th century, some of whom would say things like, I am not a Jew, I am a communist, right? I am not a Jew, I am a Soviet citizen. That's not the kind of approach that Paul took. He definitely acknowledged his Jewish roots, and he refers to himself throughout the Bible in places like a Pharisee, son of a Pharisee. You'll recall the Pharisees, the Prushim. We spoke about them a couple of weeks ago in terms of Jewish sectarianism, basically the rabbis. He refers to them as of the stock of Israel, of the tribe of Benjamin. Shaul was a common name among Binyaminites because of King Shaul, a Hebrew of the Hebrews. So he clearly places the locus of his identity within the sphere of Judaism. His family made their living through tent making, which sounds kind of obscure to us today, I guess. I don't know anyone who is a tent maker today, even though it is in the needle trade, or, like my father would say, the schmata business. But back then, I guess tent making was probably something like being a contractor or being a developer, right? And say, we can put 20 tents out here. We have a lot of people coming about Levittown, or yeah, not very funny. Okay. In terms of his relationship with the rest of his family, we only know little scattered bits about his family, and many of those bits come from later unreliable sources, so it's not clear. However, he, in his own writings, refers to some of his cousins who apparently were also in the family business and also became Christian before him. So there's kind of like an extended phenomenon going on with his family. Now, we should understand early Christianity in its Jewish context. Just by way of kind of diversion, the Rembrandt's paintings of Jesus, and the bottom picture here is one of his paintings of Jesus, and the top is his model for Jesus. One of the interesting things about Rembrandt is that he felt that, rather than looking at classical Greek and Roman art for the models for biblical figures, he looked to contemporary Jews living in Amsterdam in the 17th century. Went out and he found a young Sephardic Jew. This is called, by Rembrandt, Portrait of a Young Sephardic Jew. And it's clear that he took his face as, boy, that guy looks just like Jesus. And then he modeled Jesus right on him. The reason why I put these two pictures here is to show that Christianity is really deeply a Jewish phenomenon in the first century, really bleeding into the second century. It's an overwhelmingly Jewish phenomenon. Everybody's Jewish. Jesus is Jewish. The apostles are Jewish. People who argue with them are Jewish. Everyone is Jewish. And Christianity represents, in one sense, the earliest and wildly successful breakaway minyan of all time. Right? You're probably familiar with that term, breakaway minyan. It's when you have a very successful shul, and it's so successful that someone has to complain about something, and so they get together, 10 guys, and they go and they start another shul down the road, kind of like amoebas, replicating and things like that. So early Christianity is, in its origins, though, it's just a breakaway minyan. It's like a group of Jews who have a slightly different shita, a slightly different opinion about what the figure of Jesus means, and they decided to branch off on their own, but as we shall see, grew dramatically wider over time. It did not heal, as many of these breakaway minyans will, as shuls will coalesce and come back together based on social economic reasons. This breakaway minyan really took off and went in a different direction. And I hope to explore some of the reasons for that over the course of the next half hour or so. We should, however, place Jesus within his context, and this is a little bit difficult, but if you recall, there are four basic socio-political religious orientations of Jews in the first century. You had the Sadducees, who were essentially capitulating to Rome. They tended to be the establishment, the man, right? Caiaphas, the high priest in the Christian Testament. You had the Pharisees, who were the rabbis, who were largely dispossessed of formal power structures, but had a great deal of popularity on the ground, charismatic local leaders and so on. Then you had the zealots, who are kind of, angry and just looking for an opportunity to try and fight against Rome and against other Jews who disagree with their position. And you had the Essenes and various groups like them who sought, radical departure from society, living in the caves and things like that. So placing Jesus within that four quadrants, it appears very clear that he is a rebellious Pharisee, meaning his whole worldview is very Pharisaic in nature. His teachings are heavily dependent on rabbinic teachings, in particular that of Hillel. There's no question that he has a particular bent when he looks at Pharisaic teachings. He tends to be very pacifistic, tends to be very turn the other cheek. All of the most famous of Jesus's sayings are really taken from earlier Jewish sayings, either in the written Torah or in the oral Torah. Yet he was rebellious, meaning he was not a Pharisee who kind of duly noted the teachings of his rabbis and went along with them and things like that. He fought against many of the teachings of the rabbis, and he felt that more should be done to change the status quo. Things like his list, like he used to hang out with the, less desirable members of society, prostitutes, criminals, thieves, and so on. That was something that maybe the Pharisees were not doing quite as much, and he occupied that kind of margin of acceptability in the Pharisaic community. We don't know really very much about what Jesus would have thought of Paul's carrying forward of his mission, at least that is, unless we want to take the Gospels at face value, which would not really be appropriate in a history lecture, nor in a Young Israel, I think. But it's very difficult for us to know what Jesus would have made of all this. He may have wanted to keep it entirely in the family forever, but that was not to be. The magnificent thing, the next intersection with Jews that is very important for the history of Jewish-Christian relations is, of course, the Passion, that is the trial and crucifixion of Jesus, which, if you only take the Gospels, if you only take the biblical accounts themselves, basically he was betrayed by one of his own followers to the Romans. The Sadducees were happen and may have played a role colluding with them to make this happen. The Romans felt that he was disrupting the social order, but as it were, on the holiday of Passover, as I think I mentioned in another lecture, so I'm not going to go into detail, Pontius Pilate, the governor, offered to one prisoner to go free, either Jesus or Barabbas thief, and the Jews gathered there. Again, we have no other source for this. Jews gathered there, said they wanted Barabbas to be released and that Jesus could be crucified. And when Pontius Pilate asked for a confirmation, they said, very important passage in the Gospel according to Matthew, his blood be on us and upon our children, which for centuries interpreted by no friends of the Jews to mean that all Jews for all time accepted responsibility for this. His blood be on us and on our children. Most scholars believe that this phrase was actually written shortly after the temple, and it was written in a sense that it was proving the reason for the destruction of the temple was the rejection of Jesus, and that the author did not mean all Jews, like meaning us, included within that statement, but nevertheless, it's an open-ended statement that has been so interpreted. The kind of Mel Gibson take on the Passion, with Jews very much involved in the torturing and in the and things like that, none of that is present in the Gospels whatsoever. Most of that comes from much later mystical meditations of nuns and monks who have recorded their kind of like thought experiments, sort of imagining what it must have been like for Jesus. And unfortunately, the Jews have not come very well in these accounts. And the passion plays that have been enacted for centuries in many European cities always tend to portray Jews in a distinctly negative light. But at any rate, sorry, Stephen? It was treated as gospel, right? So we keep it that way. No, what's happening though is after the Passion, what happens is, okay, it's gone now. What's to happen with this new movement? And we have to explore basically two ideas. One is the church supposed to do? It's not a church yet; it's still a shul, still a group of Jews. What are they supposed to do with the growing number of non-Jews who are being attracted to this movement? What role do they have? Isn't this a Jewish thing? Are we supposed to keep them in the shul? What do we do with them? And secondly, what should the Jewish synagogue, the traditionalists, how should they deal with this movement that does not show any signs of slowing down? So one thing in particular, before we move on away from this slide, ultimately, from the rabbinical perspective, the rabbis said probably around the year 100, they said in Yiddish, Shoim Genug, which I speak Yiddish back then, but they said enough already. And they instituted a formal ban on believing Christians in the synagogue. Meaning if you were a Jew and you believed that Jesus was Messiah, and I should mention, by the way, there were at least half a dozen people who were competing for that title in the first century. Reasonable competitors that had lots of followers. Only Jesus' movement really took off. But you were a Jew who believed that Jesus was Mashiach, and you kept coming to shul. At one point, the rabbi said, that's it. We do not regard this as acceptable, ideology within the synagogue, and you're no longer welcome here. How did they enforce this? They instituted a blessing in the Shmona Esrei, in the central prayer, the Amidah. The Shmona Esrei, of course, the word means 18, and there are 18 blessings in the Shmona Esrei, but if you count them today, you'll see that there are, in fact, 19. And what is the 19th blessing? The blessing that reads Velamalsh, and for the informers. In some very early textual variants, it even says Vilanotzri, and for the Christians. Meaning it's quite explicit. And it says, anyone who does these things, let there be no hope for them, let they be, nullified, and so on and so forth. We can read the actual text of it if you want. And the way that it would be implemented is, whoops, that's because I was just talking too much, right? So it'll come back in a second. The way it would be implemented is, if they suspected someone of harboring Christian beliefs, they would say to him, Shloimi, why don't you daven from the Amud? Why don't you lead the prayers today? And he would have to go up there, and he would have to publicly repeat the Amidah. And when he got to that particular blessing, he had a choice. Either he could pronounce it, and this blessing was really a curse upon himself. So if he were to say that blessing, that meant, okay, I'm in Flint with the Jews, I reject my Christian leanings. But if he refused to say it, then he would. Many scholars believe that the Apostle John, St. John, was one of these Jews, and in fact, treatment of the Jews in the Gospels is perhaps the nastiest of them all. Even within the Talmud, a line thinking that maybe we were too harsh about this, arguing that perhaps we pushed away the early Christians with two hands. Please tell me, did I tell you the story about Jesus in the hotel? It's not a joke. Okay. So the story here that describes this from the Talmudic perspective, and then we really got to move on. But the Talmud describes a fascinating interchange between Jesus, who appeared maybe 20 times in the Torah, in the Talmud, and his Rebbe, Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia. There's some questions about whether it's the right Rebbe and so on, but the story goes like this. The Talmud precedes this description with a little bit of warning. It says, a teacher should always draw close with the right hand and push away with the left hand. Meaning, the role of a teacher, psychologically, pedagogically, is that you have to make your students feel welcomed, draw them close, right? Like the right hand is just a little bit strong, but at the same time, you have to in your distance. If you are drawing your students close with both hands, that's not okay. You don't draw them close with both hands. And at the same time, you should not push them away with both hands. That's also wrong. You have to have this kind of dual relationship. And the Talmud says, not like Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia, who was the rabbi of Jesus. Story goes like this. They were coming back from Egypt to Jerusalem. They stopped in a hotel. While they were in this hotel, there was a very nice innkeeper who treated them very, very nicely, a female innkeeper. They gave them nice room to sleep in and beautiful food and so on. And so Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia said to his student, he said, Kama na'a isha zo, which the word na'a can be translated a little bit differently. It can be translated as how beautiful is this woman, or how pleasant is this woman. Like na'im ma'od, we say in modern Hebrew, very pleasant to meet you. So Jesus, as the story goes in the Talmud, thought that his rabbi was saying, how beautiful is this woman? So he offers his opinion. He says, no, her too round, right? Like, she could lose a few pounds. He says something like physical about her. And the rabbi is so upset. He says, is that what you're thinking about? And he pulls out 400 shofars. Rashi says this is clearly a hyperbolic statement, a guzma. But he pulls out 400 shofars and he puts this into Cheret. He excommunicates him. So Jesus comes back several times asking to be forgiven. Please take me back. And every time the rabbi sends him away. Until one day, Jesus comes back and the Rebbe is in the middle of the Shema prayer, which is forbidden to interrupt. And so the Rebbe thinks to himself, you know what? All right, the kid's had enough. I'm going to bring him back. But since he's in the middle of the Shema, he can't interrupt. So he holds up one of his hands like this, as if to say, wait a minute, I'm with you. But once again, they have a terrible misinterpretation of communication. And Jesus thought he meant get away. And so Jesus says, that's it. Okay, I'm starting my own religion. And away it went. Now, when you go back to the beginning of that Talmudic passage, it's very clear that the Talmudic text, which is not necessarily trying to teach us a historical fact, it's saying something about the relationship between the early church and Judaism that, it's a little bit of self-critical. Maybe we pushed with both hands. And if we were a little bit less, severe, perhaps things would have turned out differently. But interesting story. Let's go weiter, because we have to talk about Paul some more. So his great conversionary experience has become proverbial in English culture, English literature. While traveling on the road to Damascus, he receives a vision of Jesus. By the way, up until this point, he was a fanatical, self-described fanatical persecutor of Christians, and that at every turn he was, enforcing bans and trying very hard to get them to change their ways. It is quite ironic to note that of all the apostles, Paul was clearly the most influential, and he was the only one never to meet Jesus alive. So the only Jesus was, he rode to Damascus. Jesus appears to him in a vision. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know my New Testament that well. I think it was after Jesus was already crucified. I guess it was. So he's not only not there, he's not alive. He has this amazing encounter with Jesus. He is blinded for 3 days. He can't see. He gropes his way into Damascus, and there he is healed. And his life is completely dramatically changed on that road to Damascus. And he begins proselytizing Turkey. He's going up into Greece. He's going throughout Israel. Never quite makes it down into Egypt, but he also goes all the way up to Rome. So, and you think about it in the context of the ancient world, these are massive, ventures to travel such distances, and he's going everywhere spreading the gospel. And clearly, he is going from Jewish community to Jewish community, but his audience is increasingly Gentile, that is non-Jewish, and that's changing a lot of the message that he has to deliver. So we're at the halfway point, and I've been talking pretty much a blue streak, so maybe I should pause and take some questions. Yes.
I find it remarkable that he was so, you say he was persecuting the Christians,
Yeah.
but that something that happened that he couldn't explain could change his mind so dramatically. It just, it's something that just seems very strange.
It does seem strange.
I mean, was he sincere in his persecution of the early Christians?
I think so. I think absolutely he was sincere. He was sincere before and sincere after. There is this concept of the zeal of a convert. Like all that spiritual energy is all jammed up, and if it's not going in one direction very well and it gets turned into another direction, it becomes tremendous over there as well. I mean, Judaism is replete with examples of phenomenal individuals who changed the course of Jewish history when they converted in, like, for example, Shammai and Avtalion, just off the top of my head. And unfortunately, it's replete with individuals who have been tremendous villains when they converted out, like Nicholas Donin, who we'll speak about later this year. It's funny, I remember when I was living in Binghamton, New York, where we often had difficulty getting a minyan, and it was touch and go, especially Friday night. You didn't know, would you have a minyan or not? And so it was one Friday night, and I look around the room, and I say, Rabbi, look at this, we have a minyan, let's start, right? But as we're about to start, a man walks up to the bima, and he says, Rabbi, you can't start, I'm a convert. And the rabbi looks to him and says, in or out? Because he was converting in, we don't have a minyan. Converting out, no problem. Okay, sorry, did I see another question? Yeah.
Yeah, you're taking it for granted that Jesus existed.
Oh, it's most likely that Jesus existed.
Aren't there arguments that Jesus mentioned in his own that is not really?
Oh, yes, you're absolutely right. So it's quite likely, I think, the historical evidence, although we don't have any direct, documents from the period, that Jesus did exist. There's simply too much evidence to suggest he didn't. Did he say exactly those things that are in the Christian Testament? That's difficult. And was he the same Jesus that's mentioned in the Talmud? That's a huge question. And actually, we'll talk about that later this year when we look at Nachmanides, because one of Nachmanides' most brilliant defenses when he was charged in a disputation that the Talmud defames Jesus, he said, what, that Jesus? That's a different Jesus altogether. And it's true, because Yoshua ben Prakhia lived too early to have been teaching in the first century. So that's more of a problem of what does the Talmud mean when it says Jesus, or the various euphemisms, Oso Ha'ish, that man, for example. But the historical Jesus most likely did live, and it's a very astute observation, yes. So they sometimes call Jesus, and we have to realize that the Talmud was very heavily edited by the church from the 13th century on, and even more importantly, self-edited, self-censored by Jewish printers who wanted to kind of slip it past the church censor so it get published. So the texts that we have today are very corrupted. We often have to look at Yemenite texts to try and reconstruct, because the Yemenites didn't have the same church censorship. They were under the Arabs, and the Muslim faith did not persecute the Talmud the same way. So sometimes he's referred to as Yesho, I believe Yehoshua in one place or another, and sometimes by a euphemism like Oso Ha'ish or Oso HaTalmid, if I remember correctly, that man or that student. And you have to know what it's talking about. I don't know what to make of that. There are lots of interesting Talmudic legends about Jesus, but I don't know how to evaluate those. So I kind of skip over them. Also, we got to talk about Paul anyways. Talking about Jesus is a little too controversial, I think. Paul is controversial enough. So what about this issue of Paul and the Torah? So I've mentioned already that he has this, it's always translated as nomos, as the law. So when he's talking Torah, he's talking the law. And it sounds like the rules. I really got to figure out about the rules. Are the rules important to me? And it's not clear exactly what Paul's position is on it. There's no question he's obsessed with it. A recent calculation indicated that 60% of the references to the word Torah or law in the Christian scripture are from Paul. And that's over 200 references. He's really talking about it a lot. But he seems to be of two minds as to what exactly to do with it. He never says, throw it out the window. He never says observe it completely. And he seems to have, a conflicted attitude about not only what should Gentiles do, but what should Jews do, Jewish Christians. So, for example, there was the so-called incident at Antioch, where he had a really, knockdown, drag-out fight with one other apostle, Peter, over kashrut, because Peter was, and we only have Paul's account. We only have his side of the story. We don't know what Peter would have to say about the argument, but Peter was apparently, according to Paul's account, he was not happy about sharing a meal with Gentile Christians because they didn't keep kosher. So, what does that mean? It appears that Paul was saying to Peter, hey, if you're in whole hog, so to speak, I guess. He said, if you're going to go with this new teaching of Jesus in which the commandments are not binding, at least on Gentiles, then certainly you should go have chicken parmesan at your Christian Gentile. I mean, remember, everything is very much predicated on, is Christianity an ethnic faith, kind of like Judaism has a biological component to it, or is Christianity a creed-based faith that is regardless of ethnicity? And they're still working this out. For about 200 years, they're still struggling with who is a Christian. You can't be Christian if you're not Jewish, according to some thinking. So he criticized Peter for wanting to keep kosher. But at the other time, he's also spending a lot of his writing emphasizing that the only way to get to heaven is through the following of Jesus's teaching, salvation through Jesus, and not through the observance of the mitzvot, which is a very Jewish approach, right? The Jewish approach is you've got these tasks before you, and you do your best to follow these tasks, and that's how you'll be evaluated. The criteria is in the Torah. These are the mitzvos. And he seems to indicate that that's not at all what is relevant. So he seems to be, as a whole, rather conflicted about what to do with the law. Perhaps more significantly than this, or what this leads to, is a question of what do we do with all of those passages in the Jewish Bible which refer to the so-called election of Israel. The term election is a technical term meaning that the Jews somehow get most favored nation status, right? That's the useful way. Most favored nation status. They're called the chosen people, the Am Segula, the Mamlechet Kohanim, things like this. These are like positive terms. And what does that mean if now this Judaic idea through Jesus is somehow spread to the larger world as a whole? What happens to that election of Israel? And it's a question that not only bothered Paul, it bothered his would-be followers who were saying, well, what role do we have to play in this eschatological vision that you're playing out here? What are we supposed to do? Where do we fit in? Ms. Abramson, ready for a brilliant question.
He has all these issues with the law, but in terms of what? In terms of just the Gentiles have to practice, or in terms of he himself, does he still have to practice? What does he actually do with that?
Excellent question. It is, in fact, brilliant. What are his issues with the law? And I'll paraphrase. Tell me if I get it right. Is it only for Gentiles, or is it also for Jews? And what did he himself do? Did he observe the law or not? So the first two questions are exactly the question, and we don't have an answer for it. There's contradictory information. And regards his own observance, we simply don't know. I mean, we don't know. He doesn't give us, any indication about whether he holds with the Hasidic Shechita or not. We don't know what his opinion is about, does he hold with the Erev? Which reminds me of a joke. Did you hear? It's actually a very funny joke. It may be a little bit technical, but it's kind of funny. So let's see if I can remember exactly how it goes. There are two chavrusas who are sitting and learning Talmud, and one of them says to the other, I got to make sure I get the punchline right in my head. Oh yeah. I have to back this up. Everyone in this room is aware of these things, but there are people on the internet, so I have to give a little bit of background information. So one of the 39 categories of forbidden labor on Shabbat is carrying in a public domain, right? So if you're not allowed, for example, to carry your keys in your pocket in the street, I'm talking to the internet now, you're not allowed to carry your keys in the pocket when you're walking in the street, because you're not allowed to carry things over a distance of 6 feet, or you're not allowed to take from a house into the street or from the street into the house. It's called hotzah, or carrying. However, there is a way to construct a kind of environment, or there's a way to construct a device called an eruv, which surrounds a community and declares it essentially one big courtyard, as it were. And with this device called an eruv, then people do carry, and it's very useful. If you're a young woman with a baby stroller, for example, it's the only way you can do it. And you can come to shul, you can carry your talis, things like that. However, eruvs are very controversial. They're not easy to make, and there's a lot of halachic discussions about it and a lot of dispute about it. So the joke goes like this. Now that I give in the background, two chavrusas are studying Talmud, and one of them says to the other, "Listen, Shlomi, I have to tell you, I'm not Jewish." And Shlomi says, "What are you talking about, Reuven? How can you say you're not Jewish? We're sitting here, you're wearing a kippah, you're learning Gemara with me. I've known you for years. How can you say you're not Jewish?" He says, "Well, the truth is, I just kind of picked it up and sort of enjoyed it, and I learned Hebrew and I learned Aramaic, and no one really asked me, so I just kept going along." And he says, "That's ridiculous. I can't believe you're not Jewish. You've been studying Talmud for years. You could go for smicha. You could become a rabbi. What is the story?" He says, "Listen, I have to tell you, Shlomi, the truth is, I transgress the Torah every Shabbos, just to remember who I am." And he says to me, "Well, what are you talking about?" He says, "Well, I carry on Shabbos." So Shlomi says, "You can carry on Shabbos here. We have an eruv." And he says, "Yeah, but I don't hold by the eruv." All right. It's kind of a long, strange joke, right? Anyways, okay. So, but getting back to the whole question of the election of Israel, what does it mean? Who's in charge? What does it mean if the Jews are so? So one of the things that's been come to known as the Pauline doctrine, and I'm going to show you a couple of images here, which are much later in origin, but they kind of express a way to explain this, that the way Paul has been interpreted through later centuries is that the Jews were the most favored nation, but they somehow lost that status because they betrayed God. So this is often expressed in the form of two female figures, one representing church and the other representing synagogue. This here is actually not the original, it's a reproduction of a massive monumental architecture outside the Cathedral of Strasbourg. They're sometimes called the Strasbourg Sisters. They stand about 12 feet high above eye level, really quite magnificent. This is a reproduction, I think, from Beit HaTfutzot. And you can see this is church here. And she has a few symbolic elements that are repeated over and over again. She's got the chalice here. Her clothes are all properly arranged and so on. She's wearing a crown, indicating that she's royalty and in charge. She's got an upright staff and so on. And next to her is this woman who represents the synagogue, who is in an attitude of decline. She's actually falling away from the wall. She's blindfolded, indicating that she's unaware of the truth of Christianity. Her staff is broken, meaning that she no longer has power. She's holding on to the Shnei Luchot HaBrit, the tablets of the law that are falling from her hands because she doesn't have a good strong hold on them. And the whole message is meant to indicate that the woman that represents Judaism, the synagogue, has betrayed God and is now a fallen woman. But the upright Christian woman is now taking her place as the righteous, inheritor of God's favor. I happen to especially like this one, and I think it's become a classic because, in my humble opinion, I'm not an art historian, but the church is not portrayed in a very sympathetic way here. In fact, I think if you were a Martian and you were to look at these sculptures, you would tend to identify with synagogue. She looks beaten and depressed. And this one, the way she's looking at her, looking daggers, she looks like, witch, but I'm thinking of something that rhymes with a different letter. She looks really nasty, Here's another example. Sometimes this gets quite violent. Yes, Estebel.
Did you have something like this in your anti-Semitism display?
Yes, I repeat stuff like this over and over again.
The same too.
Yes, it was the same too. Just it was the original as opposed to the. I like the contrast here. You're not supposed to point out when I'm repetitive because then.
No, I think it's wonderful.
Okay, all right. This was also in the display. This is a 14th century stained glass window from the German city of Werben, and it shows also the same idea of church and synagogue. This is also, if you imagine in real life, huge stained glass windows, like 8-10 feet tall. Here's church, and she's riding a tetramorph, a beast with 4 heads. Mystical allusions to the Bible, the upright staff, the chalice, and here's my favorite, a hand descends from heaven and places a crown on her head. Very strong statement of approval. The synagogue, on the other hand, you've got the broken staff, she is blindfolded, the crown is knocked off her head, and in case you were not certain about God's opinion of her, there's a bloody sword driving into the top of her head from heaven. Right? So the whole message, and think, if you will, for a minute, if you are an illiterate peasant in an era where visual art like this is very rare. We live in a visually saturated age where we're constantly bombarded with high quality 2D, 3D images. In the medieval world, the Gothic period, the only people, when they got art, they actually put it inside closets. You would not put it on your wall for vision. You would put it in a closet, and you would close the doors until you had guests, and then you would open, say, "Look at my art," and you would open it up for them. They would really, it was like special. And the only place where a peasant would see art is if they went to a public space like the cathedral or something like that. And these would be overwhelming. This would be like 3D sense around kind of experience. And if you're illiterate, you take in all the details, and you may have a deacon or someone explaining to you what it means, and you get the message that the church is regnant and the synagogue is repudiated. And this comes from this whole idea of the election that it seems to be the natural outgrowth of Paul's teachings. Yes, Eliza, Ms. Abramson.
Why do they have it as the church and the synagogue, like the whole leader of the Christian religion was Jesus? Shouldn't it be a man there? And the synagogue, I guess, because you don't really have one specific leader.
Right. So, yeah, no, that's an excellent question. The reality is that the two answers, really. One is because for much of Western history, especially art history and literary history, when you speak about large abstract ideas like the church, you use female figures, like women. Yeah, justice, right? Why is it a woman holding the scales, right? It's just like that kind of idea, women. The second thing is, this actually comes out of another form of art called the living cross, where Jesus would be portrayed on the cross with his right hand over the church. That's why the church is always portrayed on the left here, because it's the right hand of Jesus, and the left hand would be the synagogue. And so there is a male figure in the original versions of these works that has kind of been edited out as they just focused on the two detail figures. Yes?
The animal on the right-hand side, is that supposed to be a goat, or it's so satanistically?
Yes. So this is supposed, it's actually, she's riding a mule. You can't see because we have not enough contrast here. When we get the new building, we'll have like beautiful lights, so you really see the colors and so on. She's holding onto a goat's head, which is an allusion in medieval anti-Jewish polemic of the carnal nature of Israel. And we can go about more details of this, but I don't want to do it on tape. So let's go weiter here. Now, what ends up happening with Paul, he goes in his travels, he comes back to Jerusalem about the year 57, and he's warned by some of his followers that he is persona non grata in Jerusalem. He's been traveling all over Asia Minor, telling people they should convert to Christianity, Jews and Gentiles alike. And when he comes to Yerushalayim, he's not going to be a popular figure. So he nevertheless goes to Jerusalem. He's apparently bringing some charitable funds there. And he is at some point so afraid of what might happen to him at the hands of the elders. Again, recall that he himself was a persecutor of Christians. He apparently turns himself over to the Romans for protective custody. He is then sent to Caesarea, which had a Roman garrison, and he is imprisoned there for 2 years awaiting trial. The trial was to be held, and again, we're not clear on exactly what was the charges, but you can imagine in this period of time, sedition or incitement to rebellion, things like that. These are all kinds of charges going on. It looks like it's not going to go his way. So since he is a Roman citizen, he demands the right to appeal his case directly to the emperor, which is apparently part of the judicial process. So he is taken to, after 2 years imprisonment in Caesarea, he is taken to Rome, where he is placed once again under house arrest there for another 2 years. And then the trail disappears. We don't know exactly what happens to him after that. There is, however, a fairly reliable church tradition that he was beheaded by Nero's troops, in the context of the dissolution of Nero's empire, and on charges that are unspecified. So most likely he was killed sometime in the early 7th decade by Nero in Rome. We have a little bit of a coda to this. In 2009, there was an interesting discovery made in Rome. This is the Basilica of St. Paul outside the walls. I don't know why it has that unusual name, but an archaeological team went in there. Isn't that a great effect? Don't you love this thing? We actually go into the building like this. We can do that a few times. And they found a crypt with a sarcophagus inside it. They did not open the sarcophagus, but they did some kind of whatever X-ray imaging, and they found that there is in fact a body in there, and some traces of what appear to be, funeral shrouds that would be consistent with the 1st century. And there's an inscription underneath that says, Paul, Apostle, Martyr. Given that this particular basilica is reputed by church tradition to be his final resting place, they may actually have found the bones of Paul, and they're located here inside this crypt. So if we go back and let's just kind of assess his legacy once again. Without a doubt, Paul is one of the most influential Jews in world history. Not so much for, promoting Judaism, but nevertheless, his Jewish origins, his Jewish thought, and the Jewish context in which he worked was crucial for his later influence. Given the kind of receding pacifistic nature of Jesus, who was definitely a charismatic and powerful Pharisaic teacher, it's unlikely that Jesus' teachings really would have spread beyond the small environment of Jerusalem were it not for the tremendous, prodigious efforts of someone like Paul, who took Jesus' story on the road and transformed it to a Gentile faith, meaning appealed to the Greeks and the Romans, saying this is something that would interest you. But nevertheless, he had a long-standing internal conflict over what that meant for his Judaic heritage, and he struggled all the time with this question, which really is a question for the church even today. Is it universalist or is it particularist? How can you maintain both of those things simultaneously? As Christianity develops, through Paul's influence, it becomes more and more Gentile, meaning the percentage of people who are ethnically Jewish following Christianity drops precipitously as Christianity expands dramatically. So that creates a rift within the two faiths, which now they really are two faiths, which unfortunately causes a significant backlash on the mother religion. Because while Jews and Jewish Christians are having an argument over what Christianity means, it was still an argument within the family. It's still an argument where, and you can argue bitterly with your siblings and with your parents and with your children, but you love them. And when push comes to shove, you still consider them within your family. But once it becomes a Gentile religion, so far away from its Jewish origins, then it becomes an us versus them kind of situation. And unfortunately, there is a lot of negativity directed at Judaism. But in conclusion, there's a fascinating observation by a very heroic 20th century theologian, Rosemary Radford Ruther, one of the first Christian theologians to grapple with the meaning of the Holocaust for Christianity and the relationship of Christianity and the responsibility for the Holocaust. And I strongly urge you to look at her work, because it is really, for the 1970s in particular, a very, very heroic attempt to deal with some of these difficult questions. She writes that the left hand of Christology is anti-Semitism. What she means by that is, when the Gentile church is raising up the figure of Jesus, they are ipso facto putting down the mother religion. The two things have to balance each other out. And that, she says, is the dangerous aspect of this split, this rift between the early Christian Jewish church and the later Gentile church. Okay, that was a really controversial lecture. I'm going to wrap it up here, and then I'll take questions offline. Thank you very much for your indulgence, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we're talking about the Jews of Babylon, the Talmud, things like that. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, that's a good boy. Oh, that's a good boy.
Start taking this sadness of your beat off. I don't get that anymore. Because I used to, when I can't be beating on your Steve Bird used to have this great job of him. And you start taking a little over a year ago. 2 years from after Skagfest. I started sorry. Let's tell some of that shit back. I love everything I've ever done. You were not shit. I'm not. Yeah, I'm older, man.
Where that baby? Where that baby? What you doing, girl? Did you like that? Did you like that?
Oh, I'm on. Okay, all right. Welcome, everyone. We have a controversial and difficult lecture tonight, so I hope no one's going to ask any very hard questions. I want to give I'm really pleased. I was surprised at how well received the Philo lecture was, because I thought it was pitched very high, and it was a complicated topic and not necessarily a tasteful topic, but everyone seemed to enjoy it, so I decided I would dig a little deeper today. We're all very, very heroic attempt to deal with some of these difficult questions. She writes that the left hand of Christology is anti-Semitism. What she means by that is when the Gentile church is raising up the figure of Jesus, they are ipso facto putting down the mother religion. The two things have to balance each other out. And that, she says, is the dangerous aspect of this split, this rift between the early Christian Jewish church and the later Gentile church. Okay, that was a really controversial lecture. I'm going to wrap it up here, and then I'll take questions offline. Thank you very much for your indulgence, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we're talking about the Jews of Babylon, the Talmud, things like that. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, today we're going to speak about the beginning of the diaspora, specifically the results of the Roman-Jewish wars of the first and second centuries. What you're looking at right now is an amazing night photograph of Masada, where some of the rebels against Rome made their last stand. A rather amazing photograph. It's a rite of passage for many Israelis and, in fact, many diaspora Jews to climb Masada. I know I myself, when I was about 18 years old, I went with a kibbutz that I was staying on, and we climbed it by candlelight in the pre-dawn hours and stood on the top watching the sunrise over Moab. And for a long time, especially in my generation, the slogan was, "Masada will never fall again." So against this backdrop, let's have a look at the beginning of the diaspora and the disastrous Roman-Jewish wars. So to start with, we should think a little bit about our sources. I mean, how do we know about this period? First of all, we have some Jewish sources on it, primarily in the Midrash and the Talmud, documents which we'll discuss more extensively later on in the course. There are some difficulties with using these two texts, however. First of all, they're not intended as historical texts. And secondly, they're often composed decades or even centuries after the events that they describe. Similar to the problem with using the Bible as a historical source, there's a lot of valuable material, particularly for the spiritual and philosophical approach to the debacle of the Roman-Jewish wars, but it can be problematic as a strictly historical source. Also problematic as a strictly historical source, but nevertheless much more fulfilling, is the work of Flavius Josephus, shown here. Not necessarily the way he looked, but kind of an interesting looking picture. I doubt he wore a turban quite like that, but nevertheless, let's go on. Josephus was a Jewish leader who was ultimately pressed into Roman service, and he worked directly for the Roman governors, and in fact was well acquainted with the Roman Emperor Vespasian, and especially his son Titus. We know quite a bit about him because he left a large corpus of literature, including a book called The Jewish War, which treats specifically the war of the first century, also an autobiography, and also a massive work called Jewish Antiquities, which was a much larger discussion of Judaism as a whole and its history. He wrote in both Aramaic, which was the lingua franca of the age, and he also wrote in Greek. Unfortunately, the Aramaic version, which may have shed different light on what he had to say to Jews, from a Jew to other Jews, is lost. We only have the Greek version, which was written for the victors, written for the Romans in particular. So we have many questions about really what his attitude was. Some historians will view him as a kind of a Jewish traitor for having gone over to the Roman side. Others will say that he was a victim of circumstance and he chose the most viable option possible in those times. We'll set that debate aside for another lecture, but nevertheless, he left an extremely detailed account, if slightly tendentious, that gives us a lot of information about the period in general. Looking at the political context, so we should recall that this is an era of increasing Jewish sectarianism. We spoke about it a little bit last week, but these divisions between Jews grew even sharper and more fractured during the period. We have not yet touched on the growth of early Jewish Christianity. That will be the topic of next week's lecture, but that was also an increasingly difficult element in the stew that was Judaism and the Jewish people at the turn of the first century. There's also a lot of messianic fervor that's circulating, something that really affects all of the movements, the Sadducees and the Pharisees, just as much as the Essenes and the early Jewish Christians. And in fact, one of the elements that was very important in the revolutionary movement was competition over which Jewish leader would in fact be the Messiah, the Redeemer of the Jews. Another element of the political context is the gradual an incremental extension of Roman rule over the province, an erosion of Jewish privileges, and an extension of Roman demands on the Jewish people. And sometimes these things descended to tiny degrees of significance that were nevertheless extremely important to the population as a whole. For example, there was a question over whether or not a Roman leader could build a house that overlooked the temple courtyard itself, which presents in Jewish law some difficulties because it would have been physically higher than the temple itself, but it also afforded less privacy to the priests and the Levites who were performing the various sacrificial acts. So in retaliation for the building of this palace, the priesthood had a wall built that would extend up over the temple courtyard and prevent vision of what was happening actually in the temple courtyard. And there was considerable violence exerted over this one small construction. And this is just one example of the kind of increasing level of friction that was experienced by the Romans and the Jews at this time. The Zealots were perhaps the most active and corrosive element in the Jewish mix at this time. The Zealots were a loosely defined group of discontents, far more extensive than they had been in the Hellenistic period, and they were also known for their proclivity to violence, meaning they were ready to attack Romans and other Jews with the drop of a hat. Ironically, they had the support of the Idumeans, who were Jews who were forcibly converted several centuries earlier, many of whom were regarded as not Jewish by many of the Pharisaic elements of society, and they turned out to be the most powerful Jewish nationalists of them all, really being very aggressive in their defense of their conception of Jewish political autonomy. The massacres went on between the Zealots and the more moderate groups, sometimes in hundreds and thousands, and they also massacred each other as they competed for the title of the Messiah, because this is something that was brewed about with really quite a bit of energy, the feeling that one of these leaders would ultimately emerge as the political and military redeemer of the Jewish people, and they competed for it in the streets with violence. To give you a sense of the way in which the Zealots dealt with other elements of the Jewish community, there's a very fascinating and famous passage in the Talmud in which the moderate Pharisaic Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai wanted to achieve a form of a compromise with the Romans who were besieging the region. And there was no way that the Zealots who were inside the fortifications would allow him to go out and speak with the Romans. So he faked his own death, and his students asked permission to carry his body out in a coffin for burial. He, meanwhile, was alive inside the coffin, and the Zealots, suspecting that something was amiss, they used iron poles and shot through the top of the coffin, hoping to make sure that Yochanan ben Zakkai was in fact dead. He amazingly survived this ordeal, and once he was outside of the limits of the fortifications, he was able to conduct his negotiations with the Romans. But this gives you a sense of the very difficult relationship between the more moderate Pharisees and the Zealots. So the first Roman-Jewish war was precipitated when Eliezer, who was previously a Sadducee, became a Zealot, and because he was in control of much of the temple ritual at the time, he prohibited the acceptance of sacrifices from foreigners. This was in the month of August in the year 66. And prior to this, non-Jews could easily bring sacrifices to the temple, which was, allowing them to participate in the overall cultic aspects of Jewish worship. And it was very customary that a certain number of sacrifices would be offered in honor of the Romans by Romans. So by rejecting these sacrifices, this was essentially a slap in the face to the Roman authorities, saying that they could no longer continue participating in the temple ritual. And so Agrippa, a Jewish representative of the Romans, sent troops out to force Eleazar to receive these sacrifices as he had previously. Eleazar counterattacked by burning down Agrippa's palace, and in an indication of the socioeconomic elements of this revolt, he also burned down the House of Records, which held all of the records of debts and especially mortgages, because there were many impoverished Jews who felt that they were being aggrieved economically, and by destroying those mortgages, that meant that they would have more freedom to pay their debts. Now, at the same time, a contender for the leadership of the Jewish people, a approved military commander named Menachem, someone who had already attacked successfully the Romans at Masada, entered Jerusalem, seeing that a rebellion was beginning. He immediately sought to vanquish his rival by murdering his father and his uncle, and Eleazar, in turn, managed to capture Menachem, tortured him until he was dead as well. So this is just an illustration of the kind of infighting that was going on between Jews, and in fact the story would get much worse. Eleazar behaved treacherously towards the Romans, promising, for example, that soldiers would be spared if they would surrender, and then breaking his word and slaughtering them. On occasion, some were spared if they were to undergo circumcision, but otherwise Eleazar conducted himself really in a thoroughly dishonorable manner. But this was certain to invoke the ire of the Romans. So let's see how the Romans responded. It's not surprising, really. As the news of the revolt spread through the ancient world, there were violence directed at Jews everywhere else. In Crete, in Syria, wherever there was a significant Roman community or Greek community, there was violence against Jews, and the Jews were typically minorities in these regions and were largely hapless. Rome decided to counterattack by sending reinforcements down from Syria. They were not, however, quite successful. The Jewish guerrilla forces were able to harass them on the way and ultimately even stop them before they reached Jerusalem. And so for a very brief period of time, the Jews managed to hold off otherwise overwhelming Roman might and maintain their independence. But this was to be short-lived. The Emperor Nero appointed Vespasian. You can see their busts on the top here, and unlike the picture of Flavius Josephus, these are probably much more accurate reproductions of what they look like. He appointed the general Vespasian to handle the Jewish revolt. And this was, by the way, the context in which Josephus came into Vespasian's circle. Josephus, surrounded by Vespasian's troops, designed a suicide pact with all of his fellow Jewish soldiers. By drawing short straws, he managed to somehow make sure that he was one of the last ones left to survive, and all the other Jews had killed themselves, at which point he turned himself over to Vespasian and he was taken captive. Vespasian took a liking to this intelligent young Jewish man, and his son Titus befriended him, and this is how Josephus began his climb to authority. The Jews, meanwhile, were basically free to do what they wanted for about 3 years early on in the war, as Vespasian realized that they were, destroying themselves quite effectively, and so he allowed these zealots to essentially expend their own energies murdering each other, and he kept his forces quite safe, waiting for the time when he would be able to enter Jerusalem. He was also quite active in overall empire affairs, as he was ultimately appointed the emperor to succeed Nero, and he handed over the operation to his son Titus. Ultimately, Titus was able to enter Jerusalem, and in August of 70, he was able to destroy Jerusalem and especially the temple. The destruction of the temple is, of course, commemorated every year by Jews on the 9th of Av, Tisha B'Av, which is traditionally understood as the day of the destruction of both temples, as well as the fall of Beitar, which will be later on in the second revolt. At this point, the Romans took their revenge in a very significant manner. Titus slaughtered resistors left and right, anyone over the age of 17 was captured and exiled, and many were simply set aside for the famous bread and circuses, the gladiatorial games that were so important to the Romans. 2,500 were killed for Titus's brother's birthday party alone, fed to lions and chained before, armed gladiators and so on. Josephus's estimate is that about 1.1 million Jews were killed in this first Roman-Jewish war. Probably an exaggeration, but Tacitus, a Roman historian, gives us a more reasonable figure that says that the normal population of the city of Jerusalem was about 120,000 at the time, quite a large city. And because of the fighting in the countryside, it may have swollen to about 600,000. And so you can imagine that within this context, with a large refugee population living within the town, there would be incredible devastation. And there's no doubt whatsoever that the numbers were absolutely atrocious and the Jews suffered heavily. After Titus achieved his victory, which was a foregone conclusion because the Roman Empire was really so much more massive, the Romans were far more expert in their military skills. He went on to construct a whole series of ceremonial arches and coins and other elements that celebrated the defeat of the Jews. Let's have a look at this coin here, which you can see on the right says Judea Capta, Israel is captured, Israel is taken. And you can see this seated woman with her head on her hands that represents the saddened Jerusalem. And the Roman authority looks on with some pleasure and authority. And on the left, you see a figure of a Roman authority as well. Down here, you see a large view of the Arch of Titus that stands in Rome that celebrates the victory over the Jews. Here's a view from underneath. You get a sense of how powerful it is. And if you look on the right-hand side, you see a very important element that's really quite famous in art history. This is a slightly different colored version of it that shows the Romans carrying the Jews off, and the spoils of war includes the menorah, although there's some dispute over that in Jewish sources. And generally, this is a depiction of the Jews' subjugation to the Romans at the end of the First Roman-Jewish War. The last stand, however, was at Masada, which was this massive rock formation just north of the Dead Sea. You can see it there in the upper left photograph. And Eleazar and his followers held out there for 3 years. They were able ultimately to withstand a very punishing Roman siege, but in the end, they all succumbed to a mass suicide pact, something like the version that Josephus describes in his own life, in which they all took lots and decided to massacre each other, the Romans rescuing only a handful of survivors. Here's a beautiful view of the archaeological dig. You can see on the bottom there are some palaces there that were constructed by previous emperors, and on the top are the fortifications where the Jews made their last stand. You can see the forbidding landscape of the Judean hills in the background. Here are some of the structures that still remain. This is believed to be some kind of synagogue area. And here you can see there's some dwellings, some living quarters, and so on. And there's even some caves, which may have even had some weapons or fortifications. And what's believed to be a mikvah or a ritual bath, a very important element in the self-purification rituals of traditional Judaism, which may have been practiced to even greater degree by the zealots. Especially fascinating is they would have a mikvah at the very top of Masada in this incredibly dry environment. It's actually the lowest point on the face of the earth, just next door at the Dead Sea. The devastation after the revolt was phenomenal. The Romans followed a scorched earth policy that destroyed much of the arable land in the region, which they seized anyways, and they declared it all part of the state. The Romans then resold or rented the land to its former owners or to the highest bidder. They destroyed half of the buildings in Jerusalem, and the population was reduced by at least 2/3. Finally, as the last insult, the so-called Fiscus Judaicus, the Jewish tax, which was previously imposed to support the temple. All Jews had to support the temple by paying this tax. It was remained in place. It was held in place even though the temple was destroyed. But instead, the funds were directed to the temple of Capitoline Jupiter, which was in Rome. In other words, the money that Jews used to celebrate their central religious structure and institution was now directed to the upkeep of pagan idol worship in Rome. The tax was also extended to include women and all age groups, which was something that was not part of the original Fiscus Judaicus. And this was really a very clear symbolic gesture that Judaism and the Jewish people were now completely under the control of the Romans. A few decades later, we have a short reprise of the Jewish-Roman War in the Second Jewish-Roman War, sometimes called the Bar Kokhba Revolt. Emperor Hadrian, who in other ways was often considered more of a liberal figure, he imposed several draconian bans which were directed at larger populations but were felt especially hard by the Jews, and there's no question that Hadrian was fully aware of the impact it would have on Jews. For example, his ban on circumcision affected the Phoenicians and Egyptians and others, but the Jews were the ones who were the most fervent about attaching themselves to this ancient ritual, and by banning circumcision, this was seen as a direct attack on their national religion. Hadrian attempted to settle large numbers of Romans in Israel to dilute the remaining Jewish character of the region, and he in fact renamed Jerusalem Aila Capitolina, which is a reference to both Hadrian's family, he was one of the Aili, and also the previously mentioned temple of Zeus or of Jupiter in Rome. There's some debate over the chronology of these elements, whether or not these were the cause of the revolt or the revolt was the cause of them, specifically the renaming of Jerusalem. But there's no doubt that the imposition of policies like this sparked a major revolt, which broke out in the year 132. Here you can see a coin that Hadrian minted at the time, and there's a reference here to Judea, but on the right, there are several references here, and the woman with the begging bowl, or with the sacrificial bowl, excuse me, and with the three children. No reference whatsoever to the Jewish character, more references really to the pagan character of the Roman imposition on Israel. So the Second Roman-Jewish War broke out in the year 132. The Jews had been preparing for it for more than a decade. Jewish workmen, for example, were known to prepare poor weapons for the Romans, and when they were given over as per their demands, the Romans found them unworthy and simply returned them. So the Jews were able to arm themselves to some degree and prevent the Romans from having an extensive amount of arms. They may have also prepared some subterranean tunnels that allowed them to hide out from the Romans, but ultimately there was no way that they could succeed in their attempt to throw off the massive Roman Empire. They were led by a ferocious and talented military leader, Shimon Bar Kosiba, known as Bar Kokhba, the son of a star. And his popularity was bolstered by the fact that none other than the older Rabbi Akiva, one of the leading Pharisaic figures of the period, actually believed that Bar Kokhba was in fact the Mashiach, the Messiah. Others disagreed. Rabbi Yochanan of the time said to Rabbi Akiva that grass will grow on your cheeks and the Messiah will not have come. But nevertheless, Akiva's support of Bar Kokhba certainly added to his authority and his popularity. The early rebels of this time managed to take Jerusalem early and construct more defenses and so on, but ultimately there was no way for them to succeed. Their last stand was at Beitar, which was destroyed in August of 135. It's believed that it occurred on the same day, Tisha B'Av, as the destruction of the two temples. This is in many ways known as, in a somewhat flippant way, National Jewish Bad Luck Day, where so many terrible things happened to the Jewish people throughout history, right up through the 20th century as well. Here is a coin from the period minted by the Bar Kokhba forces. They were fond of taking Roman coins and then simply melting them and printing their own designs on top of them. This not only was less expensive because the coins were already prepared, it also took Roman coins out of circulation. And finally, there was a certain level of satisfaction in the symbolic value of stamping out the Roman presence and in putting on a Jewish presence. There's frequently in Bar Kokhba's coins from the period lots of religious metaphors, symbols such as the lulav and so on. You can see on the left here a reference to the temple. So there's no question that the Bar Kokhba revolt was very closely tied to religious values of the era. When the revolution was put down, it was put down with great ferocity and violence. This is the period of the so-called Asara Ruge Malchus, the 10 martyrs of the state. 10 rabbis, including the famous Rabbi Akiva, were captured and were horribly tortured and murdered by Hadrian at the time. Rabbi Akiva's death, of course, along with several others, is memorialized in the Yom Kippur service as he is being flayed alive. He says to his students how all his life he had wanted to be able to fulfill the requisite commandment of the Shema, saying to love the Lord your God with all your soul, and he meant even by giving up the soul. Jews were banned from entering Jerusalem, and in fact even banned from being within eyeshot of Jerusalem. The entire Judean region was emptied of Jews. A major population shift occurred to the Galil region, the Galilee, where there was significant Jewish life continuing, and the exile, which was quite clear really in the first century, was now absolutely confirmed. But there's a famous story that's worth mentioning in conclusion here. At one point, Rabbi Akiva was walking through the ruins of the temple with his colleagues, and they saw a fox running through the ruins. The other rabbis began to cry, and Rabbi Akiva began to laugh. So the other rabbi said, "Rabbi, why are you laughing? This is terrible. Foxes are running loose through the temple." And Rabbi Akiva quoted a prophecy that says that this would in fact happen in order to bring about the redemption. And he says that since we know that Jerusalem is destroyed, we also know, therefore, that the redemption will one day come. Okay, thank you for listening to this lecture, and I look forward to speaking to you next week when we're talking about early Jewish Christianity. I've heard mixed reviews, but I really enjoy it. So today we're going to be talking about Flavius Josephus, and our first question to really address is, who was Josephus? The basics we certainly understand. Here is a bust of Josephus, which is believed to be accurate. I don't know, he sort of looks Jewish to me. Some features perhaps give it away, but we know he was born in the year 37, died sometime in the 2nd century. And what makes him really important for Jewish history is primarily his contribution to the historical literature through his authorship of a work called The Jewish War, which describes the first Roman-Jewish war, in which, of course, the Romans succeeded in destroying the temple, exiling the majority of the Jewish population outside of the land of Israel, ending the Jewish state for another 2 millennia. And that's primarily how we know Josephus. However, he's still an extremely problematic figure, leaving behind a very ambiguous legacy and a puzzle, as they say, wrapped in an enigma that makes it very difficult for us to really assess his role in Jewish history properly. And I hope to explore a little more of that. But the basic question that I want to pose today is, who was Josephus really? By the time we get to the end of this lecture, we may not have an authoritative point of view, but at least we'll have more of the data to be able to form some kind of an educated opinion about the nature of his affiliation with the Jewish people, the nature of his patriotism, the quality of his historical scholarship, and ultimately what do we know about the destruction of the temple through this analysis of this question? Let us remember, however, that for most of Josephus's career, he lived in Rome, and he was forced to walk past this arch on a virtually daily basis. This is the so-called Arch of Titus, named after the son of the Emperor Vespasian, who was ultimately responsible for the destruction of Jerusalem. And this was a ceremonial arch which was constructed to memorialize and to commemorate the destruction of the Jewish polity. It is not precisely an anti-Semitic monument, although it's often, I believe, misinterpreted in that way. It's essentially a war monument that commemorates the defeat of the Jews by the overwhelmingly powerful Romans, and to that end, perhaps it's rather an absurd monument. But when you look at the scope of the Roman-Jewish conflict, you will know that the Jews actually put up a tremendous amount of fight to the Romans. They were incredible irritants, despite the huge disproportion between the size of the Jewish population and the Roman population, Roman might versus Jewish powerlessness. And so, given the protracted nature of that conflict, one might compare it perhaps to, on a much broader scale, because we're talking about decades, Vietnam, or perhaps Chechnya for the Russians, or one might even say Afghanistan for just about everybody, because it's one of those long conflicts, and even though the disparity between power is so great, nevertheless, it was a tremendous achievement for the Romans to put down the Jewish polity. Nevertheless, it's important to note that none of the generals involved, neither Titus nor his father Vespasian, who ultimately became emperor, chose to take a title that commemorated their victory. Neither of them wanted to be called Judaicus, which was very common. You'd be called, if you beat the Germans, you'd be called Germanicus, Germanicus, things like that. Nobody wanted to be called Judaicus, because with the ambiguity of the Latin language, it would sound like they were actually Jewish, or Judaized, meaning they had been influenced by the Jews, and this was viewed with considerable opprobrium in certain circles in Rome. At any rate, what is the big deal about this arch? It's really what you see on the inside. So if we zoom in here, see that little effect? That's one of the cool things about Prezi. You can sort of zoom in on things like that. That's why I sort of like it. Let's just do it one more time so you can really see the effect. Wow, that's great. So if we zoom in here, this is what it's like standing underneath the arch, looking up. According to Italian Jewish tradition, Jews never actually walked under this arch after it was constructed out of the shame at their defeat. And on the right-hand side over here is a very important bas-relief that I'm going to show you in a second, a much larger view, that depicts specifically the destruction of Jerusalem and the bringing of Jewish captives to Rome, along with the spoils from the temple. Reminds me that, I'm of a certain age that I know how words change over time. And I remember specifically when I used to give a lecture on the world civilization at Florida Atlantic University. I had like 250 undergraduates in the big room like this, and I would talk about how Rome used to sack a particular city, and then they would take away the spoils. But I didn't always used to say spoils. I used to say, and then they would take booty. But as years went by, more and more of the students were laughing, and I could not figure out what's wrong with saying the Romans came and took booty. But eventually, someone was kind enough to explain it to me. So I say now they take spoils. Okay, I know, they're explaining it to those of you who don't have this opportunity. Anyway, so there we go. This is a more properly lit detailed view of that bas-relief, and you can see here the Jewish soldiers being led off into captivity, and of course, very important icon, the menorah from the temple, which is, according to this depiction, there's some contradictions in the Midrashic literature. It is actually carted off to Rome as a symbol of the ultimate defeat of the Jewish people. But of course, as that saying goes, perhaps you've seen it written on a wall. It says, God is dead, signed Nietzsche, and then underneath it says, Nietzsche is dead, signed God. Right? So the Roman civilization is dead, but we are still here, Baruch Hashem, talking about this history. So let's go back to Josephus in particular. So what do we know about him? By his own self-testimony, because he was a rather prolific writer, he wrote an autobiography of himself, Pro Vita Sua, and he also wrote quite a bit about himself in his other works. We know that he was a Kohen, actually a very prominent Kohen. His family was associated with the Avoda in the temple as part of one of the Ma'amadim, one of the cycles of families that were assigned to do duties in the temple. His father was of some importance in Jerusalem and was frequently consulted. Amazingly, when Josephus defected to the Romans, however, we review that defection, the zealots who were fighting the Romans did not harm his parents out of respect for the stature of Josephus's family. He claims to have a very strong education, which is a very dubious claim. He says that when he was the age 14, he was a child prodigy, and all of the great rabbis in Jerusalem would come to him for advice and for guidance on how to rule in matters of Jewish law. We know this is most likely false, not only because a 14-year-old instructing rabbis in Jerusalem is highly unreasonable, but also because of his own writings, particularly in the Antiquities, which we'll discuss later. He makes a lot of mistakes in basic halakha, indicating that his grasp of Jewish tradition was stronger than the average American Jew today, to be sure, but certainly not commensurate with the elite of the intellectual establishment in Israel. In terms of situating him within the various sects that were active at the time, and in a moment I will talk about the four major sects, he was apparently a Pharisee, although there's some scholarly debate that indicates he may have actually been closer to the Sadducees in his own outlook and in his position. So what exactly are those sects? Let's have a quick look at them. And by the way, much of this information comes from Josephus himself. So we are reliant on him largely as one of our primary sources to understand the internal political debate. The overall context of the time that we're looking at is a dark period of Jewish history. The Jews had regained sovereignty under the Hashmonaim, the Hasmonean dynasty that was a few hundred years before, celebrated in the Hanukkah ritual every December, or I should say every Kislev would be more appropriate, although it's ironic that it falls out right there in December. Menachem, you look pained. Am I?
I'm trying to read the coin.
Oh, the coin. Oh, it's. I thought I was saying something that you don't say that. Please don't say that, Dylan. Right? It says Vespasian, something, 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 and Fortuna, and I think it says here Augusta or August. August fortune, meaning like great, impressive fortune. I don't know what this. Oh, maybe it says Caesar here. Caesar here. Yeah. Imperator Caesar. Oh, we're figuring it out. But this is a picture of Vespasian, coin issued by him. Of course, he became emperor during the process of the wars, and he was in Jerusalem as a general himself for quite a bit of time. At any rate, the Hashmonaim were succeeded in essentially establishing some Jewish sovereignty in the 2nd century before the Common Era, and then they proceeded to essentially let it go through their own internecine fighting and through their inability to really, take the country in a positive direction beyond their own narrow concerns, which sounds a lot, I think, like the American government today, doesn't it, right? Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. And as a result of the decay of the Jewish governance, ultimately the Romans, who were the world power, the emerging world power in those two centuries, they slowly extend.
Hello? Can you hear me? What's going on? How are you, EDX? EDX? Can you hear me? EDX? I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway.
extended their control over the region, first geographically and militarily, and then more importantly, administratively, because the Roman way of dealing with established countries in particular, I'm not talking now about, let's say, Gaul, the Visigoths, people like that. The Romans preferred to co-opt the leadership of a given region, grant citizenship and the rights that go with citizenship to the higher echelons of society, and then essentially declare them, allow them to have significant independence as long as they paid tribute to Rome itself. And so Israel had a considerable amount of self-rule, their own administration, even under Roman domination. But as they continued to rebel against the Romans, dissatisfied with their lot under the Romans, ultimately the Romans extended more and more effort in quashing those rebellious elements and ultimately destroying the entire Jewish system of self-government as a whole. There were, wait a sec, here we go. There were four main, I'm not at the sex yet. I think one of the most important things to understand in the Roman-Jewish conflict is that it was a Kulturkampf. This is a very impressive German word that you can use with your friends to, indicate how you spend your Wednesday nights. Ms. Abramson, would you like to hazard a definition of that term Kulturkampf? Please guess. Good, culture, excellent, well done. Yes, excellent. Look at that, hear that. Ms. Abramson, you must come from hardy intellectual stock, I have to say, right? Kampf, right? How did you guess Kampf was war, struggle, or fight? Oh, okay. Good. Internal literary. Mr. Rodriguez, how would you guess?
Because Mein Kampf, from My Struggle.
Right. Hitler's autobiography, Mein Kampf, right? My Struggle. Excellent. So here's the word, Kulturkampf. It means a culture war. Romans and Jews just did not see things eye to eye. They lacked a lot of the basic vocabulary to be able to speak to one another. Again, it sounds a lot like contemporary politics, but I'm amusing myself. I don't know if you guys are enjoying it, but I'm like this. Anyways, I had to write a post to my students today. I'm teaching an American politics class, and I had to write to them, because a lot of students simply don't know. I said, did you know that the government is actually shut down? And did you know that? I mean, and it's like, how do you explain to someone, do we have like terrorist attack or economic collapse or like, no, we just can't get along. We can't. Anyways, okay. So the Kulturkampf, get back to, focus. What are you talking about? I'll give you one example. The Romans were extremely tolerant of religious differences. Roman view of religion was they didn't take it terribly seriously, and whenever they conquered another territory, they simply absorbed those gods into their own pantheon, and if they especially liked those gods, they even just applied Latin names to their gods, and they were happy. You guys can worship any god you want, no problem. So they're actually very relaxed and easygoing when it came to religious differences, but only insofar as they understood the limits of religious toleration. When they came to the Jews, they simply could not grasp the notion that the Jews worshipped an invisible God. There's a lot of Roman writing arguing about what really is in the Holy of Holies of the temple. They have to have some kind of idol there. They just don't want to tell us. It's a really good idol, but nobody can see it. There's all kinds of interesting things they're writing, wondering what's going on in the temple. They just did not understand that the Jewish aversion to plastic images of a deity. Furthermore, what they had a lot of problem was saying, okay, fine, you guys have your gods, but just be, respectful of other people's gods. Why do you have to disrespect our gods? Like, for example, we have this thing once a year, you offer a sacrifice to the emperor, and it's not a big deal. You come, and if you have the money, you buy this. If you have the money, you buy that. You come and you offer a sacrifice before a statue of the emperor. You bow down. What's the big deal? But the Jews, of course, they have a huge antipathy to any kind of idol worship, and they would refuse consistently to bow down to idols and so on and so forth. So Roman legislation actually made a specific exemption for Jewish particularities, saying, okay, the Jews don't have to do this because we know they're Meshugana, they can't do it, and that's a Latin term, and they can't do it, and therefore they were exempted. But there are hundreds of these things that resulted in a massive Kulturkampf. For example, the Romans had only a certain number of holidays, usually associated with birthdays of the emperors and so on, also with celestial events, the vernal equinox, things like that. And that's when they had days off, a certain number a year. But the Jews had a complete day off, 1 day in 7. The Sabbath, Shabbos. And so the Romans looked at the Jews and said, they are so lazy. What is wrong with these people? It's like they're either fasting or feasting. That's all the time. What is wrong with these people? And so they thought the Jews were lazy. They had a huge problem with Jewish rituals that seemed misanthropic, meaning that they hated other people. Kashrut and bris milah were at the top of the list. The idea that the Jews would not engage in conviviality with Romans, that they wouldn't sit down to a meal at a Roman table, was hugely offensive. The idea that they liked Judaism in some ways. The idea, though, that you only could become Jewish if you were a male was through circumcision, was considered, an unfairly high threshold of entrance into this very exclusive club. So they considered them very clannish and so on. All kinds of things like this that made Romans and Israelites just not see eye to eye on so many things. But the Romans were, by and large, pretty tolerant of the Jews. And I think if you were an outside observer looking at Roman Jerusalem, let's say, in the beginnings of the 1st century, you would be hard-pressed to find a consistently heavy pattern of religious persecution. You would find incidents of it, you would find economic exploitation, but it's not until the wars really break out and you get especially to the Hadrianic persecutions in the 2nd century that you'll see really strong, nasty persecution. The 10 martyrs of the state, for example, are from a much later period. And the Jews were nevertheless not satisfied. The Jews were constantly pushing and wanting to gain certain advantages, or I shouldn't put it like that. They wanted to gain certain leniencies for their religious viewpoints, which the Romans simply could not understand. Also, the Jews were incredibly bad at fighting with each other, or maybe they're very good at fighting with each other. There are huge divisions within the Jewish population, intellectual, religious, economic divisions that resulted in an almost complete inability to achieve unity in the 1st century, which of course resulted in disaster. Josephus fits into this, particularly in the Galilee. He had earlier gone to Rome, and when he returned, the rebellion was under full swing. I refer you to my other lectures on the web if you'd like to know a little bit more about the general war as a whole. And he was posted as a general in the Galilee region, shown here, to defend it against the Romans. And let's talk a little bit about what was happening there. But I have to give you some of the background on the 4 major Jewish sects so we can understand where to place Josephus here. Okay, so again, this is largely taken from Josephus, but confirmed by extensive references in the Jewish literature, the Talmud, the Midrash, and so on, and some Roman texts as well. Basically, you have 4 distinct political orientations. There's my microphone. 4 distinct political orientations that the Jews adhered to, and they were the Sadducees, in Hebrew the so-called Tzedukim, who were essentially the establishment. The Tzedukim controlled the temple cult, which was the center of Jewish worship. They had very close relationships with the Roman governing authority, and they dismissed certain aspects of what would become or what was traditional rabbinic theology. For example, the issue of life after death. The Tzedukim denied this basic Jewish idea. Then you have the Pharisees, the so-called Perushim, which probably comes from the Hebrew word lifrosh, to separate. By the way, Tzedukim might come from a teacher, Tzadok, one of the early Kohanim. The Tzedukim claimed intellectual descent from him, which is a dubious attribution. The Perushim, or the Pharisees, were the so-called rabbinic Jews. They are the good guys, the winners, who eventually, succeeded in propagating Judaism to our day. The room that we're in right now is essentially a Pharisaic room because the whole ideology of modern Judaism depends on the Pharisees succeeding. The Perushim, so-called separated from the Sadducees and what they felt was a highly corrupt temple ritual. They were highly charismatic, and they formed small disciple circles around Israel of very dedicated followers who focused most of their energy on the study of Jewish law. They essentially abandoned the temple because they felt that with the corruption of the Kahuna Gadola, the high priesthood, it was without effect, and they put much more emphasis on things like prayer and study as a religious act in their ideologies. They were largely without hard power. They didn't control any major institutions save those that were important to themselves, but they had a lot of so-called soft power. They had a wide following among the Jewish masses, including the so-called illiterate Amei Haaretz, the people of the land, or farmers, who regarded the Pharisees as their true intellectual and spiritual leaders. Then you have the Essenes, some rather interesting groups that were dedicated to life on the fringes of Jewish society. Many of them lived in caves, a rather ascetic lifestyle, sometimes celibate, and in like eager anticipation of the imminent arrival of the Messiah, believing that it was just around the corner. We know a lot about them because quite a bit of their writings have survived through the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls in the 1950s. These were kind of like the sort of weirdos of the Jewish world, and when we found these scrolls, we saw that in fact they were even weirder than we had originally thought. And finally, the Zealots, the Kanoim, these were Jews who felt that the most important thing that Jews had to do was to throw off the Roman yoke, that to engage in violent armed rebellion, resisting the Romans, and to push them out of the Holy Land itself. They were the primary instigators of the rebellion as a whole, and they enjoyed some significant success, particularly in the beginning of the revolt, primarily because of their bold strategy and their rather aggressive approach to the lackadaisical Roman soldiers, particularly at the beginning of the war. But ultimately, they simply could not hold back the massive Roman engine, and they held their last stand here at Masada, where they committed mass suicide, something that will be echoed in Josephus's own works. But we know quite a bit about these groups, primarily, as I mentioned, from Josephus. Okay, we're just past the halfway mark, so maybe I should pause and answer questions. Yes?
These sects, did they interact, or were they really very separate?
Oh, they absolutely, very good question. They did interact. They have very lively debate. They interacted with violence on occasion. The Zealots, for example, were infamous for assassinating other Jews who disagreed with their point of view. A very famous scene when Yochanan ben Zakkai, who was an important Pharisee, he wanted to negotiate with the Romans, and the Zealots would not release him from the city which he was located in. They were besieged. So his students faked his death, and they placed him in a coffin, and they said, "We've got to take our rabbi out of the city so that we can bury him." But the Zealots didn't believe him, and didn't believe the students, so they drove iron bars through the top of the coffin, and luckily Yochanan ben Zakkai miraculously was preserved. So there definitely is a lot of give and take, violent sometimes, but also dialogue in nature as well. One interesting place where you find it as well is in the Gospels. If you read the Gospels, you'll see that, I'm not saying I read the Gospels, well, I suppose I could say that, I'm not sure, but anyway, you'll see that there's a lot of debate between, Caiaphas, the high priest, and then there's like Nicodemus, the Pharisee, who's very interested in Jesus, and there's quite a bit of give and take between all of these groups. The Essenes tended to be more separatist, literally. They actually left society, but especially according to the views that they were celibate, they had to have membership drives with some frequency. They had to actually go out and get more people to join. So, yes, Menachem.
You mentioned the gospel. So I was going to ask a question about that. If I remember correctly, the Pharisees are treated critically in the Gospels. They're thrown out of the temple, or they are the bad people in the temple.
Absolutely.
And if at that time was there not the sense that the Pharisees were the good guys and that they were the trend, the rabbinic Jews? I wonder why they were treated that way.
That's an excellent question. I'm going to repeat it because I have the microphone. Basically, Menachem is asking, why is it the Pharisees seem to come off so badly in the Gospels? They seem to be the nasty, difficult people. Is that a fair paraphrase?
Yes.
So that's a great question. We're going to go into more detail when I lecture on Saul of Tarsus a little later on in this series. But basically, the likely reason is because Jesus himself was a Pharisee. He was on the rebellious end of the spectrum of Pharisees, but he argued most with Pharisees because he was closest to them. That the differences in doctrinal position were so fine between Jesus, or at least the way the gospel authors portrayed him, and the Pharisees, that's where you have the most arguments. Listen, I was on a road trip now for 3 days with all of my kids in one car, one van. And I tell you, the arguments in that car are far worse than they would argue with, classmates or people in the street. You argue with people you love. You argue with people you're close to. So that's why the Gospels portray the Pharisees in such negative light. Unfortunately, especially as the Gospels became less of a Jewish document and more of a Gentile document, again, we'll have to postpone the larger discussion for later, then it becomes viewed more as an us versus them. And they lost the appreciation of the internal dialogue that the Gospels really represent. Like, if you could imagine, if you were to drop a microphone over your family dinner table when you're having an argument, and then Martians were to listen to the tape and translate it from Yiddish into, well, actually, they speak Yiddish in Mars. So if they read it, they would think that, my gosh, what a dysfunctional family. They all hate each other. But in reality, that's what families do, right? They argue with each other because they love each other and they want to win. Okay, let's go on. Excellent questions. All right. So what we know about Josephus begins really with his first trip to Rome. There are a lot of interesting questions about why exactly he went to Rome as a young man, but in his late 20s or early 30s. He was there in some official capacity as a type of emissary. Various scholars have tried to attach this to certain passages in the Talmud that speak about sages going to Rome to plead for Jewish rights and privileges. It's impossible for us to tell given the nature of the extant documentation, but we know that he had a very, very powerful experience in Rome, meeting with powerful people, in particular powerful women, many of whom ended up being his sponsors later on in life. And he was overwhelmed with the nature of Rome. And when you think about it, it was it was like going to, I was going to say Washington, D.C., but maybe that's not a good example. It was going to a city with massive architecture. The Romans had developed all kinds of tremendous techniques for construction, poured concrete, things like that. And these huge institutions, all these institutions, great power. The Roman armies were incredible in their efficiency and in their unstoppable nature and so on. And he was completely, to use the idiom, blown away by his experience in Rome. That was like the big city. And when he came back to rather provincial Jerusalem, you could see how he was somewhat, disappointed by the Hamish nature of Jewish culture after having been in the big city. However, he came back right at the very beginning of the rebellion, and that's exactly when he was impressed into service and told, okay, Josephus, you're a young man, prominent family, educated. We are putting you in charge of a small city in the Galilee, which he managed horribly. The town is known in Latin as Yotapata. The Hebrew, it's still extant today, is called Yodfat. Both of those names sound really strange, but anyway, this is it. He was an exceptionally poor commander. He was told, and this is one of the questions about, well, what exactly was his position? If he was a Pharisee, why is he placed in charge of soldiers? That's not really what the Pharisees do. If he was a Sadducee, well, the Sadducees don't fight against the Romans, and he certainly wasn't a zealot. What exactly was he? How did he fit into these various layers and contrasting positions? I'm just going to hazard a guess. I'm not an expert in this area, but my guess, based on particularly on the research of Professor Bentwich, who wrote a very important biography of Josephus at the turn of the century, he was a Pharisee, but he was nevertheless moving in the circles of Sadducees, and he was not ideologically committed to any position. So much so that when the Zealots began this rebellion, and the other groups were in one level or another forced to go along with it, that's how he found himself at the head of a city in the Galil. I recommend you comment on this when you see the video version, or those of you in Norway or Hungary, please do. At any rate, Josephus failed to capture the loyalty of the surrounding Jewish population. He was constantly involved in complaints against his rule. There were rivals to his rule, primarily from the Zealot sector, and he simply could not motivate the Jews in that region to follow his command. His command was also quite unenthusiastic. He did not really want to fight the Romans. He did not feel that the entire rebellion was well motivated and well planned. And as a result, his performance was highly lackluster. Now, I have to add one very important caveat. We will have to return to this. We began with the question, who exactly was Josephus? So how do we know that he had a lackluster enthusiasm for fighting the Romans? Where do we get this information that he really wasn't happy to fight the Romans? From Josephus, right, exactly. And we think about it for a second. Okay, Josephus is writing this after he was captured by the Romans. So if he were to write in his, in Greek, which was the language that they were reading primarily, not Latin, but if he were to write in Greek that I hated the Romans bitterly, I still hate them, and I killed as many of them as I could, and I was disappointed to lose and so on, then obviously he would not curry favor with his new captors. But on the other hand, if he were to portray himself as, a complete pacifist and wishing to immediately turn tail and join with the invaders, then he would be viewed as a traitor. So he would have no respect in Roman circles either. So he had to find that sweet spot that showed him behaving as kind of like a Jewish patriot, believing in his nation and his people, but at the same time also seeing the value of the invaders such that he could make that political and military transition. Ultimately, that's what happened. Jotpata was surrounded by the Romans, and it looked very bleak for the Jewish defenders there. So in a rather bizarre story, which sounds reminiscent of the Masada story, he hid in a pit with about 40 or so of his higher level ranking officers, and he said, listen, we're all going to be killed by the Romans. Why don't we make a suicide pact? We'll draw straws, and the one with the shortest straw kills the rest of us, and then he'll kill himself. And they said, good idea. And he had them all draw straws, and amazingly, wow, what a coincidence, Josephus got the small straw. Everyone else died, and Josephus did not kill himself. He was then captured, maybe surrendered. Again, we don't know because all of our testimony comes from Josephus himself, but he ended up being held by Vespasian, the general who was in charge at the time. Again, it sounds a lot like the whole Masada story, and it could be that Josephus made the whole thing up, and he kind of made it up the way I used to make up bedtime stories for my children. When Elisa she's one of my younger girls, but the older girls said to me that, they love these stories I used to tell. Maybe someday I'll write them down, but probably not. Like I told this long-running story called The Purple Feather, and every night it had a different chapter, and that I would tell them until I fell asleep myself, and sometimes they would fall asleep before me, but usually not. And they used to love this story until, I don't know, I think Rafaela was about 15 or 16. She says to me, Abba, you ripped off Star Wars. This is in Hamlet. And they realized that all the best parts of my stories were just rip-offs from various movies or books that I had read. So it could be that that's what Josephus is doing. We see a few examples of that in his work where there are remarkably eerie parallels between the stories we have elsewhere in our tradition and his own life story. Another very difficult part about this, trying to assess who he was, is think about what language he wrote in. Josephus wrote in two languages. He wrote a version of this history called the Jewish Wars in Aramaic, and he wrote another version in Greek. The Aramaic version was designed for a Jewish audience. Aramaic was the lingua franca, what Jews were speaking at the time, and this was a popular version that Jews could read. Unfortunately, it is lost. It has not survived, and we don't know what he said in Aramaic. Chances are it might have been very, very different from the Greek version. The Greek version, for a few reasons that I'll explore shortly, did survive. And so we only have the version of the story that he's telling the Romans. And so it's very difficult for us to penetrate that version, reading it through the lens of the intended Roman audience to try to understand the author himself. Again, that puzzle wrapped in an enigma kind of thing. But let's go back to his life story and see what's going on here. He... under Vespasian for a couple of years, actually, which indicates, according to Professor Bentwich, that he probably was not wholly trusted. There's a strange kind of promotion of Josephus after he has this encounter with Vespasian himself. And he says to him that he's received a prophecy that Vespasian will become emperor. That, of course, immediately comes to pass as Vespasian is called back to Rome to assume the royal purple, and he places his son Titus in charge. Now, that sounds kind of familiar, right? What are you thinking of here? Exactly, the story of Yochanan ben Zakkai I mentioned earlier, where he got out of the city and he went up to Vespasian. He says, guess what? You are going to be emperor. Vespasian says, no. He says, yes, you are going to be emperor. And immediately they get the news, Vespasian, they want you to come back to Rome. And we think you're going to be emperor. So he says, that's amazing. How did you know? He says, well, you know, I'm Jewish. I eat gefilte fish. And he says, please give me 3 things. And Yochanan ben Zakkai asked for 3 specific requests. The most significant for us, of course, is he says, Ten li Yavne v'chachameha. Right? Give me the city of Yavne, really the village of Yavne, and its sages. And that was really the foundational moment of Rabbinic Judaism when Vespasian allowed Yochanan ben Zakkai to give a safe space, a sanctuary for scholars to study Judaism. And now it's exactly the story that Josephus tells about himself and Vespasian, which sounds like a huge ripoff. If he had handed this in as a term paper in Touro College South, he would get an F for plagiarism for sure. But at any rate, that's how we know it. Vespasian goes to Rome, and he says, okay, Josephus, very interesting. I want you to be the Jewish advisor to my son Titus. By the way, this is a bust of Vespasian himself. And Josephus then spends the next couple of years by Titus's side as Titus besieges Jerusalem. Josephus gives him information and advice on how best to defeat the Jewish armies, and ultimately Titus is successful, resulting in the destruction of the Second Temple. Much of the information we have about how the temple was destroyed comes from this first-person account of Josephus. The versions in the Talmud that we have are, of course, very powerful and evocative, but they are not intended as historical accounts. They're intended as religious documents that have a whole different kind of menu of agenda items. And Josephus gives us a much more historical first-hand account of how the temple was destroyed.
That church, that there might be some additional Talmudic documents in the church that might be more of a historical nature, that might describe things historically.
And there's a lot of speculation about what's in the Vatican archives. And there's no question there are amazing treasures in the archives. I can't recall which region it is. For some reason, I think it is the Meiri, but I'm not positive, that in the 1950s, a Jewish scholar was allowed to go into the archives and look at their Hebrew documents, and he found a massive amount of writings by this, I think he's 11th century scholar, and he wasn't allowed to take anything out. There's no photocopies or things like that. So he essentially copied it all out by hand and brought it out, on paper. And that was completely lost to the Jewish world. So it's possible there are these documents, but there's no way for me to establish it. Okay, let's go weiter as it is. his career in Rome. So after he writes the Jewish War, it's an amazing success at the beginning. It receives the approval of his captors, Vespasian and Titus. He is given official Roman citizenship, which I believe he had earlier. I'm not positive about that, but he's also given the name of his, the family name of his captors, Flavius. From Vespasian's family name was Flavius, and so he becomes Josephus Flavius. And the book is permanently placed in the Imperial Library. Of course, it is a huge encomium to the activity of Vespasian and Titus, and it's like just a very, very positive statement of Roman might and power and so on. And so, of course, it would go on to receive some official recognition. His family life, which I haven't really talked about too much since his education, was not so successful. He was involved in 3 marriages, and it would be fair to say they were failed marriages. One of his wives left him, for example. Another one divorced him. He had 3 sons by his last wife. As an indication of some of the difficulties of understanding Josephus as a Jewish scholar, one of his wives was given to him by his captors, and as a Kohen, he would be technically, halakhically, prohibited from marrying a woman who had been taken captive. So it's one of the many small examples of indications that he probably wasn't as astute in Jewish law as he purported to be. As I mentioned, there was an interesting readership for Josephus's work. On the one hand, everybody who's interested in military history and the exploits of Rome would like to read it. But on another level, and this is something which is not well understood by many historians, or not by historians, by Jews in the popular mind, Judaism was actually extremely popular in the Roman Empire. Judaism was a competitive ideology. Judaism was not like some kind of strange, bizarre, throwback religion. It was a religion that actually attracted a lot of people, because when you think about it, the Jewish view of life after death is much more appealing than the Roman. The idea of a personal deity who listens to prayer, who has rules, rewards the righteous, punishes the wicked, huge advantage over Roman gods and so on. And so there was wide-scale conversion to Judaism at many different levels in Roman society. It would, I hate to use the word faddish. I think that's a little bit too strong, but it was considered a really cool thing to know Jewish things and perhaps even to become Jewish. And if you think that's crazy, just think about Kabbalah today and its reach into the popular world, right? It was considered very interesting to be involved in Jewish things. So there's some who postulate that Josephus's readership were Romanized or Judaized Romans who were, looking for good information about Judaism. And here he is writing in Greek. He was a very prolific writer and a very powerful writer in many ways. And much of the things that he wrote may have found that particular audience. Still, there's some ambiguities about that. But perhaps the most important one for us to consider, most important work for us to consider, if we move away from the rebellion in particular, is a massive work of 20 volumes called Jewish Antiquities. And this is essentially a book he wrote, which is Judaism 101. It is a history of the Judaism and the Jewish people, and it's a miniature encyclopedia of all things Jewish, an explanation of Jewish things for a Roman readership. The title Antiquities is a giveaway for one of the most appealing aspects of Judaism for Romans. The ancient world in general valued things which were old. If you had an ideology, a tradition, a country that could go way, way back, and you could document it going way, way back, that was considered a mark of honor and prestige and authenticity. The Romans could not claim the same antiquity. Their empire was nowhere near as old as Judaism. The Greek Empire was also not nearly as old. And so people were fascinated. What is this strange religion? Why does it have such longevity and so on? So this particular book, in many ways, eclipsed his study of the Jewish wars, are much more popular. However, it's not too accurate, and it is plagiarized from many, many different sources. The literary analysis of the Antiquities betrays that he just simply borrowed whole scale from all kinds of different writers, some which we know because they're cited in other literature. And Josephus tends to be best when he is plagiarizing, and weakest when he is writing on his own. Even, incidentally, in military history, his firsthand recollection of many events is weak. When he cribs from other authors, though, he tends to be right on. So it's a very difficult book to really work through, but fascinating for its larger implications for who Josephus was. A couple other works he wrote, which are of less importance to us right now. I forgot. I'm actually going on to a different thing. So let me just change topics here. So why did Josephus survive? What were the things that made him so likely to exist to this day? And we have thousands of manuscripts of Josephus going way, way back, and it's been translated to so many languages. What is it really about it? Well, first of all, we have the imperial approval that the Romans, Vespasian, this is a book about Vespasian. It's a book about his son Titus. Everybody loves that, so it should go into the official library. But beyond that, there is a key reference to Jesus buried in his works, and that made Josephus all of a sudden way more popular in the Christian era. Now, what does that reference say? Well, before I jump to it, let me just tell you, first of all, it's most likely not Josephus's writings. It is most likely a later interpolation, which appeared in the 3rd century. We know that because earlier writers in the 2nd century who would have loved to quote this completely ignore it, and it suddenly appears in the 3rd century, and then it becomes quoted all the time. So probably some very pious Christian scribe copying out Josephus said, wouldn't it be nice if I just added this little reference to Jesus here? I mean, it was the same time period, right? He must know something about him. So let's have a look at what that passage says. I'll read it out loud because it's in this funny blueprint. Now there lived about this time Jesus, a wise man, if it be lawful to call him a man, for he was a doer of wonderful works, a teacher of such men as received the truth with pleasure. He drew over to him both many of the Jews and many of the Gentiles. He was the Christ, and amongst us had condemned him to the cross. Those that loved him at the first did not forsake him, for he appeared alive to them again the 3rd day, as the divine prophets had foretold these and 10,000 other wonderful things concerning him. And the tribe of Christians, so named from him, are not extinct at this day. Which is kind of when you think about this on a literary level, it's kind of a nuclear bomb. You're writing this huge text about the Jewish rebellion. It says, and by the way, the Son of God appeared on earth. He is the Messiah. Let's go on to the next topic. Right? It's like what are you talking about? If you're really saying something like this, stop the presses. This is the whole story, right? So this is most likely something added in later, and it was not Josephus' original writing. However, thankfully for us, that's one of the reasons why it became a treasured volume in many Christian libraries, because here's a text that talks about Jesus, so it's kosher, it gets the imprimatur, so to speak, and it has a lot of information about Jesus's time, what it was like to live in Jesus's era. So his legacy, well, as I mentioned very briefly, he wrote a couple other works, his Vita, right, his biography, which is not especially helpful as a scholarly source for really what his life is, and a very important work called Against Apion, in which he essentially apologizes for Judaism from and it's not really appropriate to use the term anti-Semitism, but let's say an anti-Jewish attack at that time, which again says a little bit about who he was as a Jew. On the one hand, he was a traitor. He went over to the Roman side. He was a general. He betrayed his own lieutenants in that suicide pact, and he aided the enemy in the destruction of Jerusalem. But afterwards, he was, probably the most important Greek language apologist for the Jews, producing quality information for the 1st century on Judaism for a wide-scale audience. So it's difficult to understand him as a man. Was he a traitor? Was he a patriot? Was he a pious Jew? Was he a sacrilegious Jew? very complex, very difficult to really tease out. But I thank you for speaking about him with me for the last 60 minutes, and I look forward to speaking with you next week when we look at Philo of Alexandria, a very important figure in early Jewish philosophy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Today's lecture is a fascinating topic. I actually learned a lot about myself preparing this lecture, and I'll share with you some of those small insights into my, of self-revelation that I had. But I want to start by saying that I have a caveat to make. Actually, two caveats. The first one is I've decided I'm not going to start right away with a joke, because I can actually look at the YouTube page and see when people stop watching my videos. And last week I didn't tell a joke, and people stayed with the lecture much longer, about 77% longer actually than when I do tell the joke. So, and also the people at Torah Cafe, they always edit them out. Elia and Getzi and Chaya, they just take them out. So I'm not going to tell a joke right away. You'll have to invest at least 11 minutes into this lecture, unless I can't help it. Then you'll get the joke. Second thing is, we were doing research right up until the last minute. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce the subject of our lecture tonight, which is horribly embarrassing, since we're speaking here to a massive crowd in Surfside, Florida, and we have the internet audience. And I'm not a philosophy major, so I'm not sure what people actually say in the universities. So how about let's have a vote from the audience. How would you like to pronounce his name?
Philo.
Philo, right? Like the dough rhymes with Milo, right? That certainly makes sense, and that's corroborated by all the websites I could find that tell you how to pronounce Philo. The problem is, in Greek, it's clearly Philo. It's actually Philon in Greek with an N sound at the end. So I don't know if I appear horribly pedantic if I say philo, or will I sound regular, sort of like uneducated to say Philo? So I'm just going to go with Philo because that is the consensus of the audience. The second caveat is I can't hold back. I'm going to tell you the joke now anyways. It goes like this. So this is a joke. I realized as I was going through this particular lecture that one of the things that tends to fascinate me overall when I study for these lectures is I'm especially interested in the question of Jewish identity. What makes a person consider themselves a Jew? What exactly is it? Obviously, it's easy to consider someone else a Jew or consider someone else not a Jew. But at what point does one person consider themselves a Jew? Fascinating topic that, of course, is especially relevant with the recent results of the Pew Research poll on Jews in America. And I think we'll find some insights in Philo as well. So the joke goes like this. It's set in Soviet Russia, in the late Brezhnev era when there's tremendous privation, huge shortages, and in order to get anything, you have to go and stand in line for hours at Cherha. You have to stand outside a shop for hours before you get anything. So the joke goes that there's a typical lineup at a grocery store. Everyone's waiting to get in and get some basic cucumbers, in fact. And people are waiting, and finally the shopkeeper opens up the window and he says, "We've just learned that we're going to be receiving fewer cucumbers than expected today, so all Jews leave the line, go home." So what can they do? That kind of society, the Jews pick up and they leave. Then about 30 minutes later, they're all waiting outside. It's cold, it's like December, it's Siberia, and they open up the window again and they say, "We've just learned that one of the trucks bringing us cucumbers has broken down on the Trans-Siberian Highway. We will have less cucumbers than expected. And so therefore, all ethnic Latvians, Uzbeks, Kazakhs, and Tatars must leave the line and go home." So all these ethnicities have to give up. They all go home. This goes on and on all day until finally he opens up and he says, "We've just learned that the last truck of cucumbers was hijacked by the mafia, and we will have no cucumbers today. Everyone go home. So a pure, ethnically pristine Soviet citizen standing in line all day turns to his neighbor and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." Right, okay. Huge uproarious laughter, right? Identity. Okay, so let's go to our topic today. Philo of Alexander. So who was Philo or Philo? He's often known as Philo Judaeus, meaning Philo the Jew, because he was extremely important, as we shall see, in Christian thought, particularly to the church fathers of the late ancient period. His years are roughly 20 before the Common Era to about 50 of the Common Era. We don't know precisely, but in one of his writings that is dated to roughly the year 42, he describes himself as an older man, and placing it in the context of the various activities, we assume that he probably was corresponding roughly to these years. These are extremely important years in Jewish history. It means that his life overlapped with that of Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel. His life overlapped with Jesus of Nazareth, with Josephus, who we talked about last week, and of course he died shortly before the destruction of the Second Temple and the eradication of the Jewish polity in the Middle East. So what he has to say in this time period should be of extreme importance for us as historians trying to understand what it means in the big picture. Basically, he was a philosopher. One might say philosopher / theologian, because he was very interested in religion. In fact, that was virtually the sole focus of all his writings was on Judaism and on a Jewish morality as he envisioned it. But there's a strange irony about Philo's life. He was extremely important in the Christian intellectual tradition, copied almost verbatim by Eusebius and then by all the other church fathers, and revered as a great Jewish philosopher. But he was totally ignored by the rabbis. And he is completely absent from the Hebrew religious tradition until the 19th century, when people begin to pay attention to him again. So what a strange thing. Very, very well published, well circulated author in the original Greek and also in Latin and Aramean translations. Armenian translation, excuse me. And yet the rabbis have nothing to do with him. They can't even argue with him. They don't even disagree with him. They just totally ignore him. He's, as they say in Hebrew, chutz lamachaneh, outside of the camp. No one pays attention to Philo. So how is it possible that he evaded all rabbinic attention while receiving tremendous reputation among Christians as really the greatest expression of Jewish philosophy in the ancient period? This, for example, is one of the more fanciful 16th century representations of, as you can see, the Latin on top, Philo Judaeus, Philo the Jew. Of course, we have no idea if he looked anything like this, but it's a colorful picture, and I saw it on Wikipedia. So, moving forward, what do we know about him? With the exception of one reference in Josephus, which supports the idea that he was, in fact, as important as one would think from Philo's own writings, we have no references to Philo, contemporary references, other than Philo himself. So, like our attempt to analyze Josephus last week, everything we have to say about Philo is based on his own writings, on literary analysis of what he has to say about both in terms of a frontal depiction of his own life, which he does from time to time, or also by reading between the lines about what he has to say about the world around him, that we can kind of read backwards and learn some things about him. We can figure out, however, quite a bit. This is another 15th century representation. We don't know if this looks anything like him. He's slightly wall-eyed here too, which I'm not sure if that was probably anti-Semitic or something. So what do we know about him? He was a very prominent individual and from a very wealthy family. We know this primarily because of his description of his relations. His brother, Alexander Lysimachus, was titled the Alabarch of Alexandria, which was in a very important city in Egypt, as I will show you shortly. We're not exactly sure what an alabarch is. In Greek, the term arch means like leader, like monarch, single leader, that kind of thing. And it appears he may have been some kind of treasurer, certainly though a very high-level dignitary to be sure. We know that he was a great benefactor of Jewish causes in Alexandria and in Egypt, indicating that he had significant wealth. He did make a trip to Jerusalem to offer sacrifices, although it's interesting, he just mentions it in a passing offhand way, like talking about a totally different subject. He says, by the way, while I was going to Israel to offer sacrifices, this happened to me. And we don't know much else about his relationship to Israel and the temple. We know that he obviously had, based on his writings, an extremely strong Hellenistic education, which was a huge expense at the time. He definitely was educated in the gymnasia, in the traditional male-dominated universities, as it were, of the time. In fact, some some scholars believe that he is the father of modern misogyny, because he had a rather negative view of women getting higher education, and this view was duly repeated in many of the church fathers after him. But at any rate, clearly a very prominent individual. We'll give you some more evidence of that shortly. Very wealthy individual. His very well connected, and he was able to afford a life of leisure and dedicate himself to philosophical investigations and publications. His nephew also says something about his position in Jewish society. His nephew, Tiberius Julius Alexander, we don't know how to describe his religious affiliation, but he actually fought with the Roman soldiers on the wrong side in Jerusalem in the War of 70, in the Roman-Jewish War, meaning he was alongside Titus when the temple was destroyed, and not like Josephus as a captive, but in an administrative capacity. Some say he even led the charge into Jerusalem, again, based on scanty evidence, but this was his brother's son, and from some of Philo's writings, one author in particular opines that perhaps he directed some of his writings specifically to his nephew to try to bring him back from the brink of completely turning himself over to the Romans. So we get a picture overall, though, of where Philo was in classical Alexandrian society: wealthy, prominent, well-connected, educated, literate, and, as we shall see, politically quite active. Any questions to this point? Yes, please.
Well, it's not so much as a comment. There's a couple of comments. Misogyny is named after a particular person. So if they accredit him with being misogynist, I would say perhaps, but I don't think he deserves the full credit. Secondly, philo in Greek means love.
Yes.
Philo means fidelity in Latin. So I'm just wondering if there's an association there.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know enough about Greek and Latin to say how, like fides means like faith, hence fidelity, or like the dog's name Fido means, faithful dog. But philo in Greek means I love, like philosophia, I love philosophy, I love wisdom. Philon means lover, but I think he was a writer, not a lover. Fighter, not lover. Perhaps. Okay, shall we go weiter? Yeah, let's go weiter. Okay, so his major works. So he wrote numerous tractates, many of which have been preserved. They are exclusively in Greek, some of which survive, as I mentioned, in Aramaic and in Latin translation. I should say Armenian, not Aramaic. That's an error, sorry. One of the big debates in among scholars, though, is did Philo actually know Hebrew? I mean, here he is writing exclusively on Jewish topics. He is like the Jewish expert, and it's not at all clear that he knows Hebrew at all. He does make, some references to Hebrew. His writings are it's chock full of references to the Bible. In fact, that's what he's mainly writing about, is the Bible. And from time to time, he will use Hebrew to explain an allegorical etymology. The problem is that about half of the time he's totally wrong. Half the time he's right, and so he knows a smattering of Hebrew, or perhaps he got this Hebrew information but from someone else. And other times, his sort of discussions of like saying something like, yes, the root of this word in Hebrew means X, and it doesn't mean X at all. And you have to be an idiot to think it means X. So many scholars think he knew no Hebrew whatsoever, and he had to rely on a more Judaically educated individual to give him these little pointers. And others say that, no, he's trying to make a different point, and maybe his Hebrew wasn't so strong, but he did know some at any rate. Perhaps more importantly, though, and something that he clearly does know very well, is Greek philosophy. He was soaked in Greek philosophy, and especially Plato. In fact, again, thinking about the role of Philo in the transmission of Greek wisdom to the Renaissance, looking a little further, it's an extremely important thing, because he was sort of the bridge for the church fathers to take Greek wisdom and retain some value for it, so that once they got past the Dark Ages, there was at least a memory that, yes, there was this guy named Philo who was interested in some guy named Plato. And when the writings began to surface from Arabic translations, there was a desire to resurrect the original Greek as well. So Philo plays a very important role in kind of bridging the ancient world with the medieval world as well. But nevertheless, let's just think about this guy. What is the nature of his Jewish identity? He's clearly a totally committed Jew. He believes in Judaism so much that he devotes all of his energy to writing book after book about various aspects of Judaism. However, they are entirely written in a Greek idiom, both literally, written in the Greek language, but more significantly, perhaps, written in a Greek style, with Greek syntax, Greek questions, and they read like philosophical tractates. He's essentially totally absorbed within the Greek world, and yet obsessed with Judaism. That's an unusual kind of posture of identity that I think we will actually find much more recognizable as we contemplate the 20th and 21st century. So let's just understand a little bit about what is this Greek stuff that obsessed Philo so much. This concept of Hellenism, the word Hellas means Greece, and Hellenism refers to the spread of Greek culture through the Middle East, Central Asia, and all the way over to northern India, places like what would be today Pakistan, the Punjab, all the way over to Bangladesh. So that happens with Alexander the Great's conquest of the Middle East. Here's a bust of Alexander the Great. He comes from Macedon, and as we can have a look at this map here he is coming from northern Greece, making his way through. This entire journey was completely devoted to the task of finding authentic Chinese food, and he kept on taking. It was really difficult, but he moves all the way to one of the most phenomenal early conquests of the ancient world. He takes over the entire eastern Mediterranean basin. Here is Alexandria, by the way, in Egypt, at the Nile Delta, all of Israel here, and then he moves all the way through Central Asia out to northern India. Not quite as far as Bangladesh, but way out into this region here, where he finally, his soldiers revolt. His soldiers are tired. They've been fighting for several years. They want to go home. With tremendous regret, he agrees to head it back, but on the way back, he dies most likely from alcohol poisoning. He just simply drunk himself to death, and the empire collapses. And once the empire collapses, it's divided among three of his generals. And you have this part here is held by the Ptolemies, spelled with a Ptoleman, and over here is held by the Seleucids. This would be Antiochus of Hanukkah fame, and the third is left in the Antigonids, which is out here in central Greece. So, but what's really important about Alexander's contribution is that he schlepped along with him this tremendous body of Greek wisdom, which was vastly superior to anything anyone else was doing at the time. You know, they had the mathematics of people like Euclid. They had the philosophy of Plato, Socrates, Aristotle. They had Aristotle actually was the teacher of Alexander's son, Philip, if I remember correctly. Did I say Alexander? Aristotle was the teacher of Alexander's son. I may have gotten that upside down. It's a good thing I'm not putting this on the internet until tomorrow. And the Greek stories, mythology, art, aesthetics, all of this rational, logical way of looking at the world around them was translated to all these other cultures who were immediately overwhelmed with it, Jews included. Jews loved Hellenism, and Jews absorbed as much of it as they can. And of course, we're familiar with the backlash that occurred in the 2nd century before the Common Era, because Hellenism was so powerful, it threatened to completely overwhelm Jewish identity, such that you have the Hasmonean revolt, the Hanukkah revolt, where traditionalists who were arguing that Greek culture was seeping too far into Jewish culture, was going to eradicate it, and they had a civil war against those Jews who felt that, no, Greek culture is good for us, and we want to accumulate as much of it as possible. This conflict with Hellenism, although it was briefly solved in favor of the Jews, in favor of the traditionalists, I should say, in the 2nd century, it continued for several centuries thereafter. And we're talking about Philo, who was born 150 years later, and the fight is still evidently going on, and it's not clear where we should put Philo in the entire story. So, any questions about Hellenism so far? No, good, clear as the sun at noonday. So here's Alexandria, right here on the western Nile Delta. It is the 2nd largest urban concentration of Jews in the ancient world. It is a city, if you will, kind of like, Jewishly, it's like New York compared to Jerusalem. Jerusalem, of course, the beating central heart of the Jewish people, massive concentration of Jews I'm talking about today, and no one would deny that it's certainly the capital, the spiritual capital, at least, of world Jewry. But New York, on the other hand, a massive population, not nearly as educated as, say, Jerusalem Jews, they, speaking English and things like that, but nevertheless, an extremely important center. And Jerusalem can't trifle with New York either. New York is simply too important. That's kind of like Alexandria in this time. Alexandria was a huge population, multiple ethnicities in the city, indigenous Egyptians, Roman overlords, and Jews. And the Jews were extremely numerous, so much so that they ended up taking over more than 1/4 of the city's population, both literally in terms of absolute numbers and also in terms of the actual physical quarters of the city. They ended up moving into other quarters, which caused a significant amount of conflict, as we shall see. The Talmud speaks of massive synagogues that were so huge, I'm sure you're familiar with this passage, so huge that when they said Kaddish, it was necessary to wave a red flag so that people knew when to say Amen. I'm sure if the rabbi was here right now, he would say something like, we need that in our shul too, but not because it's so big, because you can't hear in the back. What time when they're saying Kaddish, you need the red flags. I don't mean to cast asparagus at anyone here.
Kaddish existed already at that time.
Did the Kaddish Tefillah exist back then? Well, the Gemara clearly indicates that it did. And if I remember correctly, in Leon Wieseltier's book on Kaddish, fascinating extended meditation on the history of this Tefillah, I believe it does go back this far. There are several slight variations in the various Kaddishes, and I'm sure you could date those specifically to particular places. But, maybe I should take it back. In the Gemara, it talks about saying Amen, or maybe Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuso Le'olam Voed.
In the Martha retreat, the French one, they quoted the first thing that a French Martha, that probably was around the 10th or 11th century, by
I think it goes back further because Aramaic is a language that Jews stopped using around 700, 800. But let me tell you a joke that reminds me of a joke that actually connects to this, believe it or not. It has to do with Jewish identity. It's actually one of the funniest jokes I have ever heard. It is not the funniest joke I've ever told, but it is a very funny joke when you think about it. So the joke goes, there's this Jewish actor who is out of work. Please don't stop me if you heard this. Jewish actor is out of work in Los Angeles. He's waiting tables, and his career is just going nowhere. So he decides, I just got to take any kind of job that I can find, I'm going to take it. He opens up Variety, or whatever is the trade paper there, and he sees in the back, there's a job for a gorilla impersonator. So, he's desperate. He cannot wait any more tables. He goes and he auditions for the job. Puts on a gorilla suit, and he's a Stanislavski method actor, so he really gets into the part, and he gets the part, no problem, hands down. Turns out that the Los Angeles Zoo, see what's on my mind, the Los Angeles Jew, the zoo of the city had recently lost its last gorilla, and they would suffer a loss if they didn't have someone in the cage until people come. So he was filling in, and he has to take this job. He's in there, he's beating his chest, he's eating bananas, and you know what? He's a big hit. The crowds come around, the kids come, the kids are squealing with delight. He enjoys performing for them. It's his life calling. And one day, he loves it. He loves going to work in the morning. One day, he gets a little bit too energetic, and he's demonstrating how he swings from vine to vine, and he accidentally swings a little bit too hard, and he swings out of his area and lands in the neighboring lion's den. Gets up, and he's looking straight into the face of a ferocious African lion. And so, because he's a Jew, he realizes, you got the joke already, he realizes he has to now confess. And he has to say his last words, is the great statement of Jewish monotheism. He covers his eyes and he says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, right? And the lion says, Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuso Le'olam Voed. And then the giraffe says, Shah, you'll get us all fired. So that joke somehow says a lot about Jewish identity, about what's going on. Okay, so massive synagogues, huge population of Jews who are very committed, synagogue goers. It says something about the community. But the question is, what kind of Judaism are they really practicing? What is going on in those synagogues? As my grandmother Lasham would say, "Vos tutzach" in their bate knesios. What exactly are they doing there? Is it the same thing that they're doing in Jerusalem or not? Philo is a very ambiguous source for that. So let's explore it a little more deeply. First of all, how does Philo write? What does he write about? The main focus of his work is really a technique more than anything else. This is based on Samuel Sandmel's research. Allegory. He was a huge allegorist. Everything is a placeholder for something else in his works. So he's writing about the Bible, and he is, engaged very, very deeply in the story, but he is very cavalier with rabbinic sources. We, of course, have a huge intellectual interpretive tradition of the scriptures. Rashi is not especially original in this regard. He is essentially an accumulator of information. He is brilliant in the sense that he's able to anthologize tremendous amounts of material, but Rashi is 95% faithful to texts that occur centuries before him. And he just presents the material in a brilliantly precise way. And Rashi is already, 1,000 years ago. So we have a very long midrashic tradition of how to interpret the scriptures. And it's a huge range of possibilities. And occasionally Philo will dip into that huge amount of research. But more likely, he's going to go completely off on his own tangent in interpreting the scriptures. And he will interpret the scriptures within a Greek sensibility. For example, let's take, for example, the description of Abraham's two wives, Hagar and Sarah. So we all know the story, of course, so I won't paraphrase it, but Philo writes as if Hagar and Sarah represent philosophical concepts. And while he doesn't want to completely come out and say they never existed, it's almost as if they didn't exist. All he cares about is this idea that Hagar represents instrumental wisdom, meaning like the wisdom you need to be an accountant or to be a physician or to whatever you need specifically to do a job. Whereas Sarah represents, supernal wisdom. Sarah represents the ideal wisdom. He wants to describe her as so pure, in fact, that he refers to her as a virgin, which is totally bizarre because, after all, she's married to Abraham, and that gets us confused with another religion, which I'm sure was not his intention whatsoever. But he goes so far away from the Jewish biblical narrative that you can imagine if you're a rabbi, you would saying, what is this guy thinking about? Where is he coming from with these theoretical concepts that have nothing to do with our interpretive tradition? So he never wants to say something didn't happen, like, for example, the flood. He never wants to say the flood never happened. And like many others, he will schlep in Babylonian flood myths and things like that to reinforce that there was a historical flood. But the vast majority of his discussion is about how the flood represents a purge of all dross elements, how it represents like a striving for perfection, by the way, in a very Platonic sense, meaning that there is a pure kind of world, pure kind of idea, and this is the imperfect imitation of that. And that the allegory and the task for him as a Jew is to uncover the hidden meaning of the scripture in order for us to reach some kind of spiritual elevation, to become excellent in a moral sense based on really Greek sensibilities. So he's writing essentially a Greek book using Jewish topics. That's really where he's coming from. Okay, questions, arguments to this point, please.
So that's not really so unusual. For instance, if you go to Israel and you see the ancient synagogue, for instance, in Sephora, notice that the mosaic contains many elements of Greek mythology as well as the traditional Jewish. And it, for instance, the name Alexander itself has a very long, rich history, even to the so-called Yiddish sender. Children be called.
Absolutely.
And it's been popular for thousands of years. To use the name Alexander.
Some of my best friends have named their kids Alexander.
Yeah. So, and even if you go back to the Talmud, you see, a kind of dichotomy there. There's this great affection and yet great condemnation of Hellenism. So it's kind of a conflicted sensibility.
I agree with you completely. A lot of the archaeological evidence, the Dura Europos synagogue, for example, even has nudes in it, like Greek-style nudes on the walls. Can you imagine that? Like, for example, they have this big scene. I could show you if I get out of this program, but they have the scene of Moses' rescue from the Nile. And Bat Paro and all of her maidens are there completely in the nude, standing on the shoreline, and she's in the water. And you wonder, that would not fly in most synagogues today, I think. But so definitely.
You have all the signs of the zodiac on the mosaic.
Right. Sure. So, but the idea, though, if you can imagine, if we can put this into what's the dichotomy here? What's the problem is if you can imagine a prominent Jewish writer today, for example, borrowing very freely from Christian norms, speaking with Christian idiom of the Epiphany and of the Immaculate Conception and language like that, and especially ignoring traditional rabbinics completely, or effectively completely, you would say, well, is this a representative of the Jewish community? Is this an authentic kind of like mainstream idea? Because Philo was a mainstream guy. So what we have to think about is maybe that's the way all of Alexandrian Jews were, so heavily Hellenized. But let's take this back a step. This is like saying the Hashmonaim who fought in Hanukkah lost, because this is 150 years later, and look what's going on. This is not, the story that we get in day school where the Hashmonaim won, and therefore we're all ideologically pure Jews. But in reality, we see that Hellenism is going quite deep. Okay, let's go a little further. So what's fascinating to me as well is who exactly is reading Philo? Like, he kept writing and writing and writing, unless he was independently wealthy and he could afford to write things that nobody else read, which is probably the case, but nevertheless we have to assume he had some readership. Who exactly is reading and appreciating his materials? It wouldn't be traditional Pharisaic rabbis, because they would object to so much stuff that's in Philo. It must be that he had a large audience of committed Jews who were not rabbinic in nature. Committed Jews who were more interested in Greek thought and Greek methodology than they were in traditional Judaism. And they're very comfortable in their Judaism expressed in this manner. This should sound, I think, a lot like contemporary America, where there are a lot of Jews, the majority of Jews, who are extremely happy to have Judaism packaged for them in an American format. As long as it is, like, it sounds American and it fits with what I watch on television and read in the newspapers, then it makes sense. The moment that it veers away from dominant American culture, maybe that's too much. That's too Jewish, as it were. So it must be that there was a huge population of people who appreciated this. And as we mentioned a second ago, the Hanukkah dichotomy, I wonder how they read the Hanukkah story. I wonder how they dealt with that, because for them, that would have been intolerable, I think, in terms of the challenge to their identity. Let's have a look at some of the more historical aspects of Philo that I think should be useful for us in seeing how it plays out in a larger context. The most important Jewish event in Alexandria, based on the limited data that we have, was a horrible pogrom that occurred in the year 38. The origins of the pogrom are rather complex. So there was a governor in Alexandria, a Roman governor named Flaccus, and he was appointed by a previous emperor. And then when a new emperor came, Caligula, the famously cruel Caligula, came to power, he apparently had 3 of Flaccus's close friends executed, which was, and by the way, this is entirely based on Philo's account. We don't have any other sources of this except for what Philo says and then what Josephus later repeats. Josephus was a horrible plagiarizer, so we don't know if he had anything original to say or even to critically evaluate Philo's account. He may have just included it wholesale, but it is, basically upheld by Josephus, for what that's worth. So Flaccus became very despondent, and in Philo's account, he really wasn't interested in governing the city well. So a few years later, in the year 38, Agrippa I was appointed the ruler of Judea, and he was appointed in Rome, and he made his way back from Rome, and he stopped in Alexandria. So here you have a Jewish king, one of the Herodian kings, stopping in Alexandria, and there's a certain amount of tension between the various ethnicities in that city. Someone told Flaccus that Agrippa was a rival to him. I mean, they are neighboring regions, Egypt and Israel. And so Flaccus did not want to, outright disrespect Agrippa, but he certainly was prepared to condone public disrespect. So the hoi polloi, or the masses, they had a certain amount of anti-Semitic activity, which consisted at first of basically the mounting of satirical plays ridiculing Agrippa, which were, popular fodder for entertainment. I guess if you translate that into 21st century terms, that would be kind of like New York Daily Post big headlines kind of thing that would, offend people. But it got worse and worse and then they began to desecrate synagogues. Specifically, some of the Egyptians wanted to place busts of Caligula in the Jewish synagogues, and that was already too much for the Jews. Flaccus, throughout all this, tolerates the the maltreatment of their royal guest. And when the population saw, again, Philo's account, when the population saw that there would be no punishment forthcoming, this eventually escalated to violence and to massive attacks on the Jewish population. And some of the soldiers were, in fact, involved in this as well. Everything really devolved from that point. Violence continued for a few days. However, it came to an end a few months later when the Jews complained to the emperor. And of course, things take a while. News has to travel in with the speed of boats and so on. They complained to Caligula, and this was guaranteed to get his attention. They were unable to send their birthday greetings to the emperor on time because of the violence that they were enduring in Alexandria. So Caligula was incensed that he did not get his birthday card from the Jews of Alexandria. He immediately recalled Flaccus to Rome. He exiled him, and then he was executed for his poor treatment of the Jews. Now, again, this is a very bizarre kind of story, and the difficulty is we're taking it from Philo's account. But what it says really is that Philo was especially perturbed with the idea that Jews would be upset with Rome. And he wrote two treatises on this. One was called Against Flaccus, and the other one called Delegation to Gaius was actually an account written years later of his own delegation that he led to Caligula himself, Gaius Caligula, to explain the situation and to ameliorate it through the attention to Flaccus specifically. It appears that he wrote these texts apologizing for Roman rule, trying to tell Alexandrian Jews not to be upset, because apparently there were many who were still upset. Others, a rival group, had sent a second delegation to Rome to speak with the emperor about this. And what Philo was trying to do is to say, Jews, please, it was terrible what happened under Flaccus, but look, it's all right now. It's all part of divine providence. Caligula did the right thing. He withdrew Flaccus from his position, and Flaccus was eventually killed. And we see that it all works out in the end. Roman rule, he wanted to say, was good for the Jews, and that the Jews should keep their head down and not complain so much, because ultimately it is appropriate for Jews to submit to the overarching authority. That's essentially what his message was in these two treatises, which were written for a Jewish audience to maintain their calm in the face of the growing storm. Okay, questions, arguments so far? Yes, please. This is Gaius Caligula. Yeah, very nasty individual.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's go further then. So what kind of Judaism really does Philo practice? So he's clearly unapologetic about the value of Judaism. He is a proud Jew. And again, it's hard not to make the comparisons with 20th century American Jews. One of the things that shows up again and again in surveys done either by the National Jewish Population Survey or by the Pew Center most recently is that Jews are really proud to be Jewish. It's one of the high markers. They score very high in terms of Jewish pride. No one is ashamed to be Jewish. They score very low in terms of what do they do about it. Like, do they go to synagogue, visit Israel, give to the UJA? And as we've said many times here, a lot of them are hesitant to get on the UJA mailing list because the only way to get out is through the FBI Witness Protection Program. But, Jews may not do a lot of Jewish things, but they're still proud to be Jews. So that's the same kind of thing clearly in Philo. He's expressing pride in his Jewish identity, a belief in the future of the Jewish people, and he's happy to participate in it. In terms of his relationship to the rabbis, however, while he promotes adherence to halakha, he never ever says that one should adopt counter-normative halachic behavior. He always explains halakha in some completely non-normative sense. So, for example, the whole idea of kashrut is about health and self-discipline. and about, learning to withhold oneself from forbidden foods, just for the sake of your own self-discipline, not for, some other reason that may be expressed in the Talmud. It's just for your own self-discipline. Or, the idea of Brit Milah, we see this in other ones, to curb your sexual appetite. Circumcision somehow is a way to, moderate your sexual desires, at least men's sexual desires, as it were. And one of the things that comes out of his work, which some scholars believe is actually original to Philon, is this concept of the law of nature. This idea that Plato's ideal world is expressed in the natural world as well, in a logical and systematic fashion, and that the Torah itself is God's way of expressing a human law of nature, meaning that if you follow the Torah, you'll be perfectly in harmony with the universe as a whole, which is not something that occurs in rabbinic literature. Rabbis reading it today would say he's just making this stuff up. He's not actually bringing it from any midrashic source whatsoever. More significantly, perhaps for our purposes, there's no question in his mind that the diaspora is a good thing. He never refers to the diaspora as some kind of negative galut. Actually, don't forget, this is before the second expulsion, right? Jews have been living in diaspora, officially since the 6th century before the Common Era with the destruction of the First Temple, but he's living outside of Israel, in Egypt of all places, and very, very comfortable there, with no interest whatsoever in moving to Israel, right? That sounds like American Jews too, right? If you're a New York Jew and you love Israel, that's great, but move to Israel, God forbid, so to speak. Chas v'shalom, please.
It's interesting that you had the two major centers of halachic shivas of thought were in Babylon and in Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Hence the two tractates of Talmud, Babylon and Jerusalem. And yet, with all of this great population concentrated in Alexandria, there is no such tradition. There is no yeshiva of Alexandria. There are the great yeshivas of Babylon, which are again outside of the yeshivas of Israel, Jerusalem, but none in.
That's a fascinating observation. I think that's very much congruent with our analysis because, they have large populations, they have large synagogues, but they don't have large yeshivas. They don't have them because maybe the kind of Judaism they're expressing is Greek. They have gymnasiums. They have gymnasiums probably with a lot of Jews studying there, but they don't have yeshivas. And I think one other important thing to remember is they don't have Jews after a point of time either, right? Babylon continues. You have Jews in that region right up to the 20th century. But in Alexandria, forget about it. Yes?
How old the oldest documents in the
about 800. Yeah, so this is still centuries before. Okay, so he's not a Zionist at all, in the sense that obviously this is an anachronistic term, but he's not saying we have to get back to Israel. Very happy living there, but at the same time he supports Israel and he's philanthropic towards the temple. And he regards it with value. I mentioned earlier that he did go to offer sacrifices there, and he also advocated on Israel's behalf to dissuade the Emperor Caligula from placing his own bust inside the temple as well, which I'm sure the Jews of Israel appreciated, so using his political muscle to do that. But all taken as a whole, it's hard to say that he's really doing rabbinic Judaism like everyone else. We can't use a different word for it because after all, he's still, in favor of observing halakha, but for entirely different reasons. So let's just think about his legacy for a few minutes. It's interesting because he gains, as I mentioned at the beginning, tremendous fame among Christians. For the church fathers, he is the statement of Judaism. And we should remember that the church fathers fairly early on lost the ability to read traditional Hebrew texts. And they're working primarily in the Greek world as well. The Septuagint, I really should have mentioned this earlier, a very important thing. So before I say too much of the legacy, the Septuagint is perhaps the greatest creation of the Hellenistic period. That is the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible. It's a massive undertaking that in the letter of Aristeas, a Greek source, and also represented in the Talmud as well, was the outcome of a miraculous occasion. The story goes that King Ptolemy brought together 70 rabbis, and he gave them each a copy of the Hebrew Tanakh. He put them in separate rooms, and he told them to, create a translation, and then they would work out the differences. But it turns out when they all came out of their separate rooms, miraculously, they all had created exactly the same Greek translation of the Bible. And I have to tell you this because Rav Yitzhak Hutner used to say, you call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. Take 70 rabbis, put them in one room, see if they can come up with one translation. That would be a miracle. But the Septuagint is nevertheless this great expression of the melding of Greek and Jewish culture. And so you have these early church fathers, 3rd, 4th century, who are reading the Septuagint and reading Philo as their go-to guy for the Jewish interpretation of the Torah. Ironically, they're reading the wrong go-to guy for the rest of the Jewish world, but that's their understanding of Judaism through Philo. The rabbis completely ignore him for reasons that I think should be fairly obvious, that he's not in touch whatsoever with traditional midrashic scholarship. He has no credentials in traditional scholarship, and they just totally ignore him, and he's cut off from the trend of Jewish scholarship. But there's a huge revival when you get to the 19th century, when in Germany there's this movement called der Wissenschaft des Judentums, the science of Judaism, which we will study, God willing, in about 6 months when we get to the 19th century, where there is this tremendous effort by German Jewish scholars to articulate a modality of Jewish identity that is consonant with 19th century values, where Jews have to demonstrate that they are patriotic members of their own societies and at the same time expressing their Judaism proudly. And the Wissenschaft des Judentums discovered Philo and said, this is great. This is exactly what we're talking about. Here's a guy who's deeply learned in the general culture, very proud to be a Jew, and he's writing, and he is, leading, and he's got delegations and stuff like that. And so all of a sudden in the 19th century, Philo becomes a hero in the Wissenschaft movement and is essentially restored to the intellectual tradition of Judaism, although not necessarily in the same method that the rabbis would have liked. Ultimately, though, in the 19th century, many viewed him as a model, as a modern diaspora Jew, a model citizen, as it were. And I would like to argue that perhaps his vision of Judaism in the modern world is really one that many Jews have, consciously or not, adopted for themselves in contemporary America. So we're at the end of the lecture. I know that I've been really pushing you hard in a lot of these Hellenistic and philosophical regions. I thank you very much for your indulgence, and I look forward to, God willing, speaking to you next week, where we have a super controversial lecture. We're going to look at St. Paul of Tarsus and early Christianity in the Jewish context. Thank you very much for listening. Hello, welcome to the fourth lecture in this series, Judaism and the Origins of Christianity. Let's go straight to the material and discuss this fascinating topic. So first of all, let's look at this background image, which is a reproduction of the so-called Strasbourg Sisters, a representation on the outside of a major cathedral in Strasbourg that shows church contrasted with synagogue. And this is obviously a medieval depiction. Actually, it's a modern reproduction of a medieval depiction, but it's a theme that was extremely important to this topic and will become even more important when we look at the medieval period. Basically, on the left, you see the ecclesia, the church, and she is always portrayed in the many hundreds of examples we have of this sort of theme, as an upright, crowned figure. Her staff is unbroken. She's holding the chalice, the Holy Grail. Her gaze is steady and her clothes are properly arranged and so on. And she's looking with perhaps some disdain at the fallen synagogue. You see that her head is uncovered, representing, a loss of modesty. Her staff is broken, representing a loss of temporal power, a loss of physical power as a state. She is blindfolded, indicating that she's blinded to the truth of Christianity. And falling from her left hand are representations of the 2 tablets of the law, indicating that she's even losing hold of her own religion. Her whole posture is one of decline. She is falling. If you look at the original, which I don't have, unfortunately, to show you right now, but she's actually falling away from the rock. And the overall message that this couple portrays is that the synagogue has lost its authority and the church has replaced it. And we'll return to that topic in just a few minutes. And hopefully when we get to the medieval period of this course, we'll look at many more examples of ecclesia and synagoga, which have a lot of different variations and themes as well. But the idea is that according to the early Christians, really into the 2nd century of Christianity in particular, this idea becomes very prominent that God has abandoned the Jews and has transferred his favor onto the church. Okay, so let's have a look at the actual material of the course. First of all, what are our sources for this period? One of the most rich treasure troves of sources for the study of early Christianity is, of course, the corpus of early Christian literature, which includes the New Testament, the so-called addendum to the Hebrew scriptures, now called the Old Testament, which describe the life of Jesus and the life of his followers and their teachings and so on. In particular importance are the 4 first books known as the Gospels, which are purportedly written by people who knew Jesus personally. And this is not the place to get into more extensive literary criticism, but it's unlikely that the texts as we have them today were really written during Jesus' lifetime by his followers, although there may be some core elements which were faithfully handed down in an oral tradition and then later transcribed. So these 4 Gospels have an incredibly important thing to say about Jesus within the context of early Judaism and early Christianity. They differ on some key details, and that's the basis for a large engine of scholarly research. Again, some places that we're not going to go today. But nevertheless, the Gospels are perhaps our most important source for this period. We also have an extremely important resource in the Talmud, which records, again, many oral traditions that were written later. Like the Christian sources, the Talmud is somewhat deficient as a source because it's highly tendentious. I mean, the Christian sources obviously want to magnify the role, importance, and even divinity of Jesus, whereas the Talmud wishes to contract that authority and that respect. And we'll look towards the end of today's class at a couple of examples of that. So the Talmud also written much later than the Gospels. Many of the versions that we have today date from the 3rd through the 5th century, hundreds of years after the life of Jesus, although again they may be relating some authentic oral transmissions. We also have some interesting references, not necessarily directly to Christianity, but nevertheless to the zeitgeist, or the spirit of the time, by looking at the Dead Sea Scrolls that we discussed in an earlier chapter. Finally, some scattered and tantalizing references in Roman sources such as Josephus, which are beyond the scope of today's topic, but nevertheless we have in these 2 main sources the early Christian documents, the early Jewish documents. At the very beginning, of course, the term Christian had not been coined, and the early Christians were all Jews, and so it's difficult to tease out what's Christian and what's Jewish at a certain level, but those are our major sources for the discussion that we'll have today. So let's go over his life story very briefly. I'm going to skip over the parts that you probably get by passing by, monuments around December to his life, but basically it seems that he was something of a rebellious Pharisee. There's no question that Jesus himself was deeply enmeshed in Pharisaic teachings. Most of his most significant discussions, theological disputes, are with Pharisees or concerning Pharisaic doctrines. So he definitely was part of that larger group of thinkers. He frequently quotes early Mishnaic figures, such as Hillel in particular, and his most let's say, acerbic comments are directed, at least in the versions of the Gospels that we have, towards Pharisees, not because he is furthest away from them, quite the opposite, it's because he is closest to them. For example, if you think of your own families, if you have siblings, you're more likely to reserve your most cutting and caustic remarks for your siblings, not because they're distant from you. You wouldn't say such things, for example, to someone you just met on a bus, but you say them to your sibling because you love your sibling and you can say what you think for good or for ill, and you know they will forgive you. So much of Jesus's dialogue with the rabbis should be understood within this context. They were having very heated, passionate disagreements over the nature of God, God's role for humanity, the requirements of one human being to another, but nevertheless, it was like really an inter-family or intra-family dispute, and not something that was much more distinct. His principal teachings really can be derived heavily from the teachings of Hillel, although there were some significant modifications. For example, Hillel's teaching of the so-called golden rule, as is known from Jesus' time, is placed in the negative. When asked in a famous passage in Tractate Shabbat, can you teach me the entire Torah standing on one foot? Hillel responds, that which is hateful unto you, do not do to your neighbor. That is the entire Torah. The rest is all commentary. And then he adds, go and study. Jesus puts it in the positive that you should do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If this were a theology or a philosophy class, we would engage in this discussion perhaps in a larger context, but right now that gives you an example of the relationship between Hillel and Jesus. In many cases, Jesus simply quotes Hillel directly, often without attribution in the Gospels, but Talmudic scholars can work through the literary archaeology and find the Talmudic sources. His principal teachings were very populist. One of the criticisms that he had to endure was the fact that he reached out to all classes of society, the dispossessed, the discarded, the sometimes ritually unfit, and he was really, as far as we can tell from our sources, an extremely popular preacher who was not afraid to take on authority. The relationship with other groups was caustic. He was not a fan of the Sadducees whatsoever, and his disruption of the activities at the temple was definitely seen as an open incitement to rebellion against the Romans, who were, of course, the primary patrons of the Sadducees. He also was not fond of the extreme violence associated with these zealots, and in fact, the overall tenor of his teachings were much more pacifist. Ultimately, however, this comes down to the end of his life, which is an extremely important topic that we will certainly return to in the medieval period, the passion of Jesus, which refers to his crucifixion and death, and according to the Christians, his resurrection 3 days later. The basic version of the story, just reading the Gospels without any further kind of layering of meaning, is that he was betrayed by his own disciples to the Romans. The Sadducees, in particular, the high priest, were interested in removing this irritant from their larger society. The Roman governor, Pontius Pilate, again from the Gospels, apparently quite enamored with Jesus as an individual and perhaps even believing in his messianic identity, offers to the Jews on the eve of Passover, immediately after, by the way, or actually maybe it was the second day of Passover, because they had the Last Supper, and that's supposed to be the Passover Seder. Not sure. Fact check the instructor here, sent in a comment. But at any rate, Pontius Pilate offers the Jews, and we have no other historical basis for this custom, but he offers the assembled Jews in the courtyard of the temple the opportunity to have one prisoner released. He offers them the choice of Jesus, the one they call the Messiah, or Barabbas, a common thief. The assembled Jews from the version of the Gospels say, well, we want Barabbas, we don't want Jesus. Pontius Pilate essentially says, are you sure? This Jesus seems rather special, and so on. The Jews say no. And then a very famous passage recorded in the book of Matthew, which would reverberate with great significance down the centuries. The Jews assembled there say, his blood be upon us and upon our children. For scholars today, that's understood as being a kind of retro reference to the destruction of the temple that would happen several decades later. In other words, it was a prefigurement of the destruction of the temple. So those Jews who specifically allegedly condemned Jesus would later bear fruit of their decision in seeing the temple destroyed. But throughout the ages, medieval commentators and particularly lay practitioners have understood this as a millennial acceptance by Jews for the responsibility of killing Jesus. Meaning, your average Jew in the 13th, 15th, 21st century somehow has the blood of Jesus on his hands because the Jews back then said, his blood be upon us and upon our children. This is probably a gross distortion of the original meaning of the author, but even more importantly, it's a gross distortion of Christian theology. Not something that I consider myself an expert in, but it's a pretty basic idea that Jesus died, Christian thought, for our sins. Therefore, everyone has a share in the guilt of the death of the one they call the Messiah. And so, therefore, to shunt all that blame onto the Jews seems very much against the basic tenor of Jesus' teachings. At any rate, from this point on, the Romans take over. The Romans are the ones who crucify him. He dies a horrible death, and his followers later claim that he was revived from the dead and will one day come again. That's your Christianity 101 for those of you who are taking this with only a Jewish background. Of course, in the medieval telling of this story, the Jews have a much larger role in it, actively torturing Jesus as he makes his way to the site of the crucifixion and so on. But that's not anywhere recorded in the Gospels, which are really quite terse and very clear on who's responsible for the death of Jesus. Amazingly, Christianity grows from this tiny sect of Jews with a tiny following in this tiny region of the Roman Empire, and within 300 years, it actually ends up being accepted as the official religion of the entire Roman Empire. Emperor Constantine, shown here in this bust, is the one who makes this official in the early 4th century, and it is one of the great success stories of a religious movement to see how Christianity moved from such a tiny little kernel of an idea to something that encompassed the entire civilized Western world at the part. It's also especially ironic because relations between the early Christians and Jews, and even more so Romans, were terrible. The Christians were persecuted bitterly by the Romans. They were a favored choice of victim for the gladiatorial games, and the relationship with Jews, which we will explore in a second, was also quite fractious. But the key element in the success of Christianity was essentially the movement from this intra-Jewish sect to a Gentile religion. Gentile, of course, meaning non-Jewish. Once Christianity could be exported, its key ideas, its fundamental concepts could be exported to a larger non-Jewish audience, and the specifics of Jewish practice that were found so difficult by many non-Jews, including, for example, circumcision, the dietary laws, the mandatory Sabbath laws, which it's hard for me to understand because Shabbos is the best. But at any rate, these kinds of restrictions were seen as so negative by Gentiles. There's just no way that Judaism could sell on a really big scale. Although I hope towards the end of this unit, not today, but maybe a little later, to talk about the, well, let's just skip it because I like doing these things in one cut, no editing. Probably you realize that by now. At any rate, once they could transport basic Jewish ideas through Jesus's teachings, like the idea of a personal God, the idea of life after death, the idea of prayer, the beautiful ethical instructions of love your neighbor as yourself, things like that. Once that could be exported to a Gentile audience without the ritual and customary restrictions of Judaism, then all of a sudden it could explode. And that's exactly what happened. At the same time, this transformation of Christianity from a tiny Jewish group to a larger Gentile movement had some repercussions, which we will now turn to. The way in which this really happened was through the activity of Paul of Tarsus, one of Jesus's primary exponents. Saint Paul, celebrated in the Christian Bible after the Gospels. In particular, he wrote quite a few of the books of the Gospels. And he essentially took Christianity on the road throughout the Roman Empire, especially in Asia Minor, in Syria. He was just getting out there and discussing what Jesus stood for. He himself was locked in a conflict with other early followers of Jesus, many of whom felt that Jesus's movement was intended really for Jews. It was kind of like Judaism plus, that Jews were supposed to observe all of the ritual commandments of Judaism, plus believe in Jesus as the Messiah and adopt his ethical teachings on top of the onerous burden, the Ol Malchut Shamayim, the yoke of the kingdom of heaven, that represented the 613 commandments of Judaism. So Paul was the one who eventually defeated this opinion to say, no, Jesus' ministry really means something for the entire world, and followers of Jesus need not adopt more than a few key practices, such as, for example, baptism. But Paul had several challenges, one of which was, for example, what do you do with the Hebrew scriptures? The foundation of Judaism was in the Tanakh, and it was widely respected throughout the ancient world. Romans, Greeks, they respected the fact that Judaism clearly had antiquity. It was a religion of great age and importance, and they could point to this document that had withstood the test of time for centuries and centuries, and it testified to their validity. Now, one of the things that's really so important in the Bible, the Hebrew Bible, is this repeated emphasis of the chosenness of the Jewish people. A difficult theological concept that Jews will have to wrestle with all the way through their history, but it's very difficult to get away from passages such as the Am Segula, the treasured people, the Mamlechet Kohanim, the kingdom of priests, the B'ni Bechori Yisrael, my child, my firstborn Israel. It's very clear from the Hebrew scriptures that God has something special in mind for the Jews. It is not totally clear from those texts that God says they are somehow better. That is, again, not for a history lecture, more for a hashkafa or philosophy, theology lecture. But there's no question that Jews are chosen for something. So when Paul is going throughout the Mediterranean basin talking about Christianity, one of the key questions is, well, how does this relate to Judaism? The Jews are generally not accepting what you're saying, so what are you adding? What is different? So Paul essentially articulates a replacement theory, sometimes called the Pauline doctrine, in which he says that all of that is true. Everything in the Hebrew scriptures is absolutely valid. The problem is that the Jews didn't keep up their end of the bargain, meaning God makes all these promises to the Jews, he gives all kinds of value to the Jews, and they blow it. They worship idols, they transgress ethical teachings, and as a result, God, as it were, transfers his favor from the Jews to now the Gentiles who follow Jesus, aka Christianity. And this is a really important point that we saw in that overall image that I started the class with, Ecclesia et Synagoga, the church versus the synagogue, that expresses in non-literary terms, very, very important for an illiterate audience of peasants who need to be educated in the ideas of Christianity. It articulates the Pauline doctrine that, true, Judaism was really special at one point, but now Christianity is really special. in that way, they can go back and read the Old Testament and even read Jesus's life into it through so-called prefigurements, where there are lots of references, for example, in Isaiah, to a character that later could be applied to the life of Jesus. For Christians, of course, these are theological non-negotiables. For Jews, they represent a distortion of the meaning of the text. But again, this is a history class, so we're not going to go on it. As Christianity develops further away from Judaism, and specifically as it becomes ethnically less Jewish and more Gentile, the nature of the Christian-Jewish dialogue changes as well. It used to be this internal argument, this family discussion over who's right and who's wrong, but it morphs into an us versus them kind of discussion, where the Jews are clearly the them, they are the outsiders, and this represents a greater rift between these two groups, Jews and Christians. Now, the Jews were not completely uninvolved with this dire process, and we see a very strong Jewish counter-reaction to this growing gentilization of Christianity. And at some point, probably in the late 1st century or early 2nd century, the Jews reach a rather strong decision to formally break with the teachings of Jesus. There was no such earlier discussion to do so, but as they saw the movement changing and adopting, a more lenient attitude towards the mitzvot, towards the commandments, then the rabbis decided it was time to make a clear distinction. Let me just make one small point that I think is very important here. Judaism, traditional Judaism is often called orthodox, which means one doctrine, one set of ideas. And that is a little bit of a distortion of what traditional Judaism is. The term, in fact, by the way, was coined by liberal Reform Jews in the 19th century, and it was a term of opprobrium, meant to make fun of Orthodox Jews, so to speak. But in reality, traditional Judaism is not so much orthodox, one doctrine, as it is orthopractic, one set of practices. There is this idea that there's only a handful of commandments which deal with how Jews should think. Obviously, there are many teachings and ethical exhortations to think in a certain way, but really, in terms of commandments, it's really where the rubber meets the road. How can you make a chicken kosher? Are these two people allowed to be married? Those are the kinds of decisions that occupy most Jewish discourse throughout their literature. Traditional Judaism is probably better thought of as orthopractic, meaning one practice. Even that is a bit of an exaggeration because you have, various takes on how to behave, Sephardic, Ashkenazic, Machmir, Mekil, we won't go into those. But Christianity was basically fine in the Jewish context until it began to challenge Jewish practice, to admit people to the fold who did not observe the traditional laws. And that's when Judaism and Christianity really began to split from the Jewish perspective. There's a fantastic incident with Rabbi Yoshua ben Prakia that I would really like to discuss, but I won't be able to keep this lecture under 30 minutes if I do so. So I'm going to skip ahead to number 2. And this is a passage that occurs that's described in the Tractate Brachot, where the rabbis decide to add a new blessing to the Shemona Esrei. They decide to add a new blessing to the central prayer of Judaism, which essentially draws that line in the sand by placing a blessing on the heretics. So to speak, blessing here is euphemistic, it's really a curse. And the text of blessing, it basically says, anybody who informs against us, and they're thinking here about informing to the Romans, for example, and even deeper thinking, and this is supported by some literary archaeological evidence of anyone who is really a Christian, is outside of the fold. And this particular blessing, which would have to be read publicly by the prayer leader, was a way of identifying those Jews who were early Christians. By challenging a person to read the prayers, obviously a male, to read the prayers, the person had this difficult choice of either pronouncing this blessing, which would essentially bring down a curse upon himself, or he could omit the blessing, in which he would be exposed as a Christian and then be ejected from the synagogue. There are some scholars who believe that St. John, the author of one of the Gospels, was so expelled from his community And this may be the reason why his gospel in particular tends to have especially vituperative language directed at Jews. Nevertheless, even though the separation between Jews and Christians really widened when you get into the 2nd century, Jews and Christians are still cross-fertilizing each other to a tremendous degree, so much so that many of the church fathers, such as St. John Chrysostom, have to specifically warn Christians, stay away from those Jews. We don't practice Jewish habits. We don't do these kinds of things. You don't have to be kosher to be Christian, etc., for several centuries. Many of those things are formalized in the Council of Nicaea, for example, which determined that Christianity would not follow the Jewish calendar, that Easter, although associated historically with Passover, would no longer be so, which is why these holidays are really usually very close together in the Gregorian calendar we follow today, but they are on different dates. So one last point before I make my 30-minute mark. There's an extensive scholarly debate on the origins of anti-Semitism that reflects on this topic. By the way, the image here is another example of ecclesia and synagoga. I couldn't find a colorized version, but it's also very beautiful. You see the same motifs of the broken staff, the downcast gaze. You don't see the blindfold, you don't see the tablets dropping, but there will be some variation. The theme, nevertheless, repeats many times. So among scholars, there's a great debate as to when does anti-Semitism per se actually develop. One school of thought is that it goes way, way back, perhaps even to the biblical Esau. And you certainly see some support for this in the extensive references to non-Jews, extensive references to Jews, which are pretty much universally uncomplimentary in the Greek and Roman sources. But on the other hand, there is another argument to be made, which we will have to follow up with in a later lecture, that says that is something special about the relationship between this nascent Christian movement, separating itself from the mother religion of Judaism, that adds a dynamic of criticism that is much more caustic and ultimately long-lasting in its implications. So again, I'm running out of time. I want to keep these under 30 minutes. We'll have to return to this in a later lecture, but I hope you found this useful. Thank you very much for listening. Hello everyone, welcome to another edition of This Week in Jewish History. Today I'd like to talk a little bit about a very important clergyman in Jewish history, Pope Gregory the First, also known as Gregory the Great. And I think that's a rather appropriate term given the context of his times and the thought that he expressed and very important position he took on the Jews. So Gregory the Great came to power in 590 and he reigned until 604. An extremely prolific pope. We know a lot about his thought because he composed nearly 1,000 letters in which he outlined his thought overall. He was a rather monastic individual who wanted to maintain a very scholarly life, but when the demands of leadership were thrust upon him, he took up the challenge and did a fairly good job with it, at least from a Jewish perspective. Perhaps the most, why are we talking about a pope in this week in Jewish history? Certainly because of one of his positions, the so-called Sicut Tujae, which is a phrase taken from one of his letters in which he articulated a clear church position on the Jews. Basically, the church had this issue, what to do with the Jews. Still significant in their numbers and certainly present in urban centers in particular, they're a constant theological irritant to the larger Christian population because they retain their identity as Jews and rejected Christian faith. So the question was, should they be persecuted? Should they, God forbid, be murdered? So what exactly should be done with them? So Pope Gregory the Great, while no fan of Judaism to be sure, felt that it was more appropriate for Jews to be tolerated in their current status and allowed to, for example, if their synagogues fall down, they're allowed to reconstruct them. Although he certainly welcomed conversion to Christianity, there was to be no forced baptism, and he issued a lot of Catholic Church law in this vein, that the Jews must be tolerated as Jews in Europe. In this way, he was following the thought of Augustine of Hippo, St. Augustine, who really articulated this in something called the doctrine of witness. This is basically an idea that says that the Jews must remain intact until the second coming, as it were, so that when the truth of Christianity is ultimately revealed, the Jews who were present as a people when there was the first coming will be able to witness or testify to the validity of this faith. That's the Catholic or the Christian doctrine, and therefore it only works if there are Jews alive. If all the Jews are gone, then there's no one left to witness. Therefore, Augustine said that Jews should be tolerated. They should not be allowed to flourish. They should not be allowed to, let's say, flaunt their power or wealth and so on, but they should be allowed to retain their status as Jews. Kind of a double-edged sword, meaning the Jews, on the one hand, should be free to live and to enjoy basic religious liberty, but at the same time, there are to be no major outward displays of their faith, no public celebrations, things like this. We actually have a very similar idea in the Muslim world. The so-called Pacta Umar also states that Jews are to be tolerated as Jews, that they are dhimmi or protected people because they are really people of the book, and it's a very similar kind of double-edged sword vis-a-vis the allowance of Jewish privileges and rights, but at the same time, a second-class status which had to be maintained for different theological reasons, but nevertheless, the outcome was similar. One last point that's relevant here, we may find the doctrine of witness and the Sicut Judaeus somewhat offensive or difficult by 20th century standards, and on one level, that's certainly true. However, the Sicut Judaeus of Gregory the Great also allowed theological rationale for Jews to continue existence within a Christian continent, within a Europe that was overwhelmingly Christian. This is something that changed dramatically in the 20th century when Christianity declined significantly, and it's only then, when religion declines, is a more genocidal approach possible. And of course, that's unfortunately what we see with the Nazi movement in the middle of the last century. So that's about it for this week's Jewish history. Hope you enjoyed it, and look forward to speaking to you in the future. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second installment of the This Week in Jewish History series. This week, we're commemorating a major event in medieval history, the conquest of Jerusalem by the Christian Crusaders in the year 1099. This is an event which had signal importance for the geopolitics of the era at that time, but also had lasting and incredible ramifications for future history, not only for Jews who were involved particularly in the Rhineland massacres, but also for Muslims and Christians and the new relationships that would come out of the conquest of the era. So let's jump over to the Prezi right now and let's have a look at it. We'll go full screen. Okay, so the First Crusade occurred in 1095, and basically it refers to an event when these Christian crusaders came from all over Europe, traveling primarily by boat, and then through remarkable force of arms, pushed their way through all the way to Jerusalem, where they ultimately attacked Jerusalem, sack it, massacre the local inhabitants, most of whom are Muslims at the time, and create a new Christian era in Jerusalem. The origins of the Crusades occurred in 1095 when the Byzantine emperor found that his access to the holy sites of Jerusalem, that is for the Christian pilgrims who were going there, was blocked by the Shiite Muslims who had conquered the region in 1071. The Byzantine Empire, which represented Eastern Christianity, Orthodox Christianity, approached the Roman Catholic Pope and asked for his assistance in reconquering Jerusalem so that access would be allowed to the pilgrims who wanted to see those places. The Pope complied, and of course there were a lot of other motivations besides the solely religious, but he sent crusaders from all over Europe, a remarkable show of European unity, to attack Jerusalem and then create a Christian kingdom there. The Jewish connection is not so much in Jerusalem because there were very few Jews living there at the time, but there's actually a remarkably large population of Jews living in northern Germany. This map here shows you the routes that the Crusaders took to get to Jerusalem. As you can see from the legend, there were actually several crusades. Some of them were more successful than others, and they had to traverse the entire northern Mediterranean basin, sometimes traveling by sea, to get to Jerusalem. While they were on their way, however, many of them stopped off in the Rhineland, in the traditional area known as Ashkenaz, the Jews, specifically the three cities known as Shum, Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, where many Jews had settled. And some of these crusaders thought, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to defeat the infidel when we have non-believers right here in our own backyard? And so many of them descended on the Jewish communities that were living there in peace in the horrible year 1096 and perpetrated incredible massacres. The first of them to fall was Speyer in May of 1096, and then Worms and Mainz shortly thereafter. Speyer actually got off fairly easy because the local bishop acted with great heroism and actually forced out the Crusaders and had some of their hands cut off as a warning to those who would inflict damage on the Jews. In Worms and Mainz, however, the Crusaders did not heed the bishop's protection of the Jews, and in fact, they even invaded the bishop's house where many of the Jews had hidden. You can see in this rendition here the Judenhut of the Jew on the right, the Jewish hat that we spoke about in last week's episode, which was on the Jewish badge. The massacres were so horrific that, in fact, many Jews decided that it was preferable to even kill themselves and their children rather than be subjected to formal conversion. Very important turning point in Ashkenazic Jewish history. The Crusaders then went on after destroying the Rhineland. In fact, many of the Crusaders were not even close to the Rhineland. Many had traveled further south, but they went on to attack Jerusalem itself, to continue to massacre the populations there, creating a tremendous amount of enmity between Christians and Muslims, which persists to this day, and of course has tremendous impact on contemporary Middle Eastern politics, where Western Europeans and Americans are regarded as modern-day crusaders by the peoples of the Middle East. The legacy for the Jews is extremely important. The massacres of the Rhineland were a defining moment in the mentality of Ashkenazic Jewry. Very important parts of the liturgy were constructed to memorialize the Crusades, including the Av HaRachamim, which is read in synagogues on Shabbat, and also many piyutim, which will be read on Tisha B'Av, commemorating these massacres. It caused, according to some historians, Ashkenazic Jewry to become much more inward-looking, much more insular, regarding outside society as much more toxic, in contrast perhaps to the Sephardic experience, which adopted more of an accommodationist approach to the outside world. That's basically our anniversary for this week, the First Crusade, conquering Jerusalem in the year 1099, with tremendous ramification for world and Jewish history. Thank you very much for listening.
Avenue J.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming tonight. It's always difficult when we have a week off to start up again, so it's nice to see that we have a good representation again of the broad spectrum of Brooklyn Jewry here, and perhaps even parts further west of our location. Tonight's topic is a difficult one. We're going to look at a character who's really an excuse to look at a larger phenomenon. I mean, sometimes I'll give you a figure. We're going to speak tonight about Count Emicho of Leiningen, not a particularly well-known character, but his association with the First Crusade of 1096 is especially important, and his role in the crusade will give us an opportunity to discuss the nature of this important event in Jewish history and understand a little bit about what it meant to Ashkenazic Jewry in particular. And I hope by the end of the evening we'll have an opportunity to reflect on what the Crusades mean for Jews over a much larger span of time, and specifically to look at the question of how the Crusades shaped Ashkenazic identity in particular. Count Emicho in particular, there's not a lot of to say about him as an individual, but he will be rather a piedmont or a launching pad for a larger discussion of the Crusades. So without any further discussion, let's go straight to the material itself. The Crusades, of course, are an exceptionally important moment in world history. In many ways, even today, 1,000 years later, we are still reaping the whirlwind of the Crusades. It's well known, of course, that the Islamic State in their propaganda regularly, routinely referred to the West as the Crusaders, specifically harkening back to this period. Ironically, they often refer to Jews as Crusaders, which is especially ridiculous because we were victimized quite heavily by the Crusaders. But nevertheless, the Islamic world tends to see the Crusaders as everything that is evil about the West. The proto-colonialist movement, the rapacious attitudes, and the intolerance, extreme intolerance of the Crusaders wreaked havoc on Islamic societies in Jerusalem and parts beyond, including, by the way, wreaking havoc on Christian societies as they made their way towards the Holy Land. And it is kind of like a theme in Western history. The Crusades, beginning in 1096, were a series of phenomena that dictated the nature of the relationship between the European Christian world and the Middle Eastern Islamic world for the next millennium. So it's extremely important on a whole host of historical indices for understanding how we got to where we are today. Furthermore, the Crusades were one of the great integrative movements of the High Middle Ages, the beginning of the High Middle Ages, when European principalities could come together for the first time, really, for one great project, for one ideal that, at least on paper, sounded like a really, really good thing, and bring them together under the authority and leadership of a single institution, that is the Church. This sparked 300 years of ascendance for the Catholic Church, which spelled at its apex the nadir of Jewish civilization in Christian Europe, because we suffered greatly as the church tended to increase its power, the Catholic Church in particular. So the Crusades really speak to the integration of Europe as a single polity that would ultimately, I think, have a tremendous impact on the later scientific revolution, ultimately the Protestant Reformation, which was, of course, the pendulum swinging back the other way. But the Crusades, I think, can be the beginning of a straight line towards Europe's ascendance in the West as a whole, and Europe's domination of the globe through its daughter civilization, which is America. So in many ways, the Crusades is an exceptionally important point in world history. We're going to focus in on one small aspect of this much larger historical phenomenon, and that is, of course, the experience of the Jews in the Rhineland in the terrible year 1096. I'm trying to understand what that means. So let's go to the historical background, and then we'll see exactly how the Jews fit in. Specifically, the Crusades were initiated by Pope Urban II in the year 1095. The immediate impetus for the Crusades, which perhaps I should define what exactly are the Crusades. The Crusades as a movement, and they spanned over several centuries because they were repeated crusades, were a gathering of European Christians to release Jerusalem in particular from the control of the Muslims. Islam, of course, had been in the region since the 7th century. Jerusalem and the entire Eastern Mediterranean was under Islamic control. And this was not a terrible thing for most religions because people were granted really quite ready access to the pilgrimage sites that they wanted. It may have rankled Christian sensibilities to some degree to say that the Church of the Holy Sepulchre was under Muslim control and so on, but they had established a modus vivendi for the last 400 years. In the 11th century, there were some comparatively minor conflicts over the right of Christian pilgrims to gain access to the Muslim-dominated Christian shrines. And so there was an appeal to the Catholic Pope, Urban II, shown here, by the Patriarch of Constantinople for his assistance in releasing those shrines from Islamic control, or at least doing something to guarantee more ready access for Christian pilgrims to Jerusalem. Pope Urban II saw this not only as an opportunity to promote spiritual tourism to allow Christians to gain access to these sites, but more significantly, he saw the fact that his rival, the Patriarch of Constantinople, representing Eastern Orthodox Christianity, was reaching out to the Western Church, to the Catholic Pope for assistance, meant that this was a great moment for ecumenism, meaning for joining the church that had splintered in the 11th century over a whole host of smaller doctrinal issues. And so Pope Urban II decided to respond to this request with alacrity and with energy. And he proclaimed a holy movement that in, really a jihad kind of way, to use a Muslim term for a Christian purpose, he called upon all Christians to rise up and to organize themselves and to make their way to Jerusalem and free the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and other holy sites from Muslim domination. They were to brand themselves with a cross, hence the word crusader, meaning that their clothing was decorated with a cross, and they were to wage this holy war, which involved many principalities throughout Central Europe, gathering together and making their way to the Holy Land. It was an exceptionally popular call to arms. An incredible response erupted from not only the unemployed knights and nobles of France, to whom Urban II was really directing his call, thinking that all of these otherwise unengaged individuals were, kind of like single males between the ages of 18 and 24. If they're not propertied and they're not married, they're just going to be up to no good. So you might as well get them to go on some kind of war. He was hoping to get that audience, and he did in fact get them, but it actually energized the population as a whole. There was something about, to use Chip and Dan Heath's term, there was something sticky about the idea of Christians uniting to make their way to this far-off land, that it really appealed to the popular imagination, and it cut a broad swath of social, cut across a broad swath of social classes and economic classes. People wanted to participate in this grand venture, and so all kinds of individuals tossed in with this challenge. It was not something that was well supported. It was not a well organized military venture, and as a result, you had quite a bit of chaos with all of the various groups that strove to make their way to Jerusalem. But nevertheless, it captivated the imagination, and within a few short months, they had actually made it to Jerusalem, conquered Jerusalem. Later, it's true, they would lose Jerusalem and so on, but it excited the European mind to such a degree that, in fact, it lives on in contemporary society today. We even use the term crusader quite loosely, and we say someone is a crusader for one cause or another, like someone is a crusader for not talking in shul. Right, that would be a singularly inappropriate use of the term crusader. Someone is a crusader for, tzedakah or something like that. But we use that term very loosely. It's speaking to these armies for Christianity. Here's a sense of, you can see some of the feeling of it. These crusaders on the left here mounted on horses and wearing crosses, and they're following, as it were, Jesus himself, holding a book. Looks like he's got a sword in his teeth. I'm not exactly sure what that symbol means, but the idea is it was an ideological war, it was a religious war, it was a holy war. It was meant to have a sort of level of cleanliness to it, a level of purity to it, which unfortunately was not at all the case among the Crusaders themselves, who were motivated by much darker and baser drives. The Crusades were noted for their incredibly bloodthirsty attacks on Muslims, particularly in the region of Jerusalem. But more than that, you have to, imagine that this is a movement that involved tens of thousands of people dislocated from their homes, wandering across the entire European continent, and with no logistical support whatsoever. It's true that you have a few noblemen, particularly from France, who are well outfitted, and they've got their armor, they've got their squires, they've got their gold doubloons or whatever, and they're able to pay for themselves and their retinue. But you have otherwise a whole host of people who are just groupies hanging on and making their way towards Jerusalem and simply picking up supplies as they go along. So these groups were especially hated even by Christians, and they came into tremendous conflict with Christian communities as they made their way across Europe. Most of them did not make it past Hungary. As soon as they got to Hungary, the Hungarian Christians rose up against the Crusaders and slaughtered their own co-religionists because they could not handle the rapacious attitudes of the Crusaders coming through their territories. They also absolutely refused to cover any of their furniture with plastic, and so they were personae non gratae in Hungarian lands. Here, however, is a map of several of the Crusades, 4 of them in particular. The first crusade is marked here in red, and you can see that several groups made their way all the way across Europe into Turkey, crossing at Constantinople, where the Patriarch Ishniscal, and eventually down to the Holy Land, where they ultimately were able to conquer Israel. So that's, and of course the Crusades were repeated several times. Maritime crusades, as you can see here. It was really quite a massive, continental movement that had phenomenal impact on the shaping of the European mind. Well, basically, it accomplished a lot of things in the sense of, integrating various European peoples, giving them a consciousness of being one Christian people under one king, that is the Pope in this case, elevating the power of the church, which was, not necessarily so powerful, and centralizing it. And later, 300 years later, eventually the church would begin its process of decline. But this was the moment of great ascendancy of the church. If you can imagine, let's say a politician in New York getting up and saying, we should all, follow Mr. Goodleman, and we should become green. We should, everybody should recycle immediately. And everybody in America should realize, oh my gosh, all those paper products and plastic that I've been wasting, and starting this kind of movement that would coalesce around Mr. Goodleman's research. Mr. Goodleman, by the way, for those of you who are watching the internet, runs a tremendous non-for-profit organization called Re-Jews, right, which is all about Jews involved in recycling. This is the beginning of the movement right here on the internet. Okay, 28,000 people see this every month, and they are going to start recycling because of Mr. Goodwin. So that's in a short word what the Crusades accomplished. It's an integrated movement because it brings together the continent under one kind of at least quasi-political rule. But on the other hand, it involves violence, and whenever you have violence, that also disrupts existing traffic patterns. Kind of like a Pax Romana has a tremendously beneficial impact in the long term, but maybe not in the short term. It was actually, thinking about your question a little more deeply, it was, in a way, the increased level of hostility between Muslims and Christians that would exist for the next 500 years, 1,000 years really, benefited the Jews, because Jews had population centers in both Muslim and Christian lands and were more easily tolerated in their international commerce. So that's another, you should hang out with Dr. Levine because that was also a tough question. I'm a little scared of those. Let me go back to the material. Whew. Boy. All right, so Count Amico specifically, let's look at the Jewish aspect of the Crusades, which revolves around the very first crusade, which was 1096. The terrible summer of that year, which is memorialized in synagogues around the world every Saturday afternoon with the tremendously moving Av HaRachamim prayer that is recited after the reading of the Torah, which was specifically composed in the 12th century to memorialize the victims of the Crusades. If you look at that text more carefully this Saturday when you go to shul, you won't see any specific reference to the Crusades because the author of that piyut wisely understood that there would be many more martyrologies in the Jewish future, and so it's very evocative, beautiful language. It was written specifically for the victims of the Crusades, but it contains a much larger scope. At any rate, although we have basically three groups of crusaders that were active during this period. The first group were those knights that were specifically targeted by Urban II. Those are people who had established military backgrounds. They had a certain source of wealth. They had patrons. They had, the wherewithal to actually mount this cause. In fact, there's some historical debate. Did Urban II really know what he was getting started here when he made this call? That he realized how deeply it would reach into society? It could be he was just thinking specifically of this military class who are regular military who can see are well outfitted and so on, who can make this kind of journey. However, he also unleashed this kind of elemental drive that was in keeping with the zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, which is most well illustrated by this figure, Peter the Hermit, who was kind of a popular preacher who went around just simply rabble-rousing and inspiring the masses to also participate in this crusade. And these are people who had no preparation whatsoever for this tremendously difficult journey, and they simply left with whatever provisions they could carry under incredibly bizarre circumstances. For example, we have excellent sources on the crusade written by both Jewish chroniclers and by Christian chroniclers. This was a major movement that inspired a lot of that inspired a lot of attention, and we have a lot of historians working on it who had contemporary eyewitness accounts. And one particular account always fascinates me. Peter the Great had a whole bunch of people around him who were apparently motivated by a very holy goose. There was a goose that was attached to his master, and she would walk around talking about how this goose was determined to go on the crusade because the goose kept on sort of heading towards the east. And whenever the mistress of the goose would hang back, the goose would come back and kind of like try and draw her to the east with her. And so they considered this the holy goose, quite literally, and they saw this as evidence that the Crusades were divinely inspired. Another figure related to Peter the Hermit's crowd, inspired the crowd by taking off his tunic and revealing a massive cross that had been tattooed on his back. And he said that he woke up one morning and this cross was on his back, and it was a signal that everyone should follow the cross to Jerusalem, follow him to Jerusalem. So obviously we're tapping into some kind of bizarre, magical thinking of the time, but it really appealed to the common masses, and you had all kinds of the lumpen proletariat kind of rising up and joining along with it. Peter the Hermit was perhaps the most significant of these groups, but this was not the worst of them. The worst that we have to deal with were the ones who were very excited by the idea of taking over Jerusalem from the infidel, from the unbeliever, from the Muslim in this context, but didn't really see the point of schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to do it. In other words, many, such as Amico of Leningen, said, why should we, bestir ourselves to travel all the way to Jerusalem and attack the infidel there when we have infidels living right here in our backyard in the Rhineland, in towns like Köln or Speyer, Worms, and Mainz? Why should we go all the way to Jerusalem when we have Jews living right here? Are they not also the enemies of Christ? And even more so, they were the killers of Christ. They were guilty of deicide. And so therefore, Amico and others, who are kind of like the third class underneath the Peter the Hermit's followers, who were also interested in acting out for the cause that Urban II had inspired, but they were not ready to make the entire journey to Jerusalem. These are the people who we're most concerned with, and they are the ones that are most associated with the Jewish experience of the Crusades, because it is this last class of crusaders, would-be crusaders, who had nothing to do whatsoever with Jerusalem, who wreaked the most havoc on Jewish communities in northern Germany in particular. This depiction here shows Jews on the right being attacked by crusaders. You can tell they are Jews. The picture was drawn quite a bit later because they're wearing this pointed hat here known as the Judenhut, or the Jewish hat, which was mandated by the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215. It's a very useful thing for art historians because when you look at medieval reproductions, you can always see which ones are the Jews. And of course, the holy figures in the background with the halo and the crusaders are wreaking havoc on the Jewish communities and killing them at will. So really, that's what happens in 1096. The call to arms comes out in December of 1095, takes a few months in the springtime for armies to get themselves organized, and then by the summer, as the troops are beginning to make their way down to Jerusalem, several of these bands, led by people like Count Amico, decide to simply pillage the Jewish communities in the northern Rhineland, and that's what is the essential history of the Crusades vis-a-vis the Jews. Okay, let's go on to have a look at it. Here's a map that gives you a sense of it. Jewish settlement in northern Germany was still quite sparse at that time. We're talking about communities that may have had perhaps 100, 200 families would be considered a very large community in Ashkenaz at that point. Jews had made their way across the coast of North Africa and up into Spain in the 8th century in particular. And then slowly, for reasons that we discussed a couple of weeks ago, there seems to have been some kind of climate change around the turn of the millennium. Historians are not exactly sure why this is the case, but sometime around the year 1000, suddenly a lot of Northern Europe became much more arable than it ever was before. And so you have an increased settlement all around, Jews and non-Jews obviously, in Northern Europe, which leads a lot of Jews to be drawn to these regions for economic possibilities. After the Crusades, 1096, there is a slow but steady movement of Jews towards the east. Scholars debate exactly how significant were the Crusades in beginning this march to the east, but the region that is known to Jews as Ashkenaz, which is basically northern Germany up here, most of the Jews from this region make their way out east, so most Ashkenazic Jews today hail more immediately from Eastern Europe, even though their origins, say 500 years prior, were in Germany per se. That's what this map kind of represents here. Okay, so let's talk about the nature of the violence a little bit. And now I'm going to get to some of the dark parts. So the Crusades were incredibly awful to Jews. The level of brutality was unprecedented in many ways. We're talking about wanton, cruel, rapacious, awful brutality. The descriptions boggle the mind, and we have corroboration of those descriptions. They're not just extreme martyrologies written by Jewish chroniclers. We also have Christian accounts of the attacks on the Jews of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. And by the way, the Christian chroniclers describe them with tremendous distaste. Count Amico was reviled by Christian chroniclers who felt that his brand of crusading violence brought disrepute to the entire movement. So we have validations of the specific murders that are described in the Chronicles. Absolutely horrific murders. How did Jews respond to these attacks? So I'm going to show you, I'm going to talk about 5 distinct approaches how Jews responded. The first, and they might be somewhat surprising, the first response was that Jews ran to the church for assistance. I'm not talking about conversion here. Jews ran to the church hoping that the church would protect them. And in fact, the church did as much as it could to protect them. And this is one of these great ironies. The Crusades, of course, is after all a Christian invention. We're talking about, a movement to elevate the authority of the Pope, to take away Jerusalem from the Muslims and so on. But nevertheless, the ecclesiastical authorities are the allies of the Jews. Why is this so? And by the way, this will, I know, undermine tens of thousands of Beis Yaakov productions in which Christians are all uniformly anti-Semitic to their core and there's no hope for them whatsoever. It simply was not the case. There are several reasons why this is. First of all, to be sure, there were anti-Semitic elements in the church because this, we talked about this a few weeks ago, this is a complicated relationship between a mother religion and a daughter religion, and to deny the rejection of Judaism as part of church theology would be absurd. However, from the 4th century on, the church had laid down a very clear element of canon law called the doctrine of witness. It was perhaps best articulated by St. Augustine, who wrote that the Jews must be tolerated for a theological purpose, because at the end of days, when the Christian Messiah returns, then the Jews will be here to validate that this is in fact the right Messiah. Since the Jews are the people of the Messiah, we need to be around in order to prove that he's back. That is a very important theological point, and as a result, the church mandated in canon law that Jews must be allowed to live within Christian communities with impunity. Now, there were restrictions on Jewish activity, restrictions on how they could build their synagogues, how they could carry themselves in public. It would not make sense if Jews were allowed to become wealthy and become objects of jealousy for Christians, so Jews had to be kept in a subordinate state. But as second-class citizens, they were to be protected. So the church actually had very clear statements that protected Jews, at least in theory and in law. Where you see this especially clearly is with the blood libels that begin to circulate in the 13th century and onward, which seem to be sort of elemental things that come up from the lower clergy, who are often illiterate themselves. And the lower clergy are saying around Passover times that Jews drink Christian blood and all kinds of crazy things like this. And the upper church, the popes and the bishops and so on, are releasing papal bull after papal bull and proclamations saying, no, it's not true. Jews don't drink Christian blood. Please don't kill the Jews, things like that. But this is a social conflict that occurs within the vertical organization of the church as a whole, something that, I'll leave that point alone. So one last point about why the Jews would go to the church for protection, let us recall that Jews were overwhelmingly urban in settlement, as opposed to Christians who were overwhelmingly agricultural or rural in their forms of settlement. Jews, as we well know, have to live within walking distance of synagogue, a mikveh, Chinese restaurants. There's no way that they can live spread out in the hinterland. We stay together for protection purposes, we stay together for commercial purposes, and we occupied an economic niche where villagers would come in to do their marketing with the Jews, but the Jewish commercial centers were always in medium-sized towns. And who else lives in medium-sized towns? You've got your burghers, you've got your guilds, and then you've got the church. Cathedrals were always located in the urban centers. And so we were directly proximate with ecclesiastical authorities at the higher level. So it makes sense that Jews would go to the church for assistance. And ironically, perhaps not ironically, the church protected the Jews as best they could. In the first initial attacks by Count Amico, for example, in the city of Speyer, the Jews went for protection within the bishop's compound, and the bishop sent out his guards, and they actually cut the hands off crusaders who wanted to molest the Jews. Cut their hands off quite literally. We have corroboration from both Christian and Jewish sources, and not surprisingly, that put an end to it right away. Speyer only suffered very minimal damage. Less than a dozen Jews were killed in the initial melee, and the church authorities were able to put down the rioting almost immediately. Later, however, and this gives you a sense of the kind of internal conflict within the Christian community, at the next town, I believe it was Worms, Count Amico's forces would not be allayed by a small show of force from the ecclesiastical authorities and their limited guards, and they threatened to overwhelm the bishop's home, and in fact they invaded it and dragged the Jews out themselves. So the church only had a certain degree of authority, real power that could be wielded when it was faced with mob violence. So the first somewhat surprising response of the Jews under this kind of attack is to appeal to the ecclesiastical authorities. In later crusades, Jews were able to anticipate the possibility of violence and go to the popes well in advance and actually receive, for a fee, that'll be one of the other responses, clear directives that would filter down to protect them from mob violence of this nature. Perhaps I'll make one last point. In general, when you look at the history of Jewish diaspora settlement, we tend to thrive in moderately discriminatory environments. Where we do not thrive at all is in anarchic violence environments. If there is a ruler, even if he has moderately anti-Semitic policies, we can live with that. But if there is no Rechtsstaat, if there is no society based on law, then we have a terrible problem, as we see illustrated in the Crusades. Ms. Harris, you had a question.
I don't quite understand the whole this thing. It almost sounds like a veiled way to protect the Jews by those who were sympathetic to us.
That's a good way to put it. The doctrine of witness, you see, the witness in the sense of being able to testify, right? We were there, so to speak, as a community, Jews were there when the Messiah, the Christian Messiah, was first walking the planet. And so therefore, we're the only ones who can really confirm it when he comes back. That's the way this argument goes. And that's why, by the way, Jews tend to have a very high point value for conversion, right? Because if you convert, I don't know, a Hindu to Christianity, okay, big deal. But if you convert a Jew to Christianity, taka, that's something. I think they actually says that in Latin, taka, that's something. Okay.
He's no longer Jewish to their testimony.
Yeah, but his testimony is so much more clear. I give this, I don't want to take too much time away, but I do give this argument about cholent recipes. No, okay, but I do actually. It's very. Let's say, for example, you have this woman who makes cholent a certain way, and she has a daughter who goes off to college. Daughter goes to college, she comes back for Thanksgiving, and she says, "Oh, Ma, you got to try this new cholent recipe that I learned in college. It has peanut butter in it. It's fantastic." They have cholent at Shabbos. The daughter says, "How is it?" The mother says, "Well, it's okay, but I prefer the old cholent." The daughter says, "No way. How can you say that? The peanut butter cholent is so much better." So the mother says, "You can say what you want, but the old one's better." And they say, "You know what? Let's give it to Bubby. Let's see what Bubby says." So they make the cholent, they bring it to Bubby. Bubby says, "It's nice, but I really prefer the old cholent." They say, No, that's not right. So let's go to the altar Bubby. They go to the nursing home, they find the altar Bubby. She also likes the old cholent. So the young daughter gets enraged. How is it that nobody is recognizing my cholent as superior? And the only way she can really prove that her cholent is better is by going back in time to the original cholent makers and getting them to agree. If the Alta Bubby would agree that the new cholent is better, then she would be vindicated. And that's exactly the doctrine of witness. We, the Christians, we're like the Alta Bubby. And until we agree that the new cholent is better, they'll never be totally satisfied. That's the argument. That's kind of weird. Let's go on. Okay, that's number one. Number two, second one, so-called contributions. And this is what one of my students quite famously said, that the Jewish response to to persecution is flee or flee. That's the strategy, right? Flight was not really a possibility because the violence was so sudden. It was within the space of a few days. They're so close to each other, these smaller communities. But Jews did try to, anticipate the violence by making a quote-unquote contribution. I mean, don't forget, these are crusaders who are promising to make their way across Europe. They have no provisions. They're simply going to be raping the land as they go along. So it stands to reason that the Jews would provide them with some gold, and they would be mollified, and they would go their merry way. This did not work with Amico. Amico took their money, waited a couple days, and went in and killed them anyways. So this is one of the strategies that it was a rare case of the total failure of that strategy. It would be, ironically, a strategy that Jews would attempt in the 20th century with the horrors of the Holocaust, also completely misunderstanding the nature of Hitlerian anti-Semitism, which would not be mollified by material gain. But there were examples of the Jews trying to buy off the Crusaders with very little luck. Third, self-defense. Now, unfortunately, the video for some reason is blocked. This is so cool. This is actually a Yemenite Jewish martial artist whose name is Yehoshua Sofer. And I have a video here which is blocked for some reason, I guess by the Brooklyn filters. But he's actually got this amazing martial. You'll have to see it on the internet version. I'll try and pop it in there. He's got this amazing martial art, which he claims goes back to ancient Yemen, and it's based on the Hebrew alphabet. And he does all these amazing katas where he turns his hands in the shape of the Hebrew letters and uses them in self-defense. It is really quite amazing. There were cases in which Jews armed themselves and went out to fight the enemy. This is, I think, worthy of much greater analysis because one of the experiences that Jews have had throughout their long history of persecution is that pogromists are typically cowards, and that a show of force, we see it in 1919, 1905, 1884, many of the great pogrom periods, 1648 to a lesser degree, that a small show of force can drive away a band of attackers. And we have a rabbi named Meshulam in Mainz who actually girds himself up with armor, and he brings out a few group of Jews to fight against the Count Amico. But Count Amico was a much more organized and much larger force, and they simply overwhelmed Rabbi Meshulam and his forces, and they went on to massacre the Jews. So this is a fascinating but fairly small phenomenon in the scope of the Jewish responses to the Crusades. So there's the cool video. We'll just have to see it later. And of course, conversion. Now, the Christian Crusaders were ideologically motivated as well. There's no question that they would accept conversion as a proxy for murder among their victims. Quick baptism would do the trick. And that seemed to be, the ideological basis of their attacks upon the Jews. And so many Jews acting fear for their lives did submit to baptism. And after this frenzy of violence was gone, it only lasted a couple of months in the summer of 1096, there's a tremendous amount of responsa literature, including responsa written by none other than the great Rashi, justifying this apparent breach of Jewish protocol by under duress, pretending to accept Christianity. The dominant mode of the poskim, the authorities, was to accept these Jews back into the fold and to recognize that their conversion was, so-called conversion was done only for fear of their lives and does not represent a transgression of the terrible crime of apostasy, but there was a minority opinion who said that no, that's it, they're out of the community and they're gone forever, even under these circumstances. The debate on exactly what this kind of conversion means, or this baptism means, goes all the way back to the Talmud, and in fact, the more rigid approach is one of the arguments for a distinct trend in Ashkenazic Jewry that I hope to return to in about 5 minutes. This picture here is kind of interesting. It's within the context of a medieval story, not specifically on conversion, but you can see the story here, obviously a Christian figure here, and these two figures are Jewish women, evidently a mother and a daughter, and they have decided to accept Christianity. They're holding up their hands, which in medieval, their fingers, which in medieval art is considered a very aggressive gesture meant to be used in the sense of arguments, like I'm trying to prove you wrong. And here their Jewish husband and father, wearing the Judenhood, so you can recognize him as such, is arguing with them that they should not, in fact, have made this choice. How do you know that these three are Jewish, by the way? They have very heavy caricatured physiognomy, which is characteristic of medieval iconography of Jews. They're often shown in rather grotesque poses, heavy noses, and so on. Okay, now the last and perhaps the most powerful and indicative and response of the Crusades, the one for which the Crusades are perhaps known more than any others, is martyrdom. That many Jews in the Crusades, particularly in the three towns of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, or by the abbreviation Shum, actively decided that rather than submit to conversion, they would slaughter themselves and their children. And it was absolutely horrific. And the poetry that has been composed by Paitanim after the Crusades is incredibly powerful and moving, in which they describe the horrific choices that parents made to slaughter their own children rather than submit to the waters of baptism. You can't read a lot of these because they're absolutely overwhelming, but I will read you one section from one of the chronicles that give you a sense of it. And note in this section the use of specific names, socioeconomic markers. These are not kind of placeholders for people. These are real people that are being described by the medieval chronicler in a specific way. Okay, there was a notable lady, Rachel, the daughter of Rabbi Isaac ben Reb Asher. This is, by the way, from Robert Chazen's very important book, European Jewry and the First Crusades. He translates the two most important Hebrew chronicles at the back of the book. And as I mentioned earlier, these are corroborated by Christian accounts as well. So she said to her companions, I have 4 children. On them as well have no mercy, lest these uncircumcised come and seize them, and they remain in their pseudo-faith. With them as well you must sanctify the holy name. One of her companions came and took the knife. When she saw the knife, she cried loudly and bitterly. She beat her face, crying and saying, Where is your steadfast love, O Lord? She took Isaac, her small son. Indeed, he was very lovely, and slaughtered him. You get the sense that the chronicler actually knew what Isaac looked like. She said to her companions, Wait, do not slaughter Isaac before Aaron. But the lad Aaron, when he saw that his brother had been slaughtered, cried out, Mother, mother, do not slaughter me. He then went and hid himself under a bureau. She took her 2 daughters, Bella and Matrona, and sacrificed them to the Lord God of hosts, who commanded us not to abandon pure awe of him and to remain loyal to him. When the saintly one finished sacrificing her 3 children before our Creator, she then lifted her voice and called out to her son, Aaron, Aaron, where are you? I shall not have pity or mercy on you either. She pulled them by the leg from under the bureau where he had hidden and sacrificed him before the sublime and exalted God. She then put them under her 2 sleeves, 2 on one side and 2 on the other near her heart. They convulsed near her until the Crusaders seized the chamber. They found her sitting and mourning them. They said to her, Show us the money which you have under your sleeves. When they saw the slaughtered children, they smote her and killed her. With regard to them and to her, it is said, Mother and babes were dashed to death together. She died with them, as did the earlier saintly one with her 7 sons, a reference to Hannah from the Talmudic literature. With regard to her, it is said, the mother of the child is happy. The Crusaders killed all those in the chamber and stripped them naked. They were still writhing and convulsing in their blood as they stripped them. See, O Lord, and behold how abject I have become. And there are many, many such descriptions in the chronicles of horrific violence of this nature, which exalts the choice of martyrdom, which exalts the concept of Kiddush Hashem, of dying for the sake of God's name, and even slaughtering one's own children for it. This is fairly unprecedented in Jewish history. Masada is a prime example of this, but it's hard to compare them because Masada, first of all, was an outlier event, which was not approved of by the rabbis, and hence it did not make tremendous way in Talmudic literature. This was a movement that achieved great primacy in the liturgy, particularly on fast days like Tisha B'Av, and in many ways helped form the Ashkenazic mindset. We'll return to that. So let's think about what does this mean for Ashkenazic Jewry. There is some debate over the actual demographic impact of the Crusades. We are not talking about a massive movement such as the 1648-49 pogroms in Ukraine. We're not talking about anything even like 1919, which was even larger, because all of the demographic data we have, the economic data that we have, seems to indicate that European Jewry recovered rather quickly after the Crusades. The chronicles themselves are difficult to work with in terms of numbers because numbers were often used in a very poetic sense. And, you know, when it says 400, it may mean a lot, but it doesn't necessarily mean 400 people, which would be a devastating amount. So it's not clear exactly how important this was on a demographic level. It did not seem to alter significantly the patterns of Jewish settlement. At the same time, however, the literary impact, the impact of this event on the Weltanschauung of Jews at this time was absolutely crucial. And we have to contrast it with the development of Sephardic Jewry that tended in an altogether different direction. Now, this is kind of painting with broad strokes, but some would have argued that after the Crusades, Ashkenazic Jewry developed a much more insular and inward-looking mentality that viewed the non-Jewish Christian world as being fundamentally toxic, dangerous for Jews, and so Jews tended to bend their intellectual arcs inward with much more focus on Talmudic study, much more hesitancy to approach non-Jewish culture in all of its forms. Sephardic Jewry, particularly in North Africa and in Spain, on the other hand, was still deeply engaged in non-Jewish culture, very much participating in, you know, Arabic poetry, Arabic philosophy, Arabic politics, Spanish politics, and so on. And Jews in the Sephardic realm were really quite heavily integrated into society while maintaining a distinct Jewish identity. So some historians have argued that the Crusades sort of created a sort of path for Ashkenazic Jewry that marked themselves out as self-identifying as different, whereas Sephardic Jews were able to maintain some kind of balance with the outside world. Of course, we'll see with the persecutions of the 14th and 15th century that when it came to the choice of conversion or martyrdom, the prominent choice for Sephardic Jewry was to find a modus vivendi with conversion, creating the so-called Marano phenomenon of crypto-Judaism. That was not even considered a possibility for the victims of the Crusades, who chose to slaughter themselves and their families rather than submit to even a sham conversion. So I think this is a huge overgeneralization of Ashkenazic and Sephardic patterns of development, but nevertheless, there is a nugget of truth to this that bears further meditation. So the legacy of Count Amico is really quite profound. On the one hand, his personal story, after attacking 4 communities in northern Germany, he went on following the roving bands of Peter the Hermit towards Hungary, and there his troops were massacred. He himself fled the battle front and made his way back home to Leiningen, where he lived out his days as a fairly wealthy count, with supporting himself also by the wages that he had earned during the Crusades. So he disappears from Jewish history as an individual. However, the legacy of the Crusades was exceptionally important in creating a sort of thought process for Ashkenazic Jews and a vision of themselves as they considered their relationship to the non-Jewish environment. I think I've basically run out of things that I want to say. So at this point, I will bring this to a conclusion. I want to thank you very deeply for your attention and your tolerance. Next week, we will, God willing, go back to a happier topic. We're going to look at the life and works of Avraham ben HaRambam, the son of Maimonides, who was actually far more prolific even than his father. And there'll be a lot to say about his life. And of course, living in the shadow of someone as great as the Rambam is quite a subject unto itself. Thank you again for coming, and I hope you have an excellent evening.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
June 6th is the anniversary of a sad day in French Jewish history. It marks the day when 24 carriage loads of Talmuds were burned in Paris. That represented approximately 10,000 handwritten manuscripts, absolutely priceless and irreplaceable. And the burning was specifically at the impetus of a man named Nicholas Donin. So what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about Nicholas Donin and the disputation of 1240, and then we'll try to understand a little bit more about the antecedents of this disputation, both in the practical realm and also perhaps even in the moral realm. So basically, in the 13th century, this is a period when the church was quite ascendant in Europe. The High Middle Ages represented a period of the gradual growth of ecclesiastical power at the expense of temporal power. Represented it architecturally in the construction of magnificent cathedrals such as Notre Dame here in France. When the church turned to some of its purely religious issues with the Jews, one of the most confusing areas for the church was the mysterious Talmud. This is a text which obviously is central to Judaism. It is the highest expression of the oral law, and much of the Jewish law descends from the Talmud and the debates that are contained therein. However, given that it was written in Aramaic, a language that the church was largely unfamiliar with, being much more well-versed in Latin and Greek, and to a certain degree Hebrew, and furthermore, the fact that the Talmud is written in a highly arcane and esoteric idiom, the church regarded the Talmud as largely a closed book to them, and they had very little entree into this important document for Judaism. In the 13th century, a man named Nicholas Donin, who was originally a student of Rabbi Yechiel of Paris, mentioned in the commentary of Tosafot, came forward to the church and indicated that he would be willing to reveal the contents of the Talmud, and moreover, the church, he argued, would be surprised to hear that it was a work of great blasphemy, and that it was specifically the document that was keeping the Jews from converting to Christianity. The church was, of course, very interested in his proposal, and so they gave him the authority to do so. The Pope ordered a massive confiscation of Talmuds in 1239, and most European states at that point did not comply, but King Louis IX of France did, in fact, comply. And a formal disputation was held between Nicholas Donin, a erstwhile Jew who, by the way, had by this time converted to one of the monastic orders. He was also put into excommunication by his teacher, Rabbi Yechiel. It's not clear whether the excommunication came after his conversion or prior to his conversion, but at any rate, it ended up in a standoff in this disputation. Nicholas Donin's was the first disputation in a whole series that will extend for the next 2 centuries throughout Europe as the church or various states sponsored official debates between Jews and Christians. Here you see on the left a representation of a Jew who's named Moises. This is not the specific Donan disputation. You can tell he is a Jew by the pointed hat, the Judenhut that he requires, and then he is debating with, it looks like a Christian prelate named Petrus, and they're discussing various points of religious etiquette, and you can see that it's really quite heated from the expressions on their faces. At any rate, Nicholas argued 35 specific accusations against the Talmud, which we can summarize into 4 basic categories. First, he argued that the Talmud was irreligious because it had essentially replaced the Bible for Jews. He argued that Jews spent more time and attention on the Talmud and ignored the text of the Bible. Secondly, it was idolatrous, primarily because it has many anthropomorphic representations of God. And the Jewish commentators deal with this at quite a bit of length. The idea of the hand of God, the God waking in the middle of the night and screaming for the pain of the Jewish people, and so on. He argued that it was obscene because the Talmud, of course, does discuss a wide range of elements of the human condition, including issues of sexuality, issues of violence, and so on, are all discussed within the Talmud. It even discusses, for example, the order in which you should put your shoes on in the morning, so it certainly discusses these other elements of the human condition. And finally, he argued that the Talmud was blasphemous because it contained many anti-Christian elements. Now, it is certain that there were several passages, not a large number, but there were a certain number of passages that referred to Jesus and the institution of the church in general, and some of them were rather intemperate. That must be placed within the context of a massive document that has so many thousands of passages that, and while Jews are thinking that only Jews are reading it, some of these intemperate passages were in fact included in the text. There's a lot more to say about this, but in this short video we will go on. At any rate, as could be expected, the debate went south for the Jews, and the Talmudic volumes that were collected were in fact burned publicly in Paris on June 6th of 1242. A tremendous bibliographic loss to the Jewish people as a whole. Now, that in itself is a fascinating and sad story, but I think it's very important to note an ironic antecedent to this incident, which is that 10 years before, Jews had denounced the work of Maimonides, shown here, to the Dominican order of monks. And in fact, the Dominicans had taken the Jewish charges against Maimonides quite seriously. This was because Maimonides was in the middle of a major controversy among Jews as to the elements of philosophy that could be included within Judaism, the methodology of works like the Mishnah Torah, and so on. And so Maimonides' works were burned exactly 10 years prior to the burning of the Talmud, and as some sources would have it, in exactly the same spot. So one might be tempted to look at the historical tradition here and say that when Jews choose to burn their own books, the repercussions will be quite negative. Nicholas Donan, in the end, was unable to achieve much satisfaction even within the monastic order that he had joined. He was later accused of heresy himself for his excessively rationalist ideology. Many of his fellow co-religionists felt that he was inappropriately critical of Christianity. According to some sources, he was actually put to death by the church. There's not a lot of evidence to support that, but it seems to be clear that he was persona non grata even after the disputation of 1240. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another edition of This Week in Jewish History. Sorry, there's been a bit of a hiatus. We had a lot of things going on here on campus, and I just got too busy. But now I'm back, and as I look at myself in this viewer, I see that I really have to clean up my office. But more importantly, let's talk about This Week in Jewish History. And the important event that's coming up this week is the initiation of the Tortosa Disputation of 1414. It took almost a year to put it into place, and we're going to talk a little bit, therefore, about the whole idea of Jewish-Christian disputation, which was a very popular thing in the 13th through 15th centuries. And let's have a look. The medieval disputation was a phenomenon of the late 13th through the early 15th century in Europe. It was a venue in which Christian prelates could, often through a forced appearance, demand the attention of Jews in a staged debate that would be conducted before often, a lot of notables and dignitaries, and the Jews would inevitably end up on the losing side of this debate. Because of the very nature of the way in which it was organized, it was impossible for the Jews to do any better. Here's a picture that shows on the left some Christian theologians, their hand gestures indicating that they are the aggressors with the more powerful points in the debate, opening their books and making it available to the eye of the viewer, whereas the Jews are looking into their closed books with some consternation, not entirely sure how they're going to respond to these arguments, and so on. So let's have a look at what are the basic elements of the disputation, and hopefully we'll get a better understanding of the entire phenomenon. So first of all, we begin with the accuser, who is almost always a Jewish convert to Christianity, someone who has multiple motives. They may be motivated by a certain amount of religious zeal for their adopted faith. More likely, they are motivated by a certain degree of careerism, because these are Jews who have some inside information, some inside training, and particularly with regards to the contents of the Talmud, and by leveraging that training and expertise, they can curry favor with their superiors. And they may be motivated by a certain amount of antipathy towards their mother faith, because after all, they have left it for the new faith. This happens to be a medieval depiction of Jews in hell being burned in that big pot there. The pot is labeled Jude, and you can see they're wearing another version of the conical Jew's hat. Really cheerful picture. The second element is typically the accusation, and this revolves around two basic ideas. First of all, the idea is that for Christianity, Judaism has been entirely superseded by this new faith. This is represented in medieval art in images like this one here that shows on the left the church with the upright staff, the chalice, the crown on the head, and so on, the open eyes, representing the idea that the church is really regnant and in control and the favored religion of God. On the right is synagogue, and you can see that the staff is broken, indicating a lack of power. The eyes are blindfolded, meaning that the Jews are not aware of the truth. The 10 Commandments are falling out of synagogues' hands, indicating a lack of control over even their own faith. And the entire figure is in an attitude of decline, indicating that Judaism is on the way down, whereas Christianity is on the way up. So for Christians in the medieval period, one of the questions was, well, why do Jews continue to hang on to this faith? It is so outmoded. Why don't they convert to Christianity? And an answer, which was provided in particular by Nicholas Donin in the 1263 Barcelona disputation, was because of the Talmud, because the Jews studied this book, which is written in Aramaic and requires highly specified training, and is largely unavailable to Christians, who at most will have a smattering of Hebrew, but the vast majority of Christians will not even have Greek to be able to understand the classical language of the biblical text. And it is the Talmud, argues the accusers, that keeps the Jews from converting to Christianity. The defenders usually are taken from the local Jewish religious authority. In some cases, there was a disastrous choice for the church. For example, in 1263, when they decided to engage in a debate with none other than Ramban, one of the greatest rabbinic commentators on the Bible of all time, and he mounted an extremely successful defense, so much so that even though at the end the debate was resolved in favor of the Christians, the king granted Nachmanides a massive financial award and tipped him off that he had better leave the country immediately because everyone's upset with his strong performance. Ironically, we often have competing accounts of the debates written by Christians, in this case by the convert to Christianity who had accused the Talmud of terrible things. And we also have Ramban's own account under the title Havikuach, which has also been rendered into a modern play as well. Finally, the inevitable conclusion, of course, regardless of whatever tremendous arguments the Jewish defenders may muster, this is really a kind of a kangaroo court, and the debate is fixed from the beginning. So the Jews can do nothing except accept the inevitable verdict that they are wrong for holding on to the Talmud. And this often results in additional persecution, which included, in some cases, forced exile, as in the Ramban. Sometimes Jews will leave of their own accord because of the inhospitable environment, but quite often they'll be subject, for example, to mandatory sermons in their synagogues delivered by some of these converts or other Christian preachers, and various other humiliating rites. Well, that's it for this week. I hope to get a little bit more regularity in the coming weeks, and I'm really glad that you're enjoying these videos. Keep the comments coming. Okay, welcome everyone. Thank you for coming. So I'm pretty sure that I've told this joke at least 4 times in this forum, but I'm deeply grateful for your kind acts of forgetfulness that I can probably get away with it a 5th time. So, and it's thematically very appropriate with this particular lecture. So we're going to talk about anti-Semitism today in a very big way. So the joke goes like this. I actually heard this joke in the former Soviet Union, where it had a special meaning. You know, in the dark days of communism, there was so much shortage of material goods that whenever a store had anything in stock, you know, immediately you would have a chetha, a lineup form outside. And it didn't matter what was on sale. You would buy whatever you could, and then you would barter it, you know, for something else. Size 7 leather shoes from Czechoslovakia, no problem. You know, even if you're a size 14, you would buy it, you'd barter it later. So the joke goes that there's outside a grocery store, there's a huge lineup because they've heard there's going to be cucumbers that day. And there's all these Soviet citizens that are out front there. There's Russians, Ukrainians, Uzbeks, Kazakhs, Tatars, and of course Jews. They're all standing in line. And they're waiting for the store to open. And the storekeeper opens up the window and he says, "We've just learned that we're not going to be receiving as many cucumbers today as we expected. So therefore, all Jews, please leave the line." So what can they do? They get up, they leave, they go home. Everyone stands around, they're waiting for another, you know, half hour. So he opens up the window and he says, "We've just learned that one of the cucumber trucks has broken down on the way here. There will be less cucumbers than we expect. Therefore, all Tatars, Uzbeks, and Central Asians go home." Right? So these people have to leave the line and they go back to their homes. This goes on all day until finally he opens up the window and he says, "We've just learned that the last cucumber truck has been hijacked by the mafia. No cucumbers will be arriving today. Everyone go home." So then all that's left in the lineup is like pure Russian titular nationalities. And so Ivan turns to Petro and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." It's uproarious laughter at that joke was really very special. Okay, so tonight's talk is going to be about anti-Semitism, but a particular kind of anti-Semitism. We're going to look at Jewish self-hatred in one particular individual's life. We don't have a great deal of data about his life. He's fairly obscure, but he had a major impact on the history of anti-Semitism and on the development of Jewish history in general as a result of his activities. What I'd like to do today is tell you what we do know about Nicholas Donin, about his nefarious activities, and then I'd like to take you through a very brief overview of the history of anti-Semitism. And I should really put that as the history of anti-Semitic ideology as opposed to the history of anti-Semitic persecution, because anti-Semitism as an idea is perhaps one of the longest lasting notions in certainly Western history, and it has been able to survive all kinds of different climates by adapting itself to the Weltanschauungen, to the worldviews in which it lives. So we're going to look at 4 major periods of anti-Semitic ideology, including our own very briefly, and see how this episode of Nicholas Donin fits into the larger scheme of anti-Semitic history. And then finally, we'll wrap up with some reflections on the notion of Jewish self-hatred, how that is perhaps distinct from anti-Semitism as a type, and we'll take it home for the evening. I would like to make a formal announcement. You should all be aware, for some reason, people keep asking me if we're having class next week, and as they say in Latin, "Varvos nit." Now, of course, we're going to have class next week, no matter how auspicious the birthday it might be. And we're also thinking a little bit about how to change things for next term. One idea that we're sort of throwing around is maybe dropping the time that the class begins a little earlier. Because 8:30 is actually kind of late for me. I don't know how you feel about it, but maybe making it 8 or 7:30. There's also a discussion of perhaps moving it to Tuesdays, but there's another conflict there. So it'll probably be Wednesdays, probably 8 o'clock, and I hope that you'll follow us for that time. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, are we ready?
Yeah, I've been recording.
You've been recording the whole time. Okay. No, 8:30 next week as scheduled. We're starting the new semester afterwards, so I'll have to issue a whole new list of who we'll talk about and schedule and things like that. Okay. And I want to remind you, since I have you here as a captive audience, that I urge you to go to the website, and there's a little box there where you can sign up to follow the website and get email updates as to what's happening. If you don't like email, you can also follow it on Twitter or LinkedIn or Facebook, and you can get the videos delivered right to your inbox. So, and if we do any changes, it'll be announced through email. So I strongly urge you to visit the website, jewishhistorylectures.org, and sign up there. Okay, let's go to our topic. So basically, Nicholas Donin is an archetype of anti-Semitic thought and activity. Basically, the story in a nutshell is this is a 13th century individual who had a certain amount of Talmudic training. He actually studied with one of the greatest rabbis of the early 13th century. And for reasons which we do not know very well, he elected to become a Catholic priest. And this is actually a trope that we see with some regularity in Jewish history. And not only did he decide to become a Catholic priest, it wasn't enough that he was, situated within Catholicism. He used most of his scholarly and religious energies to attack Jews. And he made his career as a priest out of anti-Semitic activities. And this is actually a phenomenon that's noted and repeated several times throughout our history. We will talk about the 4 phases of anti-Semitic ideology, as I mentioned earlier. And one of those phases deals with anti-Talmudism as a transitional element, because I'm sort of giving you the preview before the class, but the period that we live in today, the 4th period of anti-Semitic ideology, focuses on 2 basic ideas. One is the concept of race, or racism, the idea that the Jews somehow constitute a distinct genetic identity that fits into a Darwinian struggle for existence. And secondly, that Jews are similarly locked in a world conspiracy to dominate the economic markets, the media, and in general to enslave all Christendom. So the Talmud is understood as part of the transitional elements to instruct Jews in this world Jewish conspiracy. If you haven't heard about the conspiracy, I can't tell you about it in public. We have to wait till we go off internet, and then I can give you all the details. But that's a joke. That was a joke. There is no world Jew. Just telling the people in the Philippines they should really know that there's no. Okay, so that's what we're going to do today. So, Nicolas Donin, born in La Rochelle, France, and he was a student of Rabbi Yechiel of Paris, who died around 1260, possibly in Israel. And yet Rabbi Yechiel is actually mentioned in quite a few Talmudic tractates, and in Tosfot in particular, as a very prominent rabbi. Nicolas Donin had some sort of falling out with his teacher. It's not surprising given the later trajectory of his intellectual career, and he was put into excommunication. In Jewish parlance, this is actually a Christian term, excommunication, meaning not allowing a person to participate in the communion, in the Mass. So we're sort of borrowing that term for our purposes. In Jewish terms, we actually have a very rich vocabulary of excommunication that proceeds through several phases of Shamta, Nidui, Arur, all kinds of things that are discussed if you look carefully at the Kol Nidre liturgy, which are basically forms of social ostracism, that a person can be excommunicated to the fact where no one can do business with him, or no one can stand within 6 feet of him, and no one give an aliyah. He's not allowed into any Chinese restaurant anywhere in town, all kinds of things like that. So at one point, Donin was placed into this form of excommunication, which is not nearly as serious as it sounds in English borrowed from Catholic liturgical terms, but nevertheless, it is a strong statement of opprobrium and of disapproval. Yes, sir.
What did he do to deserve his punishment?
Well, we're going to see. We don't know exactly what he did to begin with, but he definitely was a contentious individual. Typically why this happens, why a person gets put into Shamta or into a Nidui is typically because there's a contempt of court, meaning a person is summoned to the Beit Din to provide some kind of testimony or to answer for their actions, usually in business dealings. And if a person refuses to adhere to the dictates of the Beit Din, then the Shamta or the Nidui comes into place at that point. In some rare cases, there are threats that a person will somehow defame the Jewish community to the temporal authorities. For example, with blood libels, the idea that some Jew would say, I'm going to go to the mayor and I'm going to say that the Jews killed a Christian child for his blood, a total fabrication. But if a person behaves in that manner, then the Jews may ostracize him to begin with because he presents a public harm. So those kinds of things can happen. Today, besides business dealings, it usually happens because men refuse to give their estranged wives a bill of divorce. And so they're put into Shamta or Nidui for that. At any rate, it's ironic that he was excommunicated by his teacher, but later he faced him in a public debate over the Talmud, this time as a Christian priest attacking the Talmud, and his former teacher had to defend it. Now, a key turning point in Nicholas's career, and it's not clear whether it happened before he was excommunicated or after he was excommunicated, but obviously he converted to Christianity. He converted specifically to Catholicism, and he joined a monastic order. And as I mentioned in the quick warm-up here, perhaps what's fascinating, it's not so out of the box to imagine Jews converting to Christianity or to Buddhism or what have you. I mean, Jews do convert out, just like non-Jews convert in. This is a normal aspect of human spiritual yearning, that they wish to find something else, and they seek out those other things. In fact, I read a fascinating statistic. It's a little bit old, maybe it's from the 1990s, but apparently 2/3 of American-born converts to Buddhism are actually Jews, and they call them Jew-boos. And it reminds me of a joke. This is a sad lecture, so I will tell you this joke. Just forgive me, and then I will go right back to the topic. I'm sure you've heard this joke, but chances are you forgot it. So it goes like this. There's this woman in Brooklyn who's playing mahjong with her friends, and she says, you know what? I'm going to Tibet. And they said, Tibet? What do you want to go to Tibet for? Fair. Go to Boca. It's so much nicer. Delray, what's this with Tibet? She says, no, I'm going to Tibet. I don't care. So they can't talk her out. She goes to the travel agent. Travel agent says, what do you want from Tibet? Why don't you go, to the Barrier Islands or something like this, Tibet? She insists, so he sells her a ticket. She flies to Tibet, and she says, I want to go to the Holy Mountain. And the tour guides say, well, you can't go to the Holy Mountain. It's so remote and distant. So she doesn't care. She hires a Sherpa. She goes with pack animals to the Holy Mountain. She says, I want to climb the Holy Mountain. The Sherpa says it's not allowed. You're a woman. No woman is allowed on the Holy Mountain. She says, I don't care. She knocks him down. She goes, climbs up the Holy Mountain. She goes to the temple at the top of the mountain. The guards there don't want to let her in. She forces her way into the temple. You know what's going to happen now. And she says, I want to see the holy man. And they say, they can't. He's had a vow of silence for 15 years. No one can speak with him. She says, I don't care. She bursts into the room. She finds him there meditating in a lotus position. And she says to him, Harold, come home already. Okay, sorry. So anyways, it's not enough that here is a Jew who converts to another religion, which of course happens. This is not something outside of normalcy in people's own spiritual journeys. But that conversion to another religion is then supplanted, or perhaps it is initially motivated by a hatred of the mother religion. Like it's as if a Jew becomes a Buddhist and then spends the rest of his career defaming Jews to other Buddhists. Like, what is that all about? Just become a Buddhist and that's it, forget about things. But no, you have this phenomenon where once they have been accepted into another religion, sometimes these Jews will then turn around and use all of their energies to try and defame the mother religion. And there's clearly a very twisted and deep-seated psychological dynamic here where it validates the decision to convert out by deriding the mother faith, by saying, I'm so glad I left that faith because, my gosh, what would happen to me if I was still one of them? Okay, I have a lot of questions. I'm worried because I love taking questions, but sometimes when I take them, other people tell me I shouldn't take so many questions. So you know what? Maybe I will pause in about 5 or 10 minutes for a few questions, and then we'll get right back to it. Even my brilliant daughter, Eliza Abramson, who is, by the way, today joined by my other brilliant daughter, Denise Malka Abramson. It's a very rare occasion. Yes, they are separate people. They are here in the audience. Okay, so the disputation, the story of the disputation that's really central to Nicholas Donin, the main reason why his name reverberates throughout Jewish history is because he went to Pope Gregory IX in 1236, and he laid before the Pope a very convincing theory that had a tremendous impact on the papal mind. Specifically, one of the kind of lingering theological doubts that plagued much of the Catholic world in the High Middle Ages is, why is it that the Jews keep hanging on to their faith? I mean, it should be incredibly obvious to everyone that Christianity is ascendant. Look, all of Europe is united. The 13th century was one of the strongest centuries for the church. The temporal powers, the kings were losing power, the popes were gaining power, and it's so irritating that these Jews simply will not give up their faith. And there was a lot of debate raging why this is so. Sometimes ranging on to the diabolical theories that somehow the devil influences them. Other people thought it was maybe a secret ingredient in the egg rolls. Nobody knew, but the Jews simply would not leave their faith. That was funnier than I thought it was, but you're still catching up. But anyways, so Nicholas Donin said, listen, the reason is simple. It's because they're not only reading the Bible, because Christians, of course, have an interpretive tradition of reading the Bible, which is heavily laced with what are called prefigurements, meaning that when they read Isaiah in particular, they say, oh, look, this is a reference to Jesus, this is a reference to Jesus, and it's self-validating because they have a whole interpretive narrative tradition of how to read the Bible. And so it's really amazing to Christians in the High Middle Ages, why is it Jews aren't getting this? Why aren't they converting to Christianity? Nicholas Donin comes forward and says, the reason is because they have a totally separate interpretive narrative tradition, and it's embodied in this massive book, which you guys can't read, called the Talmud. The church was, barely literate. Only the higher levels of churchmen could read in any language, let alone the Greek originals that were preserved. and some very, very rare churchmen could read in Hebrew, but almost none could read in Aramaic. And the Talmud is written in a highly arcane style in the Aramaic language, and it was a totally closed book to the Catholics of the 13th century. So when Nicholas Adonin said, look, let me just translate a few passages here from the Talmud, it was a mind-blowing experience for the popes, because they saw that, not only were there the occasional derogatory reference to Jesus, but there's a lot of theological discussion that was totally outside of the pale of Christian thought. And I think perhaps the most important thing was that the Christianity was basically ignored through most of the Talmud. And so the popes realized, Gregory IX in particular, realized that, you know what? This is the reason why they're not converting. The Talmud is holding back the Jews from reading Scripture the correct way, i.e. the way that we read Scripture. And so the way that this had to be controlled was the Talmuds had to be collected, confiscated from the Jews, and then destroyed. Pope Gregory IX called for a Europe-wide recycling program of Talmud, so to speak, and only Louis IX of France complied. So they brought together all these Talmuds, and before they were destroyed, the fate of these valuable manuscripts was already sealed by the time they asked for them. They gave Nicholas Adonin the opportunity to openly debate with his teacher about the content of the Talmud, and once the Jews, of course, lost this debate, then the Talmuds were in fact duly destroyed in 1242, a day that many French Jews still observe as a fast day to the present day. Okay, let me pause for a couple of questions, and we'll talk about what were the content of the debate. I think I saw, yes, Solomon.
There was one much more important than that, the one that Monday.
That would happen shortly thereafter. This is prior to the dispute of 1263 with Nachmanides. That was but the same phenomenon. Pablo de Cristiani, also a Christian convert to Catholicism, attacking the elder rabbi Nachmanides. In that debate, Nachmanides really had we'll talk about Nachmanides next week, so we'll go into the dispute in great detail.
Right now, level, body confined, and hair loaded in fear. This pastor wasn't there, okay? So I cut our throat.
Well, actually, it was in the Talmud and in the liturgy, but in the printing of Sidurim, the Jews usually self-censored these parts out. Yeah? Right. No, this is a complicated relationship. Absolutely. Ms. Abramson.
Isn't burning the Talmud kind of not really going to help their cause, because it was something that was posted in the first place and maybe orally? So couldn't they just continue to do that? Didn't Johnny know that it was orally on purpose and they just
Well, that's a good argument, I would think, if we had scholars. It's like, how many contacts do you have on your iPhone? Right? That's probably a lot less than the data in the Talmud. And you know, 20 years ago, you would probably remember most of those phone numbers. But because you have the iPhone and you have all those contacts written down, you don't bother, right? So the Talmud, by writing it down, ironically eroded the power of memory. That's something already noted. Plato noted that in his dialogues. Okay, yes?
Okay, I have two very quick questions, I think. Number one, do you know which monastic order Donin?
I believe he was a Dominican, if I'm not mistaken.
Because I know sometimes that has something to do with which direction their mind goes.
Dominicans really love this kind of stuff.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Secondly, King Louis IX of France was the only one that complied. Is there any reason why he would have complied that you know of?
No.
Okay.
Not that I know of. Okay, tough question. I'm ready.
No, it's not a tough question.
Okay.
There's a lot of symbolic value to burning and destroying. Reading about Jonah the other day, and synagogue in 1536 with the houses destroyed, and I'm sure they burned a lot of folks. There's a public humiliation.
Yeah. Absolutely. The public demonstration of burning something. Okay, I want to go back. I got to go back. I can't, because there are people who aren't asking questions saying, why is he taking so many questions? I have to really definitely go on. Okay, so the charges, 35 separate accusations, which says something about what exactly they were thinking the Talmud meant at the time. to kind of summarize them, the first thing is the argument was that the Talmud was an irreligious document, which is rather amazing. How do we say the Talmud is irreligious? Well, irreligious in the Catholic mindset. The notion that the Bible is the communication of God to humanity, because of course the Catholic tradition does not have the notion of the oral commandments, the oral law. So the idea that there could be some other book which supplants the Bible, that was understood as being fundamentally irreligious. Secondly, it was idolatrous, primarily because the Talmud is rife with anthropomorphisms. God is described in many ways with human terms, human emotions, waking up in the middle of the night, crying out like a lion, all kinds of things which the rabbis occasionally had difficulty with, but they understood it ultimately by consensus as a form of poetic license, using Lashon B'nai Adam, human language, to convey, very elevated spiritual notions. The Talmud was considered to be very obscene, and that's primarily because, the Talmud is definitely, it's an R-rated work. There's frank and open discussion of sexuality. There are jokes of sometimes questionable taste, at least in my humble opinion. They obviously harbor great spiritual truths, which I'm not always privy to, and you just look at, well, what does this joke actually mean? But maybe you would put it more like in kind of a Shakespearean body type of humor. The rabbis occasionally call each other rather nasty names, which occasioned the great sage Chafetz Chaim to append a very large document at the end of his most famous book on not calling people names. If we're not supposed to call people names, then how is it that we have all these rabbis calling each other stupid and blockhead and things like that? Well, these things occur in the Talmud. And that finally the Talmud was blasphemous because when it does turn to the subject of Jesus and Christianity, it tends not to take it very seriously, and in fact can be quite critical of Jesus and his parentage, for example. So these are the kinds of charges that were brought against the Talmud with success by Donin's disputation. And as I mentioned, the Talmud, in these kinds of disputations, which occurred throughout the 13th through the 15th century, the Jews can never really win. The best they can do is try and make a dignified response, but ultimately the audience is overwhelmingly influenced by the church, if not churchmen themselves, and the decision is rendered as soon as the invitation was tendered. We happen to have records of the disputation from both Jewish and Christian sources, and it's fascinating to compare them. Obviously, each side will valorize their own proponent in the debate, but the end result was that 24 carriage loads of Talmuds were collected, and let us recall that this is like 200 years before printing came to the Jewish world, and so these are all handwritten manuscripts of incredible priceless value, and they were burned in a public square in just outside where the Louvre is today in Paris. So that's basically the story of Nicholas Donin. What I would like to do is now back up a little bit and speak about the intellectual history of anti-Semitism and how Donin fits into that larger framework. So, as I mentioned earlier, there are basically 4 periods of anti-Semitic ideology as recognized by scholars. And what I mean by this, again, is not the types of persecution of Jews, but rather the rationale for the persecution of Jews, because the rationale changes dramatically. Today, when you have, for example, anti-Semitic charges against Jews, very rarely are Jews accused of, eating matzah baked with Christian blood. You will see those kinds of things appear sometimes in, backwards peasant kind of climates. But generally speaking, people don't really buy that kind of argument anymore. But if you say that Jews are controlling the Western media, Jews are controlling the banks, Jews are controlling, for example, professional ping pong, those kinds of things, they have a certain amount of weight. I was trying to be funny there, but only Mr. Rodriguez is laughing. Okay, I don't know. It's just when we talk about anti-Semitism, it's so depressing. You have to. Groans. Thank you for the groans. I appreciate it. It reminds me of another joke, which I was trying to think of. How can I possibly tell this joke? I'll tell the joke, but this is not the way I've heard it. But I think I can say it this way. The way I heard it is not really appropriate for the internet. But there's this young man who unfortunately suffers from a terrible stutter, a horrible speech impediment. It's very difficult. It takes him a long, long time to, even express a basic idea. He comes home one day and he tells his mother, "Mom, I didn't get the job." And it takes him a long time to say that. And he says, "It looks like I'm never going to be a radio announcer at all." And the mother looks at him and says, "Anti-Semitism." Right. Okay, all right, let's go. So what are those 4 phases? The first one is classical xenophobia. This is a type of anti-Semitism that we see in the earliest sources, that is mainly Greek and Roman language sources, of which there are quite a number that refer to Jews, and on the whole, they tend to refer to Jews in a negative light. And these continue right up until the period of the Church Fathers in the 4th century. But the character of these references, these negative references to Jews, are more xenophobic in nature than anti-Semitic per se. And what I mean by that, I'll make clear in a second. Then the second period, which overlaps slightly with the classical xenophobic period, is the one known as early Christian anti-Judaism, which goes really up until the High Middle Ages are ending in the 13th century. And this is a period in which it's primarily about religion. It's primarily about what people believe and practice, as we shall see. Third, you get into the deeply pathological period of medieval anti-Semitism. You notice it's only at this point that I use the term anti-Semitism per se. Anti-Semitism itself is a very difficult term because it's an anachronism. It was coined in the 1880s by an anti-Semite named Wilhelm Marr in Germany, who was trying to find a more polite term to replace the common term of Judenhass or Judenfeinde, which meant like Jew hatred. Those were considered, rude phenomena. You wouldn't want to say in polite company, "Ich habe Judenhass." It would be like saying, I belch at the table after eating. It was rude. So he found a more philosophically neutral term at the time to describe, I'm not a Jew hater, I'm an anti-Semite. I'm against Semitism, whatever that is. So you can't really use it before 1880, but as we shall see, I think it's useful in the medieval period. This is the period when anti-Semitism really gets the weirdest, the pathological period where people believe that Jews drink blood and things like that. Jews are associated with the devil. This is the darkest period in terms of, a very creative period in terms of anti-Semitic ideology. And then finally, the period that we live in today, which dates from the period of guys like Wilhelm Marr in the mid-19th century to the present, in which we focus on 2 basic elements. One is the idea of race, and the second is the idea of a conspiracy. Those 2 things characterize the primary elements of anti-Semitic thought today. So if we look at those with a little bit of imagery to kind of illustrate that, here's a classic image. We actually looked at this way back in October, if you recall, when we were talking about Josephus. This is the Arch of Titus in Rome that celebrates the Roman victory over Judea in the Roman Jewish Wars of 67 through 73. And you see that if you go on the inside of it, you'll see this wall here that has a bas-relief that shows the Jews being carried off into captivity by their Roman overlords. They're carrying off the menorah from the temple and other spoils, and they're dejected and abused, and they feel terrible because they're enslaved to the Romans. So opening to the audience for a second, would you characterize this as an anti-Semitic piece of art or anti-Semitic iconography? Probably not, because you've been well indoctrinated by the way I understand this, right? How would you characterize this? What does this mean? Yes.
You lost, you pay the penalty.
Yes and no, but I think that's basically it. It's a war memorial. Like they say, there's actually a Latin phrase for this: "Nana, nana, boo boo." right? You lost, we won. We're going to make pictures and sculptures all over town celebrating the victory. You know, like.
Well, I think one about people here that win has its positive and negative, right?
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, like the way we memorialize wars, even in this country, which, you know, you don't see generally, you know, defeat of the enemy as a theme. You'll see like heroism of the Americans, or you'll see memorials to the war dead. But this is essentially in the same family of images. So it doesn't say anything intrinsically bad about the Jews as a people. They lost the war. You know, they have memorials like this for all kinds of people. It's just, so to call it anti-Semitism is not really fair. Let me just see if I have another slide on this. No. And this is kind of like what you have in much of the early classical references to Jews. There are lots of negative references, for example, to Jewish habits, which are true but misunderstood. For example, the Jews were called lazy, slothful, because they took off 1 day in 7. Can you believe it? 1 day in 7, they're already stopped working. That's ridiculous. Romans would work much longer weeks than we do, have much fewer holidays. The Jews were considered clannish because we would not eat non-kosher food. And so that meant that, you know, we tended to really socialize only amongst ourselves. So we were considered misanthropic, or like haters of other people, because of these internal, accurately observed but incorrectly interpreted phenomena. We are considered, well, I can go on. And, you know, the whole circumcision thing was very problematic because it felt like it shut people out, because the only way you could really be in the club is if you were circumcised, obviously, if you were a male, and most people were not willing to undergo the initiation ceremony. So these kinds of things were going on, which are true observations of Jews, just incorrect interpretations of what they meant. Things changed dramatically when you go to the early Christian period. And this is primarily because of the unique relationship of Christianity and Judaism as a daughter religion to the mother religion. The daughter religion, since it is born completely from the mother religion, in order to assert its identity and independence, part of that dynamic requires the repudiation of the mother. The way that I often explain this to undergraduates is I talk about cholent recipes. First, to many of them, I have to explain what cholent is, which is a whole story in itself. But if you have this idea that for generations and generations, this family is making cholent in a particular way, and then one day a daughter comes home from college and she has a totally different way of making cholent, and she starts showing it to her mother, and her mother says, what are you putting peanut butter in the cholent for? This is terrible. But the daughter will not only praise her own peanut butter cholent, she'll start saying negative things about the traditional cholent. And so there's a natural separation where the daughter will start degrading the old ways, because that's the only way she can maintain the validity of her peanut butter cholent. And I'm making light of this, but this is essentially the phenomenon going on with early Christianity, as it strives to distinguish itself from Judaism, which was a not insignificant task. Right up into the 3rd century, you know, the church is trying to explain to would-be Christians, we don't celebrate the Sabbath on Saturdays, we do it on Sundays. No, you don't have to keep kosher. And no, you don't have to have circumcision. All these things, because new Christians are saying, okay, what do we do now? You know, how do we observe this religion? And so the church is really trying hard to draw the line in the sand. Pesach is not the same time as Easter, all kinds of things like this to distinguish them. So you have that kind of negative relationship. Sometimes it's expressed in a rather sympathetic manner, like in this illuminated manuscript, where you see the church here, usually represented as a woman. I'll show you a couple more examples. Looking sadly and lovingly at her sister, the synagogue, who is being laid to rest in her coffin. You can see that she's holding the commandments here. And the Christian apostles are all here with very sad visages, and they are, you know, lovingly laying her to rest. And the interpretation of such an image is that, you know, Judaism is dead, and it was great while it was alive, and we respect what it did for world civilization. But now we move on, sadly, as Christianity. That's the kind of nice way to put it. You often, and this particular motif occurs literally hundreds upon hundreds of times in Western art, particularly in this form known as Ecclesia et Synagoga. I've only shown you two examples here, but it was a very common motif that was used to describe the relationship of Judaism to Christianity in this early Christian anti-Jewish period that was especially useful when communicating with illiterate audiences. Because, you have illiterate peasants coming into the main town trying to get some, Christian learning, and it's impossible for them to read books or forget about, podcasts and things like that. So you have to have a big picture, which was an amazing thing to see in a civilization that was so visually starved in comparison to our visually overstimulated society. Seeing a work of art, a monumental work of art in a cathedral, or even in a work of art hanging on a wall. Actually, typically they would put them in closets, and the closet would be open to show visitors a rare work of art, and it would have tremendous instructional value. So the themes are very common. You always have on the left, it would be Jesus's right hand if he's on the cross. On the left side here, you have the church portrayed here with the crown. She's holding the chalice, the Holy Grail. An upright staff represents, her power, temporal power. And she's, clear-eyed, looking forward, and so on. Here is, on the other hand, synagogue. And you can see that she's dressed in kind of like an Arabic, Ottoman sort of style turban, which was this particular Renaissance artist's imagination of an Oriental dress. Her staff is broken, indicating that she doesn't have any power anymore. She's blindfolded to the truth. She doesn't know the reality of Christianity. She's holding on to the Ten Commandments, but notice that they're held upside down and literally falling out of her hands. She's losing grasp of her own religion, and her whole attitude, her whole bodily posture is one of decline. She's falling. She's off balance, in great contrast to the church on the right. The whole picture is meaning to say that Christianity supersedes Judaism. Judaism is in decline. Judaism is blind to the truth, and so on. Over here, you have one of my favorites. This is actually massive statues outside the cathedral in Strasbourg. Sometimes they're called the Strasbourg Sisters. And the same themes over and over again: the upright staff, the chalice, the crown, compared to the synagogue with the broken staff, the tablets falling from her hand. Her gown is not done up properly. Sometimes her chest is bared because she's compared to an adulterous woman. The blindfold, she's lost her crown, things like that. Personally, this is a favorite of mine, and I think a lot of art historians like it too, because if you were not involved in this story at all, if you didn't have like a stake in it as a Jew or a Christian, if you were a Martian coming to the planet and just wanted to evaluate this as a work of art, I think most people identify with the synagogue here. I mean, you feel sorry for her. You're drawn to her. Her posture, her stature, she just seems so much more empathetic. And the church, on the other hand, she looks like, something that rhymes with witch. She looks terrible. She's looking daggers at the synagogue, and you just don't sympathize with her at all. So I think that this has a very unique kind of feel to it. Should I edit that part out, Mr. Rodriguez, or are we okay with that? Okay. By the way, I occasionally get fan mail for you, and people say, how's Mr. Rodriguez doing? He's doing a great job. Okay, Ms. Abramson.
You said that this was supposed to bring in like the peasants that came in from Ireland, but it seems more like it's focused towards Jews. Your Jews the message that they should convert to Christianity. Like, why would they not talk about Judaism because people weren't Jewish in the first place?
Well, that is a brilliant question that deserves a lengthy answer. I will give you a medium-sized answer, okay? And it goes back to the thought of St. Augustine of Hippo, who came up with a brilliant theological concept called the doctrine of witness that was extremely important for allowing Jews to exist in Christian Europe. Basically, he argued that the church should allow Jews to persist in their unbelief. Jews should allow to maintain their faith, because at some point in distant future, when we have the second coming of Jesus, then Jews will be able to testify, to witness that in fact the Christians were right all along. If the Jews were, God forbid, to be totally destroyed, there will be no one there to actually say, yes, this is the correct religion. And because of their very antiquity, the Jewish opinion is considered quite valid. If you will go back for a moment to the cholent metaphor, it's like if the mother and the daughter are arguing about which is the best cholent. And so finally they go back to the nursing home and they meet the Alta Bobby, and they give this 120-year-old woman a taste of the old cholent and the new cholent. If she were to say that the daughter's cholent with peanut butter is taka better, then that would be a huge victory for the daughter. Because she, who represents the old tradition, the old Alta Bobby, if she were to validate the new tradition, that's like all the intervening generations of women making cholent would be completely, bereft of an argument. Oh, so why did I say start this? Because the problem is the doctrine of witness only works if the Jews are held in a degraded state. So, for example, if you make this profound theological concept, but in the meantime, the Jews are riding around in their Mercedes with their furs and with all kinds of things like this, then the Christians would say, wait a second, aren't they supposed to be like waiting to prove Jesus? It looks like they're having a pretty good time while we're waiting. And it undermines our faith. So therefore, the showing the Jews in a degraded state like this is a way of validating that perspective of Jews and why they must exist in society. Which reminds me of a totally different joke that I will tell you, and it goes like this. I hope I didn't tell you this joke too recently, but it's the one about the Goral Hagra, the lottery of the Vilna Gaon. Oh, it's a very deep Kabbalistic concept that when you're really faced with a very, very troubling decision and you have alternatives, you don't know what to do, you're totally stymied, what you do is you take a Bible, you give tzedakah. This is a real thing. You give tzedakah, you say a prayer, you open up the book, you put your finger down, and whatever verse it lands on, you read that verse. That will have the answer to your question. Right? And at various points in our history, great rabbis have used the Goral Hagra to, decide what to do. So the joke goes like this. Guy goes to his rabbi and says, Rabbi, I don't know what to do. Everything is falling apart in my life. My business is failing. I have creditors who are cocking me a chinik. My wife hates me. My children are disrespectful. I don't know what to do. And my life is falling apart. And the rabbi says, this sounds very serious. I don't know how to advise you. All I can tell you is this looks like a time for the Goral Hagra. And he explains how you do it with the Bible and things like that. Then he leaves. A few weeks later, the rabbi's walking down the street, and a big limo pulls up, and the back door opens, and this guy gets out, and he's dressed fine, and he's got, like a big diamond cufflinks and things like this, and he looks happy, and his wife gets out with beautiful furs, and she's smiling at him and very affectionate, and the children come out, and they're so respectful, and he sees the rabbi. He says, oh, Rabbi, I got to talk to you. So he goes up to him, and he says, Rabbi, it worked exactly like you said it was. I took a Bible, and I thought about all the problems I'm having with my business, with my family, and all kinds of things. I didn't know what to do. I gave tzedakah. I said a prayer. I opened the book. I put my finger down. I looked at what it said, and I knew exactly what to do. And the rabbi says, what did it say? He said, it said, chapter 11.
Very good.
Thank you. I had to pause for a minute there. Chapter 11, for those of you who are under 25, that's like the section in the tax code for bankruptcy. You declare bankruptcy and then you lose your debts, and we'll talk about it later. Yes. Well, these pictures, this one's actually from I published on the topic called The Art of Hatred. That's available on Amazon for like 71 cents, used copies. This is a Renaissance painting from Italy. I think it is 13th or 14th century. I can't remember. This is a 12th century Gothic cathedral in Strasbourg. And I know these pictures are all over the internet. They're very famous. Okay. Yes, Ms. DeWeiser.
In my understanding, this is the people like, as I call it, famous machine. Those are people like, a couple of people that they have knowledge of things, and mimicking religions, and people that they are really among us. So, painting, sculpture was also like an open book. You were teaching.
Absolutely. And these expensive to produce. These are produced by the church with a huge amount of energy. You have to pay the artist. These are not like, and what's changed, I'm sorry to cut you off, but what changes dramatically is when Gutenberg invents printing and cheaply available anti-Semitic art is circulated, everything changes. In fact, let's go to that period right now. Oh, here's a couple more before I forgot. Here's another example of a church synagogue. This is one that shows her as a sotah with holding the barley leaves, the adulterous woman. And here's one of the ones that I think is rather nasty. This is from a 14th century church in Werben, Germany, where here's church being crowned by heaven, the upright staff, etc., riding a tetramorph, an animal of great honor and dignity. The synagogue, on the other hand, riding a donkey, broken staff, the crown falling off, holding on to the severed head of a goat, very complicated metaphor. And in case you missed it, there is a sword descending from heaven and piercing the top of her head, which is a fairly clear sign of disapproval from heaven, I would think, compared to the crowning over here. The sword in the top of the head is... It's hard to miss that, right? So these are all kinds of like expressions of the same idea. But this is the second period of anti-Semitism. When we go to the third period, that's when it gets totally weird. And note, for example, how cheap the depictions become. If we start with, this is like, this is 11th century Norway, this is 14th century Germany. It's beautiful, crafted, there are artists involved, and this is like cartoonish. But it was really cheap. You could make this kind of thing in a woodcut. You could stamp out 1,500 copies. You could sell them for a tiny bit. People would take home art for their very first time. It was a huge industry opened up, but you can see how cheap it is. And what does it depict? Of course, it goes to the lowest common denominator. It shows a Christian child. He's got wounds all over his body, and he's being tortured by this Jew here who is going to collect his blood in a pan and then is going to use it for nefarious purposes. So when you get to the medieval period, which is really 13th through the 18th century, so medieval is not precisely the right term, but it's later medieval, early modern, that's when you get the most bizarre kind of claims that were never countenanced by the church. The idea of Jews engaging in ritual murder, where they had to kind of reenact the crucifixion of Jesus, which first appears in 1144 and then becomes like a very, very popular motif. And the idea that Jews not only, ritually reenact the crucifixion, but that they also, take the blood, which is then used for all kinds of things. It's used, for example, for baking matzah, which I'm sure most of you know that matzah is made only with, flour and water, and a little bit of blood would probably spice it up a little bit, but we're not allowed to put any blood in there. And make that clear for those of you in the Philippines, no blood in the matzah. It's terrible. I shouldn't do that. I got to be really careful with these things. It's on the internet. Crazy things. And the church repeatedly repudiates these things, but they're very popular and they kind of bubble up from the masses. People want to believe it. The church over and over says, no, it's not true, it's not true. But people want to believe it and keep these ideas going. A ritual murder, as I mentioned, is this idea that Jews need to reenact the passion of Jesus. And then the blood libel, which is the outgrowth of it, is much more complex. This one shows a whole story, really. This is the story of Simon, the martyr of Trent. And you see the child here, and he's being tortured. His blood is being drained. He's undergoing a ritual circumcision after death. This guy on the left here is the Christian who sold him to the Jews. You can see he's got a big fat money bag on his belt here, and he's also assisting in the torture. And over here you have a series of Jews. They're all wearing the ruel, and they have quite deformed faces. The woman on the back, on the outside there. And this is this is when it gets to the darkest heart of anti-Semitism. If you compare it back to, this was like nice by comparison. But when you get to the medieval period, Some of this is absolutely over the top, pathological, and it's taken on a life of its own beyond the church, to be sure. So moving to the fourth and final period of anti-Semitism, starting in the 1880s in earnest, it's a scientific era. Christianity, like all religions, is going into a dramatic decline. And although there is still the desire to hate Jews, it's very difficult to justify that hatred through these earlier religious models. You simply can't anchor the hatred in an absurd argument that Jews kill Christian children and things like that. But the desire to hate still persists, so you have to find new reasons. And those two new reasons I mentioned several times are conspiracy theories and racism. Those two elements. Racism is a comparatively new idea appearing in Western worlds. We always have the idea of color bias. That goes back really to the earliest sources we have in Western history. But the idea of distinct races that are somehow competing with each other to control scarce resources, that's something that comes out of Darwinian theory, later morphing into something called social Darwinism. And the Jews are conceived as a parasite race. That the way social Darwinists argue this is that the Jewish race survives by sucking the life energy out of its host, like a flea or a tapeworm or any kind of vermin of this nature. And in this particular image here, you see this is a 1920. It's a book cover. It says Die Sünde wider das Blut, the sin against the blood, and it shows a healthy, bare-chested Aryan man, muscular, but heavily weighed down by this grotesque vulture with a stereotypically Jewish face. And the image, as it were, means to tell a picture. The image means to relay the meaning that the Aryans are being dominated by this carrion-eating race that is just waiting for them to die, and then they will pick their bones clean. And underneath the subtitle is Ein Zeitroman, a novel of the times. This is the kind of thing that feeds into Nazi anti-Semitism. But the greatest of the examples are the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, another absolutely nasty 19th century work, which claimed to be the secret minutes of the world Jewish conspiracy, discovered by a Russian monk named Nilus. We could spend a lot of time talking about this, but I'm almost out of our allotted time, so I won't do that. Here you see a Saudi Arabian version of it, which is rather unusual, showing Jews as an octopus, the motif being that of like tentacles reaching out all over the world. And on the right, this book that just came out a couple of years ago, The Prague Cemetery by Umberto Eco, takes the whole Protocols of the Elders of Zion as its starting point for a larger discussion. Anti-Talmudism, to bring it back to Nicholas Donin, is this transitional element that moves between the medieval period and the modern period by postulating this idea of a world conspiracy. This is a rather new edition of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. I think you can get this on Amazon. Los Protocolos de los Sabios de Sion, and it shows the hand, but on each finger of the hand, you see, like over here, there's the American dollar sign, the Catholic Church, the Nazis, the Soviets, and even the Freemasons, all, controlled by the single hand of the Jews here. This is a notion that is very, very powerful in contemporary anti-Semitic thought, and it'll probably be a long time before we are past it. Nicholas Donin has a lot he has to carry a lot of the blame for bringing us that. Here's one of my favorite ones here. Jews are everywhere. Look, the recycling is actually a Jewish conspiracy. This is something you could only learn here, that you thought you were saving the world, but in fact you're unwitting dupes to the world Jewish conspiracy to reduce waste and heal the ozone layer. There you go. Okay. So in the end, Donin did not fare well. He ended his life actually in poor relations with his Dominican brothers, primarily because they found he was too rationalistic for much of their internal debates. At some point, he was denounced by his fellow monks for writing heretical doctrines. He never actually converted back to Judaism, but obviously he was not well at home with the Dominican order either. According to Jewish sources, which we do not have, any other external validation, he was put to death by his allies. We simply don't know if that actually came to pass. But in the end, after his moment of fame denouncing the Talmud, he did not fare well in the Dominican end. I think we're running a little bit out of time to go into this, but perhaps we can discuss a little bit in the discussion period. I don't want to say any more than I already have with the concept of, it's not enough to simply leave the faith, but then to attack the faith from the new position says a lot about this concept of Jewish self-hatred. The reason I have this picture here is because Muammar Gaddafi, apparently there's some indication he may have some Jewish background himself, which is, if you're familiar with Gaddafi's approach to the Jews, that's rather interesting. But this idea of self-hatred was really pioneered by many thinkers in the 20th century to try and articulate this unique phenomenon of Jews who end up making a career out of hating themselves. Perhaps you could include in this context people like Karl Marx as well, whose anti-Semitism was truly phenomenal despite his own Jewish origins. So to conclude, Nicholas Donin is an example of this very sad phenomenon that repeats itself so many times throughout history. Unfortunately, his activity and his agitation had an extremely deleterious effect on the world of the Jews in the 13th century, and the impact of his activity is still felt in many ways even today. Thank you very much for your attention and argument, and I'll take some more questions off camera.
And she's like, get that guy over to our house for dinner. I'm gonna cook for you. And I go, you fucking think we all know each other? You know that fucking guy. You know that guy.
Hello, everyone. This is a new experiment. Elia over at Torah Cafe suggested, wouldn't it be great if we had these once a week, this week in Jewish history, 3-minute videos? So I'm going to try one right now, and let's see how it works. Since we're about to begin the 3 weeks, which is a period that commemorates the destruction of Jerusalem, and I'm going to talk about something that relates to the anti-Semitism and the attacks on Jews throughout history. Specifically, there's an anniversary that comes up next week that is the imposition of a fine for Jews who failed to wear the Jewish badge in France in 1269 under King Louis IX. So let's have a quick look at this Prezi so you can have a look at what this badge actually looked like. Our most traditional understanding of the badge is probably this one here, the Judenstern, the German yellow star that was worn in Nazi Germany, and it has the word Jude or Jew written in German or sometimes in the language of the country that lived in. But in reality, the Jewish badge looks quite different and has a rather extensive history. Although there were some medieval populations that imposed local regulations, the most important date is really 1215, when Pope Innocent III in the Fourth Lateran Council decreed that Jews and Muslims must wear distinctive clothing. Typically, it looks something like this. You see the round circle there, the ruel, on this rather nasty picture of Jews being burned at the stake. Actually, it's a very handy thing for art historians because we can usually tell who's a Jew in these medieval pictures because they always plant this helpful sign on it. But at any rate, this is the typical imposition. It was imposed with considerable variety throughout Europe, and there were many dispensations, and quite often Jews were able to get out of it by paying an extra fine, things like that. The main purpose of the badge was to try and keep Jews and Christians separate, also Christians and Muslims separate. Obviously, Jews living in the cities, extensively involved in marketing and trade, had a lot of contact with non-Jews, and as a result, there was a certain amount of commingling of ideas and of customs, and sometimes even conversions to Judaism. This was something that the church wanted to control, and therefore they imposed this Jewish badge. Here's a 16th century rendition of a Jewish man and woman. They both prominently got the badge on their cloaks. The man is also holding bulbs of garlic, and the woman is holding a goose, which are supposed to be some kind of ethnic stereotypes that would be recognizable to 16th century Germans. And mind you, the badge would be a turnoff, but I imagine the goose and the garlic would also be turnoffs. Variations on the theme. It wasn't always that round badge. In fact, in many locations, the Jews were forced to wear something like the Shnei Lukot Havrit, the 2 tablets of the laws you see in this British manuscript, where Jews are being beaten in the connection with the expulsion of Jews in 1290. And very often we see this device called the Judenhut, or Jewish hat, which is a kind of a conical hat. It's a conical hat, which is probably the inspiration for the much later European evolution of the witch's hat that we see like on late October, or the dunce cap, which back in my father's generation they used to wear when they misbehaved in school. The Nazis, of course, took this to the modern, the 20th century period by imposing the star on Jews in its captive populations. First imposed spontaneously in the Generalgouvernement part of Poland that was conquered by the Nazis. Later, the Nazis standardized it as the yellow star, which the Jews were forced to wear throughout occupied Europe. So that's basically the presentation here. Let's see if I can quickly go back to the screen. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and if this works well, I'll try a few more of these. Thanks. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of This Week in Jewish History. We're going to go without the video of myself talking this week because I'm recording it at home, and I'm just relaxing here, chilling. So this week marks the conclusion of the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, a very important church council that had a tremendous amount of impact on Jewish history in particular. It was convened by Pope Innocent III and had a very large agenda, but there were a couple of things on the agenda that specifically related to Jews, and that's what we're going to look at today. Perhaps the most famous is the inclusion of the idea of a Jewish badge in the council, which was duly approved. For most of Jewish history, this was the most common badge, the round symbol called the Ruel. But we also see several other variants, like, for example, the 2 tablets of the law shown on the individuals on the left there. And, of course, we have the modern equivalent, the Star of David, that is a Nazi innovation. But we talk about this in a previous lecture, so we're going to skip past it and go to the idea of transubstantiation, which was certainly the most significant element of the Fourth Lateran Council vis-a-vis Christian theology. And the council specifically confirmed a theological position that said that the communion wafers used during the Catholic Mass, shown here, held by a priest, actually on a mystical level, in ways that I'm certainly unqualified to speak about, encompass the body or become the body of Jesus himself, and the consumption of this wafer is therefore of very high significance. So that's an entirely different topic, but the way it relates to Judaism is that it created an entirely new industry of anti-Semitic accusations, so-called host accusations, or desecration of the host accusations. The name of that wafer consumed by Catholics during the Mass is called the host, I guess because it's the host of the body of Jesus. And so the argument went that if the host represents the body of Jesus, then just like the ritual murder charges that were first advanced seriously in the 12th century were expanded in the 13th century to say that Jews somehow wanted to abuse the host for religious reasons. Of course, there's absolutely no truth to that, no matter what people say in the comments underneath this video. But let's have a look at the images, for example. This is a sort of a broadside cartoon that describes a desecration of the host accusation from Passau, Germany. You can see this is basically where the story goes. I apologize for the pixelation, but there's usually a Christian involved who's shown here sneaking into the church. He's looking over his right shoulder, and with his left hand, he is scooping up the host wafers to put into his bag. He later then goes to the synagogue where he meets with some Jews. You can barely see the ruel on the two figures on the right, and they offer him money for the host wafers that he has stolen. They then take these back to their synagogue, as the story goes, and they torture them. In this particular image, you can see the figure on the right is stabbing one of the host wafers, and blood is actually dripping from it. It's one of the miracles that Christians will discuss sometimes to support the idea that the host actually does undergo transubstantiation. In the background, you can see the two tablets of the law with some gibberish. In the original, you can see that the author of this image really didn't know any Hebrew. But at any rate, they torture the host, and then there's some suspicious noises, so people come to the door and say, what's going on there? The Jews try to collect up the wafers, and they throw them into the oven. And again, it's difficult with the pixelation here, but what's happening is miraculously inside the flames, there's the figure of a small child that appears, and doves fly out of the smoke where they are caught by waiting angels. Again, all these miracles are used to support the idea, or these stories of miracles are used to support the idea of transubstantiation. The Jews happen to be on the wrong end of the story for our purposes. Up until this point, most of this is completely fabricated, but the latter parts, unfortunately, often happen. People would break into the synagogue, arrest the Jews, behead some of them, torture others over the flames, set them alight. And the Christian shown here, who originally sold the wafers to the Jews, would also be taken away for punishment, and ultimately the synagogue would be rededicated as a church. So that's basically the story of the desecration of the host. We see hundreds of examples of this through the second millennium and of the Common Era, and it's an unfortunately very dark day in Jewish history when the Fourth Lateran Council passed this idea of transubstantiation. Okay, that's about it. I hope you have an excellent week. Thank you for listening.
Well, there's been a lot of viruses named after other places, like the Spanish flu, which is a fucking shitload. If someone shows you the stats and they're like, look, yeah, you choosing the words you want right now.
Okay, we are now live. So the joke goes like this. It's hard to tell a good joke on a topic like this, but perhaps this one makes sense. It's 1938, London, and it's a train station, and there's a cafeteria there, and few Jews are sitting around waiting for a train to arrive, and they're all reading newspapers, and one of them is reading Wall Street Journal, and he starts going, "Oi, oh my gosh, such terrible news, anti-Semitism rising in Europe." Another Jew is reading Le Monde, and he's saying, "Ooh la la, it's so awful, the pressure on Algerian Jews in France and anti-Semitism." Another one's reading this paper, that paper, everyone's complaining. And one Jew is sitting there, and he's reading, Deutsches Allgemeines Zeitgeschichte, Scheiße, and he's reading this. I'm glad none of you understand German, I guess. Maybe you do, I didn't say it very well anyways. But he's reading some kind of Zeitung, and he's laughing, and he's turning the pages, and he's chuckling. And the other Jews look at him and they say, "What are you laughing about? The world is so terrible. Everything is falling apart. We're in great danger." And he says, "No, you guys are reading the wrong papers. In my paper, it says Jews are in control. Jews are dominating the media. Everything is good." Okay, not such a funny joke, but, it's hard after. Anyways, so today's topic is kind of a bizarre one. I've always been fascinated with this individual. There's not a tremendous amount of biographical material available on him, but he is a truly unique individual that I think is quite thought-provoking in a dark and unfortunate sense. And I believe that after you hear a little bit more about his life and about what he did and what he attempted to do, we'll have lots of cause for reflection on human nature and the position of Jews in the wider society. And as you know, I happen to be particularly interested in issues of identity who is a Jew, what makes a Jew a Jew, and Eisenmenger in particular fits into that category in a very unusual way. So before we begin, I'd like to give thanks to the anonymous donor who is sponsoring this lecture. It's always very nice to have people step forward and make a donation to the synagogue to support the videotaping and the students who greet you and that sort of thing. And I'm very grateful. But for those of you who have not sponsored lectures, it's a tremendous sponsorship just to have your participation and presence here. I'm really grateful to have an audience to speak to. Otherwise, I would be speaking to just an empty room with a camera. It would be really not the same at all. Although sometimes with some of the jokes I like to tell, it's not too much different. At any rate, so let's talk about who was this guy, Johann Andreas Eisenmenger. German, from the period when Germany was still ununified or not unified, so he's born in one particular part of Germany, active in another, and as we see the political developments of his life, you'll get a sense of the divisions between the German principalities, the emperor, and so on. His years are 1654 until Frankfurt 1704, where he died suddenly of apoplexy, which probably is some kind of a stroke. He was non-Jewish. He was an Orientalist, which is kind of like the old academic term for people who study Semitics, people who study the Hebrew language, ancient Israelite culture, things like that. So he was a non-Jew who was quite interested in these things. And we do have a long tradition of this, really going back to the universities of Oxford, universities of Bologna. There were always professors who studied Hebrew from a Christian point of view, as it were, trying to understand the Old Testament in a more sophisticated manner, such that they could identify the prefigurations of the New Testament. And he fit within that mold. He was known as a rather bright individual, and eventually held the position of professor at Heidelberg University, where he received his undergraduate training. But what makes him so interesting for our purposes is that he is the author of the most influential anti-Semitic text ever published in Jewish history, the infamous Entdeckes Judentums, or Judaism Unmasked. This was a phenomenal work of scholarship in which he invested 19 years posing as a convert to Judaism. There's some conflict among the sources as to whether or not he actually completed his conversion, but he spent nearly 2 decades posing as a member of the Jewish community in order to completely master the Hebrew and Aramaic sources, secretly compiling this massive diatribe against the Jews, which eventually came out in the year 1700 and was a phenomenal denunciation of Jews, and in particular the Talmud. And that work has had a long-lasting reverberation throughout Jewish history, widely cited by anti-Semites like Düring, Marr, and eventually, of course, Adolf Hitler himself relied heavily on this particular book. So what I'd like to do is to talk a little bit about anti-Semitism and specifically anti-Semitic ideology, a little bit of a review from materials that we have discussed in previous classes, and then we're going to look more specifically at modern anti-Semitism for the first time. Earlier this semester, when we talked about Nicholas Donin, we talked about medieval anti-Semitism, but now we're going to begin to penetrate the dark world of modern anti-Semitism. That is anti-Semitism after the 19th century, which is radically different in many ways from prior hatreds. And of course, that will set the stage for much of the dark elements of the 20th century. I try in this class in Jewish biographies to look at uplifting individuals. This is going to be a break from that normal trend, but I hope that you'll find it thought-provoking at any rate. Okay, any questions before we dive into this material? Nobody likes to ask the first question, so if anyone has a second question, that's okay. Ms. Abramson, what a surprise. Okay. Well, he was prepared to publish it in 1699. It was actually printed, but as we shall see, it was not circulated because Jews tried to block its circulation. So if he was born in 1654 and the book was ready by the time he was in 1699, so he was in his late 40s. Okay. Yes. Oh, how? Oh, definitely. Well, it appeared in. Yes, so the question is, repeating for the internet audience, the question is, how broadly was this particular work reviewed, and later influential? The work itself, written in the German language, it has been translated actually once into English. You can read it on the web if you like. Not a very good translation, but the original is not so good either. And but it was extremely influential, primarily through the sort of abbreviated versions, the Cliff's Notes versions, because it was 2,000 pages of text in Hebrew and German, Aramaic and German, very scholarly, lots of footnotes, and most people couldn't read it. But the people who were really determined to read it, like Düring, for example, an important 19th century anti-Semite, they excerpted it and they wrote it in much more incendiary language. And then through that medium, Entdeckes Judentums became really the Bible of anti-Semitism in the 18th and 19th century. I think maybe it's second only to Mein Kampf as a work in anti-Semitic history. Okay, let's go straight to the text, or to the material. So first of all, this is the important part. One of the most important things to know about the history of anti-Semitism is that anti-Semitic ideology is never static. In fact, one of the reasons why it seems to be such a long-lasting type of animosity is that it adapts like a virus to the individual idiosyncrasies of its host. The nature of anti-Semitism in one particular climate changes radically for another climate. In some places where religion is important, anti-Semitism becomes religious. In some places where secular ideas are important, anti-Semitism suddenly becomes secular. I'll take questions in a few minutes. Oh.
Can you make a little darker?
Make the images a little darker? It's hard to do with this particular light. Well, we turn off the lights. The only problem is when we turn off the lights, people fall asleep, which is okay. I'm glad to be relaxed. But let's see. Lisa, can you get that light there? It's not. This is the one we really want to go out. Okay. All right. Now, I disappear for the video. I'm still here. But it'll be okay. They'll figure it out, right? Okay. So there are four basic. So as I was saying, anti-Semitic ideology, it adapts to the nature of the society in which it grows. It's like a virus that is very hard to cure because when it moves from one host to another, it just adapts itself slightly to be able to exist. And so there, we can say a tremendous amount about the difference, for example, me being Canadian, the difference between anti-Semitism in Ontario and the anti-Semitism in Quebec, a neighboring province, is totally different. They have very few things in common. And that's because, people like to hate, and you have to find a reason to hate. As the great philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre put it in his great work, Réflexions sur la question juive, the reflections on the Jewish question, he wrote, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Right? And that's a truism that's true of much of this history. So nevertheless, we can define four broad periods of anti-Semitic ideology, meaning why were Jews hated? Not that the Jews deserved this, obviously, and we're not looking at all at the history of Jewish persecution. We're looking at what do anti-Semites talk about when they get together? And there are four major periods of anti-Semitic thought. So let's look at them very briefly, and then we're going to concentrate on the last one, which is modern anti-Semitism, the period which really began in the 19th century in earnest, and we still are enjoying its effects to the current day. So the first is xenophobia, which is a Greek term meaning fear of strangers. When you look at the classical period, we're referring now to the Greco-Roman period in particular, when we first really have sources on what non-Jews think of Jews. And there's a plethora of materials in Greek and in Latin that describe how the ancients felt about Jews. For the most part, And there was a significant amount of animosity, but for the most part, it was based on simple misunderstanding of Jewish differences. We could spend a lot of time talking about this, but I'll just give you a couple of examples. One of the things that Jews were accused of, ironically, is impiety. The ancients felt that the Jews were not religious. Now, why would they think such a thing? They thought this because Jews refused to participate in civic religious acts like bowing down to a statue here or there, or participating in, let's say, an orgy or a sacrifice to a god or something like that. And the Jews simply wouldn't do it. And of course, this was something inimical to Jewish ideology, but the Romans misunderstood this as a type of atheism, ironically. It's similar, if you will, to going to a baseball game and they play the national anthem and some guy refuses to stand up during the national anthem. So, everyone else who's going to be there is going to think very badly of the person because he's not participating in an activity that is, widely sanctioned as a civic act. And the Romans would say, it's not like we're denying the Jews their beliefs, but they should at least go along with what is the, common societal attitudes. Another example of this, so they were hated for that aspect of impiety. Another example, they were considered to be very lazy, that Jews were slothful. Why? Because 1 day in 7, they're taking a break. Romans had very few holidays during the year, the emperor's birthday and vernal equinoxes and things like that. And here are the Jews, 1 day in 7, you can't get them to work. And then you have to have Pesach and Yom Kippur and Shabbat, it's just ridiculous. So the Romans felt that the Jews were very lazy. These are misunderstandings based on observed behavior. And the important thing for our purposes is that while there are particularities that are appropriate for the assessment of Jewish culture, we could say this about virtually any two cultures on the planet. You could say that Koreans have this attitude towards Japanese, who have this attitude towards Chinese. As cultures intersect and interact, then they have misunderstandings about each other, and there's a normal kind of sort of ethnocentrism and fear of the strange, which is characteristic of the human condition. So as far as anti-Semitism goes, it's not a really intense or specifically anti-Jewish phenomenon in the early period. One image that might illustrate this a little bit is the famous bas-relief on the Arch of Titus, which is often misunderstood as an anti-Semitic depiction because it shows the Jews being carried away from Jerusalem in slavery by the Roman captors. The spoils of Jerusalem are being taken away. When I remember distinctly I've been teaching at the college level now for almost 30 years, I think. Yeah, almost 30 years. And I remember specifically the lecture I gave when I felt old. Like it was, because when you're new, there's a point to this story. When you're a young graduate student and then you become an assistant professor, the difference in age between your students and yourself is 6 years, 7 years. You could still marry them. They're still so close in age to you. So not that I ever thought of that. Okay. But at any rate, that you're close in age and you have the same language and so on. And suddenly I realized once I gave this particular lecture and I used a phrase and I got this weird reaction from the audience, and I realized, oh my gosh, I don't speak young people's language anymore. And I'm no longer with them. So the phrase there's actually two of them the same year. When I was describing this kind of event, and I said, the Romans came to Jerusalem and they took booty. And as soon as I said that, now I have to say take spoils, right? The other one is I think I tried to use the term bling in a class, and they just went like this. No, don't do that, professor. Don't try to speak our language. Just be old, okay? So, anyways, so this is not an especially anti-Semitic image. It's just a war memorial that commemorates the Roman victory over the Jews. We don't like it because we're portrayed as the losers, but the Romans did this to everybody. They did this to all the peoples they conquered. Why? There's nothing specifically anti-Semitic about this image. It's just another example of a war that we lost, the Romans won, and we should get over it, as it were. Okay, now that's basically xenophobia. The second period, though, acquires a distinctly anti-Jewish tinge, which is really quite distinct from the period of xenophobia, and that is a period of early Christian anti-Judaism. And we could, again, spend a lot of time talking about this, but I want to go kind of quickly to get to modern anti-Semitism. But there's something special about the dynamic between the newly born Christian faith that is separated with great difficulty and with a high degree of vituperative language from its parent religion, Judaism. This is a process that took several decades, maybe even a century and a half to be completed. And there was a lot of hard feelings between many of the early Jewish Christians who were evicted from the synagogue. This is quite literal. There was a ban placed. I mean, for quite a long time, for several decades, Jews who believed that Jesus was the Messiah were still going to synagogue, praying along with other Jews who did not believe that Jesus was the Messiah. And over a period of time, these two faith groups slowly bifurcated. And, I'm not going to talk about the Christian side so much, but from the Jewish side, there came a point where the rabbi said, we have to make a clear distinction here because this particular article of faith is inconsistent with our traditions. We do not believe in a dead Messiah, for example. So they made a pretty clear line in the sand. It was actually a liturgical innovation where Jews had to read a particular passage in the prayer. And if they held Christian beliefs, it was really a curse upon them. So they had to choose whether to recite this particular passage and be maintained as a member in good standing, or refuse to recite this passage and they would be expelled from the synagogue. Several early important Christians, including, it is believed, John, the author of the Gospel, were forcibly removed from the synagogue, and so there was a certain amount of ill will generated by this separation. So in that period, when the Christian church is attempting to define itself against the mother religion, there is a fairly strong pushback against Christianity, against Judaism, which is sometimes understood as anti-Semitism. As the great theologian Rosemary Radford Ruther once put it, anti-Semitism is the left hand of Christology. Meaning, if the right hand is elevating Christianity, in order to distinguish this new faith from its parent, the left hand has to push down Judaism. To give you an example of this, this is a much later work of art, but it illustrates the idea. This is from synagogue in Werben, Germany, 14th century, large stained glass windows. And it's a theme, we talked about this in the Nicholas Donin lecture as well. It's a theme that repeats itself over and over again in Christian art history. The contrast between synagogue, representing Judaism, and ecclesia, representing the church. You see over here on the left-hand side, this is the church. They're always portrayed as women. She's portrayed riding a tetramorph, an animal with 4 different heads and 4 different feet. This is an allusion to some of the prophetic books of the Bible. She's, clear-eyed, looking forward. Her staff is upright, indicating her temporal power. She's holding the chalice here, the Holy Grail, and a hand descends from heaven and bedecks her haloed head with a crown, which is a very clear indication of approval from God. On the other hand, here is synagoga, representing the Jews. She's riding on some kind of mule, and her head is bowed. She is blindfolded, indicating that she can't see the truth of Christianity. The crown is knocked off her head, indicating that she is no longer in power. Similarly, her staff is broken. Rather than holding the holy chalice, which represents the greater spirituality of Christianity, she's holding the ram's horn of a decapitated ram, which is symbolic of carnal Judaism, sacrificial rites, and so on. And in case you weren't clear on how God felt about synagogue, there's a sword descending from heaven and inserting itself into the top of her head, which is a fairly clear sign of disapproval. At least the art historians say so. So the idea behind this picture, and a point for us here, is to realize that this kind of image was repeated in literally hundreds upon hundreds of examples throughout churches in Europe, is showing the distinction between church and synagogue, the growth of church from synagogue. And so this level of animosity, while it's entirely within the religious realm, is nevertheless much more directed at Jews. None of these kinds of things would translate, for example, to the Christian animosity of Muslims later, or the Christian animosity for pagans. It's a specifically Jewish hatred that only makes sense because of the mother-daughter relationship between these two movements. Yes, there's a stained glass window in Verben, Germany, 14th century. I mean, I'm talking about, chronologically, we're talking about something that happens really from the church fathers, like 3rd century, 4th century, but it extends really for about 1,000 years through the high Middle Ages, when we'll get to the third and most bizarre period of anti-Semitism. Yes, question?
I was pointed out once before when you used this slide,
Well, yeah.
that the sword pointing towards the head is in the cruciform.
It's a cruciform, yeah.
Saying that, because the art is very symbolic throughout history.
And it matches, really, there's a parallelism with the
showing
sentence.
that the Christian God
Yeah.
is putting down the Jews.
Yeah, that's very clear. Yes?
Explain the flags.
Well, the unfurled flags, I think, are another symbol of, like, when your flag is flying. We have it in America, right? If your flag is at half-mast, that's a sign of mourning. It's a sign of great loss. And I think that this is clearly indicating, is what the Trinity. That sounds good to me. I would go with that. Okay, that's what professors do. We make things up. Okay, last question. We better go on.
During the post-Jesus era, when I was growing up,
which was considerably later than
we killed Jesus. You're a Jew. You killed Jesus, and let's fight.
Well,
isn't that?
That charge is known as deicide, and it has a long and unfortunate history. But I think that, I really haven't talked about that in another lecture here. But what I would like to say for our purposes is that the charge of deicide definitely fits within this realm, because it's clearly a religious charge. It's clearly an idea that we have a religious beef with the Jews, and so we'll pick this idea up to use to attack Jews. It's not so typical. It's not. I guess you grew up maybe in an Irish or Italian neighborhood in Brooklyn. Okay, so you'll have a lot stronger tradition there in certain Catholic faiths in particular. I had got a little bit of that myself from French Catholics. But so let's set it aside, though, because I got a lot of stuff on modern that I got to get to. Let's go to the third period. The third period, medieval anti-Semitism. This is where anti-Semitism really goes off the rails. It's where it becomes so bizarre and pathological that it even goes beyond what religious authorities are willing to sanction. This is a period where you get a lot of strange beliefs that have no source whatsoever in the religious tradition. The idea that, for example, that Jews consume the blood of Christian children, which has no basis whatsoever in any sources. And in fact, the popes often protested this movement, saying it's ridiculous, the Jews don't do this, their matzah is only flour and water. A little bit of blood might make it a little more tasty. It's only flour and water. That's a joke. Okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't make jokes about this, but I study it too often. But this period, during the medieval period, when ironically religious authority slowly begins to break down, and there's a much more There's a collapse of printing costs with the development of the printing press, woodblock printing, things like this, suddenly make much more almost pornographic anti-Semitism possible. And suddenly you have this huge profusion of anti-Semitic propaganda and ideology, which goes way beyond anything we had in the early Christian anti-Judaism period. This is a colored woodblock illustration of the so-called martyrdom of Simon of Trent, one of the children that Christians believed were victims of the blood libel, the argument that Jews would capture Christian children and then torture and kill them in order to vicariously reenact the Passion of Jesus. They would also drain them of their blood, which could then be used with the Passover rituals, things like that. You see in this particular picture, there's a whole bunch of Jews. You can tell they're Jews because they all have the ruel, which is one of the Jewish badges that Jews were forced to wear after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215. And they're really handy for art historians because then you can always tell who's Jewish because they put the badge on them. And they've captured this young child who's held in a cruciform position. They go through all the motions of torturing him the same way that Jesus was tortured, the wounds in his side, for example, and the vinegar and things like that. And of course, there is a Jew who's also circumcising him, because Jesus was also circumcised, something that Christians in the medieval period were very ambivalent about, but it was actually a holiday. And another Jew here is collecting the blood in a pan, which will then be later used for some kind of terrible purpose. It's fascinating to read the kind of purposes that anti-Semites believe Jews put this blood to. I'm sure you're all familiar with the charge that Jews put it in the matzah or put it in the red wine of Passover, but it was also considered, for example, an antidote to low iron. You know, it was considered a very high source of iron, and that was especially important for Jewish men because they apparently menstruated and they needed to replace that iron, and the only way you can get it was from Christian children. It was considered a fertility drug, such that it was believed that if you hollowed out an egg, like you poked a hole in an egg and you let the white run out, filled it with Christian blood, and then put it under the threshold of your front door, then that would immediately cause, fertility rates to rise. All these kinds of crazy things. But at any rate, this is completely different from the earlier forms of anti-Semitism. It's quite pathological and twisted and hard to source in earlier anti-Semitism. Okay, so those are the three I really should go to the last one, and it looks like I didn't put the sequence in right. The last one, which is the one that we should be concentrating on now, is modern anti-Semitism. So when we get to the modern period, there is a very significant development really in world thought that has a great impact on the development of traditional anti-Semitism. And by the way, I'm completely omitting the Western tradition of Islamic anti-Semitism, which is quite different from Christian anti-Semitism because, of course, the connection to Jesus is not nearly as important as it is for Christians, although Muslims do regard Jesus as a prophet. And that perhaps is something we can talk about later on in the year when we get to 20th century Jewish-Arab relations. But at any rate, within the Christian tradition, it's only in the 1800s that we begin to use the term anti-Semitism. And that's very significant. Beforehand, there was no such term anti-Semitism. It was actually invented by an anti-Semite. It was invented by a man named Wilhelm Marr in the 1880s, who was trying to find an alternative to the much more vulgar terms Judenfeinde or Judenhass, both of which were very ugly terms, like using the N-word when you want to refer to African Americans, something like that. And it couldn't be introduced in polite company, so therefore he wanted to find a different kind of term. So he made up this term, Semitism. Semitism is for Marr the secret world conspiracy of all Semites to dominate the world. And when he says Semites, obviously that's shorthand for Jews. He's not talking about Arabs. He's talking about Jews. That Jews somehow being linked in this world Jewish conspiracy That is Semitism. And of course, there is no such thing as Semitism, but nevertheless, he posited this. So therefore, he was an anti-Semite. He was against this philosophy of Semitism, and he wanted to protest against it, kind of like being, I don't know, anti-global warming, right? He wanted to create something that was politically acceptable, and so he invented this term. To use that term anachronistically to refer to earlier kinds of anti-Jewish antipathy is not really fair, but we're going to do it anyways. The two key elements, and that's why, by the way, many scholars are really pedantic about this. They do not spell it anti-hyphen Semitism. Even though if you use like most word processors and you try to type it, it will always correct you. Don't you mean anti-hyphen capital S Semitism? And I say to it, no, it shouldn't be like that. It has to be one word without the hyphen, because there's no such thing as Semitism to be anti. The phenomenon anti-Semitism is the only thing that's worth using a term for. At any rate, the two key elements of anti-Semitism are racism and conspiracy theories. These are very different criteria than anything we looked at before, primarily because religion declines in the 18th century. Religion ceases to have meaning for most Europeans after the Reformation. They lose faith in the centralized Church of Rome, to be sure, and they lose faith in the concept of religious authorities having the only access to truth. And they begin to look for new reasons to hate Jews, and that's where we get the idea of racism and conspiracy theories. Let me show you one example of racism. We'll have a lot more time to look at this in another class later on in the film, but this is a very short excerpt from one of the most offensive propaganda films ever made by the Nazis, Der ewige Jude, which means the eternal Jew, and it was a very important piece that the Nazis filmed, and they circulated it throughout Europe in the early 1940s. It's really tedious and awful, but I'm not going to subject you to all of it. What I'd like to do is just bring you towards the end of it. Here we go. We're going to get some of the ideas of what's going on. And this is without sound. Do we have sound here? Let's see if I can get any sound coming. There we go. I don't know if it has sound. Now, this is just taken from YouTube, but let me see if I can just bring you to the end part, because they're going to show you it's rather